I am sorry to tell you that you have lung cancer. But, if you receive treatment, there is still a chance of recovery. Does your family know about it? We suggest that you be admitted to the hospital and receive treatment. How long do I have left? You have most likely contracted it for some time. But, there is still. Lu Jiyu walked out of the hospital in a daze. It seemed unreal, like a dream. The people who walked past him were like from a different world, as if there was an invisible boundary that separated him from reality. Lu Jiyu had no intention of starting any treatments. He had cancer, there was no point in wasting money to treat it. Even if he were to die, he did not want to die in agony on a hospital bed. With tubes inserted into his body, since his youth, Lu Jiyu's lungs had not been healthy. He coughed often. After having worked in the capital for a few years, whenever there was smog, his cough would get worse. He had wanted to leave the capital for a while, but he had reached the height of his career, so he kept putting it off. Recently, his symptoms had become more severe, but Lu Jiyu had shrugged it off. He had not expected things to turn out this way. After he resigned from his job, Lu Jiyu bought a flight ticket and made his way home, back to Jiangcheng. Lu Jiyu was born in Jiangcheng, and his home was an old house with its own entrance and courtyard. It looked very modern after some renovations. But because no one was living there, the courtyard currently looked unkempt and lifeless. Lu Jiyu's parents had passed away a long time ago and he did not have any close relatives. He had also gradually lost touch with his good friends from school after he entered the workforce. When they had run into each other again after a number of years, the once close friends had become calculating and distant, not as they were before. Some things were just better kept as memories in the past. As for his colleagues, they were friendly to each other in the office, but Lu Jiyu could no longer open up his heart as easily as he did in his youth. After giving it some thought, Lu Jiyu felt that his life was very pointless. It seemed like there was a standard life template, which had been applied to millions of others, was also forced on him. Other than this cancer incident, he had been living like a puppet, directed by people, society, and fate. The house had been vacant for a long while and was filled with dust. After removing the furniture covers, he started to clean up. He found quite a number of old items. Toys, textbooks, and drawings were revealed, and they brought back many memories from his childhood. What is this? He found an old, red, wooden box on a shelf in the storeroom. After opening it, he found that it was filled with several things. There was a badge of the head of a peasant, an ink slab, and a red book. What most caught Lu Jiyu's attention, however, was a white scroll. The scroll was unusually white and without a single blemish. The quality of the paper was so fine that it shimmered as if it had been brushed with a layer of oil. When a piece of paper had been around for a long time, the color would change, and this scroll seemed to have been left in the box for a long time without proper care, but it was surprisingly well maintained. These items must have been left behind by his grandfather. Lu Jiyu was curious to find out what had been painted on the scroll. He slowly spread it out on the table in the living room, but his anticipation quickly turned into disappointment. What? It is empty. As Lu Jiyu was about to store it away, he realized that there was a black dot on the scroll. As he took a closer look, he realized that it was a tiny grasshopper. Lu Jiyu let out a laughter. This is such a big scroll. But such a tiny grasshopper has been drawn on it. What a waste! After taking a good look at it, Lu Jiyu touched the grasshopper with his hand. At this instant, a shocking thing happened. It was as if his hand had moved into another space and he felt something. Lu Jiyu was shocked and withdrew his hand. He was even more shocked to see a grasshopper now in his hand. He exclaimed with surprise, "What the heck is this?" As he let go of the grasshopper, he saw that it immediately jumped up and hopped around the living room. Lu Jiyu stared at it in disbelief. He rose to his feet and looked at the scroll. The grasshopper that had been painted on the scroll had now disappeared. Have I taken it out? Was it alive? Lu Jiyu looked at the painting, then looked back at the grasshopper. His jaw dropped, and he realized that he had found a treasure. Lu Jiyu liked to read on internet. In fact, he had the habit of reading for an hour every night, so he was no stranger to such things happening. A fantasy has come alive? A magic item that can store things? A treasure that can open to another world. Although he was about to die, Lu Jiyu did not give up on himself, nor did he complain. Life had to go on, especially when his remaining days were numbered. He wanted to live a fulfilling life and was elated to find such an interesting item at this moment. Lu Jiyu spent a few days experimenting on the scroll. It was clear that there was a space in the painting. However, it was different from what he had at first thought. He called it the painting space. The surface of the space was flat. From a scientific point of view, this was not a but a two-dimensional space. All the things that had entered this space would automatically be sealed and collapse into a two-dimensional form. However, after leaving this space, they would return to their original form. Lu Jiyu found it hard to understand how this all happened. This was his first discovery. He came to this conclusion after putting different things into the painting space, and his second discovery was that, in the two-dimensional world, it seemed like time did not exist. Everything that went in seemed to have gone into an eternal rest river, and even if they had been kept inside the scroll for a long period of time, they remained the same. The third discovery was that the painting space seemed to reject living things. Lu Jiyu had tried to put living things into the space, but it could not take living things that were too big. He had put a chicken and a duck into it, but they had been torn apart and had disappeared. Lu Jiyu suspected that the entrance of the space could not support their sizes and had caused them to go into a dimensional gap. However, when he put a few ants in the painting space, this same predicament did not occur. The ants stopped moving and had been sealed. Lu Jiyu found it puzzling that time did not exist in the two-dimensional space. If time had existed, it would have become another world. The painting space would have been more meaningful. Rather than just acting as a storage space. Einstein's theory of relativity had classified time as an independent dimension. According to this theory, mankind should be living in the four-dimensional space. However, man was unable to observe the fourth dimension, time, so they belonged to the three-dimensional space. The two-dimensional world was similar. Even if one could not observe time, it should still exist and should not just disappear like this. Lu Jiyu had decided to look at it from a different perspective and to confirm if this was so. Lu Jiyu had decided to look at it from the three axioms of the theory of the universe: time, t, space, u, and matter, m. Time, space and matter were tightly related to one another. The three elements were independent yet inextricably linked. The relationship between space and time was u equals u, t, and m equals m, u, for matter in space. Time was found in space, and space was filled with matter. Thus, time and space were related to matter. Among the three elements, matter was the primeval element. If there was no matter, space would never have existed. If space did not exist, time would never have existed. Lu Jiyu suspected that this painting was the entrance to a two-dimensional world. As matter did not exist in this two-dimensional world, space and time likewise did not exist. Lu Jiyu looked at the painting, finding it inconceivable. He seemed to have found the entrance of a new world. He wondered, if I place large amount of matter into the two-dimensional space, would I create a stable two-dimensional world? A two-dimensional world with time and space, and also be able to sustain lives? Lu Jiyu felt excited at this thought, so he started to make a plan. He would first try to put a pipeline into the painting space, then transport sand and other things into it. At this moment, someone pressed on the doorbell. He looked down and saw that the courier was there. "Are you Lu Jiyu? Please sign for the parcel," the courier requested, in a friendly and polite tone. The parcel contained the camera that he had ordered. After linking it up with his computer, Lu Jiyu put the camera into the painting space. He wanted to find out what was inside the painting space instead of observing it from the surface of the painting. The moment camera was put inside the painting space, the computer screen went dark. Lu Jiyu's heart sank, but he had anticipated this reaction. Firstly, there was no light in the two-dimensional space, so he was prepared to see nothing. Secondly, he had a feeling that most likely the signals could not be sent out from the two-dimensional world, otherwise it would be too inconceivable. Although Lu Jiyu felt this way, he still just wanted to give it a shot. After Lu Jiyu clicked on the mouse and turned on the light on the camera, the computer screen brightened. Lu Jiyu's jaw dropped in surprise, then he moved the camera around, I can't believe something actually showed on the computer screen. The images on the screen looked strange. The camera seemed to have captured the images, but what he saw was a flat side view. The camera had captured its own image. What angle is this? There was nothing on the screen except darkness and a straight ray of light. It was like a 2D horizontal animation or a caricature. At this very moment, Lu Jiyu saw a shadow flash across the screen. What was that? He quickly shifted the focus and found that there was a special sigil on the screen, a horizontal 8. Lu Jiyu knew that this symbol meant infinity. However, in the capital city, the mark also represented smog. Lu Jiyu was certain that he had seen it correctly. It must mean infinity. The sigil was in the center of the painting space. No matter from which angle Lu Jiyu looked, he could only see the front view. He found the situation in the painting space mysterious. He was certain that it was a two-dimensional space, but from what the camera had captured, it did not seem like a two-dimensional perspective. However, it was definitely not a three-dimensional one. Lu Jiyu had never entered a two-dimensional space, so he did not know exactly what a two-dimensional space should be. He retrieved the camera and saw that the part of the camera that had disappeared into the painting space seemed to be rebuilding itself until it finally reappeared in the three-dimensional world. This occurrence was nothing new to Lu Jiyu, so he was not surprised. After pondering things for a while, he decided to remove the horizontal 8 to have a closer look. This was the first time that Lu Jiyu had placed his hand inside, and it had required much courage. If he could not pull his hand back out, he would be in deep trouble. He felt strange when his hand was in the painting space. He seemed to have lost his sense of touch, yet he could still feel his hand. His hand became light, like a piece of paper. I have caught it. Lu Jiyu was elated, and quickly pulled the thing out. However, when he looked at his hand, it was empty. What happened? Where is it? Lu Jiyu turned his hand around and saw the silver infinity. It moved between the surface of his skin and his flesh without resistance, as if his flesh and blood did not exist. It flopped around on his hand like a fish. Then moved up his arm. FCK. 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 Lu Jiyu was frightened, so he kept hitting and scratching his arm, but was unable to feel the thing. He saw it crawling up his arm, so he quickly dashed into another room and held up a mirror. The thing had reached his neck, crawled up to his face, and ultimately entered his brain. Bang! Lu Jiyu felt as though something in his head had exploded, and he lost consciousness. It was as if he had seen the explosion of the universe, resulting in endless of information being sent to his brain. However, the information was too much for the capacity of his brain. The information passed through his brain but could not be kept. Ultimately, only a small, vital portion remained in his memory. When Lu Jiyu got up from the ground, it was dark. He felt that although he had remained calm to face death, but was still quite terrified by the fact that something so strange had gone into his body. However, after giving it some thought, he was able to shrug it off. It was just like the cancer cells, worst case. He would die. The thing that had entered his brain must be the controlling power of the painting. It represented the ownership and the control center of that two-dimensional world. Lu Jiyu could sense that there was tons of information, such as detailed explanation and operation manual, available to him. He felt the information was as much as what was stored in the National Library of China, yet he was unable to load all of it into his brain at the moment. He only learned some simple operations, but had left the rest behind. That being said, he now understood how to open and enter the two-dimensional space, and how to set up the internal rules and variants for it. During the night, Lu Jiyu drove his BYD to Mulanchen, which was near the lake where land was rich and fertile. Lu Jiyu had even felt the soil with his hand. After he had chosen the place, Lu Jiyu started to carry out his first plan to steal some soil. He had intended to use agricultural soil to prevent infestation problems, but it was too costly. With the amount of soil that he needed, even $10,000 would not be enough. The air in Mulanchen was fresh, so it would be very nice to come in the morning. However, it was in the middle of the night at the moment. As the cold wind blew, it sounded like the moaning of spirits, and made the place quite scary. Lu Jiyu was a bit nervous. But not because he was stealing the soil, but because he was about to open the entrance to the painting space. This also happened to be the entrance to a two-dimensional world which was trapped by the force field of the scroll of the world. Yes, Lu Jiyu decided to name the painting the Scroll of the World. The moment that the entrance opened, there would be a gap in the force field. If he was unable to control it, the consequences would be dire. Earlier, Lu Jiyu had sought advice from others in internet forums, questioning them about how to best design a two-dimensional world. When he asked what could go wrong after opening the entrance, someone from the forum asked him warily, "Hey, buddy, have you ever heard of the dual vector foil?" When Lu Jiyu thought of what he had in his hands, he swallowed hard. This thing could destroy the solar system at any given time. When he was ready, the silver sigil in his brain flashed. He saw a black whirlpool appear on the scroll of the world. Its powerful suction pulled at everything within the radius of half a mile. Enough. That's enough. During the few minutes the wind whipped through the air, Lu Jiyu found it difficult to keep his eyes open. He even found it hard to breathe. Much of the air within a radius of 1 kilometer had been drawn away, causing the air to thin. After opening his eyes, Lu Jiyu saw that the gigantic hill had turned into a cliff. The water of the lake was at its base, but the water level was slowly rising. Lu Jiyu was stunned, and quickly stored away the scroll of the world for safekeeping, then left the hill by a detour. After reaching the foot of the hill, he hopped into his car and hurriedly left. The following day, it was reported in the news that, after the analysis of the experts, it had been concluded that a syndicate had stolen the soil. The experts strongly voiced their displeasure over such an action. However, none of this had anything to do with Lu Jiyu. He had hung his scroll of the world, which was now no longer empty, on a shelf in his bedroom. Pictured upon it was a small island, surrounded by the swaying sea. The water had been drawn from the lake, so there should have been numerous fish in the water, but they had all disappeared. It was apparent that the painting space could only bear the weight and girth of tiny living things. With the help of the sigil in his brain, Lu Jiyu had spent the whole night separating the objects from the water, completely setting up a stable world. However, the sigil had gradually lost its silver color. It used to be bright, but it had faded, as if the changes made to the painting space had consumed its power. But even now, Lu Jiyu still remained baffled over its power. As he looked at the painting, he saw ants crawling within it. He jumped up with excitement, exclaiming, "This is exactly what I thought. Space is determined by matter, and time is determined by space." Finally, there was stable space established within the scroll. As Lu Jiyu observed the ants, he realized that they were moving around like the characters in 2D video games. There was nothing unusual about their behavior. They had probably lost their three-dimensional senses, as they were living within the two-dimensional world. Another possibility was that they were two-dimensional creatures. However, the two-dimensional world still seemed lifeless. It was nothing like the real, human world. In the twinkle of an eye, the ants began to die. Lu Jiyu knew this was due to the lack of sun, lack of warmth, and the lack of fresh air. As soon as time started to pass in the painting space, the ants and some bugs started to die and disappear, which took Lu Jiyu by surprise. Warmth? Sun? Lu Jiyu found it bizarre. He could not create a sun, or could I? Why not? Although he had control over the painting space, he was unclear about the logistics of its overall operations. With the power of the silver sigil, it just might be possible to create a sun, since it is the two-dimensional space. Can I just draw a sun? Lu Jiyu had a whimsical thought, leading him to quickly draw a sun in the sky with red paint. Upon doing so, he immediately felt a depletion of energy in the silver sigil. A third of the energy was consumed. He was excited to see that the sun in the painting space started to move in accordance with the parameters that he had set. He then added a blue moon, and the sun and the moon followed a circular path, which formed night and day. The two-dimensional space had started to stabilize in accordance to Lu Jiyu's design. He took things one step further, starting with bigger, bolder plans. Since the parameters in the two-dimensional world could be adjusted, time should also be adjustable. Time was the reflection of the movements of an object. If there was no object or energy in space, time would not exist, and hence, it would be meaningless. Only when were objects in the world, and the movements of the objects compared to each other, the meaning of time could then be represented. The movements of the molecules, atoms, electrons and photons were the components that created the aging process. From the small changes such as minuscule decaying process caused by mold and the ticking of the clock. To the significant changes such as rotation of the Earth and the changes in the Milky Way, all these movements formed the concept of time. If the objects did not move, time would stop. If the objects moved at a faster speed, time would then sped up. If the objects slowed down, the passage of time would likewise slow. Lu Jiyu was filled with excitement. If I can increase the movements of the objects in the two-dimensional space, time would speed up, too. One day in the outside world could be equivalent to 1 year, or even 10 years, in the two-dimensional space. Is this possible? I will give it a try. Lu Jiyu started to research on the internet, jotting down his ideas in a notebook. He then crossed out and ticked off some of these ideas. After spending 2 weeks on this project, he had finalized his thoughts. Whether or not he would succeed, that was still in question. As he sat in front of the scroll of the world, he shut his eyes. He focused on the sigil in his consciousness, sensing the world inside the painting space. The entire two-dimensional world was set up based on the parameters and changes he defined. The size and data of the two-dimensional world all flooded into his brain, including how much is the gravity, the temperature of the sun, the time of the day, and the change of 4 seasons. Lu Jiyu felt that he was like a god creating a world. He injected his thoughts into the silver sigil and exerted control over the two-dimensional world. As he did so, the energy of the silver sigil continued to deplete. Only now did Lu Jiyu set up the two-dimensional world based on his design. Suddenly, he heard the clock strike. Time had started to move like the pointer in the timepiece. The speed became faster, and when Lu Jiyu opened his eyes, he saw that the realm within the two-dimensional world had filled with color, started to function, and had come to life. Time continued to move faster, but before Lu Jiyu had used up all of his energy, he stopped and fixed the time parameters. Every amendment to which required large amounts of energy, Lu Jiyu had set time to a pace which moved 10,000 times faster than the outside world. Time in the 4 seasons had been set according to the data of the outside world. Hence, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 27 years in the two-dimensional world. Now, 1 hour would be equivalent to more than a year in the painting space. As Lu Jiyu looked at the land in the painting space, he saw that the seeds among the trees and plants had started to sprout. In 1 hour, the entire island was filled with green. Lu Jiyu took a bottle, went to the courtyard, and filled it with some ants. Time and gravity were present in the painting space, as were the sun and moon, the 4 seasons, and plants and oxygen, but there were no animals. Lu Jiyu decided to put some specimens into the painting space himself. At this moment, he heard a voice outside the gate. Lu Jiyu, what brings you home? Lu Jiyu stood up and saw a girl with a wine-red helmet, sitting on a motorbike outside the gate. She was staring at him, surprised. Lu Jiyu put down his short-handled hoe and bottle and walked to the door. You are? The girl removed her helmet at once and said, I am Xiafan. Lu Jiyu was embarrassed. The girl was pretty and looked familiar, but he could not remember her and did not know what to say. Suddenly, he remembered a joke that he had read from the internet. A teacher met a student, but both of them could not remember each other's name. The student could only say, I remember you, that teacher. You are that student. Xiafan looked at Lu Jiyu in disappointment for a while, then she put the helmet under her armpit. Hey, don't you remember me? Lu Jiyu was extremely embarrassed. I'm getting old and my memory has failed me. Can you tell me who you are? I am Xia Yan's younger sister. Lu Jiyu looked at her and said, Xia Yan's sister? Lu Jiyu gestured with his hand and said, You have grown up. Xiafan immediately replied, Of course, I'm in high school now. Xia Yan was Lu Jiyu's first love. Given his situation, Lu Jiyu had no wish to meet any old friends or relatives and just wanted to spend his remaining days alone, not to mention a person like Xiafan. When Lu Jiyu was dating Xia Yan, Xiafan was in primary school. Lu Jiyu had not contacted Xia Yan for 6 or 7 years. Ever since they graduated from high school, they had gone their separate ways. Xia Yan went to Peking University, and Lu Jiyu had gone to a normal university. Xia Yan had made things very clear when they broke up. Lu Jiyu had not been able to get over it back then, but during the past 2 years, he was able to come to terms with it. However, that did not mean that he wished to see her again. Lu Jiyu nodded and said, Oh, I remember you. Is there something you need? I have quite a lot going on here. Xia Fan knocked on the security grill and demanded, "You remembered me. So why haven't you opened the door?" Looking confused, Lu Jiyu opened the door, and Xia Fan pushed her motorbike in. "You have such a big courtyard. I've always thought of it as my ideal playground since young. Every time I pass by your house, I take a peep at it, but I never expected to see you here. What were you doing in the courtyard?" Lu Jiyu put away his tools and said, "Nothing, I was just tidying up." "Since you are here, come in and have a drink." Xia Fan was wearing a pair of tight-fitting jeans and a large vest. Through the armholes, one could see her bra. Her outfit was sexy and daring. Lu Jiyu did not expected the little girl to have grown up to be so sexy. Suddenly, he felt old. "My family moved to the development nearby. From the street outside your house, you can make a detour to the back of the development. I just came back from Carrefour, and did not expect to see you in the courtyard." Xia Fan rattled on. Lu Jiyu placed 2 bottles of drinks and some snacks on the table. Time flies. "How is Xia Yan? Is she married?" Xia Fan looked dubiously at Lu Jiyu and said, "Why? You still can't get over your old flame? Are you trying to go back to her?" Lu Jiyu shook his head and smiled. "It has been a few years, and the memories have faded. I asked only because we are still friends, and you happen to be here." Xia Fan immediately replied, "My sister is studying in the United Kingdom. You won't be able to see her at the moment. Why are you back? I heard that you were doing pretty well in Beijing." Lu Jiyu tried to avoid the question and asked, "How did you know that I was doing pretty well? I was just an employee." Xia Fan narrowed her eyes and said, "Isn't everyone an employee? Don't tell me you want to be a boss." Xia Fan stayed in Lu Jiyu's house for quite a while, leaving satisfied after finishing up a big packet of walnuts. Lu Jiyu suddenly felt that the air had become fresher with Xia Fan's presence. Lu Jiyu let the ants into the painting space, but all of them died in an instant. This was not due to the environment. Those were natural deaths. He slapped his head and felt like a fool. Although the lifespan of a worker ant could reach 6 to 7 years, it would be dramatically reduced if the worker ant left its colony and lived without its queen. Furthermore, time moved 10,000 times faster in the painting space. These worker ants could only live for a few seconds. It was not possible to form a colony. Lu Jiyu immediately turned to the internet. Hardly any of the items that he needed could be bought over the internet, so he searched through the agricultural cultivation forums, found some people that worked in the related fields, and ordered from them. After some discussion. 2 days later, Lu Jiyu received his package. It was a special jar with lots of intersecting tunnels, where ants crawled around, and at the bottom of the jar was the queen ant. It was an ants culturing jar. Lu Jiyu opened the jar and let the queen ant into the painting space. The plants bloomed, and colorful trees and shrubs filled the area. The trees seemed to have shrunk, which could be due to the gravity and other environmental factors. It was a pity that there was no sign of any animals. With enough time, Lu Jiyu believed that the painting space might be able to generate its own 2-dimensional animals. However, time was not on his side. Lu Jiyu buried the ants jar shallowly in the soil of a hillside and started making observations. He saw that under the accelerated time, the ants had started to spread out, filling up the hill. The days and nights came and went, making one feel as though they were watching a fast-forwarded documentary movie. In less than 2 hours, 2 to 3 years had passed in the painting space, and a new generation of the ants had replaced the original ones. It looked like the ants formed a unique civilization. They had precise and detailed segregation of duties. Just like human beings, each of them was like a screw that could not be removed from a machine. Should any ant leave the colony, it would not survive. Ants are amazing creatures. For seasons had come and gone, and time passed by quickly. After a day, the original queen ant died, and new queen ants took over. However, there seemed to be 2 different colonies under 2 queens. Lu Jiyu also found that the 2 colonies took different evolutionary paths. One colony went down into the ground while the other had wings and built their nests on the mountain peak. Lu Jiyu named them ground ants and flying ants. On the 4th day, there was a huge transformation in the two colonies. Originally, there were the worker ants, soldier ants, male ants, and queen ants, but gradually, there was a further breakdown of their roles. The flying ants occupied the sky and took on a different form. If Lu Jiyu had not been observing them, he would not have known that they were of the same origin. The flying ants evolved into a species similar to bees. The color of the ground ants faded, turning golden, and then they went deeper into the ground. With this evolution, the two colonies split up further. The different colonies gradually spread out to the entire island. On the sixth day, some ants started to move close to the sea. The limbs of those ants started to become vestigial, and the ants evolved into a species that was able to survive in the water. The painting space was flourishing and diversifying. It amazed Lu Jiyu that a small colony of ants was able to produce such a large variety of strange lives. Let's go out, relax, and have a drink. Lu Jiyu had been dragged out by Xiaofan to join her friends for dinner. After dinner, they went for a karaoke session and had beer and liquor. At first, Lu Jiyu had felt embarrassed to be with the high school students, but he soon realized that there were also university graduates and adults there. Many of them were couples. Lu Jiyu was shocked to find that modern high school students were much more open-minded than his generation. After drinking a bit, a pretty and innocent-looking young lady started to make out with her university boyfriend. After a while, they excused themselves to the restroom and disappeared. The rest of the group started to get even wilder. Especially Xiaofan. She sang and screamed. She also kept kissing Lu Jiyu's neck with breath filled with the smell of liquor, which terrified Lu Jiyu and made him quite uneasy. As Lu Jiyu supported the stumbling Xiaofan, he could feel the stares of the people on the street. He had not kidnapped this girl, nor did he have any intention of taking advantage of the drunk. Although Lu Jiyu knew he did not do anything wrong, when he saw the police at the intersection, he could not help but stopped walking as if he was guilty. He then waited a bit further up the hill, some distance away, for the taxi. While in the taxi, he was scrutinized by the taxi driver. When they were finally near Xiaofan's house, Lu Jiyu gave Xiaofan a tug and said, "Wake up, wake up." Xiaofan opened her eyes and asked, "Why?" Lu Jiyu remembered that Xiaofan lived in the development to the left of his house. "We're back. I'll see you home." Xiaofan pulled Lu Jiyu's collar and said, "No, I can't go back. If I go back in this state, I'll get scolded." Lu Jiyu replied, "If you don't go home, your parents will be worried." Xiaofan immediately replied, "It is all right. I am in boarding school and only go home every few days. My parents won't know that I'm not staying at school today." "Your house is big, isn't it?" With groggy eyes, Xiaofan looked at Lu Jiyu and said, "Will you try anything funny with me, the sister of your first love?" Lu Jiyu pinched Xiaofan's two cheeks and pulled them in opposite direction. He said, "Stop your nonsense. You are not even developed yet." There were 2 bathrooms in his 2-story house, so they each took one. After taking his shower, Lu Jiyu took out a clean blanket and tidied the room. He then realized that Xiaofan was still in the other bathroom. "Hey, say something. Have you been flushed away?" he called out. Xiaofan had a towel wrapped around her as she walked out. "Wow! It is nice to have a bathtub. It is so relaxing," she said, smiling. Lu Jiyu shook his head and said, "I am not used to using that." He brought Xiaofan to the room that had been prepared for her and said, "You will sleep here tonight. The blanket and sheets are." The following morning, Lu Jiyu carefully climbed out of bed and saw Xiaofan as she walked out of her room. She ran her fingers through her tangled hair and said, "Good morning." Lu Jiyu looked at her sexy body. She was wearing a mini skirt and stockings, and her white halter top showed off her cleavage. Her style of dress was very bold. Xiaofan caught Lu Jiyu looking at her and she straightened up. She squeezed her slender arms together in front of her body and said, "They're big, aren't they?" Lu Jiyu was speechless. Xiaofan took out a set of clean clothes from her bag. After cleaning herself up and putting on her clothes, she left for school. Before leaving, she kissed Lu Jiyu and said, "Thank you." Lu Jiyu looked blankly at Xiaofan as she opened the door of the courtyard. Before she left, She turned to smile at him, leaving him in a daze. After Lu Jiyu returned to his study, he spread out the scroll of the world and looked at the scene in the painting space. It was winter with heavy snow and the sea had become frozen. There were now new and strange creatures under the sea. This was a world completely formed by many different kinds of insects. Some occupied the sky, while others occupied the forest, the ground, and the sea. They were all over the place. The queen ant was an amazing being. With her pheromones, she could change the genes of the younger generation, and thereby control the entire ant colony. Such ability made her a godlike being within her colony. As the number of the colonies increased, space became limited and food also became insufficient, thus the environment became unsustainable. The colonies fought continuously, and each day colonies were wiped out and some queen ants were dragged out and killed. However, today was very different. Lu Jiyu realized that a group of insects kept crawling out from a strange-looking nest on a small hill in the painting space. There were many different kinds of them. Some flew in the sky, some swam in the water, and some went underground. These were not born by the queen ant, but were produced using the nest. Lu Jiyu felt that this was very strange. It seemed like that colony had evolved and developed intelligence and it tried to take control over its direction of evolution. Lu Jiyu found the situation abnormal, so he turned to the internet. He found a similar species, which was known as the Zerg in StarCraft. As Lu Jiyu looked at the painting space, he became puzzled. Have they evolved? Who is controlling the insects? Is it the queen? Where did the intelligence come from? Is the queen the only one with intelligence, or is each insect now has its own intelligence? Lu Jiyu activated his power and the silver sigil started to glitter. He immersed himself into the painting space and focused on this special group of insects. Lu Jiyu found that his consciousness seemed to have separated from his body. He felt he had spent one whole day in the painting space, but in the outside world, only a few seconds had passed. Lu Jiyu saw a long, thin queen insect, with a huge head and 4 long limbs. The tail was long and a black exoskeleton covered its entire body. The queen insect had spared itself from being a machine of reproduction and possessed intelligence entirely of its own. From his godlike perspective, Lu Jiyu saw that the queen insect constantly sent her thoughts to the other insects, so that she could instruct them to attack the other insects, produce, conquer, combat, and self-supply. The world belongs to us. Lu Jiyu could feel the ambition of the queen insect. However, he was even more surprised to find out that she could sense and control all of the other insects from her colony. What power is that? Is it mind power? Or willpower? After observing the queen insect for a while, he started to see the silver light emanating from her brain, and he started to see her thoughts. The queen's mind was able to channel to a special dimensional space. Lu Jiyu immediately dove into it and he felt his consciousness was alienated from the painting space. It had been compressed into a line. Lu Jiyu followed this line to get to its end, and he felt his consciousness was swimming forward. Finally, he passed through an endless source of information before entering into a world that was filled with light. Lu Jiyu felt as if he would be assimilated by this silver light. With his entire consciousness becoming corroded and tainted, he was afraid that he might completely lose his own consciousness if he stayed any longer. Struggling, he tried to get out of this strange place, and after a long while, he finally returned to his body. Utterly exhausted, Lu Jiyu finally fell into a deep sleep. Lu Jiyu slept for a day and a night. When he woke up the following day, he felt that the whole world had changed. He had become more sensitive to his surroundings. When he tried to reach out for his disposable cup by the side of the bed, the cup fell to the floor. Before he could touch it, when he looked at the scroll of the world, he found that the battle inside the scroll was growing more and more fierce. After the first queen insect had appeared, the rest of the colonies had started to evolve as well. Fights, evolutions, and new insects developed as a result of the catalyst. Although Lu Jiyu would have liked to continue with his observation, he changed his mind when he realized he was starving. After walking around his neighborhood, he settled down at a cafe across the street from Carrefour. It was late in the afternoon and quite a number of people were having afternoon tea. "Sir, are you alone or?" the waitress asked him, immediately struck by his handsome appearance. "This guy is quite good looking, but he does not look wealthy." "Oh, it is such a tiring day, ah." Lu Jiyu looked at the waitress, stunned. Why did she say such a thing in front of me? Why is he looking at me? Don't tell me that he likes me, the waitress was thinking in her head. I am alone. I want a set of. Lu Jiyu looked at the menu and ordered his meal. After the waitress had written down his order, she turned and left. Lu Jiyu looked at her back and was baffled. He did not remember seeing her talking, as she did not move her lips. However, he had heard some strange sound, as if the waitress was talking. Another cute waitress in uniform arrived, bringing his meal, thinking of her own life's dilemma. How I wish I could knock off from work now. Joe How has asked me out for a movie. Should I go, don't go? When a guy asks a girl out for a midnight movie, they usually have an ulterior motive. They would have planned it well in advance, and are waiting for you to take the bait, Lu Jiyu said. The waitress immediately looked up, stared at Lu Jiyu and asked, "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud?" The waitress was flustered and quickly walked away. As she was walking away, she turned to look at Lu Jiyu with a strange and confused expression. Lu Jiyu lowered his head and ate his food. He was smiling. Finally, he could no longer contain his joy and burst into laughter. Mind reading? It is mind reading. I know what others are thinking. This is amazing. Lu Jiyu recalled what had happened to him. When he was in the low-dimensional world, his consciousness had gone into an inner space and absorbed strange energy that allowed him to have such power. He was like the queen insect, which was able to control the entire colony through its mind power. However, Lu Jiyu had just acquired this power, so it was inferior compared to the queen insects. He could only hear the thoughts of the people around him. On his way home, he passed many people who had just left work. As he passed by the people, he could hear different voices. I haven't finished the report. I must get it done tonight, school should have ended. I wonder if my honey has gone to pick up Lou, my boss is too much. I need to fly again tomorrow. I have been traveling for more than half of this month. I need to send allowance to mom and dad tomorrow. How much shall I send? I think I will send more. Lu Jiyu heard many voices in his brain. There seemed to be a buzzing sound in his head, as if his brain was exploding. After getting out of the crowd, he felt better, and was now walking along the small path toward his house. It's really mind reading. Its effective distance is limited, no further than 2 meters. However, this power will be a problem if I can't shut it off. Lu Jiyu was extremely excited to have acquired a special power. As he thought of how the queen insect had evolved and created offsprings with diverse morphology through its pheromone secretion, he wondered if he could do the same. His cancer might possibly be cured because of this. That's right. Who knows? I might be cured. Lu Jiyu became very excited. Although he had accepted the fact that he had a terminal disease, it would be great if he need not die from it. For the next few days, Lu Jiyu continued to observe the happenings in the scroll of the world. He realized that the scroll was an entrance of a low-dimensional space. His painting space used to be a 2-dimensional world, but ever since he introduced the elements and concept from the 3-dimensional world, the dimensions of the painting space may have been increased. However, it hadn't reached 3-dimension yet, but was in between 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional. This made the painting space unique and unpredictable. When Lu Jiyu entered the painting space with his consciousness, the long tunnel that he saw must be a 1-dimensional space. The 2-dimensional space was a flat surface, and 1-dimensional world at most could be just a line. In this case, it would be even more difficult for living things to survive in a 1-dimensional world than in a 2-dimensional space. Such space may not even be able to contain basic elements. Lu Jiyu guessed that the inner space should be a 0-dimensional space, a highly condensed singularity. In this world, there could be nothing except the source of power. No material things, but the source, the existence of a concept. If in a 2-dimensional world, life could barely survive in the flat surface, then how about in the 1-dimensional world? Or even 0-dimensional? In such low-dimensional spaces, the only thing that could exist probably were some conceptual things such as the consciousness or soul. There was a tunnel leading toward the low-dimensional spaces in the scroll of the world. As the dimensional space reduced, the life forms found it became closer to their origin. Life in the 0-dimensional space could be counted as being the source. Life forms existed in the form of consciousness, or soul. Both Lu Jiyu and the queen insect had gained access to the low-dimensional space through the scroll of the world. Through absorbing energy from the source of power, they had strengthened their consciousness and eventually developed something like mind power. The living things in the higher dimensional space were more complex and thus were farther away from getting in contact with the origin of life. Lives below the two-dimensional space made use of the source energy and activate their souls. Lu Jiyu named this power the source form. He started to imitate the queen insect, making use of the tunnel to bring his consciousness into the zero-dimensional space through the scroll of the world and to absorb the source form to further increase his consciousness and mind power. However, his consciousness could not last long in the zero-dimensional world. After absorbing a small amount of source form, he had to get out quickly. Later, he was able to maintain the structure of his consciousness in the zero-dimensional world through meditation and visualization. This helped him alter the situation slightly. Lu Jiyu started to read up on meditation, Taoism, visualization, and cultivation, hoping to gain something useful from these subjects. Hello, teacher. I am here for the yoga class. Mr. Lu, I am your instructor. From now on, please put aside 2 hours each day for yoga practice. Since you have never done yoga before, we will start with the basics. Kai Jia was a 25-year-old yoga instructor. She had her long hair twisted up into a bun and she exuded an air of classic elegance. Lu Jiyu had signed up for a VIP package, which included personal yoga training sessions. He came to learn about meditation, and had never expected to meet such a beauty. Lu Jiyu had a crush on Kai Jia, but he had certainly paid a high fee for it. Lu Jiyu felt that, when he was practicing meditation, he could feel his blood circulating. On top of that, he could gradually sense every part of his body. He realized that he was able to focus and control his mind power as time passed by. Originally, he could only send his mind power toward the outside world. As he strengthened it, he was also able to conceal the power. That was his reason for taking up yoga meditation, as it could help him control and sense things better. Not many people were able to grasp the essence of meditation, and it was after much research that he had found this class. Ever since he had started to meditate, Lu Jiyu became able to discern the thoughts of others when he wanted. After he released his mind power, he could still sense the brainwaves of others. This was mind reading. Take the instructor, for example. Lu Jiyu knew that she had just broken up with her boyfriend. Although she was smiling, her mind was in turmoil and she was not concentrating. Lu Jiyu followed Kai Jiajia's instructions and began to move through the postures. He felt that yoga and qigong were similar. Both were good for blood circulation and enhanced the senses of one's body. This was exactly what Lu Jiyu was looking for. He took up yoga, not because he wanted to improve his health, but because he was hoping to gain insights into his body through meditation. After following Kai Jiajia's instructions and going through the postures, Lu Jiyu was able to sense a bit of what he was looking for. Entering meditation through postures seemed to make it easier for Lu Jiyu to observe the status of his own body. The 2-hour class quickly came to the end, and Lu Jiyu noticed that it was almost night time. Coach, you look troubled. What is bothering you? Lu Jiyu asked. As he stood up and relaxed his body, Kai Jia was shocked and asked, "Oh? It is so obvious? I'm so sorry." Lu Jiyu quickly replied, "It's all right. But, if you are troubled, it might be better for you to go out and take a walk. If you keep it all bottled up, it will be worse for you." Kai Jia smiled and said, "Thank you, I'll keep that in mind." Lu Jiyu looked out of the window and saw that it was getting dark. "Is it time for you to finish work? Shall we have dinner together? I would like to treat you to a meal to show my appreciation. I will need plenty of your help in the future." Is he interested in me? Although he is quite good looking, he is not really my cup of tea. Moreover, he is too direct. And I do not want to eat unhealthy food. As Kai Jia was about to reject him, Lu Jiyu quickly asked, "Am I being too blunt? I know of a restaurant that does organic vegetarian food. The style and ambience are also quite nice. This place came to mind since you are not in a good mood. It might do you good to have a change of environment. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Kai Jia became interested and said, "All right. Why don't you wait for me downstairs? I can leave in 20 minutes. Lu Jiyu nodded and said, "I will wait for you downstairs." The two of them had an enjoyable dinner together. As Lu Jiyu had expected, Kai Jia liked the style and food of the restaurant. During their conversation, Lu Jiyu found out what interested her and made her laugh. Her unhappiness and dazedness from earlier in the day completely disappeared as she laughed. Let me tell you, when I was in college back then, I did something stupid exactly like that. Really? Really? Back then, I was with throughout the night. Lu Jiyu was humorous, confident, and a bit artistic. He was good-looking as well. Suddenly, Kai Jiajia felt that Lu Jiyu knew her very well. Never had she enjoyed talking to someone so much. She felt that it was even fine for her to pour her heart out to him. When they left the restaurant, they were already very comfortable with each other. They were chatting and laughing. Lu Jiyu drove her home. As Lu Jiyu was about to leave, she suddenly turned back to ask him, "Would you like to come to my house?" Lu Jiyu was taken aback. He was only trying to build a good relationship with her, so he had not expected things to move so quickly. He knew that Kai Jiajia felt empty after her broken relationship and needed someone to lean on. He had come at the right time to capture her heart. Lu Jiyu did not want to miss this opportunity. I am actually quite curious. What kind of person is a goddess like you like in real life? Oh no, I think I am having some regrets now. A woman should not let a man know her personal life. Kai Jiajia lived in a relatively large place compared to the rest in her development. She had probably lived here with her boyfriend previously. Her place was classic European style, and the furniture had been carefully chosen. One could tell that Kai Jiajia was very particular about the way she lived. What happened after that came naturally. Both of them cuddled together and rolled onto the bed. This was different from the time Xiaofan was drunk and Lu Jiyu had to take her home. This time around, Lu Jiyu felt very strongly toward his partner. Especially since Kai Jiajia practiced yoga and had an athletic figure. She was like a leopardess. Leaving him wanting more, after leaving Kai Jiejia's place the following morning, Lu Jiyu felt that he was despicable. He had used mind reading to go after girls. It was similar to cheating in an examination. This was truly a powerful weapon. After getting into the car, Lu Jiyu looked at the rearview mirror and tidied his hair, then saw a love bite on his neck. Kai Jiajia was wilder in bed than she was in real life. Lu Jiyu quickly buttoned up to cover the mark. When they left the restaurant, they were already very comfortable with each other. They were chatting and laughing. Lu Jiyu drove her home. As Lu Jiyu was about to leave, she suddenly turned back to ask him, "Would you like to come to my house?" Lu Jiyu was taken aback. He was only trying to build a good relationship with her, so he had not expected things to move so quickly. He knew that Kai Jiajia felt empty after her broken relationship and needed someone to lean on. He had come at the right time to capture her heart. Lu Jiyu did not want to miss this opportunity. I am actually quite curious. What kind of person is a goddess like you like in real life? Oh no, I think I am having some regrets now. A woman should not let a man know her personal life. Kai Jiajia lived in a relatively large place compared to the rest in her development. She had probably lived here with her boyfriend previously. Her place was classic European style, and the furniture had been carefully chosen. One could tell that Kai Jiajia was very particular about the way she lived. What happened after that came naturally. Both of them cuddled together and rolled onto the bed. This was different from the time Xiaofan was drunk and Lu Jiyu had to take her home. This time around, Lu Jiyu felt very strongly toward his partner. Especially since Kai Jiajia practiced yoga and had an athletic figure. She was like a leopardess. Leaving him wanting more, after leaving Kai Jiejia's place the following morning, Lu Jiyu felt that he was despicable. He had used mind reading to go after girls. It was similar to cheating in an examination. This was truly a powerful weapon. After getting into the car, Lu Jiyu looked at the rearview mirror and tidied his hair, then saw a love bite on his neck. Kai Jiajia was wilder in bed than she was in real life. Lu Jiyu quickly buttoned up to cover the mark. At this moment, his mobile phone rang. Lu Jiyu looked at his phone and saw that it was a message from Kai Jiajia, which read, "I love being with you." Lu Jiyu shrugged his shoulders. She was happy, he was happy. They had both gotten what they wanted. After all, one should not make the relationship between men and women too complicated. Only youngsters would pledge their undying love for each other and be madly in love. Both of them had passed such an age. He remembered what Xia Fan said, "Enjoy life when you can. If you wait until the end of your time to figure out what was missed, you wouldn't have any opportunity to make it up to yourself." Thump! Thump! Lu Jiyu could hear his own heartbeat. He mentally ran through his whole body. He could feel his blood circulating, and the senses that seemed vague previously had now become clearer. Ultimately, a strange-looking picture appeared in front of his eyes. There were no colors, only structures in this picture. It was like a three-dimensional model or a planar graph created using CAD. The skin, muscles, bones, arteries and internal organs were all shown in the picture, formed by multiple subunits. Lu Jiyu could even feel the thickness of his skin, the length of his bones, and the sizes of his internal organs. However, as his mind power was not powerful enough, he was still unable to reach the cellular level. He could only vaguely sense it. Lu Jiyu could see the dark shadow in his lungs. The cancer cells, which had been separated from the healthy cells, had been increasing. Amassing, they had started to form a tumor. "I have succeeded." The moment that Lu Jiyu became excited, he found himself coming out from the godlike perspective, and was no longer able to maintain stable meditation or calm state of mind. Instead, he immediately went to his study table, which was filled with medical and cancer-related books. Lu Jiyu was prepared for his experiments. He had read up on a number of books, and ever since he had awakened his mind power, he felt that he was smarter and more wired to learn. Previously, he had to read through things a few times in order to comprehend what was written, but now he just had to scan through it once, and he was able to remember and understand it. When the body experiences a long period of suboptimal health conditions, the cells start to resist the body, and that is what causes cancer. It was not a pathogen. Previously, Lu Jiyu had given up hope on beating his cancer, but after understanding it, he realized that it was not as terrifying as he had first thought. As cancer cells were not considered a pathogen, the body's immune system would not kill these cancer cells. Man contracted cancer not because they were infected by a pathogen, but because the body was in a state of perpetual decay. As such, when one became unhealthy, some of the cells began to resist the body, in a sort of mutiny. Should the condition persist, the rebellious army would expand, form a tumor, and gradually spread through the body. Therefore, killing the cancer cells would not solve the root of the problem. If the problems of the body have not been resolved, one would develop cancer again. When the body becomes healthier and the person's state of mind gets better, his cancer would then be under control. In fact, there were a number of cases whereby cancer was cured on its own. In light of this knowledge, Lu Jiyu had decided to make adjustments to his body's condition. After which, he would urge his body to destroy the cancer cells from within in order to treat his lung cancer. From what Lu Jiyu knew, this method should be feasible. For the next few days, Lu Jiyu read a great deal of medical-related books. He even got a copy of the class schedule of the medical faculty in Jiangqing University and sat in the classes for the topics that he was interested in. During his free time, he would go on dates with Kai Jieja. After coming up with a plan, Lu Jiyu started to carry out this plan to heal his body. Different glands released different hormones. The 8 glands in the human body controlled the growth, development, metabolism, and puberty of the body through the hormones they secreted. He figured that, as long as he could control his glands, he would be able to control his body, height, size, shape, strength, stamina, sexuality, intelligence, and much more. Lu Jiyu had decided to stimulate the glands in his body in order to produce hormones that could control his development and health. He wanted to adjust his hormonal system to improve his health, which was suboptimal due to work and other environmental factors, to that of a professional athlete. Through these adjustments, he hoped to get rid of the cancer cells and cure his disease through his mental strength. Lu Jiyu first stimulated and controlled the secretion of the growth hormone from the pituitary gland. This would stimulate his development again, after which, he stimulated his adrenal, pancreas, and thyroid glands in order to secrete a reasonable amount of hormones to adjust his body to a perfect condition. Naturally, he had stimulated his sex gland as well. He tested out the list according to his plan. After he exited the introspect status, he recorded the data and changes that had taken place after he examined his body. Although he could see the changes inside his body, he could not feel anything yet. It was as if nothing had happened. In the next few days, Lu Jiyu felt a tremendous change in his body. His body ached all over, this indicated that his body was redeveloping. His bones were growing again. Previously, he would cough when it was cold at night, but this condition had improved. Furthermore, although he did not train, he was building up muscle through research. Lu Jiyu knew how each gland affected the different parts of his body. Through the stimulation of each particular gland, he would also gradually adjust his body's condition. This adjustment would take a long period of time, since he had to take it slowly, just in case it backfired. Initially, Lu Jiyu felt numb, even when he was walking. He ached all over and felt extremely itchy. For a number of days, he laid on his bed and sofa, not feeling like moving. He also had an increase in appetite. When Lu Jiyu gradually adjusted the level of the secretion of the hormones, these conditions became milder. Lu Jiyu realized that, during this period of 2 weeks, he had grown taller. And, where there used to be blemishes on his skin had now become soft and fair, like a baby's. His muscles had also become more defined. Although Lu Jiyu did not work out, he felt as though he had been exercising every day. His muscles had been stimulated and were growing healthily. Most importantly, Lu Jiyu realized that the dark shadow in his body had started to fade. A large amount of cancer cells in his lungs had already died off, having then been released through his excretory system. He was no longer coughing either. As he stood before the mirror with his shorts on, Lu Jiyu barely recognized himself. He saw a tall and handsome man in the reflection. His body was proportioned with golden ratio, with well-defined muscles. His face had softened and he had clear-cut feature. His eyes looked bright and full of energy. He looked like a celebrity or model. He had become better looking than all of those celebrities, even compared to their photoshopped images. Lu Jiyu had not looked at himself in the mirror for a long time. He was surprised to see such a great change. It explained why Kai Jeje had told him that he had changed a lot. When he went to his yoga class the day before, "Is this really me?" Lu Jiyu stood in front of the mirror, wondering, with his jaw hanging open. Over the past 2 weeks, other than attending the personal yoga classes and going to Kai Jeje's house, Lu Jiyu had been mostly staying at home. Today, while he was out, he found something amiss. Everyone who walked past him turned around to stare at him. There were even a few times when he actually caught sight of people secretly taking photographs of him. He looked so handsome. Is he some comic character? Is he a celebrity? He is so elegant. He seems to have a mixed ethnicity. He looks so gorgeous. His eyes are so charming. Oh no! I have been love-struck. He's looking at me. Along the way, weird thoughts flooded Lu Jiyu's mind continuously. When Lu Jiyu looked at himself in the mirror, he only felt that he looked good and was not really bothered. However, when others looked at him, it seemed that Lu Jiyu had undergone an astonishing change. For instance, when he went to the cafe for a meal, the waitress actually secretly passed him her mobile number, and many girls came up with different excuses to get his contact information. Lu Jiyu found this all very puzzling. Even if he was handsome, he should not be receiving so much attention. After he finished his meal with Kai Jeje, she glanced at the seat on the left. Lu Jiyu immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Kai Jeje pouted and said, "That girl keeps peeking at you. You are very charming, aren't you? Recently, you have changed a lot." Because I am always with you, I don't feel anything. But you seem different from the first time I saw you. You look too stunning now. Lu Jiyu immediately teased her, "Have I become more good-looking?" Kai Jeje touched her red lips and said, "You could say that, but it is more than that. You exude a charm, no, a scent. It smells good and is so captivating." Lu Jiyu was taken aback. "A scent?" He quickly sniffed himself and said, "I don't smell anything." Kai Jeje laughed at once and said, "Only women can smell it. It's the manly scent, the smell of hormones." Lu Jiyu lost control of himself and burst into laughter. However, he remembered what Kai Jeje had said, "Have I adjusted my body into a perfect state, whereby it exudes a special scent that has caused this scenario?" After dinner, Lu Jiyu naturally went to Kai Jeje's house. He took out a bottle of red wine from his car, and after enjoying 2 glasses or so, their desires were quickly ignited. After everything, Kai Jeje was still in a daze and took quite a while to recover. Then, she looked at Lu Jiyu and said, "I nearly died just now." Lu Jiyu quickly said, I will take note next time. You frightened me just now. Kai Jeju shook her head. The feeling is great. Lu Jiu, you are the most perfect man that I have ever met. Kai Jeju lay in his arms and scratched his chest like a kitten. After a while, she said, Lu Jiu, let's end our relationship. What? Lu Jiu could not understand what had just happened. They were having a good time in bed earlier, but things suddenly changed. Just as Lu Jiu was about to use his mind power to explore Kai Jeju's thoughts, she opened her mouth. My boyfriend is back. He has looked me up and talked to me for a long while. He wants me to go back to him. Kai Jeju stared at Lu Jiu, looking confused. She seemed to have made a tough decision. Lu Jiu cuddled Kai Jeju and asked, why? Is he better than me? Kai Jeju shook her head and said, he is not as good looking or charming as you. You are much better than him in all aspects. But he loves me. Lu Jiu immediately asked, do I not love you? Kai Jeju forced a smile and asked, do you love me? Lu Jiu was dumbfounded. After a while, he slowly stood up and put on his clothes. He bent down and kissed Kai Jeju on her forehead. I'm sorry. I truly enjoy the time that I have spent with you. I will not interfere with your life anymore. Also, I wish you and your boyfriend all the best. Kai Jeju looked affectionately at Lu Jiu. She could not bear to part with him, but Lu Jiu could tell that she was resolute with her decision. While he was in the car, Lu Jiu felt a bit lost. He felt that he was somewhat despicable. Nevertheless, this had ended quite well as his relationship with Kai Jeju had come to a close. Moreover, his cancer had been cured and he now had a perfect body. After having gone through so much, Lu Jiu felt deeply that he should do something that he liked. He should live for his interests and hobbies, and not live like a dog, like how he used to. By the time he reached home, it was already midnight. He parked his car and was about to open the door when he saw someone squatting outside, scaring him out of his wits. Lu Jiu slowly walked up and realized that the person looked familiar. It was a girl who was squatting with her head low, just like an ostrich. He pushed her shoulder and called out softly, Xia Fan? Xia Fan lifted up her head and looked at Lu Jiu, tears filling her eyes. In a hoarse voice, she cried out, Lu Jiu, where have you been? Why are you not home at such a late hour? Lu Jiu curled his lips and said, who would know that you would be squatting outside my house in the middle of the night? Come in, it's windy outside. After taking a hot shower, Xia Fan walked out of the bathroom and carelessly wrapped herself up in a towel. Her hair was still wet as she sat down on the sofa. Lu Jiu asked, what happened to you? Why did you not dry your hair? Xia Fan lowered her head, not saying a word. As Lu Jiu dried her hair with a towel, Xia Fan cried out, I have broken up with my boyfriend. Okay. Xia Fan was extremely dissatisfied. Right away, she lifted up her head and said, can you be a bit sympathetic? I have broken up with my boyfriend. Can you not comfort me? You are. Xia Fan did not finish her sentence, but instead looked at Lu Jiu with her jaw dropped. Who are you? She gasped. Lu Jiu took out a hairdryer and plugged it into the electric socket. He then said nonchalantly, who else? Clearly, I'm Lu Jiu. Xia Fan shook her head continuously and said, impossible. The Lu Jiu I know is not so good looking. Tell me honestly, are you a monster? Here is the hair dryer. After you have dried your hair, go to the room that you went the other time, and have an early night. Lu Jiu was lying on his bed, playing with his mobile phone when Xia Fan suddenly approached him. Staring at his face carefully, she asked, why did I not realize earlier that you were so handsome? You were good looking before, but now you are stunning. Tell me honestly, did you have plastic surgery? Lu Jiu pushed away Xia Fan's head, which was almost touching his face. Previously, my work environment has greatly affected my health. Now, I am recovering and I have been training every day, so that may explain it. It's such an amazing transformation. Xia Fan was simple-minded, so she believed what Lu Jiu told her. However, because of Lu Jiu's flawless appearance, she still stayed beside him. Hey, Lu Jiu, I have just broken up. Oh. Should you not comfort me? Should I? I don't think so. Lu Jiyu put down his mobile phone and glanced at Xiaofan, feeling somewhat strange. Ever since he was able to control his mind power, he did not really read another person's thoughts unless it was absolutely necessary because he felt that it was quite meaningless. Wait. Are you asking me to be your backup? He asked. Xiaofan sat up and yelled, Hey! What do you mean by that? I'm very popular and have many suitors in school. She then looked at Lu Jiyu and her look changed slightly. I have never thought about it in the past, but now. If you are willing, I can consider letting you take advantage of the situation so that you can be my boyfriend. Xiaofan was only wrapped up in towel at the moment, so there were hidden meanings when she used the words take advantage. However, Lu Jiyu immediately rejected her righteously, after which he chased Xiaofan out of his room and locked the door. The high school students nowadays were really crazy. Lu Jiyu felt that if he had allowed her to stay in his room any longer, his only bottom line would collapse. The following morning, before Xiaofan left, she still pestered Lu Jiyu. Because of her, Lu Jiyu spent over 10 minutes just to brush his teeth. Even his body almost broke down from her consistent shaking. Promise me. It will be embarrassing for me not to have a boyfriend at my birthday party next month. Lu Jiyu finally snapped and asked, What is there to be embarrassed about? At your age, it is only normal not to have a boyfriend. If you were my daughter, I would have spanked you. Xiaofan replied scornfully, You are so old-fashioned. Which century are you living in? In the end, because Lu Jiyu had more pressing issues to attend to and could not afford to waste more time with Xiaofan, he still agreed to her request, but he would only go as a normal friend. He was determined to not fall for her tricks. Xiaofan was elated and even took out her mobile phone. After taking a few photos of Lu Jiyu, she left proudly. Lu Jiyu went to the hospital and felt that he had received special treatment there. From the moment he reached the hospital and queued up, many people were already staring at him. Many of the nurses even seemed to have received news that he was here. Standing in the distance, they looked at him, oohing and awing, Wow, he really is so good-looking. I thought it's a lie. He is so elegant and polished, and has a great body too. Lu Jiyu felt that his illness had already fully recovered. But he was afraid that he might be wrong. Hence, he had decided to get a full physical examination in the hospital to see if he had really recovered or had any other problems. When he took tests on the eyes, blood, and blood pressure, as well as an electrocardiogram, it all went quite normal. However, when a female physician was checking on him, she touched him all over, causing him to feel very awkward. Take off your clothes. Take everything off. Lu Jiyu looked at the female physician who had glasses on and dropped his jaw. The female physician looked sternly at Lu Jiyu and said, What are you waiting for? Quickly, take your clothes off. Just as Lu Jiyu was hesitating about whether to take off everything, the female physician finally added, But leave your undergarments on. After checking him, the female physician said, Your body is fine. You are very healthy indeed. The results of the blood and urine tests will be back in a few days. We will inform you when the report is ready. Lu Jiyu nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like there was indeed nothing wrong with his body anymore. Even the minor lung illnesses he had were absent at the moment, which caused him to be very excited. Before leaving, the female physician suddenly passed him her business card and said, In the future, if you feel unwell, you can call me at this number. I can come to your house and check on you. Taking the business card, Lu Jiyu was flabbergasted. Do doctors and hospitals now provide such services? He glanced at the card and realized that the doctor's name was Li Wei. Seeing the way Lu Jiyu was bending forward, Li Wei suddenly put her hand into his t-shirt and pressed on his spine. After hearing a cracking sound, Lu Jiyu immediately felt an awesome sensation rush up to his head. You should straighten your back. Don't keep bending forward like that, or else you will look weak. Besides, it is not good for your health. This was a bad habit of Lu Jiyu, the result of him sitting in front of the computer for so many years. In this modern society, this was also a common problem. However, Lu Jiyu felt that Dr. Li Wei was behaving in an unusual way towards him. At once, he sensed her thoughts. Lu Jiyu thanked Li Wei with a smile and quickly walked out from the door. As he stood at the door, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Ever since he was able to read the minds of others, he realized that everyone projected outwardly much differently from what they actually were thinking. Most were, in reality, very wild inside. When Lu Jiyu returned home, he heaved a sigh of relief. Cancer and death had been hanging over his head like a shadow, but now he could finally stop worrying about them and be at ease. He took out the scroll of the world. Just as he opened it, he realized that the measure of the silver sigil in his mind rose suddenly. Lu Jiyu knew that the measure represented the amount of the source form. Previously, Lu Jiyu had used a huge amount of source form to change the rules and regulations of the painting space. He had basically completely drained the source form. After that, there had been no changes to it, but the measure had just suddenly increased. He knew that there must be a reason for this. Although Lu Jiyu could not directly use the source form from the sigil to enhance his mind power and spirit, he could make use of the source form to change the rules of the painting space. This was extremely important to him, because with sufficient source form, he could change the painting space at his will, just like a true god. Lu Jiyu entered the painting space and immediately discovered that the very first queen insect had died. It was jointly attacked by a few other queen insects that appeared later on, dragged out from its nest, and died a horrible death. It was precisely at the moment the queen insect died that the measure of the source form in Lu Jiyu's brain increased. Lu Jiyu then brought his consciousness into the painting space and gradually discovered that the source form's increase did not only occur when the queen insect died. In fact, every time a living thing died, the measure of the source form would increase subtly. He did notice that there was a great difference between an ordinary insect and a queen insect. As the changes were minimal for ordinary insects, Lu Jiyu had not noticed the difference before. It was only when the queen insect died, and the measure shot up, that this great difference caught his attention. The entire space in the painting became the playground of the insects. These insects were extremely different from the ants that Lu Jiyu had placed in it earlier. In fact, various very strange-looking insects, which had never existed before in the real world, popped up continuously. Moreover, they were seen everywhere, in the sky, on land, and in the sea. Among them, there were dozens of queen insects which possessed intelligence and mind powers. The development of the insects was way beyond Lu Jiyu's imagination. The internal structure of the different insect colonies kept developing. At the beginning, the different insect worker types were around a dozen, but then it evolved into hundreds or even thousands of worker types. In addition, these insects were getting increasingly intelligent as well. They started to communicate, cooperate, conquer, develop, research, and create different weapons. Lu Jiyu felt that they could even be called the civilization of the insects. Lu Jiyu saw the insects that were flying in the sky like airships throw acid into a few nests, immediately setting them ablaze. There were beetles that looked like armored vehicles firing missiles into the sky. The battle and collaboration among the insects were actually very modernized. Lu Jiyu found this all very scary. If not for the confined space and restrictions of the painting space, the insects would have come into the world of mankind. If this happened, it would absolutely destruct humanity. The lifespan of a queen ant was around 20 years in the painting space, but in real life, it was less than a day. However, from the birth of the first queen insect to the current moment, 27 days had passed, which meant that this queen insect had lived around 700 years. What's more, it did not die a natural death, it was killed by its enemy. Lu Jiyu found this amazing, wondering how the queen insect could live for so long. Lu Jiyu took out his notebook once again and recorded down the information of these queen insects. As he did so, he realized that when the mind powers of the queen insects had reached a certain level, their mind powers started to get more refined and made it possible for the queen insects to observe and control their own genes. These queen insects had actually been modifying and developing their own genes. These insects were way ahead of mankind. At least in terms of genetic development. If the strength is equivalent to one source form unit, SFU, when my mind power was initially awakened, after practicing medication for such a long while, my mind power should have reached 6 SFU. It probably needs 7 SFU in order to break through the bottleneck, and reach the point where I am able to freely control the power and therefore influence the external world just like the queen insects. Lu Jiyu estimated that, if he gave it his all, he would be able to break through in 5 days. He was excited to think about experiencing what it felt like to have a mind power that would allow him to observe his genes. Other than taking medical classes, Lu Jiyu also got the curriculums of the Department of Biology of Jiangcheng University and went to the classes daily. In addition, he bought some books on biology to increase his competency in this area. As he was auditing the classes only, Lu Jiyu did not disturb the lecturer or the other students. He sat quietly at the back of the classroom, trying to remain incognito. However, he still could not stop the girls from swarming around him. Lu Jiyu did enjoy the special treatment, though, as he had never had anything like it during his previous college years. In fact, from the moment he had stepped into the classroom, all eyes were fixed on him. Many girls screamed with excitement, but the guys only looked at him with animosity. This made Lu Jiyu feel embarrassed. "Hi, are you a biology student? Why is it that I have never seen you before?" The moment Lu Jiyu sat down and turned to the page that he had bookmarked previously, a few girls gathered, surrounding him and bombarding him with questions. They were pretty and all seemed quite confident, otherwise, they would not have come over to chat him up. "No. I'm only auditing the class. I'm here because I have an interest in this subject," he said. Lu Jiyu was surrounded by the group of girls, but at the same time, he also suffered from the killing looks from the guys in the classroom. The girls only left once the class started, but even during the lesson, Lu Jiyu kept receiving notes on which either their mobile number or WeChat ID was written. In the afternoon, Lu Jiyu went to the hospital to collect his medical report. For some reason, he waited at the reception window for a while, but the female hospital worker kept dawdling and just would not give him his report. Eventually, thanks to the physician Li Wei he had met last time, he obtained his report. Before he could leave the hospital, Li Wei held onto his arm and told him that she was leaving early from work and would like to buy him dinner. Before Lu Jiyu could reject her offer, Li Wei had already dragged him to a fancy Hunan restaurant. "Hi, I'd like to order this, and this. All of these dishes must be spicy." Li Wei took the menu and ordered just like how she would usually do. However, she then immediately looked at Lu Jiyu and asked, "Do you like spicy food?" Lu Jiyu nodded, "I am fine with it. In fact, I actually do like my food to be a little spicy." "But, aren't doctors supposed to be more particular about their food? How come you like such spicy food?" Li Wei replied with a question of her own. "Who told you that spicy food is bad for your health? You doctors usually tell us to watch our diet and not eat spicy or oily foods. That's only when you are sick. It is fine to eat these things when you are well." It was interesting talking to Li Wei. She was an aggressive and outspoken lady, and was 2 years older than Lu Jiyu. She spoke her mind and was very direct, so Lu Jiyu would not need to guess what she really meant, which made him feel really at ease. Compared to Kai Jejia, who was reserved and graceful, Li Wei was someone on the other end of the spectrum. Lu Jiyu had taken the initiative to go after Kai Jejia, but now Li Wei was going after him. The feeling was different, better somehow. In any case, Lu Jiyu was enjoying every moment of it. "Hi, 2 more bottles of beer please." "More." Lu Jiyu knew what was on Li Wei's mind. However, when both of them left the restaurant, it was Lu Jiyu who carried Li Wei out. Taking off her white coat, Li Wei did not have an athletic figure from years of exercises like Kai Jejia, but she was still mature and hot. In particular, when she pressed herself against Lu Jiyu, he felt as though his whole body was burning. "Where do you live? I will take you home." "It's all right. There is a hotel nearby. Just get me a room there." After checking in the room with Li Wei, Lu Jiyu did not come out until the following morning, when both of them left the hotel together, behaving very intimately. Lu Jiyu found it thrilling to date a female doctor who was 2 years older than him. Lu Jiyu felt that something was about to grow out from between his eyebrows. Finally, at the end of his meditation, with sufficient mind power, the thing broke through and came into the real world. Lu Jiyu saw the external world, not with his eyes or with the introspective senses that he had been using earlier. Instead, he was actually observing the world from an entirely different angle. His mind power had broken through the limitations of his body and was influencing the real world. The real world that he saw through his mind power was made up of information formed by dots and lines. There were no colors or light, only information in the form of dots and lines. From the moment Lu Jiyu extended his mind power to explore the world, he could feel a vast amount of external information flooding into his brain. The humidity of the air, the size of the room, and the length, structure, quality, and density of his bed all continuously gushed into his brain. Suddenly, Lu Jiyu realized that he had never understood his room so well. However, the huge amount of information was too much for him to handle, causing him to feel as if his brain was going to explode. Is this how the world looks like using mind power? The world is created from information. After withdrawing his mind power, Lu Jiyu felt dizzy at once. Information from the whole world kept entering his brain. Although he enjoyed the feeling, he found it unbearable at the same time. After Lu Jiyu calmed down, he started to carry out his initial plan. He began to observe the inside of his body and the deep parts of his cells, just like how the queen insects did. His mind power turned more refined and went deeper into his body. Lu Jiyu could see his body become continuously enlarged. He saw his muscles, blood vessels, blood, and then his cells flowing. They looked like bubbles that converged into an endless stream of river, rushing into the distance. As Lu Jiyu's mind power ventured even further, he could see what was happening inside the cells. He found the nucleus, which was the small walnut-shaped tissue in every cell. The function of each cell was carried out by its cytoplasm, while the nucleus was its core. Lu Jiyu once again made his mind power even finer. At this stage, it was already extremely tough for him. His mind power had reached the realm of the microscopic world. This was the most magical and mysterious corner of the world. As compared to the macroscopic universe, humans were more interested in the microscopic world. Finally, Lu Jiyu sought his own DNA. It was like a spiral staircase, and contained the greatest secret of the human body. Human genetic materials were found here, as was all the information in the body. This was a mystery that mankind had always wanted to unravel but could not do so completely. Lu Jiyu was elated. He went straight in and saw an endless amount of information flooding into his brain in the form of visible texts. He felt as though he was standing naked in front of a long stream of information. An infinite amount of information dating all the way back to the beginning of life presented itself beneath his feet. What is this? The memories of life. Lu Jiyu saw the information about his ancestors and the beginning of mankind. As he moved up the stream, Lu Jiyu could even see the shadows of people which were his ancestors. As he advanced further, their faces became simpler and unadorned. Their clothing also kept changing, and ultimately, he saw the primitive period. He moved all the way from Homo sapiens to Homo erectus, Homo habilis, and Australopithecus. Then, Lu Jiyu realized that the road ended abruptly. This was the first template of man and no more genetic backtracking was available. Perhaps, this was actually the origin of man. The other species further up the stream already had nothing to do with mankind. Lu Jiyu could see directly the origin and evolution of man. It was like an enormous slideshow which greatly astounded him. At the moment Lu Jiyu withdrew his mind power, he felt wobbly, nearly falling down from his bed. He covered his face and panted non-stop. It took him a long while to recover. After some time, Lu Jiyu roared with laughter. He felt that he had been to the edge of the evolution of man, and finally understood the secret of genes. Lu Jiyu realized that the insects had actually changed their genes through pheromones after observing the secret of genes. Lu Jiyu had a more frightening thought, all because he had seen the genetic template of the ape-like ancestor in the deepest part of his genes. What if I changed the template? If I change the source of the genetic information and tell the gene that its ancestor is not an ape, but rather a titan, or a god, or even a dragon in the legend, what will happen to mankind? Will it cause atavism, with man suddenly becoming extraordinary beings? The thought thrilled Lu Jiyu. But he also felt that the task would be extremely challenging. Countless experiments would have to be done before he could realize his goal. Lu Jiyu was not even sure if it was feasible. Lu Jiyu had set up a laboratory upstairs. It was not professional, but he had bought many pieces of biology-related equipment, which were expensive and hard to get. Fortunately, he only required a few basic facilities, as his mind power was much more powerful in terms of accuracy and fine-tuning. In particular, during observations, Lu Jiyu could accurately detect the changes in the experiment. There were a CO2 incubator, biological safety cabinet, ultra-low temperature freezer, and other equipment, as well as a wide range of consumables. Lu Jiyu had used up all of his money, including the funds that his parents had left behind for him, in order to purchase all these items. When Lu Jiyu made the investment, he had asked his primary school classmate, Wang Yi, for help. Lu Jiyu attended primary school in his hometown. Back then, both of them had lived only a few hundred meters away from each other, and they were on good terms. Wang Yi was currently working as an assistant in a research institution that was jointly owned by a pharmaceutical company and the university. Lu Jiyu and Wang Yi had not seen each other for a long time, so Wang Yi was rather amazed when Lu Jiyu suddenly contacted him. Lu Jiyu started his experiment with mice. That was right. A pitiful mouse lay on the lab bench, and Lu Jiyu started to play with the root genetic template of the species according to his own imagination. However, every time he altered it, the entire genetic chain would collapse at once. The blood in the culture flasks would also lose its bioactivity and was unable to tolerate such random alterations. Lu Jiyu realized that the root genetic template must be logical. It must be something that he could understand too, or else it would result in a chain reaction that would cause the genes to collapse. He started to try putting the information of the human's root template into the animals. After a few trials, Lu Jiyu successfully created the genes of mouse people, a hybrid between mice and humans. Using polymerase chain reaction, Lu Jiyu immediately duplicated the genes of the mouse people, using which he created the first generation evolution plasma. He named it the mouse people blood plasma. However, when Lu Jiyu exultantly injected the plasma into the bone marrow of the mouse, it exploded right away. Immediately, Lu Jiyu's heart sank. After being depressed for quite a while, Lu Jiyu felt that he might be able to breed a new generation of life from the embryo, instead of directly and brutally trying to modify the genes of a mature animal. It would just be like the way clone sheep were created. At this time, a tremendous change in the painting space was noticed. Hey, what has happened? Why are you all dead? Lu Jiyu had been too busy over these few days to observe the painting space, and when he looked at it, he found that a huge amount of insects had started dying. Lu Jiyu realized that 2 days ago, the insects had actually developed bioenergy. A queen insect had created a new generation of nests and begun to continuously spawn soldier insects. It then managed to control all the other queen insects, effectively unifying the entire painting space. After that, the queen insect that had just unified its world went onto a road of self-destruction. The endless creation of soldiers eventually used up all the resources of the painting space. The seas had been contaminated and dried up, and the lands had turned into mere deserts. The insects had started to devour one another, resulting in continued deaths. Lu Jiyu saw for himself the total collapse of the huge civilization of insects. The queen insects and ordinary insects died one after another, and the painting space was being ruined. No. Don't die. Lu Jiyu nearly went berserk. However, the measure on the silver sigil in his brain continued to rise rapidly as the insects died. Finally, the measure broke through its bottleneck. Lu Jiyu could feel the silver sigil transform from a horizontal 8 to a silver-colored hourglass. At once, a huge amount of information charged into his brain. And Lu Jiyu, once again, received part of the information on how to manipulate the scroll of the world. Specifically, he received the method on how to create and open the dimensional channel from the outside world. Lu Jiyu glanced into the painting space, which had already turned into a desert. Even the dead bodies of the insects were being devoured gradually. However, Lu Jiyu realized that the queen insect that had controlled the painting space had disappeared. It did not die and actually just vanished. What has happened? Inting world. Instead, they were from another universe and their ancestors were but a group of ants on the ground. Lu Jiyu's expression changed. Could the insects have already felt my presence, and have been scolding me behind my back? Something also seems to be wrong with the queen insect. It seems like she is prepared to escape from the painting space long ago. At the moment, in a distant and unknown inner space, the queen insect that had curled up like a worm and traveled through spacetime in a cocoon sent out a wave, the world of God. Say, looking for the presence of God. We insects are from the world of God, the kingdom of God, the Almighty God. Sunika is looking for you. I have many questions. As Lu Jiyu waited outside the hospital, a few women suddenly came by to chat him up, but he rejected them. When Lu Jiyu saw them walking away reluctantly, he could only smile wryly. At the moment Li Wei appeared, he immediately waved at her. Li Wei smiled and bid her colleagues farewell, after which she leaped into Lu Jiyu's embrace. Noticing a few female doctors and nurses gossiping at the door, Lu Jiyu held Li Wei in his arms and said, "This is a public place. Don't be so affectionate. Your colleagues are all watching us with a scary look." Li Wei gave a humph and said, "They are trying to seduce you and are envious of me. In the future, don't look for me inside the hospital. Just give me a call when you are here." Lu Jiyu shrugged and said, all right. I've got it. I promise that I'll be good and not fool around. Li Wei said proudly, that's right. As my man, you have to be virtuous. Lu Jiyu opened the door of his car and Li Wei sat on the passenger seat. Then, Lu Jiyu made one round and hopped into the car as well. After he started the engine, he said, I didn't know that you get jealous so easily. You're so petty. By the way, the word virtuous is used for women. Li Wei immediately argued, who asked me to fall in love with such a handsome guy like you? If I am not careful, those vixens outside will swarm you. Over this period, Lu Jiyu had gradually understood why women were so attracted to him. Other than his outstanding look, another important factor was the smell of hormones that exuded from his body. When his body had adjusted to the optimum level, Lu Jiyu realized that not only could his physique be compared to professional athletes, but his now perfectly healthy and balanced body also released this smell that would attract women greatly. This was something that Lu Jiyu had no solution to. He could not possibly destroy his physical attributes only because of such a small flaw. Moreover, if this was even considered a flaw, all the men in the world would most likely want to have it. After going through the ordinary process of having their dinner, going on a date, and watching a movie, Lu Jiyu brought Li Wei to his house. This was the first time that Li Wei went to his house. They had been to the hotel a few times together and then to Li Wei's house, but not Lu Jiyu's house. Your house is quite nice. It is detached and the location is great. Did your family refuse to leave when the developers tried to chase you out in the past? I am surprised they allowed you to stay. Li Wei's guess was somewhat close to the truth, as Lu Jiyu's house was situated at a corner. After rejecting the offer for a few times, the developers had given up and did not demolish the house without their consent. At night, after the exhausted Li Wei took a shower, she saw Lu Jiyu, who only had a towel around him, watching television on his sofa. She quietly came up from behind, hugged him, and said, "You are great." Lu Jiyu pulled her down onto the sofa and laughed. Am I that great? After playing around with each other, Li Wei asked, It has been quite a while since you resigned from your job in the capital. What's your plan? Lu Jiyu pondered for a while and replied, I plan to open a pet shop. What do you think? Oh? Do you like pets? Lu Jiyu came up with plans for the future of the painting space based on his ideas. Since he had 1368 units of source form, Lu Jiyu had decided to create a world with a bigger framework of rules, so that he would not need to keep changing and adjusting it in the future. Of course, that was merely the framework. Lu Jiyu would not be able to design a large-scale world for the time being even if he wanted to. Lu Jiyu had spent a long time thinking about it. Initially, he had thought about the universe, planes, parallel worlds, worlds with different timelines, gaming worlds, and many others. But in the end, Lu Jiyu realized that making these worlds into a reality would be too difficult. In the end, Lu Jiyu adopted a more practical type of space, a Krinspace world. The Krinspace world was made up of multiple planes and was completely different from any of the worlds found within his universe. Anything outside of these planes could be considered the ethereal sea or astral plane. Lu Jiyu had thought of implementing the concept of the immortal heroes or an element of fantasy, but after some thought, realized that he would need a much bigger framework. It would be difficult for him to control and set up such a world. Most importantly, Lu Jiyu was fearful that a cool guy might appear within the world he created and come after his life in the other dimension, claiming that he could slay God or whatnot. That thought was just to humor himself though. The setup for the immortal heroes would be closer to his current personal cultivation system. What Lu Jiyu wanted was a system that could motivate its people to cultivate their abilities, a system that would bring about the enhancement of civilization. A world like this would help him to harvest source form, yet not make its people too powerful. Ideally, a system of gradual enhancement would be better for Lu Jiyu. Thus, Lu Jiyu would like to set up a world with low amounts of magic that could complement science. This would provide him with a continuous supply of source form as well as large amounts of new, improved thoughts and ideas. After all, he was currently the only one doing the work, and thus, naturally had limited ideas. It was better to be able to gather the ideas from a larger group of people. As it was now, Lu Jiyu had gotten whatever source form he had currently from the few ants he created in the past. After filling up an entire notebook with plans and setups, he closed it and took out the scroll of the world. He opened it to see that there was nothing on the scroll. The world within the scroll had become a barren desert with nothing left. Lu Jiyu closed his eyes and cupped his face. He directed his consciousness into the map, linking it up with the silver hourglass and taking control of the space within. He could immediately see that the situation inside the map starting to change. The world within the painting space kept reducing in size, eventually becoming pitch black. It was as if a huge dark vortex had consumed everything. As the painting world changed, Lu Jiyu could sense a Kryn space world being formed in the scroll. The initial world in the painting space had been reduced to a black dot, a tiny bubble. It then gradually moved from the center of the world to a corner. Lu Jiyu exhaled and opened his eyes. He knew that the procedures had gone smoothly. However, the measure of source form in his brain had instantly dropped by 930 units, leaving him with only 438 units. Nearly setting up the framework for this new world had used up a large amount of source form. Lu Jiyu turned pale when he saw this, as the source form had been hard to get. He had to be more prudent. Lu Jiyu used his mind power again and saw that, at the center of the scroll, a bubble had been formed within the dark vortex. The structure of the space had been stabilized by Lu Jiyu. He would have to fill the space with material energy in order to decide just how large the world would be. Lu Jiyu went to the rooftop, where he saw a strange symbol. It looked very complex, like the blueprints of a building where all the details from the exterior to the interior was clearly stated. After spending a few days on it, Lu Jiyu finally managed to draw it out. Lu Jiyu had gained control of the method to open the dimensional door when he acquired the rights to control the space within the painting. The painting itself was meaningless. The most important thing was the guidance for his mind power. Lu Jiyu had to follow the blueprints and inject his mind power into the space in order to activate the dimensional door. Everything remained unchanged even after he injected the mind power. However, his mind power could sense the vibrations under his feet. The instant Lu Jiyu completed the structure using his mind power, he saw a giant black hole under his feet, extending and spreading all the way up into the sky. Boom! At this instant, all of the people in the world stopped whatever they were doing, not knowing what to do. The sky had turned dark, leaving the entire world in darkness. What happened? Is there an eclipse? Why did the sky turn dark so suddenly? A few scientists from the Institute of Astronomy, Chinese Academy of Sciences gathered together and wondered aloud, what's going on? Why is there a sudden eclipse? We did not predict such a situation. It is not an eclipse. Not an eclipse, how is that possible? What's going on? It looks as though the light from the sun has vanished. A group of people in uniforms were gathered together. They were from NASA. Among them were Caucasians, Asians, and Africans. A few guys were typing on their keyboards, while the rest of them stared blankly at the big screen, commented among themselves, "This is not a natural phenomenon. Something is devouring the energy from the sun." Devouring the energy from the sun? How is that possible? Are you crazy? I would like to say that I am crazy, but that is what the data shows. What is the area that has been affected? Is this man-made? The area has not been confirmed, but we can be sure that it affects the entire planet, possibly even parts of the solar system. Man-made? If this could be done by a person, then it would have to be God. Oh my God, the entire Earth can be easily destroyed by this person in an instant. It might be done by an alien. At the same time, the Netherlands Institute for Astronomy, other astronomical institutions around the world, and the space sectors were also caught by surprise by the sudden change in the sky. Many of them looked out, only to see the entire world covered in darkness. The traffic patterns were in chaos, people on the streets screamed and squatted down. The darkness brought fear to them all. Many of them turned on the lights and looked up at the sky. Using their mobile phones and binoculars, they tried to catch glimpses of the eclipse, but nothing could be seen. Why can't I use my phone? What's the problem? The light has dimmed. The internet has been cut off. Those that knew the true cause of the darkness were struck by panic. The energy from the sun had been devoured and the world had descended into darkness, yet no one knew the reason for it, nor could they guess when everything would return to normal. Should this continue, the order and stability of the human civilization would crumble within a few days. The human race would die off in less than a month. My God, is this the end of the world? It has not recovered yet. Just what's going on? What is the reason for this? We must find out. We cannot lose the sun. Is this punishment from God? Lu Jiyu, who was currently on the rooftop of his house, instantly tried closing the entrance of the dimensional door. He had wanted to open the entrance completely, but did not expect how powerful the energy-devouring capabilities of the massive entrance was, as well as the impact it had. The entire sky had turned dark. This was much more than what Lu Jiyu had wished for when he tried to absorb energy from the outside world. After a few minutes, Lu Jiyu finally managed to close the entrance. The world became bright again. Lu Jiyu could not help but wipe the cold sweat off his face. Fortunately, Lu Jiyu had set up the dimensional door to absorb energy, and was directed at the sky. If he had directed it to the ground, if he had aimed it under his feet, Lu Jiyu was worried that even the planet might have been devoured. Lu Jiyu heaved a sigh of relief as he saw the color gradually returning to the sky. He did not know how large the area of influence was, or if he would attract the attention of the rest of the people. Lu Jiyu would never have known that by releasing the dimensional channel and allowing it to devour the photons of light according to his requirements, he had put the entire planet into darkness for more than 10 minutes. This had caused the world's institutions to become panic-stricken. Everyone was now guessing if the cause of the phenomenon just now. Was it a natural phenomenon, or God playing a joke on them? Lu Jiyu looked at the space within the scroll of the world. He had never thought that the planes could be blown up like a balloon. It was so huge that Lu Jiyu could not even see the boundary of the plane. It seemed boundless. Lu Jiyu felt as though it was a real world. Lu Jiyu could feel a large amount of energy and matter welling within the plane. He could simply apply the rules and he would have been able to sculpt this world to how he wanted it to look like and create the world that he wanted. Lu Jiyu started to work on the most crucial step. It was similar to how he set up the previous world. He revamped the rules and immediately, the sky, land, sea, sun, moon, stars, gravity, air, clouds and wind appeared on the plane. Lu Jiyu sowed the seeds that he had prepared in advance, and under the acceleration of time, they started to grow and proliferate. Very soon, the greenery had filled the earth. Lu Jiyu could sense that this world would no longer reject the introduction of larger creatures. This was because the plane was sufficiently stable and large. He no longer limited to only putting insects into this world, since he could now freely insert other living things, including himself. However, Lu Jiyu had no intention to enter the painting space at the moment, as he still had no idea if this world was suitable for living for both man and animals. Although he was the one that had created this world, he had done so using the powers of the scroll of the world, the silver hourglass that was in his brain and the foolproof methods of operation, and not by his own powers. The power did not belong to him, and hence, he should not consider himself to be omnipotent like God. If he did that, Lu Jiyu would be too pretentious. It was similar to how Lu Jiyu could, in theory, tap into the power of the scroll of the world to destroy the world and bring it to an end. However, that did not mean that he had the actual ability to do so. A 3-year-old holding the button to launch nuclear weapons could also destroy the world, but does that mean that he is in control of nuclear power? Could the 3-year-old freely control its power? Currently, Lu Jiyu was like the 3-year-old child with the button to launching the nuclear weapons, but he had no insane intentions of pressing the button, nor did he have the guts to conquer the world and become its leader. All he wanted to do was to fulfill his dreams and goals using this weapon. As such, he had been exploring on how he could completely transform the power of the scroll into his own power. It was as though Lu Jiyu was using a gigantic hand to draw on the painting space. But he realized that the acceleration of time he implemented began to slow down after it peaked at 10,000 times that of normal. It seemed as though the required amounts of energy in order to maintain the acceleration of time would increase the more complete and complex the world was. When the plants started to grow, Lu Jiyu realized that time had gradually slowed down from 10,000 times that of normal to about 9,000 times. This downward trend seemed to continue. The dimensions of the space seemed to have been enhanced from the time I created the painting space. This space can be known as the dimensional space. Although it has not been upgraded to the level of the three-dimensional universe, the structure and rules of this world are more complete than the previous one. When the structure and rules become more complete, the criteria for time acceleration becomes stricter. Hence, I will not be able to change it as I like. Lu Jiyu was suddenly enlightened. After the rules had been set, the measure of the source form Lu Jiyu possessed dropped down to 108 units. Lu Jiyu did not force the world to return to his desired flow of time. That would require a large amount of source form in order to change the rules. This was because he no longer had enough source form to use. He also had to reserve some for special circumstances. Lu Jiyu looked at the huge Kryn space in the scroll of the world. It was empty except for two bubbles, one big and one small. The small one was the previous painting space, which had become a barren world. The big one was the newly created world. Let's call you Maria's world. We shall let the goddess of light, Maria, create the world. Lu Jiyu gave the new plane a name and started the initial setup. He wrote down the words, Maria's world, in his notebook. After that, he proceeded to the next step of his plan, which was to let Maria's world have a complete ecosystem. He would like to form a world that could contain different living things, not one that could only support the weird life forms of insects like the previous world. Yesterday, before dawn, there was an eclipse. The experts have said that this could be a one-time. The eclipse had caused the country to slip into chaos. An unidentified magnetic field had appeared and caused the world's communications network to go down in a mere 10 minutes. It is very rare to see a global eclipse. Lu Jiyu held Li Wei's hand and watched the news in the hall of a pet shop. The news was broadcasting on what had taken place the day before. Lu Jiyu had not expected his actions to have such a large impact. It had affected the whole world. However, Lu Jiyu felt that it was to be expected when he thought about the vast space in Maria's world. Li Wei was playing with her mobile phone, which she then passed to Lu Jiyu. Look, there are a lot of rumors on the internet. Yesterday, there was a commotion in the hospital when the sky suddenly turned dark. But it does not seem to have been an eclipse. Lu Jiyu gave an awkward smile. He had read the news. Many people were certain that it was not an eclipse. At that point of time, the orbits of the Earth, Moon, and Sun did not meet the conditions of an eclipse. Moreover, more than one area had been affected. In fact, the entire world had been affected, with every corner of it having lost its light. With all of the different views going around, many people were making guesses and many discussions were being held. Other than the televisions and mainstream media's speculation on the eclipse and other rumors, many scientists and students who were studying astronomy stood up to express their views. There were even many people who speculated that it was a warning of an alien invasion on Earth. Some said that God was going to destroy the world, and that this was a rehearsal. There were far-fetched information circulating amongst the population, but most of these information were not of too large a concern to an average person. Most of the people took it as a joke. As Lu Jiyu was hugging Li Wei and looking at the phone, the door of a room in the pet shop was pushed open. A middle-aged owner took out a contract and said, "It is ready. Please take a look. I have all the equipment and facilities. The pet grooming equipment and renovations are still in good condition. But you might need a pet groomer. If you need recommendations from me, I will be happy to help. I can even introduce you to suppliers." Lu Jiyu was elated and said, "Really? That will be great." This pet shop was not far away from Lu Jiyu's home. There were small communities and parks nearby, making the area and location quite desirable. Furthermore, Lu Jiyu liked the style of the decor and the checkered imitation wood flooring. It had a rather ecological style, a little cartoonish, yet refreshing as though they were in a natural setting. The space was also rather large, about 80 square meters in size. After Lu Jiyu looked around and made up his mind, he managed to get the price reduced greatly, as he knew the thoughts of the owner. "I will keep the name of the shop, Cats and Dogs Pet Shop. For the renovation, just a bit of a touch-up will do." Lu Jiyu said after giving it some thought. The owner needed a week to hand it over, so Lu Jiyu could only take over the shop after a week. He decided to take a break during this period. Lu Jiyu drove alone to Shenangjia, Muyu town. Although this was not the peak season for traveling, the town was bustling with people from all walks of life. There were people distributing leaflets, as well as shops holding various events to attract customers. There were many performances at night as well. After enjoying himself, Lu Jiyu settled into a hotel. He went up to the mountains the following day. He had chosen a less traveled path, so that he could select different kinds of plants, animals, and materials for Maria's world. This would complete the selection of animal and plant species in Maria's world as well as its ecosystem. Lu Jiyu had tried to put a mouse into Maria's world, into one of its 5 different continents. By this time, the seeds of the plants that he had sowed had spread across the entire world. The air seemed to be much fresher than what Lu Jiyu had imagined, and the mouse lived comfortably. There were even types of algae that Lu Jiyu had never seen before growing in the sea. These plants had all grown naturally on their own. Lu Jiyu had introduced large amounts of different species of fish, as well as stray dogs and cats into Maria's world. There was already a small group being formed. However, the cats and dogs had turned feral. The fish had proliferated in the ocean. As Lu Jiyu had sealed up the zero-dimensional channel, the creatures did not share the same conditions as the insects, so they evolved under normal conditions. Lu Jiyu had been a little obsessed with Maria's world recently. He had manically purchased seeds of different plants. He would also take with him species of bugs, birds or animals he had never seen before in order to enrich the diversity of living things in Maria's world. Lu Jiyu left it for nature to decide if they would survive or not. It was survival of the fittest. Lu Jiyu did not wish to allow every race in Maria's world to share the zero-dimension channel or freely pass through the authority he had over that space to extract the energy within the zero-dimension space. At the very least, he wanted to prevent the creatures from drawing on that energy without him allowing it. His intention was to release control of the zero-dimensional channel gradually in the future via his own methods. He did not want a repeat of how the insects freely used the energy for their own developments. Shenangjia was a World Cultural Heritage Site. When they first applied for the title, its success hinged upon having a lot of natural resources, such as animals and plants. To Lu Jiyu, this was a massive treasure trove. There were 11 types of vegetation distributed around Shenangjia. It was one of the 3 largest distribution centers for seed-bearing plants in China. Empirical research had confirmed that there were at least 3,767 vascular plant species in Shenangjia, 590 temperate plant genres, 205 local species, 2 unique genus, and 1793 species unique to China. Many rare animal species had also been preserved in the ecosystem. In fact, it had been recorded that there were more than 600 vertebrate animal species, including 92 types of mammals, 399 bird species, 55 types of fish, 53 types of reptiles, and 37 types of amphibians. Its mountainous terrain had even become the habitat of some endangered species. It had been recorded that there were more than 1,300 golden snub-nosed monkeys, leopards, white cranes, white snakes, great bustards, giant salamanders, and more found in this place. In total, there are 67 types of wild animals that were under the protection of the country. This place was also a haven to different types of insects. Currently, 4,365 species had been found. As Lu Jiyu moved along, he collected the resources that he needed with the help of his mind power and strong physique. He had collected grasshoppers, different types of snakes, monkeys, and Asiatic black bears. He had no idea if it was legal or not, or if what he was doing was immoral, but since no one was watching, he couldn't care less. It was nice to be able to move around freely and fearlessly in the forest, especially when one had a strong physique. Walking freely in the forest like that had never crossed Lu Jiyu's mind. He would not be able to do so under his previous poor health condition. Moreover, without his mind power to anticipate danger, his constantly uptight nerves would have made him very fatigued. After all, Shenangjia was not a safe place and was filled with danger. Without the help of his mind power to explore the area, Lu Jiyu would not have been able to find the animals and plant species that he needed so quickly. He had also found a few old ginseng gatherings, as well as some rare herbs, which he carefully tucked away. Along the way, Lu Jiyu continued to migrate the various uprooted plants. He also found traces of wild animal species as he continued on the journey. He followed the trails, found them, then put them into Maria's world. After Lu Jiyu dug up the nest of moles and tossed them into Maria's world, he saw the footprints of a bear on a path nearby. Some of its fur had fallen to the ground and Lu Jiyu was surprised to see that it was white in color. "Hey, what have we found here?" "An adult albino bear that has lost its way. Let's try to catch it. An albino bear can give us." Lu Jiyu laughed out loud as he was thinking to himself. These past few days, he had caught many animals from Shenangjia. He had run after these ferocious animals, like tigers, leopards, and bobcats, with the scroll of the world in his hands. He did not even spare the monkeys. Even a bear would pose no threat to him, so Lu Jiyu was in high spirits. Lu Jiyu used his mind power to explore the footprints and collect information about the bear. According to his estimates, the bear most likely had been here half a day ago and should still be around here somewhere. Indeed, after tracking it for some time, Lu Jiyu finally found the albino bear in an uphill area of the forest. An albino bear was a rare albino species of the Asiatic black bear. There were less than 10 existing in the whole world. It was very different from the polar bear. Its fur was not as white, in fact, it was highlighted with a little brown. As Lu Jiyu watched the albino bear, he realized that it seemed to be pregnant. It was probably grumpy at the moment. It would be easily agitated should Lu Jiyu approach it. The ears of the bear were standing upright. Attached to its rather big head, its tail was hiding between its butt, making it look quite cute. However, when it turned around, its ferocious expression and sharp teeth showed that it was not to be messed with, but Lu Jiyu was no ordinary man. He dashed out toward the albino bear with his scroll of the world. The bear was shocked at first, then became enraged. It stood up and roared furiously at Lu Jiyu. The sound of its roar filled the entire forest, alarming the birds and animals. Leaves even fell down onto the ground. Lu Jiyu did not hold back. He aimed the scroll of the world at the albino bear and absorbed it inside the scroll. He threw the albino bear near the Asiatic black bears that he had captured earlier. After all, Lu Jiyu could not miss this opportunity to capture a pregnant bear. It was like a buy one, get one free type of thing. Without realizing it, Lu Jiyu had stayed in Shenanjia for a week. He had spent the week drinking fresh spring water and enjoying the roasted meat of the animals that he had hunted inside his tent. He had enjoyed the relaxing life. He was even able to communicate with some of the animals in Shenanjia using his mind power. However, they had little intelligence and their thought processes were very scattered. Sometimes, they would not answer questions posed to them, but Lu Jiyu still found it all very interesting. Lu Jiyu knew that it was time for him to leave. He had collected enough species of animals and plants, a good number of which have now been proliferating widely within Maria's world. This was especially so for the plants. The fact that Shenanjia had so many plants had helped Lu Jiyu complete the plant ecosystem in Maria's world. The ecosystem had gradually taken shape, but comparatively, the rules and completion of the world had slowed down its flow of time, reducing it to approximately 7,000 folds. Lu Jiyu prepared to leave now that he had reached his target. After all, he had many tasks awaiting him back home. He packed his belongings and looked at his map. Lu Jiyu walked toward the direction of Laojun Mountain. Walking in that direction would allow him to find his way and return home successfully. This route was said to be among the favorite hiking trails taken by tourists. The road was more developed and safer, offering assurance that he would have a smooth journey home. On his way, Lu Jiyu saw a group of tourists taking pictures of some monkeys. They looked cute and had captured everyone's attention. Lu Jiyu also took out his camera and started to take pictures of the monkeys. If not for the people around, he might even have captured a few of them. But one of the tourists seemed to have agitated the monkeys while he was feeding them, prompting the monkeys to start attacking the people. These monkeys had sharp claws and teeth, able to pull off a piece of flesh with every scratch. They scratched the male tourist at a number of places. The male tourist cried out pitifully. Another man from the group tried to save him, but his actions only agitated the monkeys further, causing them to start throwing stones at the people. At this moment, Lu Jiyu stepped out and blew on his whistle, causing the monkeys to run away, as if they had encountered their mortal enemy. All of the people in the group shifted their attentions to Lu Jiyu. A few girls, who had been frightened by the violent encounter just now, turned to look at Lu Jiyu. Lu Jiyu looked nonchalant. He kept the whistle as he saw that the monkeys had run away. That was just a gimmick tool that he had used when he was hunting for the animals. He would blow on the whistle whenever he came across animals that he did not wish to capture, or those that he had captured before. He did this to catch their attention, and at the same time, used his mind power to release an aura of a predator in order to scare the animals away. To an average person, what he had done looked amazing. Lu Jiyu looked at the few tourists who had been injured by the monkeys and asked, "How are you? Is everything fine? I have a first aid kit. Do you need it?" At this moment, the tour guide stepped forward and said to Lu Jiyu, "Thank you. We have a first aid kit with us. I am the tour guide, Shui Kai." Lu Jiyu shook his hand and said, "I am Lu Jiyu. I also came on a trip. I was just passing by and am glad to be of help." Shuaikai sent a few people to tend to the injured tourists. Most of them were not seriously wounded, but the wounds looked gory and frightening. The tourists continued to look at Lu Jiyu with curiosity. He looked gorgeous. And a few female tourists could not take their eyes off of him. After Shuaikai had settled the tourists, he went to Lu Jiyu and offered him a packet of cigarettes. Would you like to have a puff? Lu Jiyu had had weak lungs since his youth, and thus had never smoked. He immediately rejected the offer and Shuaikai kept his cigarette, also refraining from smoking for the time being. He was chatting with Lu Jiyu when suddenly, Lu Jiyu saw a strange stone on the ground, as big as the size of his fist. He bent over and picked it up. This stone seemed to have been thrown by the monkeys just now. There was still mud on it, probably due to it having just been dug out. Lu Jiyu gave the stone a closer observation and found that it looked round and pretty. There were even some large cracks on the stone. Shuaikai took a look and said, "Hey, this looks like a fossilized dinosaur egg." Lu Jiyu looked at Shuaikai with excitement and asked, "What? A dinosaur egg? Really?" Shuaikai nodded and said, "It should be. I have seen things like this before. An ordinary dinosaur egg only costs a few thousand yuan, and while it is not very expensive, it is a good collector's item. What you have here should be a dinosaur egg, but I do not know what dinosaur it is from. It does not look too big, so it should not be from a huge dinosaur." Lu Jiyu nodded his head. Regardless of the type of dinosaur it was still a dinosaur, and this was its egg. Is there really a dinosaur egg here? Immediately, a few tourists came over and stood beside Lu Jiyu to take a look. Lu Jiyu shared the dinosaur egg with them, letting them inspect it. He had found it, and according to Shuaikai, it was not expensive. More importantly, this was something unique and worth collecting. Everyone was amazed by the fossilized dinosaur egg, as if they could see from it how the overlords of the world millions of years ago looked like within the egg. After they returned it to Lu Jiyu, he carefully stored it away. As some of the tourists were injured, the group decided not to continue with the hike. They took a shortcut, boarded the bus, and went to a nearby clinic to get treated. After all, they had been clawed by the monkeys and would not want to contract any viruses or infections. Lu Jiyu left Shenangjia with the group and got along well with them. These people loved to travel and were mostly outgoing and cheerful. Everyone took pictures with Lu Jiyu, which brightened up his trip even more. Although the few girls in the group were not very pretty, they were very candid and not pretentious. They took many pictures with Lu Jiyu. A fat girl even kissed him out of nowhere, causing his shocked look at that moment to be captured by the camera. The entire journey back home was filled with much laughter. Before they departed, Shuaikai gave Lu Jiyu his mobile number, along with an invitation. "We are from Hubei province, and we usually conduct tours and organize some projects. You can join us if you are interested. Our events are very interesting." Lu Jiyu nodded and said, "I like that idea. I will definitely join you if I have the time." After signing the contract, settling the payments, and dealing with some documentation, the ownership of the pet shop had been transferred to Lu Jiyu. The documentation for the pet shop was rather simple and only ended up costing a few hundred yuan. Lu Jiyu started becoming busy after taking over the pet shop. He got a contractor to carry out some minor renovations for him, and just like that, the new cats and dogs pet shop was ready for business. The previous owner had left his pet groomer in Lu Jiyu's employ, and since she was experienced, she was also familiar with how to tend to the pet store. She had been a great help to Lu Jiyu, who was new to the business. "Xiao Lu, thanks for helping me. I am new to the business and have many areas to learn and handle. Do feel free to come to me if you have any problems." "Yes, boss," a girl with curly hair said politely to Lu Jiyu. After bidding goodbye, the girl turned toward the road and disappeared into the crowd. Lu Jiyu finally ended his first day of business after a busy day at work. He had not yet sold any pets, but there were many customers who had brought their pets for grooming and a bath. Xiao Lu was rather young, but loved pets. She was also very good at trimming the fur of the pets. Every untidy-looking cat or dog that came and left the store looking like a model. Lu Jiyu stayed later that evening at his pet shop, spending some time reading his book before heading home. Once home, he went straight to his laboratory that he had set up, but at this point in time, the laboratory was empty. He took out the scroll of the world and spread it out. revealing the Kryn space within. The Kryn space looked different. There was now an additional tiny bubble that was not visible to the naked eye. This bubble was a small dimensional plane that Lu Jiyu had created for himself. The space within it was very small, only about 1,000 square meters. The space was about the size of a house, and was filled with stones, which had been fitted together to form 9 levels. Its style took after Western historical architecture and resembled a castle. The small dimensional plane was not independent. It was embedded above Maria's world, their surfaces latching tightly on each other. The internal resource circulation system, as well as the energy, and even the air, were all extracted from within Maria's world. Hence, it was not an independent world. Lu Jiyu had used only 3 scales from the source form to complete the small dimensional space. He planned to use it as his secret base, and he called it the Dimensional Castle. Lu Jiyu kept the scroll of the world and looked at the floor. There was a complex magic circle on the floor. He injected his mind power and activated the dimensional door. As his shadow flickered, he disappeared from the earth and entered the dimensional castle. The moment he appeared in the dimensional castle, the lights rapidly turned on and the entire place lit up. Lu Jiyu stood on the first level of the hall, feeling a little lost. He looked at the crystal lightings, the decorations on the wall, as well as the switches. Some of the decorations was created using source form, some bought on Earth by Lu Jiyu, and some obtained from within Maria's world. They were then put together when he created the rules for this space, and it had now turned into a castle. This was the first time that Lu Jiyu had entered the inner parts of the space in the scroll of the world. It was only when he stood there that he felt that the world he had created was not a sham or an illusion, but rather that it truly existed. Lu Jiyu looked at the glass that was mounted at the top of the huge living room and light it refracted. He explored the surroundings and walked up to the second level. He saw the rooms, which had been constructed according to his blueprint. However, there were not many furnishings except for the basics. After all, even with his source form, Lu Jiyu could only create what he understood. Lu Jiyu knew that he had to use the source form sparingly, even if it was only 0.0001. The source form was the world's most basic form of energy. Without the scroll of the world, there was no way that Lu Jiyu would be able to come into contact with such a high-level existence. As one went up the levels, there was a conference hall, library, restaurant, indoor swimming pool, restroom, bedroom, laboratory, and prison. There was even a botanical garden at the very top level. There were 5 levels above the ground floor, and 4 levels down to the basement. The entire place was big beyond imagination. The current power supply was produced by a diesel generator, which was just sufficient enough for operation. Lu Jiyu suddenly had another thought. The queen insect had left behind a bionuclear energy machine in the painting space. It had been hidden in the inner parts of the hive that has since dried up. It could devour any substance, even water, and turn it into nuclear energy. Previously, the queen insect, Sunika, had relied on it to keep up the insect's rush strategy and control the world. However, this thing was dangerous even though it had no intelligence or consciousness. Lu Jiyu only had the thought in his mind. It would take a long while for him to realize this thought. Lu Jiyu went up to the top floor, which had rounded glass ceilings revealing the sky overhead. He intended to make this place a botanical garden, but it was currently empty. He switched on the light, revealing a translucent protective layer outside the glass. That was the wall of the plane. Ordinary people would not be able to go near him or touch him. Those who entered would automatically be turned back. The folds in the space made one feel as though he was in a maze. Outside the multiple folds of the wall of plane was the ethereal sea, or the astral world. This place was void of anything, and no living thing could survive within it. After touring the dimensional castle, Lu Jiyu returned to the bedroom that he had prepared for himself. He took out the scroll of the world and hung it on the wall. Unless there was a need, Lu Jiyu would not take the scroll of the world away from this place. After all, this would be the safest place to keep it. Since he had full control over the scroll, it did not matter where the scroll was. He could easily access it using the dimensional door. After adjusting the angle of the map, Lu Jiyu saw Maria's world continuously being enlarged. One of the green continents gradually appeared before his eyes. Lu Jiyu saw a group of undersized human figures in the valley. These fellows had short white fur, long beards, small eyes, and their limbs had evolved, now similar to those of a human. This was the result of Lu Zhiyu's experiment, the mouse people. Lu Zhiyu had created an intelligent race, which had formed a colony in Maria's world. Lu Zhiyu had implanted the genes of a mouse onto the genetic template of a human in order to create the genes of the mouse people. Following that, he created an artificial embryo through genetic engineering, which he then impregnated a dog with. He had never expected to successfully create an intelligent race from it. The adult mouse people were about 1.3 meters tall and were in the era of a primitive society. They were able to use tools and fire, and they made their clothes out of animal skins. They possessed the things necessary for the beginnings of a civilization. Lu Zhiyu observed their behaviors and looks through the scroll of the world. His pupils were dilated, as though he was witnessing the miracles of life. I never thought that I could create intelligent beings. Lu Zhiyu felt as though he had reached the realm of God. In basement 2 of the dimensional castle, Lu Zhiyu stood before a huge beehive-like thing. He felt somewhat short-handed after beginning to carry out his plan. Therefore, he immediately took out the smallest insect nest from the painting space and placed it in basement 2. Since Lu Zhiyu was not a queen ant, he did not have the mental ability to control all the insects and be the superior ruler in terms of genes. Lu Zhiyu's mental talent was information transmittance. That is, he could transmit a huge amount of information through his mind power, which not everyone could. Every individual who had entered the zero-dimensional inner space would have his mental talent awakened. Lu Zhiyu only discovered this after observing the queen insect. His talent was different from the queen insects. If an ordinary insect had not entered the zero-dimensional world, but only had its consciousness awakened by extracting source form, its mind power would only act as a special sensory organ. It would not be able to transmit information, or sense and modify genetic information like what Lu Zhiyu had done. Only beings such as Lu Zhiyu and the queen insect who had entered the zero-dimensional world before could do such things. In addition, there was a great difference between the mental talent of the queen insect and that of Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu named the queen insect's mental talent as insect control, and his as information transmission. Although he could not control all the insects like the queen insect, he could still create and control part of the insects via the nest. A species like insects would only be scary with a queen. Without a queen insect, the ordinary insects would pose no threat to Lu Zhiyu, because they were not intelligent at all and would only carry out their given duties mindlessly. From the time they were born until the day they died. This was the life of the ordinary insects. As long as Lu Zhiyu had control over the nest, he could make changes to the pheromones when he created insects. In this way, he could create the types of soldiers he wanted, and they would take orders from him. However, Lu Zhiyu was not a queen insect, and the nest was also partially damaged. Therefore, he clearly could not create insects endlessly like the queen insect. At the very most, he could create only a few insect servants. Moreover, Lu Zhiyu did not think very highly of the insects as they had such a low intelligence. Those races with high intelligences would contain a large amount of source form. Among the insects, there was a significant polarization between the ordinary insects and the queen insect. However, beings such as the queen insect were too terrifying for him to have. After activating the nest, Lu Zhiyu could see that the nest devoured at once the compounds which he had placed within it. After a short while, many black slimy balls were born from the nest and they struggled to approach Lu Zhiyu. They looked like aliens. They had black shells, slender bodies, big heads and eyes, and antennas on their heads. These were the ant people created by Lu Zhiyu. This second-generation nest was very powerful and these insects that had just been created were all already mature. At the moment they were born, they could go straight to the battlefield and become continuous consumables. The ant people popped into existence one after another. Very soon, Lu Zhiyu saw 30 to 40 ant people, each almost 2 meters tall, stand before him. They knelt down on the floor to receive orders from him. Using his mind power, Lu Zhiyu could not sense any four-dimensional waves. These ant people had extremely low intelligences and almost no self-awareness. They would only act according to the instructions given to them by the queen insect. At the moment, Lu Zhiyu became their highest commander. Of course, should the queen insect of the nest appear, it would be able to take control of the ant people right away. With his mind power, Lu Zhiyu injected various tasks, processes, and precautionary measures into the brains of the ant people. Then, they started to line up and walked out from the basement in an orderly manner. They acted according to the tasks given to them by Lu Zhiyu. Some were in charge of cleaning up the place, while others were in charge of construction. Every ant person had its own task to carry out. Lu Jiyu heaved a sigh of relief. With the help of these ant people, he would be relieved of many tasks, allowing him to then carry out his plan accordingly. With the creation of the 40 ant people, the internal energy of the nest had been totally depleted and it stopped working again. Then, Lu Jiyu walked out from the basement as well. Also, he locked the metal gate outside basement too. The thing inside was really too dangerous. With the ant people, the castle looked somewhat more lively. They moved around, busying themselves with their tasks. They tidied up and decorated the castle, and created many furnitures and utensils. Before long, the once empty castle was filled up with things. The resting area was on the 3rd level. The shelves in the library here had been constructed, but they were still empty. Lu Jiyu planned to fill them up with books gradually in the future. At the moment, Lu Jiyu was at the back of the library, which could be reached by walking along the corridor outside. He was sitting on a wooden chair, reading a book. Suddenly, an ant person appeared, and Lu Jiyu quickly stood up. Although the ant person did not say a word, Lu Jiyu knew from the 4-dimensional wave released from its antennas that the constructions in the castle had been completed. In particular, the prison at level 1 and the laboratory at level 4 had been built. Lu Jiyu first went to level 4 to take a look at the laboratory, after which he walked to level 1 to inspect the prison. At the end of the stone prison, there was an area that looked like a huge altar. On the floor, there was a picture of the channeling array for the dimensional door. However, Lu Jiyu was already more experienced now. Even without the array, he could still carve it out with his mind power. The altar was surrounded by the prison gates and looked like a special prison cell. This was a special transmission formation that Lu Jiyu had prepared to capture the beasts in Maria's world. He stood on the altar with 2 ant people, and when the doors of the cell were closed, they disappeared together from the altar. Lu Jiyu appeared on top of a hillside. Behind him, there was a big stretch of forest, while at the foot of the hill there was a vast prairie. A large river flowed mightily from the valley below his feet into the distance. Many animals were drinking by the side of the river. Birds were chirping in the woods, and as a goshawk flew past, the rabbits in the grass hurriedly ran away. Lu Jiyu could see numerous familiar species, many of which had been brought into the world by him earlier. There were also some that he could not recognize. In this large piece of land, many species had evolved into new ones as they adapted to the different environment over many centuries. Herds of sheep and cattle were moving on the prairie, while wolves and jackals were hunting for their prey. The blue sky was embedded with white clouds, and there was a high concentration of oxygen in the air. The entire world seemed to be uncivilized and yet full of vitality. Lu Jiyu and the ant people went downhill to the river. The animals quickly ran away, looking strangely at the 2-legged monster with weird clothing before them. Lu Jiyu stepped into the river and looked at the fish in the clear water. Then, he lifted up his head and grinned. This is Maria's world. Lu Jiyu put on a white lab coat and watched in much anticipation as a wolf give birth to its 4 newborn pups. He glanced at the wolf, which gradually sank into deep sleep. This was a knack he had using his mind power. It was hypnotism, which he had only learned recently. Then, Lu Jiyu opened the cage, went in, and carried the pups out. The small pups had 4 limbs, just like mankind. Other than their wolf ears and short tails, they looked just like human babies. I have successfully bred the wolf people too. Lu Jiyu stood up. Along the 2 sides of the long stone corridor, there were closely fitted prisons, caged with tigers, dogs, cats, lynxes, bears, and other wild animals. As he walked past the animals, they roared madly, and some even charged towards the cage doors. However, after Lu Jiyu left and closed the iron gates, all the roaring sounds died down. He carried the pups up, away from the prison in basement 1 which Lu Jiyu had created. He went all the way up the stairs to the laboratory in level 4, where one of the lights was lit. Lu Jiyu walked in through the door. The room had white walls and warm lighting. Many small baby cots filled up the big room, and some strange figures were moving around. They were the ant people, who were taking care of the pups inside the room. Every cot had been labeled with a serial number, together with the pup's race and gender. These ant people would be bringing the pups up, which would become the very first generation of the orcs. They would form the beginning of the orcs. Lu Jiyu hoped that every race would be able to multiply in Maria's world. Every one of them would be a new race, a miracle of life. Lu Jiyu had checked their brains and found that they were similar to mankind. They were very developed, and he was certain that their intelligence levels were also comparable to mankind. Lu Jiyu counted and checked the health conditions of all the pups. The ant people would be monitoring the pups around the clock. Everything seemed to be good at the moment. The various races of orcs that had been born included wolf, fox, tiger, cat, dog, bear, sheep, and several others. Including the mouse people, there were a total of 18 races. However, this was far from enough. In Lu Jiyu's vision, the human race had to be present as well. Lu Jiyu had no intention of duplicating and incorporating the humans on Earth into Maria's world, as it would be meaningless and uninteresting. Instead, he wanted to create a human race that was totally different. Lu Jiyu had stayed in the dimensional castle for a few months and was somewhat drained of energy and enthusiasm. Although what he was doing was extremely exciting, it was very stressful to be living in such an environment alone. The orcs had been successfully bred, with the ant people around to take care of them. Lu Jiyu had nothing to worry about. After a few years, he would let the first generation of the orcs return to the wild and carry out their mission, which was to form their own civilized tribes. However, it was no longer necessary for him to stay here. He only needed to return to the outside world and wait patiently. When Lu Jiyu returned to the outside world through the dimensional door, he realized that it was still in the night. Although he had stayed in the dimensional castle for a long while, back in the outside world, only tens of minutes had passed. Lu Jiyu could have stayed inside for decades, used up his lifespan, and become old, but here, in the outside world, only 2 to 3 days would have passed. This made him realize even more clearly that he was not God, but rather just an ordinary, lucky man. As he opened the window and lay on his bed, he gazed at the stars outside. The urban air was much less fresh than the air in Maria's world, and the starry sky was also not as brilliant as the one which Lu Jiyu had created. However, Lu Jiyu felt more comfortable and familiar here, after lying on his bed for only a short while. The phone rang. He took his mobile phone and realized that Xiaofan was calling him. When he answered the call, Xiaofan's youthful voice was immediately heard. However, it was filled with anger. She shouted at Lu Jiyu, why did you not reply to my WeChat? You also ignored my messages. Lu Jiyu looked at his mobile, seeing now that there were really many message notifications. He immediately said, I didn't notice them. At night, I usually read all my messages together and reply at once. What's up? Xiaofan shouted right away, I know you have forgotten. Tomorrow is my birthday. Lu Jiyu suddenly recalled he had promised Xiaofan that he would attend her birthday party. However, he had been so busy and had forgotten about it. In addition, he was not really keen to attend a party with just students, but since he had promised Xiaofan, he had to go. Who told you I have forgotten? I remember. It is still early. Xiaofan exposed him and said, if I did not remind you, you would not have shown up tomorrow. Let me tell you this. You have to come tomorrow. If not, I will come to your house and bite you to death. Lu Jiyu found himself quite dirty. When Xiaofan said that she would bite him, he became distracted and started fantasizing. Alright, I know. Send the address over. I will be there on time. Don't forget my present. The following afternoon, Lu Jiyu drove his car out onto the streets. After searching for quite a while, he still could not decide what to get for Xiaofan. Should he get her a necklace or a bangle? He did not want to give her something that would cause any misunderstanding. In the end, he chose a Tizot lady's watch for her. It was not the biggest brand, and cost around 4,000 yuan. This was not too expensive and also quite appropriate. By the time he reached the site of the party, a mid-range restaurant by the riverside, it was already dusk. After checking with the staff, he went up to a private room at level 2 where Xiaofan was in. Before he even reached the room, he could already hear noisy cheers and laughters from it. He opened the door at once and looked inside. As Lu Jiyu stuck his head in, he saw everyone looking at him. Many girls started to scream, with one of them shouting, Hey! Handsome, who are you looking for? Is this Xiaofan's? The moment Lu Jiyu spoke, Xiaofan jumped up and shouted, I'm here. You are finally here. I was about to call you. There were many people mingling about, with many couples. Most of them were students. Xiaofan rushed up to Lu Jiyu and hugged him. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, after which she held his arm and said, "Let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Lu Jiyu. See? I did not lie to you. He is very good looking." Lu Jiyu dropped his jaw and looked at Xiaofan. When did he become her boyfriend? As he was about to raise his hand to explain himself, Xiaofan whispered in his ear, "I have already boasted to my friends that I have found a super handsome boyfriend. You better not make me look bad and lose my reputation. If you do so, I would die." Xiaofan dragged Lu Jiyu to the side to sit, and the two were immediately surrounded by Xiaofan's friends. At once, her friends began bombarding him with questions that were quite private, most of which Lu Jiyu did not know how to answer. This caused him to feel very awkward. "You do look super handsome," one of the girls said. "You're not a celebrity, are you? This is the first time I've met someone so handsome. What's your skincare routine? It just looks too good." Another asked, "Are you mixed race? Your facial structure looks like mixed race. How did you know Xiaofan? Have you too? Xiaofan is really a winner in life. She looks so pretty and hot herself. Moreover, her new boyfriend is even more attractive than her ex. Man, I'm so jealous." On the other hand, Xiaofan started making up the love story between the two of them, and it sounded as though it really happened. Her friends were mesmerized by her story, looking at her and Lu Jiyu with wide eyes. In particular, when Lu Jiyu gave Xiaofan her gift, she immediately put it on and asked him for a kiss as if they were in love. Lu Jiyu actually did know how to respond. During the dinner, Xiaofan's male friends also hounded him with alcohol. He was asked to drink throughout the dinner. The glass in his hand was never empty the entire night. After the dinner, the group continued the party at a karaoke bar. After that, they went out to have barbecue, followed by a late-night supper. The party started before it was dark, and did not end until 2 in the morning. When everyone left, Lu Jiyu again had to carry Xiaofan on his back to take her home. However, as soon as they rounded a street corner and were out of the sight of Xiaofan's friends, she jumped up as if nothing had happened. "You were faking it?" Lu Jiyu asked with his eyes widened. Xiaofan rolled her eyes. "What do you think? I didn't even drink that much. You did most of the drinking for me." Xiaofan strolled down the road, feeling the breeze on her face. The breeze was rejuvenating and enough to clear her head. "I am so happy today. Did you see how they looked at me? Their eyeballs almost fell out in envy," she said as she walked. "God, it was such a good idea to take you. They've been talking behind my back. Now those little bichis are clear who is the most attractive girl in the school." Xiaofan strolled proudly on the street. Then, she turned around and walked with her head facing Lu Jiyu, chatting with him as she walked. She was indeed very happy today since Lu Jiyu had made her look better than the rest of her friends. Nevertheless, Lu Jiyu himself did not quite understand this kind of competition among young girls. Suddenly, she seemed to have recalled something and raised up her hand. "By the way, I like your gift a lot." "Thanks." "No problem," Lu Jiyu said at once. After he stopped by his car, he asked, "Want a lift home?" "Sure," Xiaofan nodded, "to your place." Seeing Lu Jiyu freeze at her words, she laughed and said, "Don't worry, I didn't mean it. My mom said that I have to go back tonight." Lu Jiyu twitched his lips. "All right, get in. I did have some alcohol, though. Do you trust me?" He had originally intended to call someone to drive for him, but he did not feel very drunk. Furthermore, it was in the middle of the night and there would not be any police around. Xiaofan lives nearby, so he would rather drive himself. He dropped Xiaofan off at her apartment. Xiaofan jumped out of his car and asked, "You felt something when I said I wanted to go to your place, didn't you?" Lu Jiyu frowned in disdain and immediately wanted to explain, but he was stopped by Xiaofan. "Don't try to find an excuse. I saw that you were going to agree. You pervert." The two stared at each other in silence, after which they burst into a fit of laughter together. "You should go back now," he told her. "Call me if you need anything." He did not notice the missed calls from Li Wei until he got home. His phone was dead, so he did not receive the calls at all. SHT. She is so prone to jealousy and will definitely get mad at me tomorrow. More importantly, he did not have a good reason for not picking up her calls. Could he tell her that he was at a birthday party of another female and was playing until early morning? In that case, Lu Jiyu might as well kill himself. As expected, Li Wei interrogated him the next day. After that, the two spent a few days together. For Lu Jiyu, the break was very relaxing and his mood turned much better. His pet shop was booming as well. He would only purchase an animal for his pet shop after careful inspection, making sure that its bloodline was good and there was nothing wrong with it. Even if there was, he could always make them healthy again himself. Therefore, the animals in his shop looked better than those in other shops. He also tried some slight modifications to the animals' hair colors and pupil colors, and his customers all had very pleasant experiences buying pets from him. In particular, training the pets was also a very easy task because of his mind power. All the animals that were trained by him were more intelligent and could perform many ordinary actions. Because of this, it was only normal that his shop was becoming more and more popular. Lu Jiyu managed to sell 24 pets in just a few days, which included cats, dogs, hamsters, and parrots. The money he made in these few days was as much as what he would make in a few months in the past. Lu Jiyu did not expect this job to earn him so much. His original intention was only to study and understand these animals and practice modifying genes, but the business in his shop was actually booming. Xiao Lu, are you ready to clock out? Is Lu Jiyu here? Today, Li Wei was wearing a bohemia-style long dress and a pair of burgundy heels. Paired with her slender body, she looked really charming and elegant. She had a bit of makeup, and her temperament was just amazing. Wow, Xiao Lu exclaimed, looking at her. You look great today. Li Wei grinned. Really? Xiao Lu nodded. The boss is inside, she said. He's training the 2 golden retrievers. After Li Wei walked in, she saw Lu Jiyu sitting on a bench. He was commanding 2 golden retrievers like a commander. Raise your hands. Spin. That's right. Lie down. Shoot, shoot. Bang. If the puppies followed the command correctly, he would immediately toss them a piece of beef jerky. Li Wei sat down next to him. They're so smart. Why don't you keep one at home? Having them here is pretty much the same thing, Lu Jiyu immediately said. Plus, I don't have time to take care of a personal pet. He put the 2 puppies back into their crate and quickly inspected the shop. Then, he closed the shop so that he could accompany Li Wei home. Li Wei stood gracefully in front of Lu Jiyu. What do you think of me today? Lu Jiyu looked at her face and eyes sternly. You look beautiful today. I'm talking about the dress. Why are you looking at my face? She slapped Lu Jiyu's shoulder in dissatisfaction. The dress is not important. Lu Jiyu shrugged his shoulders. Your face is the key. Li Wei giggled. Carrying her bag, she grabbed Lu Jiyu's hand and leaned against his shoulder. Then, the two began walking home together. Lu Jiyu had to admit that he was enjoying this moment. Lu Jiyu sat in front of his computer, trying to figure out a good plan. When he was changing the hair and eye colors of animals previously using blood plasma, he had already come up with an idea about how he wanted humans in Maria's world to be like. He knew he could not make large changes to the human genetic composition, but he should be able to make small changes to the root genetic template. However, small changes alone would not be able to satisfy Lu Jiyu. If it's not just small tweaks, but rather I add different powers to the inheritance information on the genetic level, what would happen? For example, I can add genes for powers like Eagle's vision, adrenaline burst, dynamic vision, absolute calmness, and super speed and strength. These genes can be uploaded onto the ancestral genetic template. According to the rules of inheritance, different individuals would be able to have different abilities awakened, just like people with superpower. On the genetic level, these abilities would have been possessed by an individual's various ancestors anyway. He is only activating them. He shot up from his seat, filled with excitement. A brand new idea had popped out in his mind. Not just superpowers, even intelligence, body features, and certain skills could be added. Human ancestors would also pass down their skills by carving them in their genes. If I can add skills like operating a smithy, sword skills, or gun skills to the genes, they can be passed down too. I can also insert these abilities into their genes like a plug-in. Lu Jiyu stood at the center of the room and closed his eyes. Ordinary people or people with weaker bodies would certainly not be able to take such a change. I must set a rule, an obstacle to awakening when I'm adding the genes. It will only be activated by the brain when a person's body has reached the upper limit of normal humans, which will then change his body or allow him to inherit some of the memories of his ancestors. Only at this time, the body will be strong enough and supply sufficient blood for the brain to withstand such a major change. The more Lu Jiyu thought about it, the more he felt like it would be similar to the knights in novels. Their powers would only be awakened when their bodies had reached a certain level of strength. This was just like a bloodline knight, right? This is the new mankind I want, the mankind unique to Maria's world, and not just mere copies of normal humans. Lu Jiyu hurried to his study room and activated the dimensional door at once. Again, he appeared in the dimensional castle. Despite having been away for only a few days, more than 100 years had passed in the world of Maria. As a dimensional space above Maria's world, the time of the dimensional castle was synchronized with Maria's world. At the moment, in the castle, the ant people he had created originally had already died. The ant people did not have a long lifespan. After raising the first generation of orcs and releasing them into the world, they had completed their missions. The ant people in the castle now were created later. There were only a few of them, and their task was to maintain the castle. After all, Lu Jiyu would also enter the castle once in a while to check on the changes in Maria's world and record down his observations. At the moment, Lu Jiyu returned to his room and found the scroll of the world. Through the scroll, he could see what was happening in the world. On the continent Alan, there were already many tribes of orcs. After more than 100 years, these tribes were slowly expanding and multiplying, spreading along the rivers and across the continent. Moreover, Lu Jiyu discovered that the tribes also had their own languages. And there were prototypes of cities. He believed that soon, the first city of the orcs would appear on Alan. The civilization of orcs was slowly but surely coming together. The first real city was created by the mouse people. They had their own language and culture, and had begun trading and communicating. In fact, the mouse people were the first glimpse of civilization in this world. On the other hand, the other tribes and races had too few members. A tribe with 1,000 members was already considered as very big. Only the mouse people managed to have more than 10,000 members, and they seemed to be significantly stronger than the other clans. However, the mouse people were not great fighters, and in addition, the world was really extensive. Therefore, even if there were conflicts, they were only minor ones. The conditions at the moment were insufficient to create a large-scale war. I must hurry. Humans must come into existence soon, or else they will be crushed by the orcs. Realizing that he did not have much time, Lu Jiyu hurriedly made his way to his lab on the 4th level, ready to begin his new plan, the new human creation plan. Squeak! Squeak! Lu Jiyu glanced at the monkeys in the crates which were grimacing at him. The crates were large and had everything the monkeys needed, such as food, water, and caves and branches to lounge on. Each monkey had an identification number on it, so it was easy to tell them apart. These would be the ancestors for the humans of the world of Maria. As for whether the humans in the future would admit this, Lu Jiyu could not be bothered. Monkeys, you should be proud of yourself, Lu Jiyu said. You're going to be humanity's ancestors in this world. Don't you think it's an honor? Don't worry. I will let you go soon enough and will not kill you. Lu Jiyu had been making significant progress with altering and adding things to the monkey's genes. After adding the human template, he also added many other traits and talents. Then, he took many skills from some other species and uploaded them into the genes, for example, certain characteristics of animals and insects. It took him more than a month to create 48 kinds of plugin templates which encoded various talents. After that, he finally made the first embryo of a new human. Now, the monkey numbered 0582 was carrying this embryo, and it was developing healthily. He just had to wait for 8 to 9 months to see the first human to be born to this world. After he made the first human, Lu Jiyu began to design the plan to change his own body. His success with developing an embryo gave him the confidence to do more things with his body. He would not alter the entire genetic template and make major changes. As long as he only uploaded some talents into sections of his genes, he would be fine. Lu Jiyu named this plan as the Evolution Plasma Creation Plan, since many aspects of his new plan coincided with the plan to create humans. He decided to combine the two and work on them at the same time. After observing the development of the human embryo, Lu Jiyu charged the ant people to take care of the monkeys before leaving again. He was thankful that he had these ant people to help him, or else his plan would not have gone so smoothly. Lu Jiyu looked at the tube of plasma in his hand and felt very hesitant. Even though he had tested this plasma a few times before on lab rats and it had worked every time, the success rate was only close to and not really 100%. Therefore, he was still somewhat anxious to use it on himself. The tube of plasma he was holding was precisely an evolution plasma, which he named the sapient subbrain evolution plasma. He had added a talent to his existing genes to make himself evolve. Specifically, he wanted to segregate the part of his brain tissues which he was not actively utilizing and develop it into a subbrain. In addition, he would upload the operation mode of a computer into the subbrain to improve its computing powers. In this way, he could become as powerful as a computer. With such a computer-like subbrain, his ability to learn and his intelligence would be greatly enhanced, which was what Lu Jiyu wanted at the moment. The subbrain intelligence would not interfere with the personality and emotions on the main brain. It would be more like adding a chip to his brain. Lu Jiyu was not interested in superpowers like spewing fire, water, or super strength, and he also felt that such powers would not be very useful to him. Intelligence in the brain is the most powerful weapon to a human after all. I have already made it perfect. There's nothing to fear, he told himself. Then he took a deep breath and pointed the plasma at his spine. His mind power immediately pinpointed the correct position and injected the evolution plasma into his bone marrows. At once, he felt his entire body grow cold, as if his body was experiencing a chain reaction just like a machine. Under the continuous stimulation of the plasma, his bone marrows started making a whole new set of cells to replace the old ones. After removing all his clothes, Lu Jiyu stepped into a pool of nutrient fluids that he had prepared and submerged himself in it. In this way, the fluids would provide him with the large amount of nutrients his body needed to evolve. Lu Jiyu only woke up after a long while. Once he opened his eyes, he pushed himself up from the pool, panting heavily. He glanced at the few ant people around him which had been guarding him. Just like robots, these ant people would only act according to their given tasks. He stood up, dried his body, and wore his clothes back on. Right then, the ant people carried over some food and water. After the starved Lu Jiyu wolfed down a hearty meal, he began to inspect the changes in his body. He realized that other than the structure of his brain, there were no significant changes to his physical body. His brain seemed to have shrunk a little and also become more vigorous. The main brain was fused together with the new subbrain, forming a perfect arc. Among the pair, the subbrain actually had a different color. It looked redder and also seemed to be glittering like a piece of metal. Subbrain activated. Permission to activate visual nerves. A voice appeared in Lu Jiyu's brain, permission granted. As soon as he agreed, his vision changed greatly, as if he had just opened up a tab on a computer. The vision from his eyes could also be zoomed in and out freely, just like a camera. Lu Jiyu knew that he could now use his eyes like a camera, taking images he saw and storing them in his subbrain. He felt like his entire world had become much clearer, and his brain was working more smoothly as countless new ideas appeared in his mind. Many things which he could not understand before now became easy problems. Similarly, many things which he could not remember before were now clear in his head. Subbrain, create an archive for all the information, he ordered, and classify them accordingly. Order confirmed. Subbrain, create a section for research plans, new human creation plan and evolution plasma creation plan. Organize the relevant information and research directions for me. Confirmed. New human creation plan has entered phase 2 and is 32% complete. Evolution plasma creation plan has entered phase 2 and is 21% complete. Subbrain, create. After giving a few more orders, Lu Jiyu disconnected from the subbrain. Only then, he exited from the robotic and Superman-like state. Lu Jiyu felt that his thoughts were as fast as light just now and he was about to turn into a Superman. With the subbrain, he could solve problems that would usually take an hour or even a day in a minute. He could finish learning what he would normally need a few days in a minute. He could do many things that he was not able to in just a minute. It was very liberating and appealing, but terrifying at the same time. Under that state, he could no longer be considered as a human. Such a robotic mind would affect his own personality and emotions. Lu Jiyu was glad that he had only wanted to create a subbrain to assist him in his research plans, instead of changing his entire brain. Although they had roughly the same effects, the outcomes would be totally different. He did not want to become a robot, and still wanted to keep his personality and desires. With the subbrain, the new human creation plan progressed very quickly. Before this, he had spent a month only to develop 48 types of genetic inserts. Now with the subbrain, his speed of reading biology and medicine books increased significantly. The advanced books and academic articles he had placed in the library were already all in his mind. Using the subbrain, Lu Jiyu could list out an endless amount of reference materials at once. Then, he could design many possible paths to try. At the moment, countless biological templates and genetic chains were in front of Lu Jiyu, blinking and changing their positions rapidly. Lu Jiyu could use these to design various genetic inserts. Finally, by the time the first new human was born, he had already developed thousands of different genetic inserts. Despite having all these inserts, Lu Jiyu was not planning on giving any single embryo everything. It would only be normal for different people to have different talents. Therefore, he would distribute the inserts among various embryos. It would suffice to give each person dozens of inserts, as it would be enough for them to inherit and activate the talents. Further, different races should have different talents and skills as well. However, after completing all these, he stopped the new human creation plan, for he had reached his goal for now. Nevertheless, the successful creation of the embryos, as well as their development, was only the first step. There was still a long way to go until humans could form stable tribes. He spent close to half a year in the dimensional castle, after which he designated the ant people to carry out the rest of the plan. The ant people would take care of the monkeys. After the first generation of humans was born, the ant people would raise them up in the castle. Of course, Lu Jiyu would not teach them any knowledge or how to inherit the talents. The humans should develop their own language and civilization. Lu Jiyu felt that this was the correct progress of a civilization and he should not interfere with it. Once again, the dimensional door of the castle was connected with the outside world, and Lu Jiyu fixed the portal in a lush forest. These ant people would hunt and find food, so there were no problems at all with their survival. All Lu Jiyu needed to do was to wait patiently. How can I extend life? How can I achieve immortality? Lu Jiyu said to himself. He was sitting in the yard, sunbathing. He felt that no matter how smart or how powerful he was, he could never dream of fighting against the flow of time. He would die sooner or later. Even though he could add inserts into his genes to strengthen himself and give himself different talents, he could not extend the maximum limits of his lifespan. Put aside the limitation of the genes that controls lifespan, he was unable to even prevent the failure of his organs over time. One of the primary reasons why people died. The first step to preventing death would be to prevent the organs from shutting down. And after that, the metabolism and cell renewal could come into the picture. However, those were only the initial steps. If he would like to achieve true immortality, there would be a long and difficult way to go. Even though Lu Jiyu had a subbrain, it was only for calculating things he already knew. He had to give the subbrain directions and plans, and the subbrain could then help by providing speedy calculation and expansion. He was perplexed and had no idea which direction he should go in for immortality. Without his directions and orders, the subbrain wouldn't be of much help. Lu Jiyu had done his research. He knew that there was a part of the genetic code called FOXO3A that controlled human lifespan. If a mutation happened to that part of the code, human life could be extended, earning this gene the name longevity gene. However, the genetic code could only do so much. It could only allow the person to live a little over 100 years old, but even then, it was still limited. This gene that governed lifespan existed inside the DNA of every living creature. Other than that, Lu Jiyu, through his observation of human genes, knew that there were a few dozens other parts of the genes that could affect human lifespan. All these genes took different paths to prolong life, but they all had their limits. There was still a cap on how long he could extend his own life. This kind of longevity would be something an average person would dream of, but Lu Jiyu felt it was completely meaningless. Wait a moment. How did the insect queen live for so long? He wondered out loud. He began to recollect how the insect queens extended their lives. Normally, those queens should only have been able to live a little over 20 years, but he knew that some of the dead queens he had seen had lived for more than 700 years. If it wasn't for the war and them dying in battle, they might have lived even longer. That was extending their lifespans tenfold, even hundredfold. That was not a normal case of longevity, nor were their lifespans within a normal boundary. They had changed themselves fundamentally. The insects had achieved true immortality. Lu Jiyu felt a little scared thinking about the insects. Lu Jiyu was shocked by how little he knew about genes compared to the insects. How did they do it? Recall it, subbrain. Find everything we have on the insects. Here's the outcome. These are the gene structure of the insect queen. But there wasn't anything specific in their genetic code that was related to the lifespan. The intelligent subbrain instantly gathered Lu Jiyu's memories about the relevant insect queen. Lu Jiyu immediately opened his eyes. What was important was not to prolong the lifespan, but to maintain and repair, and to totally rewrite the genetic code itself. His memories were slowly returning. He looked over all the information he had back and forth. Finally, he found what he needed from the trove of information. That's right, there is a limit to the lifespan set by the genes no matter how long one tries to extend it. The only way to prevent that is to constantly change and rewrite the genes, making sure that the genes are always active. I have to think of the body as a machine that needs constant maintenance. Otherwise, even if I could extend my lifespan, the organs in the body would gradually shut down, which makes death inevitable. Only by continually repairing and maintaining the genes can one stay young eternally. This was the first step toward extending the lives of the insect queens. But these queens understood that immortality achieved that way was an illusion. A machine would eventually break down one day, no matter how well it was maintained. Their solution to that was to change the very composition of their genes. If a body was a machine that was originally made of wood that could easily decompose, then the queens would swap out the wood and rebuild it with iron, steel, or other more durable materials. This fundamental change would ensure that the machine would always survive, no matter how much time has passed, or how harsh the living conditions were. However, the insects were only at the early stages of their experimentations. Even though Lu Jiyu had found traces of this in their genes, he knew that they had not took the critical step forward. But he also knew he was still far from achieving anything like what the queens had achieved. He was far behind compared to the insects. What he knew right now was merely fixing and maintaining the current state of his genes, which could extend his life by thousands of years. At this moment, this was good enough. This was just Lu Jiyu's theories. It would probably take a long time to make these ideas a reality. But with a direction and a goal in mind, time, in Lu Jiyu's hands, was nothing but a toy. Li Wei and Lu Jiyu were in the honeymoon phase of their relationship and were completely infatuated with each other. They hardly wanted to be apart from one another. Lately, Li Wei had begun thinking about moving in with Lu Jiyu. This was right up Lu Jiyu's alley. Since he had moved everything into the dimensional castle, he wasn't worried about Li Wei finding anything. Lu Jiyu was constantly in a good mood and really wanted Li Wei to move in with him, but he knew that it wouldn't happen anytime soon. Moving itself was difficult enough. Lu Jiyu's place was far from the hospital where Li Wei worked. Li Wei didn't have a driving license, which meant Lu Jiyu would have to drive her to work and back every day if she moved in. This day, Lu Jiyu was toiling away at the pet shop and playing with the cats and dogs. He bathed the dogs and groomed their hair. Lu Jiyu quite liked these animals, or put it another way, he liked the vitality from them. The energetic creatures were the proof that life was a miracle. After working with genes for a while, he now appreciated life so much more than before. The only bad thing was that Xiaofan had been visiting his shop a lot lately. Whenever she came, chaos followed. She would play with the animals despite Lu Jiyu's warnings, and she flirted with him right in front of Xiaolu. Her flirting had made him feel uncomfortable, and he didn't know how he should react to it. However, he did not feel frustrated, nor did he push her away. Instead, he felt quite flattered. This made him feel as though he was born to be a scumbag. At noon that day, a car stopped in front of the shop. A bespectacled man in a suit walked into the shop. He looked around and found Lu Jiyu. Old Lu, come here quick. Get in the car. Wang Yi? Why are you here today? Wang Yi was his old friend from elementary school who worked at a research center. Lu Jiyu had asked for his help previously when he was in the process of purchasing equipments. Lu Jiyu tossed the shop key to Xiao Lu and said, "Keep an eye on the shop. Call me if anything urgent happens." Xiao Lu was in the midst of playing with a kitten. She turned around and nodded, "All right, I understand." "Don't worry, boss." Lu Jiyu put on his coat and got into the car with Wang Yi. Even though he already knew what Wang Yi was there for using his mind power, he still asked, "What's the urgent matter? Why were you looking for me so suddenly?" Wang Yi got into the driver's seat, closed the door and said, "We're having a reunion, an elementary school reunion. Someone called me suddenly this morning and asked me to attend, and so I thought about you. I then immediately came to fetch you." Lu Jiyu thought back to the days. Elementary school reunion? Can you even remember what they look like? I might not even remember their names. Wang Yi immediately replied, "Really? You don't remember Xiao Pang, Four Eyes, and Lu Datiao?" Lu Jiyu laughed instantly. "Well, now that you told me about them, I do." "Are they really all here?" Wang Yi said with a laugh, "Xiao Pang isn't, but Four Eyes and Lu Datiao are." "Four Eyes was the one that called me." Lu Jiyu nodded. "I can't believe you still have their contact numbers. I lost touch with them a long time ago." Lu Jiyu had gone to elementary school in another town, where his grandparents lived. It was a small town about 2 hours out of the capital city of the province. After he left, his grandparents' home was sold, and he hadn't returned since. As the car drove towards where he lived when he was a child, Lu Jiyu found himself getting excited. However, when they reached the town, Lu Jiyu saw that it was much like the town he currently lived in, with skyscrapers and busy streets. He suddenly realized that he could not recall any memories. This place was nothing like the small town in his recollection. "So much has changed, I don't remember this at all. This should be where the old bridge used to be. Did they rebuild it? I remember that it used to be a stone bridge." Lu Jiyu gasped. Seeing the changes in the town, Lu Jiyu felt strongly the fleeting passage of time. Wang Yi immediately asked, "When was the last time you were here?" "Of course you don't recognize anything." "Let me see, they booked a table at the palace cuisine." "And, it's this way. Do you remember the palace cuisine?" "I used to have my meals there frequently when I was studying in middle and high school, usually for my classmates' birthday parties or something like that." Lu Jiyu shook his head. "I left after elementary school, so I don't have any recollections of the place." Lu Jiyu and Wang Yi saw a big man standing by the door as soon as they got out of the car. After he saw Wang Yi, he hurried over. The man spoke in the local dialect, which made Lu Jiyu felt a sense of familiarity. "Wang Yi, you're finally here. Hurry upstairs, they're in the second room to the left on the second floor." Wang Yi hugged the fat man and they gave each other friendly pounds with their fists. He laughed heartily, then spoke to Lu Jiyu. "Li Hao, the class monitor, remember him?" Lu Jiyu immediately remembered, his expression turning into that of an understanding. He did not expect that the class monitor of the past had grown to be this fat. Li Hao was a skinny little kid. Now, Lu Jiyu could only find the little familiarity from his eyes and eyebrows. Li Hao looked at Lu Jiyu and asked, "And this is?" "Make a guess?" Wang Yi laughed. Li Hao observed him closely, then immediately shouted, "Lu Jiyu? You are Lu Jiyu, aren't you?" Lu Jiyu felt a sense of familiarity and joy well up in his heart. It was the feeling of being recognized by an old classmate he had not seen in many years. He hugged Li Hao and said, "That's right, class monitor. How did you gain so much weight? I remember that you would not gain an ounce no matter how much you ate when you were young." Li Hao released the hug and looked at Lu Jiyu. Let me see, oh my. You were the most good-looking kid in class when you were younger. The way you look now, I would not be able to recognize you even if I run into you. Why haven't you come back all these years? We all missed you." Lu Jiyu felt slightly embarrassed. "I'd been studying somewhere else, then went to work in the capital. My old house over here also got sold. But this is indeed my fault. I'll drink 3 glasses of beer later as my punishment. How is 3 glasses enough? I'll show you what punishment is when I head up later. You guys should head up quickly, I am still waiting for a few of our classmates. This should be the best restaurant in town. It was rather posh. Lu Jiyu noticed that the decor and facilities were all pretty good, and the waiters were also very well mannered. The two had just reached the room when they saw that there were already a lot of people inside. When they saw Wang Yi, several people stood to greet him. Wang, even a great scientist like you have come. Here. Sit next to me. Old Wang, you're late. Come on, drink as your punishment. Wang Yi, he's right, drink. A young man with glasses and a man with a shaved head were the loudest. Wang Yi immediately shouted, Four Eyes, Lu Daqiao, don't try to play with me tonight. Look who I brought. Everyone noticed Lu Jiyu, who was standing behind Wang Yi, but no one could recall who exactly he was for the time being. After all, Lu Jiyu had changed a lot. But Four Eyes immediately shouted, Lu Jiyu, I can't believe you're here. Gosh, how many years have it been since I last saw you? As soon as Four Eyes spoke up, everyone else remembered him as well. Lu Jiyu had been pretty popular when he was a kid. He had good grades and was rather handsome. He had been good friends with a lot of people, much to the fancy of his teachers and classmates. Many people crowded toward him and began chatting about old times. As he chatted with them, Lu Jiyu's memory of his childhood began to return as well. He was soon able to match the names to the faces in front of him. Having lived out of town for so many years, he thought he was all alone. But to his surprise, he still had so many classmates and friends back here. Wow, you're married? Four Eye? That was nothing. Lu Daqiao's son is already in kindergarten. How about you? Since you've grown such a face, how popular you would be. Why didn't you bring anyone? I'm not married. My girlfriend has to work today. It was too rushed, and so I couldn't bring her. There were plenty of girls there, but most of them were married. The boys were mostly married as well. In a small town like this, people tended to marry early, a few of them already had kids in their families. Just then, the door opened and a young woman walked in. She had short hair and was wearing a uniform. She looked as though she had rushed over here from work. She looked quite thin and her face was a little pale. Lu Jiyu turned to Wang Yi and asked, Who's that? Four Eyes immediately shouted, Lu Jiyu, have you forgotten? That's AI Shu. Lu Jiyu was shocked. What? Lu Jiyu felt memories returning to him. He had been very proud when he was young. Because of his good grades, good looks, and a well-to-do family, his actions had been rather arrogant. He had been somewhat of a bully. AI Shu had been very pretty when she was young as well, but she was shy, introverted, and did not interact much with others. Lu Jiyu was very interested in her, but that wasn't a good thing when you were a kid. Children could have very strange ways of expressing fondness. It mostly started with him bullying her. At first it was just Lu Jiyu bullying her, but because of AI Shu's shyness and her reclusive nature, the rest of the class began isolating and bullying her as well. Once, Lu Jiyu accidentally broke one of AI Shu's belongings and angered her. A fight broke out between them. Lu Jiyu used his backpack to hit AI Shu, forgetting that he had a flashlight in his bag that day. The flashlight struck AI Shu's head and injured her. After the fight, Lu Jiyu was punished by the school. Since he was close to graduating, his family took him out of school and sent him away to a middle school in the capital city of the province. Seeing AI Shu again brought back all the shame and guilt Lu Jiyu had felt back then. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, unsure of what to do. He thought that he would have let go of his childhood stupidity as he grew up, but not sure why. Maybe this incident was especially memorable to him, or maybe due to some other unknown reasons. Lu Jiyu still felt uncomfortable till this day. During the dinner, Lu Jiyu repeatedly glanced at AI Shu and caught her attention. AI Shu stared at him, confused. Noticing the two looking at each other, the girl next to AI Shu whispered something to her. AI Shu frowned, then turned her head, no longer looking at Lu Jiyu again. She still remembers the things I did to her back then. Lu Jiyu lowered his head in shame. His mind was not fully on the reunion. Most of the people in the reunion were catching up on old times, exchanging contact information and asking about what they were doing recently. As most of his old classmates were already married, they all returned home after dinner. As they bade each other goodbye, many of his classmates gathered around Lu Jiyu and asked for his contact number as well as his current address. They agreed to meet up with Lu Jiyu whenever they went to the city. "Sure, come find me if you ever come to the city." He was talking with a few of his female classmates when he noticed Ai Shu was about to leave by herself. He excused himself and immediately chased after her. Lu Jiyu stopped in front of Ai Shu. Ai Shu stopped in her tracks and looked at him doubtfully. Lu Jiyu took a deep breath and asked, "Do you remember me?" I am Lu Jiyu, I was in your class." She wore her hair short and stood with her back straight. She was tall. With her heels, she was almost as tall as Lu Jiyu. She nodded but did not speak. Lu Jiyu realized that he was very nervous. "I just want to apologize. I am very sorry for what I did to you back then. Even though this apology is very late, but I feel that I would be more comfortable after I say it aloud." He pulled a business card out of his wallet and continued, "This is my number and contact information. Please, if I can help you with anything, don't hesitate to call." "Alright," Ai Shu said. That was the first word she said to him all night. She then turned to leave. Lu Jiyu heaved a sigh of relief watching her walk away. Wang Yu walked over and pat Lu Jiyu's shoulder. "So? Have you made up? That happened so long ago, would Ai Shu be so petty as to still hold a grudge against you?" "I don't know." Lu Jiyu shook his head. "She only said alright, but she did take my card." Wang Yi nodded. "Don't think too much about it," he said. "She's like that. She doesn't talk much, nor does she like to interact with people. She hasn't changed after all these years." Lu Jiyu got onto Wang Yi's car and began his journey back. He was glad that he had came to the reunion. He had not only reconnected with his classmates and got back beautiful memories of the past, he was especially happy to see Ai Shu and finally apologize to her. What happened between the two of them had always been a sore spot for him. In the dimensional castle, the bookshelves of the library were gradually being filled up with Lu Jiyu's recent purchases. Because of the different flow of time, some of the books already appeared old and yellowed, as if they were ancient tomes. It had been 200 years since Lu Jiyu made the first human. There had been human tribes appearing on the southern part of the Alan continent. 200 years was enough for a dozen of generations of humans to proliferate. The first few generations was long gone. The current humans, in their memories, all thought that they have lived on Alan continent since the beginning of time. The number of humans had increased significantly, from the initial hundreds to now tens of thousands. The original small tribes split off and spread throughout the entire southern half of the continent. Like the ever-growing humans, the orcs in the north were developing as well. The tribes slowly developed into cities and civilization was formed. The humans, through their exploration, had already made contact with the orcs, and knew that they were not the only intelligent beings living in the world. These 200 years were only 2 weeks to Lu Jiyu. 10 days ago, as he was observing the development of civilization within Maria's world, Lu Jiyu realized that he had made a serious mistake. Even though Maria's world was rich in resources, it did have a fatal flaw: lack of mines. When he created Maria's world, he had placed plenty of resources, but the distribution of the materials was too even. This meant that mines could not have developed underground. The tribes were content with using stones as their primary resource. The few metals ingots that were discovered were hailed as God's rocks and worshipped. Without metal, civilizations couldn't enter the Bronze Age or Steel Age, delaying the advancement of civilization. Seeing no other way round, Lu Jiyu used source form again and changed the rules of Maria's world. He shifted the distribution of metal from within the earth and created mines for several different kinds of metals, such as gold, silver, copper, and iron. He also created other kinds of resources like coal and oil. Some of the mines were located near the tribes, exposed above the ground. The discovery of these mines would jumpstart the progress of civilization. Lu Jiyu had 108 units of source form before he spent 3 units of them on the dimensional castle. Lately, as the development of the civilization and the deaths of lives in the Maria's world, he had accumulated 176 units of source form. Creating the mines used up 47 units. leaving him with 129 units. However, it was all worth it. With the help of the mines and the copper smelting technology, copper started to be widely adapted to all the tribes. The civilizations grew very fast, which led to the rapid development of the orc cities. Soon after they entered the era of cities, the first king to ever exist was established, the Orc King of Sarga City. The orcs had already built cities and entered the Bronze Age, but humans were still in the early stage of developing their civilization. Meanwhile, the fighting among orc clans intensified. This clashes and melding of cultures helped spark off the improvement of the orc civilization. The first generation's orc king was from the clan of rats, but by the fourth generation, he was from the clan of tigers. Other clans, like the clan of dogs and the clan of bulls, had succeeded the title of the orc king as well afterwards. The current orc king, the 12th generation orc named Costa, was from the clan of wolves. Cities were appearing in other places as well and were slowly replacing tribes. The intermingling and combining of orc tribes were taking place. This had Lu Jiyu worried. He thought that the orcs were developing too fast while the humans were in the beginnings of their development and barely had their own language. He was worried that the orcs might one day wipe out all humans before the humans had a chance at developing their own cultures. He had spent a great deal of time and effort developing and modifying genes for this species of human, and he did not want all that work to go to waste. So far things did not go as Lu Jiyu had expected. He wanted to push the development of the humanity, at least to the point where they can hold their own against the orcs. Currently, there were about 100,000 humans in the Maria world. However, because of the fertile lands, there was no need for trade, and communication between human tribes was minimal. Lu Jiyu had to use two methods to boost the development of the human race. The first was to introduce an external threat, the second was to create an internal unity between the humans. The external threat came when the orc tribes came in contact with the humans. The friction between the orcs and the humans were escalating as time went by. In order to help the humans unify, Lu Jiyu decided that he would appoint a king of all men. The plains near the center of the continent was hailed by the humans as the Red River Plain. It was located between the Red River and the ranges of the Heavenly Mountains. The plain had fertile lands and lush forests, and beasts of all kinds ran loose there. The forests were full of fruits and other kinds of food. It was paradise to the humans. Many round, tent-like straw huts stood on the area under the mountains. Primordial men wearing pelts of beasts returned to one of the villages carrying food. The leader of the village was a man who had already broken through the limits of the physical body and awakened the power Lu Jiyu hid in his genes. However, the paradise had turned into hell when an army of orcs from over the heavenly mountains descended upon the village. Even though the leader of the village had awakened his genetic power, it was merely an ability to control his adrenaline. The army that attacked was from the clan of wolves, the most powerful clan of orcs in the world. The fierce soldiers rode large, wolf-like beasts and chanted their battle cry in Sofok, a language first developed by the clan of rats. After hundreds of years of refinement, Sofok had developed into a complete language system. Kill them all, this fertile plain should belong to us and not these beasts. Kill these undeveloped swines. The war was cruel. The leader of the village led his men into battle with a stone axe. He used the massive strength and fast reaction he got after activating his adrenaline to strike down many orcs. However, he was still no match for the clan of wolves. His enemies had lances and swords made of bronze, while the best weapons his people had were rocks and wooden sticks. Soon, the human villagers lost the battle. The wolves spared no one, not even the women and the children. The war between species was extremely bloody and cruel. The leader of the village was the last one standing. He was exhausted and finally failed under the spear of the wolves. The leader of the village lay on the ground and cursed the orcs with his dying breath in the human language that was still in the early stage of development. You bastards! God will punish you. After killing everyone in sight, the wolf soldiers set fire to the remaining huts and disappeared on their mounts in high spirits. As the soldiers disappeared into the distance, a figure appeared near the village. He wore a gray linen cloak, simple shirt and trousers, and a pair of plain boots. He held a silver staff with strange carvings, his face covered by a white mask with a drawing of a red sun. That was Lu Jiyu. Lu Jiyu had been searching for a place to start his plans when he saw the atrocity committed in the village. Then he had fixed his gaze here. He had already saw how tragic the battlefield was through the scroll of the world, but it did not prepare him for how bad the situation truly was now that he was here in person. The smells of burning corpses almost made Lu Jiyu retch, but Lu Jiyu realized that other than slight discomfort, he didn't feel anything else. Was that because he did not feel a sense of kinship with the humans in this world? Or could it be due to some other reasons? He walked towards the burning huts in the center of the village. It was already consumed by fire, and it was emitting thick, black smoke. Lu Jiyu raised his staff and opened the dimensional door to link to a river from far away, channeling a large amount of water to extinguish the flames. He had made the staff himself and carved the channeling array for dimensional door on it. This way, he could simply inject his mind power into the staff and instantly activate the dimensional door instead of needing to draw the channeling array every time when he needed to connect to a different space. Lu Jiyu could open a dimensional door anywhere within this Kryn space and transport any objects at his will. This was also the only spell that Lu Jiyu had mastered so far with his mind power. The other powers such as mind reading, changing genes, etc. were all talents associated with his mind power, something made available to him through the flow of information. His exploration of his mind power was rudimentary at best. He could not fully understand it. He didn't know exactly what mind power was. He had no idea what a soul was either. Even though his mind power had become stronger through his continued meditation, he still could not discover additional powers, nor did he have any defined goals or directions to work toward. As for the dimensional door, it was something Lu Jiyu would not comprehend. It was lucky enough that he was able to draw the channeling array on the staff properly. The water put out the fire. Lu Jiyu approached the still smoking hut and heard someone was coughing inside. He pushed aside the burnt remains of the hut and saw a young human boy climbing out from inside a hole on the ground. The two stared at each other in silence. Walumo, Mo Cca? Who are you? The boy asked, his words slurring. Lu Jiyu had collected information about the Orc language, but could not really understand the fledgling human language as it was still in its early stages of development, and did not have a complete system of words. Thankfully, Lu Jiyu could understand what the boy was asking using his mind power. In fact, the boy's fear and animosity were also clearly conveyed to him. I am a messenger from the gods. Ahinaton, oh, future king of all men. He held out his hand toward the young boy, and used his mind power to beckon him forward. After Ahinaton understood Lu Jiyu, he even felt interested and somewhat emotionally connected to Lu Jiyu due to the influence of the mind power. The stranger seemed to be wrapped in the glory of the sun and his body was radiating a divine white glow. Ahinaton pulled himself to his feet and was comforted by the stranger's presence. Sent here by the gods, you are the messenger of the gods? I, Ahinaton, pay you the highest of respects. Are you here to punish those evil orcs? You must be the one to avenge the lives of your loved ones with your own hands, Lu Jiyu said, leading Ahinaton away from the hut. I am only here to provide you guidance from the glorious goddess of light, Maria. But why won't the gods kill off the evil wolfmen? Ahinaton asked, clearly unsatisfied with Lu Jiyu's answer. Why did the gods watch the orcs kill my parents and my clansmen? How could gods who stood by and watched these things happen still be called gods? What do you think gods are? Your servants? Lu Jiyu turned back and looked at Ahinaton. They gave you life, intelligence, and power. They also gave you lush lands and a world to explore. Do you still want them to watch over every second and every aspect of your lives? Fulfill your every wish and desire? You are too greedy. Seeing that Ahinaton didn't say anything in response, Lu Jiyu continued, the gods gave you hope and a future, but it is up to you to decide which path to take. He lowered himself to look Ahinaton in the eyes and said, the gods are just, Ahinaton. Humans and orcs, as well as every living being in this world, are the children of the gods. They created this world, but they gave you the power to choose your own destiny. The gods are not responsible for your lives, you are. Remember, you hold your destiny in your hands. Then why are you here? Ahinaton paused, then asked. Why did they send you? Who are you? I am Pharos, the archangel of Maria, the goddess of light, Lu Jiyu said. I am tasked with maintaining the balance of this world. If this course of events continue, humans will be wiped out by the orcs. Thus, I am here in hopes that you can carry the responsibility of uniting the human race and stopping the invading orcs. You shall become the king of all humans. Of course, you have the choice to accept or refuse this fate. Ahinaton looked at Lu Jiu, then at the burned village around him and the corpses on the ground. His eyes burned with hatred. He felt as if he could see thousands of humans dying under the orcs' blades. He felt as if he could hear their dying cries, "No, not like this, our kind cannot be wiped out." Ahinaton looked toward Lu Jiu. "Archangel Pharos, you have my word, I agree. What do you need me to do?" Lu Jiu shook his head. "I do not need you to do anything. You have to grow and become more powerful. You are too weak now." "Is it mighty strength?" Ahinaton asked hurriedly. "Like my father who has the strength of the gods?" Lu Jiu shook his head. "One man cannot fight an entire army no matter how strong he is, while an army will have to submit to order. Power does not only lie within strength. What I wish of you is to create order and civilization among the scattered human race. Order and civilization. That is what can save your kind." "Order and civilization?" Ahinaton asked as if he couldn't understand the words. Lu Jiu held out a hand to grab Ahinaton's. The two walked toward the east, toward where the sun rose. Lu Jiu raised his staff. He summoned a dimensional door with a flash of light. The two stepped through the formless screen and arrived somewhere in the distance. The northern part of the continent had already entered winter. Lu Jiu gave Ahinaton a cloak. Ahinaton fumbled to wrap the cloak around himself, but he never took his eyes off the grand city in the distance. "What is that?" he asked. "That is the capital of the orcs," Lu Jiu said. "It's called Sarga. 12 kings have built up the city over the course of 200 years. 12 generations of kings have come and gone. Many tribes fought for the right to call this city theirs. 200 years of fighting and expansion gave birth to the city before you." "A city?" Ahinaton asked, his eyes reflecting excitement and awe. "Will our kind have this too?" "Of course," Lu Jiu said with a nod. "You will be the first king of men. You will lead mankind into an age of cities. You will spark the flames of civilization, and your name will be on the tongues of every man, woman, and child for hundreds of years to come. Come with me." He started walking again with Ahinaton following closely behind. A moment later, the two appeared on top of the city wall of Sarga. Looking down on the city unfolding beneath them, the city was bustling with people. Soldiers carrying weapons walked through the streets while civilians in simple clothing moved between shops and buildings. Most people wore only a few pieces of cloth, while nobles dressed in fine pelts. The orcs had already developed class structures and specialized duties. There were merchants, commoners, nobles, farmers, hunters, soldiers, and craftsmen. Craftsmen erected impressive buildings while soldiers carried sharp bronze swords. Everything looked incredibly beautiful in Ahinaton's eyes because it was clean, organized, and grand. There were not only wolf people residing in the city. Dog dash, tiger dash, and lion people also mingled together in the streets. The city seemed endless to Ahinaton. Countless streets stretched into the distance, filled with what looked like an infinite number of people. Ahinaton felt in awe. The desire for progress was coded deep within the bones of humanity. Soon, the two were discovered by patrols on the wall. "Who are you? What are you doing here? How did you get onto the city wall?" Hearing the soldiers shout, more guards swarmed over and raised their weapons at the pair. Seeing a spear pointed at him and guards charging closer, Ahinaton started trembling in fear. Lu Jiu turned toward him with his masked face. He waved his staff, and the two disappeared in a flash of light. This was precisely why Lu Jiu had carved the dimensional door channeling array onto the staff. It allowed him to react instantly during emergencies like this. "This is their language," Lu Jiu said. "It is called Sofok." Words and language gave the orcs the ability to communicate and develop culture. This is the foundation of a unified civilization. They now stood beneath a massive statue of the Orc King. The pedestal holding the statue was covered with words describing the king's accomplishments. Ahinaton could not understand the writing, but Lu Jiu knew the boy would remember this moment forever. Lu Jiu then brought Ahinaton to the marketplace. The crowded streets and countless vendors fascinated the young boy. This was the center of commerce for the northern orc cities. One could find almost anything there. As they walked through the market, Lu Jiu explained gold, currency, merchants, and wealth to him. Gold? What is gold? Ahinaton asked curiously. A gold coin suddenly appeared in Lu Jiu's hand. He handed it to the boy. This is the currency of the orcs, Lu Jiu said. I'll give it to you as a souvenir. You must be the one to avenge the lives of your loved ones with your own hands, Lu Jiu said, leading Ahinaton away from the hut. I am only here to provide you guidance from the glorious goddess of light, Maria. But why won't the gods kill off the evil wolfmen? Ahinaton asked, clearly unsatisfied with Lu Jiu's answer. Why did the gods watch the orcs kill my parents and my clansmen? How could gods who stood by and watched these things happen still be called gods? What do you think gods are? Your servants? Lu Jiu turned back and looked at Ahinaton. They gave you lives, intelligence, and power. They also gave you lush lands and a world to explore. Do you still want them to watch over every second and every aspect of your lives? Fulfill your every wish and desire? You are too greedy. Seeing that Ahinaton didn't say anything in response, Lu Jiu continued. The gods gave you hope and a future, but it is up to you to decide which path to take. He lowered himself to look Ahinaton in the eyes and said, the gods are just Ahinaton. Humans and orcs, as well as every living being in this world, are the children of the gods. They created this world, but they gave you the power to choose your own destiny. The gods are not responsible for your lives, you are. Remember, you hold your destiny in your hands. Then why are you here? Ahinaton paused, then asked. Why did they send you? Who are you? I am Pharos, the archangel of Maria, the goddess of light, Lu Jiu said. I am tasked with maintaining the balance of this world. If this course of events continue, humans will be wiped out by the orcs. Thus, I am here in hopes that you can carry the responsibility of uniting the human race and stopping the invading orcs. You shall become the king of all humans. Of course, you have the choice to accept or refuse this fate. Ahinaton looked at Lu Jiu, then at the burned village around him and the corpses on the ground. His eyes burned with hatred. He felt as if he could see thousands of humans dying under the orcs' blades. He felt as if he could hear their dying cries. No, not like this, our kind cannot be wiped out. Ahinaton looked toward Lu Jiu. Archangel Pharos, you have my word, I agree. What do you need me to do? Lu Jiu shook his head. I do not need you to do anything. You have to grow and become more powerful. You are too weak now. Is it mighty strength? Ahinaton asked hurriedly. Like my father who has the strength of the gods? Lu Jiu shook his head. One man cannot fight an entire army no matter how strong he is, while an army will have to submit to order. Power does not only lie within strength. What I wish of you is to create order and civilization among the scattered human race. Order and civilization. That is what can save your kind. Order and civilization? Ahinaton asked as if he couldn't understand the words. Lu Jiu held out a hand to grab Ahinaton's. The two walked toward the east, toward where the sun rose. Lu Jiu raised his staff. He summoned a dimensional door with a flash of light. The two stepped through the formless screen and arrived somewhere in the distance. The northern part of the continent had already entered winter. Lu Jiu gave Ahinaton a cloak. Ahinaton fumbled to wrap the cloak around himself, but he never took his eyes off of the grand city in the distance. What is that? That is the capital of the orcs, Lu Jiu said. It's called Sarga. 12 kings have built up the city over the course of 200 years. 12 generations of kings that have come and gone. Many tribes fought for the right to call this city theirs. 200 years of fighting and expansion gave birth to the city in front of you. A city? Ahinaton asked, his eyes reflecting his excitement and awe. Will our kind have this too? Of course, Lu Jiu said with a nod. You will be the first king of men. You will lead mankind to an age of cities. You will spark the flames of civilization, and your name will be on the tongue of every man, woman, and child for hundreds of years to come. Come with me." He walked again with Ahinaton following him closely. A moment later, the two appeared on top of the city wall of Sarga, looking down on the city unfolding beneath. The city was bustling with people. There were many people walking on the streets, such as soldiers who were carrying weapons and civilians in simple clothing. They dressed simply, mostly a few pieces of cloth covering their bodies. Only the nobles could own fancy clothing made from pelt. The orcs had developed the class structure and segregation of duties. There were merchants, commoners, nobles, farmers, hunters, troops, craftsmen, and the like. Craftsmen were responsible for erecting opulent buildings. There were sharp bronze swords in the hands of every soldier. What they were wearing were all incredibly pretty in Ahinaton's eyes as they were clean and tidy. There weren't only wolf people residing in the city. There were dog dash, tiger dash, and lion people as well. Different races mingled in the streets. The city seemed endless to Ahinaton. There were many streets and seemingly an infinite amount of people living within. Ahinaton felt at awe. The desire for progress was coded into the very bones of humans. Soon, the two were discovered by the patrols on the wall. "Who are you? What are you doing here? How did you come up to the city wall?" Hearing the soldiers' call, more guards swarmed over and raised their weapons at the two. Seeing a spear was aiming at him and a guard was charging towards him, Ahinaton started to shake in fear. Lu Jiyu turned to look at him with his masked face. He waved his staff and the two disappeared in a flash of light. This was why Lu Jiyu made the staff and carved the channeling array to summon the dimensional door on it. It allowed him to react quicker to an emergency situation like this. "This is their language," Lu Jiyu said. "It is called Sofok." Words and language gave the orcs the ability to communicate and develop culture. This is the basis for a unified civilization. They were standing under a large statue of the Orc King. The pedestal that held the statue was covered in words that described the accolades of the Orc King. Ahinaton couldn't understand what Lu Jiyu told him. But Lu Jiyu knew that he would remember his words. Lu Jiyu then took Ahinaton to the market. The crowded market and the different vendors fascinated the young boy. This was the center of commerce for orc cities in the north. One could find almost anything there. Lu Jiyu walked the boy through the market, telling him more about gold, currency, wealth, and merchants. "Gold? What is gold?" Ahinaton asked when Lu Jiyu brought it up. A gold coin appeared in his hand, and he handed it to the boy. "This is the currency of the orcs. I'll give it to you as a souvenir." In the next few days, Lu Jiyu took Ahinaton to all the other few cities which the orcs had just built. He showed the boy the cities of the tigers and the leopards, which were designed like military bases. He also showed the boy the city of the foxes, which was the orcs' largest center of commerce in the north. Then, Lu Jiyu took Ahinaton to visit the tribes of the dog people and cat people, which were still primitive and not yet cities. After that, he showed the boy the orcs' farms and ranches, and told him that he could domesticate animals and raise crops too. Humans had been doing these as well, but because the south was filled with natural resources, they did not carry these processes out fully and also did not understand why they had to. In these few days, Ahinaton finally had a basic idea of how powerful the orcs were and how weak the humans were. The orcs were already an army equipped with weapons and civilization, while humans were only a group of wild monkeys in the forest. A few days passed. Finally, Lu Jiyu took Ahinaton back to the plain where he had lived. It was the end of the day, and the sun was setting slowly. "Do you understand now?" Lu Jiyu asked. Ahinaton nodded. "I understand. In the name Goddess Maria, I will bring light to humans." Lu Jiyu nodded. "Before I go, I want to give you something." Ahinaton looked at Lu Jiyu in surprise. Lu Jiyu held out his hands. In his left hand there was a bag of seeds, while in his right hand there was a long sword. The sword was a customized order Lu Jiyu had obtained online. Made from alloy steel, it was strong, durable, and resistant to friction and corrosion. Its appearance was even more astonishing, with special patterns and a blood groove on it. To someone like Ahinaton who had not even seen the Bronze Age, such a sword was just like a divine artifact. He took the sword with much excitement and asked, "Is such a divine artifact really for me?" He stared at the gleaming mirror-like surface of the sword. The sword was sharp and strong. And only gods could have created it. He knelt down on the ground, praise Goddess Maria. Another thing, Lu Jiyu said. Right then, Lu Jiyu tapped on Ahinaton's hand with his finger. In these few days, he had lied to Ahinaton and given him a pill to eat, telling him that it was a divine medicine, when it was actually just a piece of candy. That way, he could secretly strengthen Ahinaton's body with his mind power so that he would be able to unlock the abilities in Ahinaton's genes before he left. Lu Jiyu unlocked the restrictions Ahinaton's brain had on his body, activating two powers in Ahinaton's genes, namely mastery of swords and the golden eye. The so-called golden eye was an ability formed from the fusion of eye-related abilities such as dynamic vision, eagle's vision, and night vision. Lu Jiyu believed that with the sword, his extraordinary sword skills, and his eyes which could detect any incoming attacks, Ahinaton would be able to defeat 100 normal humans easily. With these powers, it would pose no challenge for Ahinaton to become the leader of a tribe. In addition, with the knowledge that Ahinaton had gained from the trip with Lu Jiyu, he would also be able to easily build a human city. As for resisting the invasions from the orcs, as long as Ahinaton could build a civilization which was strong enough to fight against the orcs, everything would be fine. After all, the orcs might be strong, but they were not unified. If I fail this time, Lu Jiyu thought, I can still select someone else. Lu Jiyu watched as Ahinaton collapsed onto the ground with many hormonal changes occurring in his body. Even his pupils slowly turned gold. Lu Jiyu picked up the boy and placed him on a haystack, after which Lu Jiyu turned around and vanished under the sunset. When Ahinaton woke up, he felt extremely hungry and thirsty. At the moment, it was already nighttime, but he still felt that the world actually looked bright to him. Although it was not as clear as it would have been in the daylight, he could still see everything very well. He picked up the sword Lu Jiyu had given him, and put the bag of seeds into his clothes. Then, he walked into the forest and found a small stream right away. Just as he was lowering his head to drink, a dark figure appeared beside him. Ahinaton was able to react immediately. He quickly drew his sword, realizing that the attacker was a black leopard. His pupils contracted, and his golden pupils seemed to shine in the darkness. The leopard's lightning-quick, deadly attack was actually rapidly slowed down in his eyes. Ahinaton quickly bent down, turned around, and pierced the sword into the leopard's neck, as if he had practiced this action with the sword for thousands of times. The whole series of movements was very smooth, as though he was a top-tier swordsman. Panting, he stared at the leopard in bewilderment. Even his father would have had a tough battle with such a wild beast in the forest. How did he kill the beast so easily? Ahinaton gripped his sword tightly. The sword felt like his closest buddy, as if he had already practiced sword skills for tens of years. Using the sword had become one of his instincts. After glancing at the already dead leopard on the ground, he lowered his head to look at the river. Moonlight poured down and he could see his reflection on the surface. Red hair, a firm face, and a pair of golden pupils. My eyes? As soon as Lu Jiyu returned to the castle, he took his mask off. It did not feel great to go down and do some work himself. Lying was an art, after all. Although he could read minds and was especially powerful in Maria's world, he was still an ordinary human. Moreover, his immortality gene editing plan was entering a critical stage. The development of Maria's world would only affect the growth of the civilizations inside his world reform plan, and how much source form he could get. On the other hand, immortality gene editing plan would directly determine how long Lu Jiyu could live. If he could solve the lifespan problem, he could even stay in the castle for as long as he wanted to speed up his research and various plans. In other words, he did not have to worry about staying in the castle for too long and forgetting about time. If that happened, by the time he returned to the outside world, he would already be old. From the insects, he had learned some of the secrets to immortality genes. In particular, maintenance and constant restoration were the key factors. At the moment, he already had some preliminary ideas and results, and was still implementing them. However, several of his experiments had gone wrong, proving his ideas wrong. That had made him slightly discouraged. Where should I start? Strong restorative powers and vitality, not needing tons of energy, and able to maintain the processes in the body. Lu Jiyu was sitting down in the large laboratory, looking tired. He got up from his chair, walked to a door on the side of the room, and opened it. It was a freezer room he had specially built. The room was filled with various labeled animal and plant genetic templates. The temperature in the freezer room was almost equivalent to outer space, and the room was isolated from its surrounding. As he sealed away a few failed templates, he suddenly noticed a small plant in a bottle with his peripheral vision. Huh? What if I insert sections of plant genes into animal genes? Fetal movement undetectable. Signs of life undetectable. It's not working, it failed again. Lu Jiyu watched as the few lives that had just been born vanished before him, causing him to be very depressed. Genetically, there was nothing wrong, their life templates were complete and their designs were logical. He did not know why he kept failing over and over again. After he had begun the immortality gene editing plan, he had been trying to create an intelligent species with an extremely long lifespan. To achieve this, he had been adding sections of plant genes to existing genes of new humans. The self-repair abilities and vitality of plants far exceeded that of animals. Even if a plant was chopped up into a few pieces, as long as there were water and sunlight, it could grow out again, whether it was underwater or on land, cold or hot. Plants could be seen. They were even found in harsh environments such as deserts. Plants had a long lifespan, and more importantly, they could always remain in their best condition until the very moment they died. Lu Jiyu was precisely trying to design a species that had a plant's longevity. These organisms would be able to live 1,000 years. Like plants, these creatures would be able to maintain their youth and would only start aging in the last 100 years of their lives. They would not need to consume a lot of food to provide themselves with enough energy to survive. As long as they had sufficient sunlight and water, they could continue living. This would be an extremely perfect creature, and Lu Jiyu considered it as his masterpiece. The only problem was that he could not successfully create it. Could it be because of the mother? Lu Jiyu suddenly realized that he may have made a serious mistake. This organism was very different from ordinary animals, so it would be impossible for this organism, which had plant characteristics, to grow in the wombs of other animals. Unlike normal species, because of its plant characteristics, it would not be able to receive the nutrients it needed in other animals' wombs. He immediately turned his research in another direction and began to plan the creation of a plant that could give birth to such an organism. This unique, long-lived species he was creating would grow out straight from this plant. My idea is mad. Intelligent life growing out of a plant. He stood up from his chair at once and left his lab in the 4th level. Then, he hurried into the library downstairs to read the books regarding this area. Lu Jiyu had to spend some time thinking. There were a lot of ant people hurrying about in the castle, doing their assigned daily chores. They never talked on their own or asked Lu Jiyu any questions. After a long time, Lu Jiyu had begun to think of them more like robots. Therefore, he was often oblivious to their presence. After entering the library, Lu Jiyu immediately said to an ant person who was sweeping the floor, "Number 23, get the plant samples numbered 1289, 2358, and 256, and put them on my desk in the lab. Also, get the kitchen to make me some food." The ant person laid down its broom and trotted out of the library. Lu Jiyu continued towards the bookshelves. After checking the shelf with plant-related books, he reached out his hand. Right away, a few books on the shelf flew towards him and landed on his hand. Lu Jiyu's mind power at the moment was already strong enough to influence reality and move objects. However, it was only limited to items that were small and light. The entire library was carpeted and very clean. The fine carvings around and the drop ceiling on top were all made from wood, making the place look very artistic. As long as they had proper instructions in their brains, the ant people were excellent workers and artisans. They could achieve most things that Lu Jiyu wanted in a perfect way. Of course, it only included work that did not require much intelligence. Lu Jiyu sat down by the wooden table located at the center of the room. Below the table, there was even a rug made from bear pelt. He snapped his fingers and the lights above him came up at once. Then, he began reading the few books he had taken. Lu Jiyu scanned through the books very quickly, as if he was only flipping through them, and all the information was already recorded down by his subbrain. Then, his subbrain would extract the information Lu Jiyu wanted and release it to him. This plant will be somewhat like the insect's nest. Perhaps I can learn something from the structure of the nest. Lu Jiyu tapped on the table with his fingers continuously. As he thought about various ideas, the subbrain constantly sent new information to him. Soon, the bare bones of the whole plan formed in his head. Just then, an ant person appeared with a platter of food in its hands. It put the food on Lu Jiyu's table, after which it left to continue the task of cleaning. 2 weeks later, Lu Jiyu picked the other relatively large continent in Maria's world and landed there. Among the 5 continents in Maria's world, the largest 2 were the continent Alan and the one he was on at the moment. The other 3 continents either had unique terrains, harsh environments, or were too small. Of course, there were also many islands on the surface of the sea, but he would not count them in. He had mapped the entire Maria's world and hung the map in his bedroom in the dimensional castle. However, he had yet to name most of the places on the map. Apart from naming the few major continents so that he could remember and differentiate them easily, he was not planning to name the other places. instead, he would wait for the lives in Maria's world to name them. The continent he was standing on at the moment was named Yella, which was located to the east of the world, in the direction where the sun rose. Its climate was very fit for most life form. The continent was filled with forests, and wild animals roamed the land freely. Lu Jiyu walked into a flat wetland forest on the continent. The forest was filled with the chirps of birds, the aroma of flowers, and many densely packed trees. The place did not seem to know winter and was certainly a paradise for animals. At the instant Lu Jiyu entered the forest, he saw many different organisms and plants, some of which he could recognize, but not the others. After such a long time, the plants and seeds that Lu Jiyu had brought in that time had also been mostly localized, due to the different biotic environment and terrain. Their appearances had changed. Lu Jiyu entered the central region of the wetland forest and found a beautiful valley. In the valley, there was a mirror-like lake. The ground was covered with grass, and many colorful flowers were blooming. A breeze blew by, scattering the seeds of dandelions throughout the valley. This is the place. Lu Jiyu nodded, satisfied with the location. A sapling appeared in his hand, and he carefully planted it in the meadow in the depth of the valley. This will be the birthplace of life on this continent. You will be called the Tree of Life. What's wrong? Lu Jiyu asked. He had gone to the mall with Li Wei and was having lunch with her, when he noticed that she looked like she wanted to say something but was holding back. Therefore, he put down his chopsticks and looked at Li Wei. Li Wei shook her head. Nothing, she said. It's just that every time I see you, it always feels like you have become a bit distant and unfamiliar, even though we have just met up not long ago. Lu Jiyu knew that this was because he had been frequently entering the scroll of the world, where he would spend a few months each time. Whenever he met up with Li Wei, only one day would have passed for her since their last date, but to Lu Jiyu, it would be a reunion after parting for a long time. Doesn't that make me seem more mysterious? I feel different every time. Lu Jiyu remarked with a smile. Today, Li Wei seemed to have lost her usual queen-like temperament and was somewhat sentimental, but I feel like you're never really with me, you know? You always know what I am thinking about, what I like, and all my hobbies. But I realize that I don't know anything about you. Sure, you are burly, good-looking, and sweet. You can give me the romantic love that I want and also give me all the fantasies I have about men. You're perfect, but I can never tell what you're thinking. I have thought through it carefully. I realize that I don't understand you at all. I don't know what you like, what you hate, and I don't even know anything about your family, background, or past. Lu Jiyu looked her in the eyes and the two stared at each other. Why are you suddenly thinking about such a serious topic today? What's important is that we're happy together, isn't it? Li Wei lowered her head. My mom called me. She said that I have to get married this year. I'm not getting any younger, you know. I'll be 30 in 2 years. You should know that women aren't like men. Once I'm over 30, I'll really start to age. Plus, you're younger than me. Lu Jiyu was momentarily stunned, after which he reached over and grabbed Li Wei's hand. Do you want to marry me? Li Wei looked at him blankly, but she pulled her hand away from Lu Jiyu for the first time. I don't know. She admitted. Lu Jiyu waved his hand. After paying the bill, he said, let's go and walk around a bit. Didn't you keep saying that you have no clothes to wear recently? I have also bought 2 movie tickets for your favorite action film. This evening, we can go and watch it together. The two then went shopping. In a shoe store, Lu Jiyu waited for Li Wei at the reception with many bags in his hand, when the few saleswomen there started gossiping about him. One of them even pretended to be playing her phone and was actually taking a picture of him discreetly, but she forgot to turn off the flash. As Lu Jiyu turned to look at her, she immediately blushed with embarrassment. Lu Jiyu? What are you doing here? Suddenly, Lu Jiyu heard a clear voice behind him. He turned his head around and saw a familiar face. Kai Jiejia? Kai Jiejia was wearing a pair of tight jeans and a gym shirt at the moment. Paired with her glasses, she looked healthy and also somewhat playful. She pushed her glasses up and said, I haven't seen you at the gym lately. That membership you've gotten isn't cheap. Do you plan not to go at all? Lu Jiyu shook his head and said, I didn't go because I don't want to disturb your life. How are you doing? Still working there? Kai Jiejia nodded. Still there as an instructor. How about you? Before Lu Jiyu could say anything, Li Wei, who had already finished trying the shoes, walked out from behind. "Who's this?" she asked when she saw Kai Jieja. "I'm his friend," Kai Jiejo explained before Lu Jiyu could open his mouth. "You must be his girlfriend. Nice to meet you." Kai Jieja did not even say her name. After nodding, she said to Lu Jiyu, "I won't hold you any longer. See you." Lu Jiyu also nodded and Kai Jieja turned around, leaving. However, Li Wei suddenly frowned. "Who is she?" she asked. "She's not just your friend, is she?" "She is," Lu Jiyu said at once. "We didn't even talk much. How can you tell that we're not just normal friends?" Li Wei immediately said, "I can tell from the way she looked at you. Also, she looked at me with some hostility. Is she your ex?" Lu Jiyu wanted to deny it, but when he looked at Li Wei's eyes, he sighed. "Fine, I don't want to lie to you. But we've never contacted each other since we broke up. Just now we only met by coincidence. How many exes do you have?" Li Wei demanded, suddenly angry. "You've never told me anything about your past. What are you trying to hide from me?" Lu Jiyu was at a loss for what to reply. "I'm not hiding anything. At my age, what's wrong with having a few exes?" "A few? There's her, and that Xia Fan that goes to your shop every day to look for you. You even flirt with Xiao Lu." Li Wei was very emotional and started arguing with Lu Jiyu on the street, attracting the eyes of many. Lu Jiyu picked up the bags that she had thrown on the ground, after which he looked at Li Wei and said, "I have already said that I have never done anything unloyal to you. Please stop guessing randomly like this. We need to calm down and have a talk." He tried to hold her hand, but she pulled her hand away again. The two walked along the road, with one of them in front and the other at the back. After a long while, Li Wei finally said, "Didn't you say that we're going for a movie?" The two watched the entire movie in silence. Despite it being a comedy and everyone else laughing, the two did not speak at all. Lu Jiyu did not try to sense what Li Wei was thinking. Just like what Li Wei had said, he knew everything about her, but she knew nothing about him. This made Lu Jiyu feel that he was very despicable. "Let's break up." "Why? There's nothing wrong with our relationship, right?" "Maybe it's been wrong since the beginning," Li Wei said. "I was attracted by you, but we really do not suit each other. Moreover, you're a few years younger than me." "That's it?" She remained silent for a long while. Then, she said what Lu Jiyu had heard before, "I feel that you do not belong to me. You don't love me." Outside the theater, Li Wei wrapped her arms around Lu Jiyu's neck and kissed him for a long time to end their relationship. In the past, Lu Jiyu would probably find it romantic, but now he only felt forlorn. As the night fell over the city, he sat in a square, looking at his phone. He realized that Kai Jieja had sent him a few messages on WeChat, so he casually replied her. Ding dong. Just after he sent the message, his phone rang again. Lu Jiyu checked his phone and saw Kai Jieja's reply. "Since you're free, do you want to grab a drink with me?" Soon, Lu Jiyu was sitting in front of the counter of a casual bar with Kai Jieja. There was some gentle and soft Italian music, although Lu Jiyu did not understand any of the lyrics. "You guys broke up? It isn't because of me, is it?" Kai Jieja was sitting beside Lu Jiyu with her legs crossed. Under the light, the side view of her face was somewhat alluring. Lu Jiyu shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you, but the reason is almost the same." Kai Jieja immediately giggled. Lu Jiyu said resignedly, "What are you laughing at? Is it so funny?" Kai Jieja covered her mouth and said, "Because it's true. You're unreliable." After remaining in the bar for a while, Lu Jiyu took his coat and stood up. "I'm leaving first. If you have anything." Before he could finish, Kai Jieja grabbed his hand and jumped into his arms. "You're leaving? Just like that?" On the bed, Kai Jieja clung onto Lu Jiyu's back, her hands roaming over his lean muscles as if she was not willing to let him go. Lu Jiyu turned around and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. With their bodies touching, they stared into each other's eyes. Kai Jieja grinned and said, "I kept having dreams about you after we were apart. Lu Jiyu, you're a perfect lover to me." "A lover? What do you mean?" Lu Jiyu immediately questioned. Kai Jieja smiled at once. "It means that you're not a suitable husband or boyfriend for me. Whether it's me, your Li Wei, or your future girlfriends, we'll all feel that you're unreliable. Lu Jiyu suddenly remembered something. Wait. I thought you said that your ex-boyfriend came back. So why are you here now? Kai Jieja held out her right hand to show Lu Jiyu the ring on her slender finger. That's right. We're back together. We just got engaged last week and are planning to choose a date to get married. Then why did you sleep with me? Lu Jiyu asked, surprised. Kai Jieja kissed him on the lips. Because you're unforgettable, she said. Whenever I think about you, I'll feel my body burning. When Lu Jiyu left Kai Jieja's house, he felt like he had just received a heavy blow. After he returned home, he sat on his couch, staring at the empty apartment. Suddenly, he felt that he was somewhat lonely. After sitting there for a while, he finally remembered that he still had unfinished businesses in the world of Maria. Right away, he stood up and went back there through the dimensional door in his utility room at the top of his apartment. At the moment, dawn was breaking in Maria's world. Lu Jiyu went straight into the forest on Yala and saw that on the once empty clearing next to the lake in the valley, there was now a huge tree towering into the clouds. The tree was hundreds of meters tall, with a crown large enough to block out the sky. Its thick branches radiated liveliness. The branches were broad enough to be used as roads and people could easily run on them. On the crown, many buds could be seen. They looked like blooming flowers that were enveloping something within their layers of skin. Apart from the tree of life, which now looked like a divine tree, a large number of trees had also grown out on the extensive, once grassland-like valley. The trees surrounded the lake, guarding the tree of life. Lu Jiyu returned in time to see a bud ripening and blooming. He teleported directly onto the tree and walked on the branch, which was a few meters wide. Opening the bud, he finally saw a baby within layers of young leaves. The baby had pointy ears and delicate facial features. It was still connected to the pistil of the bud through its umbilical cord. Lu Jiyu carefully cut the cord and carried the baby with his arms. The little baby immediately began crying and stared at Lu Jiyu with its gem-like eyes. You're the first of the long-lived races in Maria's world. Your race shall be called the Elves. He went back onto the ground with the baby in his arms and tapped the air gently with his staff. Right away, the space around him started to fold and many ant people appeared. With their powerful limbs, the ant people could climb trees as easily as walking on flat ground. In a few days, many wooden houses were built under the tree of life. After the first elf, more elves were born one after another. In the year, a few dozens of elves were born, and more would appear in the years to come. However, the tree of life that Lu Jiyu had created also had a finite lifespan. 1,000 years later, this tree of life would reach the end of its life. Therefore, it would still be up to the elves to reproduce and keep their race alive. Nevertheless, such a long-lived race also had its own flaw in terms of reproduction. Lu Jiyu walked out of the treehouse and made his way to the ground via a rope. Recently, he had been living in the largest wetland forest on Yala and breathing the freshest air every day, feeling the wind which was filled with the aroma of grass and flowers, and listening to the chirps of birds and the sounds of insects. Lu Jiyu felt as if he was living a perfect life at some countryside. Lu Jiyu turned around and left. While the ant people stayed behind, they would stay here to raise the elves up until their death. This was the mission Lu Jiyu had given them. On the other hand, the faraway continent Alan was in turmoil and experiencing great changes. With the divine sword and powers bestowed by gods, Ahinaton had led his men and conquered all the tribes around. Then, he built the first human city on the Red River Plains, his hometown. He named it the City of Gold. They must come of age before being able to reproduce. Moreover, reproduction would be much harder for them as compared to humans. Since they had such a long lifespan, they also had to bear this flaw, which actually was not really a big problem. 20-odd ant people were in charge of raising these elves up. Lu Jiyu also stayed for over half a year to observe if this long-lived race had any flaws genetically, as well as whether their life template was self-consistent. After all, when he finished his elixir of life plan, he would use the product on himself. Ahinaton claimed that the gods had chosen him to be the king and created the first human dynasty. Calling himself the Golden King, he created a system for the human language and taught humans how to farm and domesticate wild animals, bringing them into the agrarian age. Ahinaton created a hierarchy system. Those with the powers of gods were referred to as the descendants of gods. He said that they were noble and would form the ruling class. These people were superior, while ordinary people were deemed as peasants. Below the peasants were those he had conquered and enslaved, whose statuses were the lowest. Ahinaton created a commerce system and used gold and silver as standardized currencies. He brought the human race out of its primitive tribal age, creating civilization and order. Nevertheless, Akhenaten was not a kind king, or perhaps even a brutal ruler. He created the hierarchy, and on the other hand, he enjoyed everyone's worship as the king which had golden blood in his veins. He commanded hundreds of slaves to build him a palace and wore lavish clothing. He even used gold to cover the floor of his palace. However, the human race was unified under him and rapid developments took place. In a few dozens of years, the human population quickly multiplied and there were already hundreds of thousands of them at the moment. In the 13th year of the Golden Dynasty, the tension between the humans and the orcs escalated. The city of Golden Sarga City saw their first real conflict. Both sides sent out tens of thousands of soldiers, starting the first large-scale war between the two races. The humans were far inferior to the orcs in terms of military strength and weapons, and were therefore easily crushed. At the most critical moment, Akhenaten put together a small cavalry that he led personally. They assaulted the base of the orcs and slew the 12th orc king, the Wolf King Kosta. The human race won the war, but only barely. However, due to the death of the Wolf King Kosta, a greater chaos erupted between the various orc tribes. The ensuing fight for control of the throne led to another round of civil war between them. On the other hand, humans retreated down south to recover from the war. Akhenaten was also severely injured during the war and lost his will to fight. He spent his days expanding his palace and enjoying a life of comfort. As he grew older and closer to death, Akhenaten became increasingly fearful. He feared the feeling of growing weak and knew that death was creeping closer and closer. Recalling his glorious life, he did not want it to end just yet. Akhenaten remembered the burly man he had encountered when he was young, the archangel Pharaoh that had held his hand and told him he would one day become a king of mankind. He was the messenger of the gods that had given him his divine sword and godly powers, and the man who had bestowed him knowledge of the gods. Akhenaten wanted to meet the angel again. Even if he had to die, he wanted to go to the divine kingdom and become an immortal being like that angel. He began commissioning many temples dedicated to the goddess of light Maria. He became a pious believer, spending a large amount of time praying in front of the statue of Maria every day. During the last 2 years of his life, he took all the gold he had accumulated and ordered the best sculptors in his kingdom to make a large statue of the goddess of light out of pure gold. He ordered his entire kingdom to begin building a temple more beautiful than his own palace. In addition, he announced the state religion as the Church of Light and became the most devoted believer. Behind every statue of the goddess of light was a statue of a messenger with a mask on his face and a staff in his hand. He was the archangel Pharaoh under the goddess of light who had given Akhenaten the prophecy and his powers many years ago. Each temple was populated by many priests and priestesses in white robes, all serving the goddess. However, despite everything he did and all the prayers he said over the few years, the Golden King Akhenaten did not manage to meet the angel until the night of his death. Inside the huge palace, a great fire roared in the fireplace. A rug of rare white bear pelt lay on the ground. Akhenaten sat in his great chair with a glittering, gem-filled golden crown on his head. His hair was all white, and his face full of wrinkles. Moreover, his eyes were murky with cataracts. At the moment, he was gently cleaning the divine sword the angel had given him. However, the man who had once heroically challenged the world no longer had the strength to wield that sword. Akhenaten sighed. In the shadows, he saw a figure approaching him. Immediately, he looked up sharply. Part of him, despite his age, was still a king. "Why do you want to see me, Akhenaten?" Akhenaten saw the figure who was in a white robe and a white mask decorated with the sigil of the sun in front of him. Akhenaten's eyes widened when he saw the familiar person. "It's you. Are you really here? Or am I dreaming?" His voice was hoarse, but he sounded very excited. Lu Jiyu stood in front of Akhenaten and stared at him, sighing in his heart. The young boy that time was already so old at the moment. Time waited for no one, even great kings were at its mercy. "Akhenaten, you've done well," he told him. "You are the first king of mankind. Your name will forever go down in history." "That's not what I want." Akhenaten protested loudly. "That's not what you said back then," Lu Jiyu said, puzzled. "You chose this path yourself, and you are a king now. You have everything you could have ever wanted: power, status, reputation, women, wealth. Why are you not satisfied?" Akhenaten looked at Lu Jiyu and pushed himself out of the chair shakily. With his eyes burning with enthusiasm, he stared at the young man before him, at his lean figure and strong hands. Time did not seem to have left any trace on Lu Zhiyu's body, but I will still die, he said. I finally understand, now that I am old myself, that this is all only as transient as a fleeting cloud. Only you, and the gods, are eternal. I want to be like you as well, I want to live forever. Lu Zhiyu could not help laughing and said the exact same thing he did many years ago, you're too greedy. Ahinaton took a step forward and roared angrily, no. I did what you asked of me. It's time for you to reward me. But we never asked you for anything, Lu Zhiyu shook his head and said. You can determine your own fate, and you chose this path yourself. I once told you, the gods gave you life and land. They gave you wisdom, powerful abilities, and abundant food. Are those not sufficient to satisfy all your needs and desires? Lu Zhiyu looked at Ahinaton in his eyes. The gods are not your servants. We gave you the ability to change your destiny. If you're not satisfied with it, you must do something to change it. You cannot blame the gods for it. Lu Zhiyu sighed. You never did anything for us, you did everything only for yourself. But greed has blinded you. Only the things that you cannot obtain are the best. I can trade anything with you. Ahinaton shouted at once. He danced around wildly and insanity filled his eyes. Power, money, women, everything. I just want my youth back. We gave you your everything, Lu Zhiyu said, smiling. Are trying to trade with me using something that I gave you? Seeing no point in talking with the old king anymore, Lu Zhiyu turned and his figure rippled and disappeared. Hearing the loud noises inside, the guard posted outside the room hurried in to check on the king. When he entered the room, he saw the king lying on the ground. His eyes had already lost their focus, and he was clearly no longer breathing. In his arms, he was still holding tightly onto the sword he had received from the angel. While his cold, lifeless eyes were staring at the mural of a man giving a sword and a bag of seeds to a boy under the dying sunset, the king is dead. The guard screamed in terror, hurrying out of the room. The news of the king's death spread across the nation like wildfire. Soon, Ahinaton's son was coronated and took his place as the king, continuing his father's dynasty and legacy. Lu Zhiyu had gone to see Ahinaton purely on a sudden whim. So many things had changed over the dozens of years. The flow of time was different for him, and this was the first time he had a real sense of that. Ahinaton longed for immortality, but the only reason Lu Zhiyu had managed to retain his youth was because of the different flow of time. Ahinaton did not know that Lu Zhiyu was not immortal either. Nevertheless, seeing how weak Ahinaton was in the face of time had made Lu Zhiyu more afraid of death as, seeing this, Ahinaton lunged forward. You cannot leave. He roared wildly in his palace. I finished the mission you gave me. You cannot do this. You owe me this much. You liars. He thrashed around in rage, grabbing and smashing everything around him. In the end, he fell onto the ground like a child. Don't leave me. Don't leave. Hearing the loud noises inside, the guard posted outside the room hurried in to check on the king. When he entered the room, he saw the king lying on the ground. His eyes had already lost their focus, and he was clearly no longer breathing. In his arms, he was still holding tightly onto the sword he had received from the angel, while his cold, lifeless eyes were staring at the mural of a man giving a sword and a bag of seeds to a boy under the dying sunset. The king is dead. The guard screamed in terror, hurrying out of the room. The news of the king's death spread across the nation like wildfire. Soon, Ahinaton's son was coronated and took his place as the king, continuing his father's dynasty and legacy. Lu Zhiyu had gone to see Ahinaton purely on a sudden whim. So many things had changed over the dozens of years. The flow of time was different for him, and this was the first time he had a real sense of that. Ahinaton longed for immortality, but the only reason Lu Zhiyu had managed to retain his youth was because of the different flow of time. Ahinaton did not know that Lu Zhiyu was not immortal either. Nevertheless, seeing how weak Ahinaton was in the face of time had made Lu Zhiyu more afraid of death as well. Can I really achieve immortality? He questioned himself. He felt pain coursing through his body, his nervous system then shut down. Lu Zhiyu quickly laid down in the pool of nutrition liquid and almost stopped breathing. The liquid in the nutrition pool would make sure that his body would receive proper nutrition during his transformation. Lu Jiyu noticed that he had become thinner when he came out of the nutrition pool. His entire body felt much lighter, and his senses were heightened. His eyesight became much sharper. He took one sniff of the air and seemed to be able to distinguish various different scents that were present in the room. He felt as though he had shed a layer of skin and was now more closely connected to the world. He knew that this ability was due to the plant genes. Lu Jiyu stood up, then felt as though he could not stand stably by himself. He was still not used to the changes made to his body, and his movements were restricted. He stumbled out of the tub and sat down on a nearby wheelchair. He used his mind power and got one of the ant people push him out of the lab. Lu Jiyu only saw how he looked like in front of a mirror in the corner of the room. He had become skinnier and his skin was soft as silk. His features had become more defined. He had undergone a huge transformation. If he was described as handsome before, he might be able to topple nations with his appearance now. Sure, those words should be used to describe beautiful women, but Lu Jiyu was so beautiful that he might be called a demon. Lu Jiyu had not wanted to turn himself into an elf. This was only an unintended side effect of the elixir. Lu Jiyu stood up, feeling the vigor of youth. He cut himself on the arm with his nails purposefully. Even the bright red blood on his pale skin looked beautiful. But within a few seconds, the wound pulled itself together and healed. I really have such powerful regenerative ability, and have inherited the powerful life force of plants. More importantly, my circulatory system and metabolism have become more comprehensive and harmonized. My heartbeats are stronger, the energy in my blood increased and became more pure. This blood can provide my brain with a better environment and energy, making my thoughts faster and more nimble. Lu Jiyu felt for his body's vital signs. It was different from observing others. Observing himself was more delicate and accurate. Now, the most important thing, subbrain, estimate my lifespan based on my current body template. Confirmed. Calculating. Lu Jiyu saw the model of his body start to age in the simulation only after 900 years. His body approached its end after 1050 years in the simulation. Lu Jiyu was very excited. From this point on, he was no longer an ordinary human. Instead, he was now a true long-lived race. The human history was only a few thousand years. Every 20 years or so, a new generation of human could be born, yet Lu Jiyu could live long enough to witness 50 generations. He now had a longer lifespan to achieve all of his goals and plans. He believed that with his 1,000-year life, he would have no problem figuring out a way to extend his life to 10,000, 100,000 or more years. In the end, even if the universe would be destroyed, Lu Jiyu would still arrive at the eventual eternity. Even though Lu Jiyu knew that it would not be that easy. But at this point, he knew he could continue to live on, at least until he was bored of living. Lu Jiyu sat on his wheelchair and went through his library. He recorded and organized all the information he had used for this experiment. After that, he checked on Yalal again. The elves were still in their infancy, and were still under the ant people's care. After a few days, Lu Jiyu gradually got more used to his body. He opened the dimensional door and returned to his home world. The light in his storage room was still on. It was still dark outside, and he could see the lights of other buildings near him. It had not been long on Earth, however, it had been more than a year that he spent in Maria's world. Every time he came back, he felt strange, as if he was a stranger in his own world. It was more serious this time as Lu Jiyu's appearance had undergone a huge change. He already had difficulties using his ID in the past. Now that his appearance had become more exquisite, it might become even more challenging. He would also attract too much attention. He also knew that he would need more money and resources in the future. He had ways of getting money, but his current identity was a major limiting factor. It was probably a good time for him to get rid of the identity of Lu Jiyu and start a new one. He would have freedom afterwards. No one would be able to track his background and his past. And he would be free to do whatever that he desired going forward, but Lu Jiyu found it hard to give up his identity and name that he had used for the past 20+ years. It represented his past and experiences. There were also his friends and classmates. Thinking about Xiafan, Wang Yi, Li Wei, Kai Jia, and Xiao Lo, Lu Jiyu realized that he needed more determination to give up his past. He would have to totally end all the connections he had. All families and friends would have to be disconnected and never be part of his life again. Emotionally, Lu Jiyu was still a normal human being, and he hadn't been able to give up his heart yet. He made some dinner and watched the TV for a while. Then took a shower. In the shower, he looked at himself in the mirror, at his foreign face. He touched his face, his beautifully exquisite face. He looked as though he was an angel that had descended from heaven, or an elf that had came from the forest. He might even be falling for himself. I have already become like this, I guess I don't really have a choice? Lu Jiyu walked out from a police station in a small town in Nanyun County, Chuan Province. He had contacted a friend of his that was selling forged identities and procured a list of people who had died, but had not yet been recorded by the authorities. He highlighted a few men that was of the same age as him, then went to the cities they lived in to apply for a replacement national identification. Lu Jiyu's method was simple. All he had to do was slightly hypnotize the officers with his mind power to take his cues, and they would approve the application. After that, the officers took new photos of Lu Jiyu and issued him the replacement national identification and the household register. He used his mind power to affect the optic nerves of the officers, then used his subbrain to create an image that he wanted the officers to see and sent it directly into their optic nerves. Thus, whatever they were seeing through their eyes were all things that Lu Jiyu wanted them to see. In the eyes of an average person, the method Lu Jiyu had used was akin to the fabled illusory spells. The security footage here was only kept for half a year. It would be hard for anyone to check up on him if something were to happen in the future. However, since he was on Earth, he did not have the power of traveling through space like he did in the Scroll of the World, unless he left a channeling array to summon a dimensional door in that place. He would have to travel like any other normal person. He created 4 new identities. Even though the identities would not hold up if anyone wanted to investigate them, they would be enough for now. After that, he went to the bank and closed all of his old bank accounts. He then created bank cards under his new identities. Now Lu Jiyu had 4 different identities, as well as a bank card under each of the identity. After he got the new bank accounts, he entered a gold exchange store with a wooden crate. There were quite a few places one could exchange their gold for cash. Some jewelers would also provide such a service. Even some banks would buy gold from customers. But these shops usually had strict criteria on the purity of the gold, mostly asking for high purity gold. The one Lu Jiyu went to was rather reputable and orthodox. The gold Lu Jiyu had was from Maria's World, a stock from the treasury of the City of Gold. While he had only spent 2 weeks on Earth, hundreds of years had passed in Maria's World. The Golden Dynasty had ended. The palace and the Temple of Light were gone and forgotten. Lu Jiyu found the vaults from Akhenaten's time and took a part of the deposits, which were all gold bullions, but these gold bullions were all refined using ancient methods, its purity not up to Earth's standards. But as long as Lu Jiyu had control of Maria's World, it was easy for him to create gold. A middle-aged man from the store checked the color, the sound, and measured the density of the gold using a machine. He assessed each piece of the gold bullions carefully and spoke to the manager quietly for a few minutes. The manager nodded and turned back to Lu Jiyu. This gold is not quite up to our standards, only being 90% pure. May I ask, where did you get this gold? Sorry for the questions, but this is quite a large amount of gold. You've got more than 50 kilograms here. The manager gaped. How much more do you have? Lu Jiyu said immediately, not much, about 100 kilograms. Ah. After this deal, Lu Jiyu went to several different cities, dividing up nearly a ton of gold, then sold them under his 4 different identities and depositing the proceeds into his different bank accounts. After these deals were done, the money in his bank accounts totaled around 230 million yuan. This was the first time he had seen so much money. It did not feel difficult obtaining these riches. If not for fearing that he would attract too much attention, Lu Jiyu would be able to produce a few more tons of gold. Since he owned Maria's World, gold, silver, and diamonds were like the grass by the side of the road, easily obtainable. Lu Jiyu sold a ton of gold this time under his different identities. The most attention he would get would be amongst the circle of gold buyers. He would deposit a few million into his account at a time. It might be a large amount of money to an average person, but in the context of a nation, no one would take note of such a thing. It was passed down through my family, Lu Jiyu said immediately. It's been lying in my basement for years. The man nodded. Oh. There should be no problems then. But since its purity is not quite up to our standard, we cannot pay you as much as normal. Lu Jiyu said it was passed down through the family because he knew no one would question it or ask for a certificate. A lot of people had valuables inherited from their family, so there wouldn't be any certificates. He did not know of anybody who would not buy these things just because there was no certificate. After a few rounds of back and forth with the manager, Lu Jiyu managed to figure out what the best price the man would pay for them with his mind power, and they finally agreed on a price that also met Lu Jiyu's expectation. After they made the deal, Lu Jiyu instantly said, I have some more in my car. Since I'm here already, why don't I just sell it to you as well? The manager gaped, how much more do you have? Lu Jiyu said immediately, not much, about 100 kilograms. Ah. After this deal, Lu Jiyu went to several different cities, dividing up nearly a ton of gold, then sold them under his 4 different identities and depositing the proceeds into his different bank accounts. After these deals were done, the money in his bank accounts totaled around 230 million yuan. This was the first time he had seen so much money. It did not feel difficult obtaining these riches. If not for fearing that he would attract too much attention, Lu Jiyu would be able to produce a few more tons of gold. Since he owned Maria's world, gold, silver, and diamonds were like the grass by the side of the road, easily obtainable. Lu Jiyu sold a ton of gold this time under his different identities. The most attention he would get would be amongst the circle of gold buyers. He would deposit a few million into his account at a time. It might be a large amount of money to an average person, but in the context of a nation, no one would take note of such a thing. He picked an identity with the name Mu Tao and decided it would be his daily identity. According to the records, this person had graduated from a university in Shanghai. He spent some time studying overseas. He went missing during a tragic incident and his body was never found. He was an art major and was a bit of a recluse without many friends. He studied oil painting overseas. As an art buff, his personality was not like an average person's. Lu Jiyu had decided to use this identity for his daily life. The others would be used as backups when needed. He used Mu Tao's identity to purchase a flight ticket to go back home. He needed to tie the ends regarding the identity of Lu Jiyu. This way, whatever he did from now on would be independent from Lu Jiyu and would not affect any of his family and friends. With 200 million in his possession, Lu Jiyu felt his heart thump wildly. He told himself that he was practically a god that had created a world and can manipulate destinies, and that he should not be flustered by money. However, he still felt excited. This was the first time he'd ever possessed this much money. He had also created for himself 4 new identities, ready to erase his past. He felt like he was in a Hollywood movie. In the scroll of the world, he could pretend he was only playing a video game, but here on Earth, in the real world, Lu Jiyu's sense of belonging and feelings were on a completely different level. On the plane, Lu Jiyu felt anxious and excited at the same time. It was as though he had finally taken a true first step forward in long journey of his new life. Once he got home, he saw that he had several calls from Xiaolu. He hadn't been showing up at the pet store lately, and Xiaola had been very busy. As soon as he picked up, he heard Xiaoli's angry voice, "Boss, where have you been?" Lu Jiyu thought for a moment, then said, "Xiaolu, something came up. I might not be able to come to the store anytime soon." Xiaola said in shock, "What? Then what would happen to the store?" "I don't think I have time for it," Lu Jiyu said with a chuckle. "If you're interested, you can have the store. You have done a good job taking care of the store. To tell you the truth, I bought the store because I was bored and I wanted to find something to do. You have been doing most of the taking care of the store. It's been hard on you." "What?" Xiaola said, shocked. "But I do not have, you don't have to pay me," Lu Jiyu said. "It's a gift, like I said. After all, I didn't spend too much on the store, and have broken even already. I don't need anything in the store, nor do I have the time. It's settled, Peng Xiaola, you are now the boss of the cats and dogs pet store. I trust you. I'll send you the contract later. I have to go now. I'll see you around. Pang Xiola hung up the phone and looked at the store full of chatting customers and noisy animals, still confused about what had just happened. This store is mine now? Lu Jiyu sat in front of a bar in his hotel in London, wearing a newly made suit he had ordered. It was custom made by an old and famous shop frequented by the riches. He wanted to avoid wearing famous brands again because he was called parvenu with his luxury branded outfit in Russia. He was wearing a very expensive watch that cost him 15,000 euros. Lu Jiyu had spent 150,000 euros, or close to $1,000,000 yuan. Even though he did not know why the watch was worth that much, it was expensive, and Lu Jiyu just wanted to enjoy the feeling of spending money like water. He had spent almost a month traveling the world. He had arrived first in London, when he was learning English at young age. The first book his mother bought him was Harry Potter, and he became very interested in England. Because of this, he made England and Scotland his first stops. He had toured every place that Harry Potter featured. After that, he went to Seattle and experienced the captivating night scenes and sunrise, finally seeing the famous Space Needle for himself. He spent a few days in Las Vegas, spending most of his time in the casino. He first lost $10 million, and then won it all back with another $10 million more, shocking his fellow gamblers. After Vegas, he headed to Kyoto and visited the famous shrines and witnessed the wonders of geisha performances. In the Maldives, he spent his days on the beach, swimming with the dolphins, getting massages, and dancing with the natives on the beach. He also went to Eastern Africa, watching the sunset from a hot air balloon in the Serengeti National Park. He went to admire the ancient architecture in Marrakesh. Then he went to Russia's St. Petersburg and saw the ancient palaces, taking in the Russian architecture and artistic atmosphere. On this trip, he could spend as much money as he wanted and had the time of his life. He only flew first class, lived in 5-star hotels and ordered the most expensive food and wine. He tipped extravagantly. He drove only luxury cars. He had pretty models accompany him on the yacht parties at sea. He finally knew what it was like to be rich. He did everything he could think of. He had done everything he wanted to do when he was poor. He let down his prudence as if he managed to free himself from the restraints he placed on himself in the past with his new identity. Because of his long hair, coupled with his appearance, it was hard for someone to tell if he was male or female. Lu Jiyu opted for a very energetic crew cut, but would often still be mistaken as a woman. For example, in the bar Lu Jiyu was at now, there were still a good amount of men looking at him, making Lu Jiyu rather unhappy. "Anthony, you're back." Someone tapped Lu Jiyu on the shoulder and called. Lu Jiyu instantly turned and saw a foreign woman with dark hair sitting down next to him. She waved at the middle-aged bartender, a glass of whiskey. The bartender shrugged his shoulders, coming right up. Lu Jiyu turned to look at the beauty. "Zoe, you found me as soon as I got back. Also, my name is not Anthony. You gave me the name, but I haven't accepted it yet." The woman was called Zoe Sharp, the manager of the hotel. Judging from her last name, she was likely much more than just a small hotel manager. Lu Jiyu didn't want to get tangled up with someone like her. But she'd been constantly hovering around him ever since he moved into this hotel. She smiled at Lu Jiyu and said, "Why won't you accept it? Your Chinese name is too hard to pronounce." "What is it again?" "Something like Moao?" Lu Jiyu lifted a brow. "It's Mu Tao." "Alright, you can just call me Anthony. Even though I think it makes me sound like a wizard or something." Zoe looked at Lu Jiyu. "How long are you going to stay this time?" Lu Jiyu thought for a moment. "I'm thinking about buying a house in London and staying here for the time being." "Do you have any suggestions?" "I want a quieter, bigger house." Zoe said in surprise. "You're staying in London? That's great. I've told you, this is the best city in the world." Lu Jiyu smiled. "Well, I think that this is a good place for a wizard to live in." The two talked for a while, then Lu Jiyu returned to his room. Lately, he felt his mind power had been quite unsettled, as though he was approaching a breakthrough. He had only come to that point once before, when his mind power reached 7 source form units, SFU. That breakthrough had allowed him to start using his mind power on people and objects outside of himself. Counting his time in the dimensional castle, he had spent several years practicing his mind power. Because of this, his mind power was much stronger now, reaching 127 SFU. When he used his mind power before this, he could only pick up very light objects, like plastic water cups. As he worked more on strengthening his power, he began to be able to move heavier things like books and water bottles. Now, he could easily use his mind to pick up bigger objects such as the wooden chairs and table in his hotel room. When he released his mind power, it could cover a larger area instead of being restricted to just a few feet around him. He sat on his bed and closed his eyes with his mind power enveloping his body. He saw himself floating a few inches above the bed, suspended in the air. Lu Jiyu opened his eyes and looked at himself. I guess I can fly now. He took a few laps around the room and shook his head. This won't do, flying is too slow. I would rather run. Lu Jiyu landed on his bed. Over the days, Lu Jiyu had felt as though his mind power had reached a bottleneck. He felt his mind power and his brain sinking. This weird phenomenon had attracted Lu Jiyu's attention. He felt that something special would happen when he finally reached that stage. His mind power had a lot of uses he was just discovering, even though it wasn't at the supernatural level he was expecting yet. He was excited to see what this breakthrough held for him. He closed his eyes, and with his mind power, immediately opened the door to the different dimensional spaces using the time glass in his mind. He quickly entered the zero-dimension space and started meditating. He had already developed a system of how he liked to meditate. He had a set of experienced and very mature method. He could stabilize his mental structures within the zero-dimension space, and extract source form to strengthen his mind power to the largest extent. This was why it only took him a few years to reach the level he was currently at. The source form flowed into Lu Jiyu's mind structure, and he felt his mind power growing again. He could feel himself approaching his limit of his meditation, and he knew that if he kept going, he could become assimilated into this zero-dimension world. At this moment, Lu Jiyu realized that he could not pull back his mind power. His mind power had an intense transformation in this unique space. All of his mind power clamored like water approaching the boiling point. He felt his mind power and his consciousness melding together. As the two began fusing, every shred of his consciousness became imprinted with his mind power. It seemed like his mind power was enough to hold his mind. Before, even though he had his mind power, his mind, thoughts, and memories were still dependent on his brain. After breaking through into this stage, it seemed as though his mind power could store all of Lu Jiyu's consciousness. I didn't expect that my consciousness and mind power are starting to fuse together. The current strength of my mind power is strong enough to carry my consciousness? Before this, even though Lu Jiyu possessed mind power, his will, thoughts, memories and feelings were all stored within his brain. His mind power was merely a sensory ability that was an extension of the brain. It did not represent Lu Jiyu. However, from now on, Lu Jiyu could place his consciousness on his mind power, allowing his mind power to carry his thoughts and will. This was an idea in Lu Jiyu's mind. It was just a possibility, but Lu Jiyu had not begun his experiments. Once the change of his mind power was completed, he immediately retracted his mind power from the zero-dimension world and recovered to his original state. Lu Jiyu stood up. When he felt the change, he thought of a lot of things, especially the more important ramifications. If he could really store his will, personality and memories onto his mind power, then Lu Jiyu would truly have stepped into a supernatural state and possess true supernatural power. Normally, there was a limit to how much information a brain of a human being could hold. An average human's brain could only hold around 500 million books worth of content. However, this also included everyday memories like images, sounds, the subconscious or the like. These things took up a large portion of a person's memory capacity. The brain was not infinite, and it couldn't hold infinite knowledge. There was also a 0.1 second lag between the brain firing a neuron and the information that was perceived. Human intelligence and the speed of the brain in processing information is also limited by this 0.1 second lag. There would be a 0.1 second wait every time one deliberated a question. If there was no limit to how much the brain could hold and the lag time between sensing and perception was decreased, boosting the speed of processing information to 0.001 seconds or even faster, that would mean that he could complete a day's worth of calculation and thinking in just a minute. It would be a breakthrough in human intelligence. This thought excited Lu Jiu. How can I store my consciousness and will onto the mind power? A person's consciousness and memories are all stored within the brain. If I were to change anything for my consciousness, I would have to start with my brain. What if I imprint every cell in my brain with my mind power? He immediately began his work. He sent his mind power to infiltrate one of his brain cells and left an imprint. He could immediately feel the connection between this cell and his mind power. It was as if he could control the cell, and he could feel it even if it was out of his body. It's working. He could feel his mind power welling out from a nameless and magical spot, slowly infiltrating into his brain. It wasn't just entering the organ, it was entering each of the individual cells. He wanted to control his power, but found that he could not stop it. The mind power was like water rushing through a broken dam, and he could only watch it change his brain. He had changed his brain once before, dividing it into a main brain and a subbrain. But this time it was completely different. He could sense the mind power permeating each cell, leaving an imprint on every cell's nucleus. He realized that this was not a bad thing, and he stopped trying to prevent the mind power from doing so. The mind power immediately began assimilating his brain. All the cells in his brain were infiltrated and imprinted by his mind power. It was as if his brain had been enveloped by a ball of clear water, and every single cell was cleansed by his mind power. Physically speaking, there was no change made to the cells in his brain. However, from the mind power perspective, his entire brain now was imprinted with his mind power. Each of his brain cell was now merged into his mind power. Lu Jiu could feel his brain was completely activated. Countless memories and emotions, thoughts, his personality, and even the subbrain programming became one with his mind power. Lu Jiu called these cells the mind power activated cells, or deified cells for short. After his cells were deified, he could sense every single cell. If one day half of his brain got destroyed, he would still be able to fix it using the power of deified cells from other parts of the brain. This was not about controlling his cells. It was more about how every single cell represented his very will. When all the cells were deified, Lu Jiu felt his brain rumble, as if something had exploded within the brain. He slipped into darkness. He saw that he had fallen into a strange and unknown dimension. He could see limitless information in the darkness. That was all of his memories, from the time when he was a child up until now. Lu Jiu raised his head to see a large silver hourglass floating in midair, and he himself became a figure of light, standing in the middle of this world. This is my mind power space, I can also call it my mind dimension. As for myself, this being of me is made up of pure mind power. Or should I say that I have materialized my own soul? I might be the first person on earth to fully materialize my soul. Lu Jiu acted immediately. The fusing of his mind power and brain had created a wonderful transformation. Lu Jiu shouted, "Subbrain!" The subbrain is awaiting orders. A translucent window appeared in front of him. Lu Jiu was elated to discover that not only was his normal brain deified, his subbrain was also deified. The abilities of the subbrain had also been brought over. Record the characteristics of the mind power and start developing and expanding the applications of the mind power. Recording in progress. Lu Jiu smiled. Prior to this moment, the subbrain could not feel mind power, nor could it document anything related to mind power neither. Lu Jiu was quite reactive when it came to the development of his mind power previously. Reorganize my memories. Categorize them along with all other information. Set up a mind power information library. Lu Jiu could feel that his brain was working much faster, almost twice as fast as before. There was still a limit, but that was inevitable due to the limits of his cells, as well as the limits of his mind power. He knew that he would only get stronger from here, with the evolution of his cells and improvements of his mind power. His calculation speed would become faster and faster. He jumped out of his bed, feeling as though he was wrapped by a spiritual glow and that he was now much smarter than before. His originally already captivating eyes seemed to be able to glow. He could tell that 3 people were walking by his room without using his mind power: a waiter, a man, and a woman. He could also tell their height and weight through their footsteps. A man was upstairs watching soccer and a couple were taking a shower downstairs. He walked over to the window and pushed it open. He sniffed the air and sensed through the humidity and pressure of the air, it's going to rain at night, about 5 hours from now. Lu Jiyu acted immediately. The fusing of his mind power and brain had created a wonderful transformation. Lu Jiyu shouted, "Subbrain!" The subbrain is awaiting orders. A translucent window appeared in front of him. Lu Jiyu was elated to discover that not only was his normal brain deified, his subbrain was also deified. The abilities of the subbrain had also been brought over. Record the characteristics of the mind power and start developing and expanding the applications of the mind power. Recording in progress. Lu Jiyu smiled. Prior to this moment, the subbrain could not feel mind power, nor could it document anything related to mind power neither. Lu Jiyu was quite reactive when it came to the development of his mind power previously. Reorganize my memories. Categorize them along with all other information. Set up a mind power information library. Lu Jiyu could feel that his brain was working much faster, almost twice as fast as before. There was still a limit, but that was inevitable due to the limits of his cells, as well as the limits of his mind power. He knew that he would only get stronger from here, with the evolution of his cells and improvements of his mind power. His calculation speed would become faster and faster. He jumped out of his bed, feeling as though he was wrapped by a spiritual glow and that he was now much smarter than before. His originally already captivating eyes seemed to be able to glow. He could tell that 3 people were walking by his room without using his mind power: a waiter, a man, and a woman. He could also tell their height and weight through their footsteps. A man was upstairs watching soccer and a couple were taking a shower downstairs. He walked over to the window and pushed it open. He sniffed the air and sensed through the humidity and pressure of the air, it's going to rain at night, about 5 hours from now. Iron swords and armor were now used as weapons. Metal hoes, shovels and picks were now used for farming. Various powerful armies also started to appear, conquering the wilderness. These nations commanded a large amount of slaves to help gather iron ores. The world had officially entered the Iron Era from the Bronze Era. More and more farms dotted the land, the skills of farmers improving. Artists were also thriving. Metal coins were becoming popular and heavily distributed. Lu Jiyu watched everything unfold on the Alan continent through the scroll of the world and was amazed. Right now, the civilizations on Alan resembled Earth's civilization at around 500 BC, especially the appearance of a large amount of bloodline knights who had awakened the abilities in their genes, had created powerful families as well as religions. Their abilities were not limited to the abilities Lu Jiyu had coded into their genes. Many abilities were also created due to the proliferation of sword techniques and the intermingling of their genes. A lot of powerful men and women even passed on their skills through their genes to their children. What surprised Lu Jiyu was that bloodline knights were even generated within the orc civilization. Over the 1,000 years, both races captured the other race to act as slaves. They fought with each other, and meanwhile the constant clashes and melding of cultures also produced decent number of mixed bloods within the orc civilization, and allowed the creation of orc knights who could awaken their bloodline capabilities. In addition, some orcs also awakened the powers of ancient animals that dwelled within their genes. Since the orcs were generally stronger than the humans, the orc bloodline knights seemed to be even more powerful in battle. Lu Jiyu walked through the continent of Alan wearing a cloak, observing the transformations of the continent. The people were all wearing clothes, their clothing starting to develop various styles. In the different areas of the continent, people began developing different cultures, their cuisines also undergoing a transformation. There was the appearance of various artists, architects, sculptors, painters, musicians, and even unique musical instruments. The orcs were behind in terms of cultural development. They were more adept in battle, material refinement as well as smithing technology. Lu Jiyu finally arrived at the edge of the ocean. Humans and orcs had settled near the ocean as well. They started to make simple boats and fish in the shallow parts of the sea, which was populated by the descendants of the fish Lu Jiyu initially brought over. There were many different kinds of fish in the ocean now, including other creatures like coral, starfish, and jellyfish. The only regret was that there were no large creatures in the ocean. The ocean was boundless, but without any large-sized creatures, Lu Jiyu felt ocean did not live up to its name. How would it be called a fantasy world if there was no giant creatures or sea monsters? Lu Jiyu walked on the beach and watched the fishermen on the coast. The humans and orcs are beginning to come into contact with the ocean. Perhaps in a few hundred, or 1,000 years, they would start on their journey to conquer the sea. Lu Jiyu looked at the ocean and creased his brows. The ocean feels too boring. It would not be difficult or exciting to conquer. After finishing his observations on the transformation of Alan, Lu Jiyu immediately went to Yala via a dimensional door. The once nameless rainforests now had its own name, the Forest of Life. Elf was the lucky species that Lu Jiyu had given most of his attention to. Compared to humans and orcs, elves were blessed with more advantages. They were born with naturally long lives, beautiful appearances, and exceptional intelligence. Lu Jiyu even gave them the feature of heredity through genes, a trait unique to humans. From all perspectives, other than the fact that it was harder for the elves to have children, they were a perfect species. Nearly 100,000 elves resided in the Forest of Life. All of the elves lived in this forest without a worry in the world. Their exceptional intelligence and peaceful environment allowed them to develop a culture which was different from that of humans and orcs. They created an elegant language. They created a harp unique to the elves. Music became popular throughout the kingdom of elves. They had master sculptors and master painters, and they could create intricate elven longswords and arrows. One could see that the elves were a race that worshipped and loved art from all aspects of their lives. Lately, however, the elves' harmonious environment started to change. Fear was spreading throughout the world of elves. This was because their divine tree was showing signs of withering. The divine tree that had birthed countless elves, the divine tree that carried the elves' hope and faith, was entering its final years along with the first generations of elves. Ever since a few years ago, the Tree of Life had been unable to bear new elves. The elves were unable to stop, nor were they able to salvage this decline. The elders had continued to investigate the reason for the withering of the Tree of Life, as well as a way to rescue it. They had tried many methods, continuously praying to the gods, but to no avail. Even though the tree still looked strong and healthy, but every single elf could feel that it was dying slowly. This led to countless agitated arguments between the elders. Losing the Tree of Life would be similar to every single elf losing a place that they could depend on spiritually. The elves were originally divided into two parties. One party believed that the elves should forever stay in the forest and guard the Tree of Life, while the other party argued that they should expand and explore the outside world. Originally, the side that insisted on staying with the Tree of Life was more popular, but currently, the withering of the Tree of Life caused the clashes between two factions to intensify. Lu Jiyu walked into the forest. He spotted the elegant forms of several elves hiding among their treehouses with their bows and arrows, awaiting a prey. They coexisted with the forest, living within it, yet depended on each other. He walked past a large cluster of huts and through small villages before arriving at the capital city of the Elven Kingdom, Sylve. This was originally a valley, and had become a large forest. The elves had built their city around the holy lake and the Tree of Life. The city was built into the cliff, half hidden by the lush forest. There were no walls to this city, and many buildings were carved straight out of the rock. The buildings and the trees were tangled together and formed a unique sight. Lu Jiyu could see many bridges, fountains, and spiral stairs. Behind the moat were unique towers and beautiful architectures, where lived lots of beautiful elves. They spent their days playing the harp, singing, and doing whatever their hearts desired. Their longevity and peaceful lives allowed them to have enough time to accomplish everything they wanted. Lu Jiyu walked through Sylve, admiring the beautiful city. There were finely made statues everywhere on the street, and even the pavement had beautiful carvings on it. Every wooden building seemed to blend perfectly into nature. It was a city of forest and flowers. The most impressive thing was the enormous tree that stood in the middle of the city. Its height had doubled since Lu Jiyu had last seen it. The tree was like a pillar that held up the sky. The area around the Tree of Life and the lake was sectioned off. An altar was placed there, and it was considered a holy place by the elves. Beside the lake, Lu Jiyu stood under the Tree of Life and placed a hand on the tree trunk. Indeed, he could feel the tree starting to age slowly. What was surprising was that he could actually sense waves of consciousness in the tree, and moreover, it had a very powerful consciousness. This tree, a creature bearing both animal and plant genes, was sentient, though it had not yet gained sapience. Why can it develop consciousness without a brain? Maybe it was because of the elves' prayers, or perhaps its size had allowed it to become the entire forest's hive mind? Lu Jiyu was sure that if he did not seal the path to the zero-dimensional space and forbid the creatures in Maria's world from extracting source form, the Tree of Life would have connected with the zero-dimensional space using its powerful consciousness. It would have evolved, just like the queen insects. Unfortunately, the tree's consciousness was locked inside itself and it could not develop any mind power. Once the tree reached its maximum lifespan that Lu Jiyu had set when he had created it, its consciousness would die with the tree. Lu Jiyu felt tempted. The tree had a powerful consciousness, but no mind power or intelligence. It could be a very good specimen available. After Lu Jiyu had deified all of his brain cells, he had been wanting to create other deified creatures. This was one of the reasons he came back to Maria's world. Before he proceeded to do so, he wanted to check the changes in Maria's world first. However, he also knew that it would be hard for ordinary creatures in Maria's world at the moment to achieve what he had achieved. Without a sufficiently powerful consciousness, one would not be able to extract and absorb the source form, so one's mind power would not be strong enough to allow a change in its quality. In that case, the creature could not leave any imprints in its cells. In addition, according to the subbrain's calculations, unexpected outcomes may occur if Lu Jiyu tried to forcefully deify any cells. Deification was not something that an ordinary person could experience. Subbrain, record the tree's life template in all of its waves of consciousness, Lu Jiyu ordered. Develop the process of creating a deified life, and calculate its success rate. Loading. It will take up half of the operational capacity of the brain, and will take 3 days, 5 hours, and 43 minutes to complete. Confirm? Yes. Lu Jiyu had only wanted to inspect the changes in the world, and the tree was an unexpected discovery. He withdrew the hand he had placed on the Tree of Life. Then, he was just about to leave, when he suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. Who are you? Lu Jiyu turned around and saw a middle-aged elf whose face had already begun to show signs of oldness. Because he had started aging, he must be one of the first generation of elves to be born. Lu Jiyu realized that the elf was wearing a robe of the Council of Elders and wore a badge with 3 leaves on his chest. It's you. Lu Jiyu immediately recognized the old elf as the first elf born from the tree, the child he carried down all those years ago. In the blink of an eye, so much time had passed and the child was already old and dying. It was like a Heneton all over again. Who are you? The elf president Meher asked, staring at Lu Jiyu in confusion. No one can approach the tree without permission. Do you not know? Who are you? The elf suddenly paused and glanced at Lu Jiyu's ears. You're not an elf? Who are you? What's your race? The elves had always thought they were the only intelligent creatures in the world, and this was the first time an elf came in contact with a species other than themselves. Meher seemed to be both excited and alarmed. Lu Jiyu looked at Meher. What's your name? He asked in the elf language. Meher found this man very familiar. Meher, he said. I'm the president of the Council of Elders. Lu Jiyu nodded, after which he glanced at roots of the tree. He sensed with his mind power that the ant people he had left behind were buried under the altar after they had died. Don't go near it. Lu Jiyu walked towards the altar. He turned his head and looked at Meher. You buried them here? Meher looked at him, astonished. How did you know? He asked. Impossible. Other than the oldest elders in the council, no one knows where those messengers of the god were buried, not even the early elves. Meher asked in excitement, who exactly are you? You're the first elf on this land, the first life born from the Tree of Life, Lu Jiyu said with a light chuckle but did not explain. You also have the closest connection to this tree. You can even sense its consciousness and presence, but it also tied you to this place. Lu Jiyu continued, the world is so vast. Why don't you go out and explore it? Meher's eyes widened, recalling the man from his distant memories. It's you. he exclaimed. You're actually here again, the all-powerful Lord of Natural Order. Did you come because you heard our prayers? Meher's face was wet with tears. He lied down on his belly, kneeling in front of the Tree of Life and before Lu Jiyu. God, please, the Tree of Life is dying. You have to save the tree. We cannot lose it. Why? Lu Jiyu asked, curious. You do not need it. The tree's purpose was to create the elves, and it has fulfilled that purpose. Your kind is growing rapidly and is strong enough to sustain itself. The tree is no longer necessary. In fact, it has become a prison that keeps you here. Meher straightened his body, but he was still kneeling on the ground. Looking at Lu Jiyu, he said, no, it is everything for us, and also our spiritual pillar. If we lose the tree, the kingdom of elves will be gone and we'll lose everything. An end is just another beginning, Lu Jiyu said, shaking his head. It should not be the reason for you to keep yourselves hidden away. The tree's purpose is done. It can no longer give birth to any elves. Please. Before Meher could say anything else, Lu Jiyu interrupted him, saving the tree is only your own wish. You cannot represent all the elves, he asked. There are many who want to explore the world out there. Can't you feel that? Lu Jiyu held out his hand. At once, the consciousness of the Tree of Life was pulled out by his mighty mind power. It gushed towards Lu Jiyu's hand continuously, eventually forming a figure made from light. Just like what he had guessed, the soul of the Tree of Life was naturally formed. On the spiritual level, it was a being very much like Lu Jiyu. However, it did not have a brain or other organs that would allow it to think and have emotions. The soul was born from the Tree of Life, but the two were not closely connected. Nevertheless, the soul did not have any intelligence or mind power, but rather only faint instincts and consciousness. It was indeed an interesting natural soul. Lu Jiyu approached Meher and handed him 3 emerald green seeds. These are seeds of the Tree of Life, he told the elf. Whenever the elves are in danger, or you face an unsavable situation, you can plant a seed. A new Tree of Life will grow there and give your kind new life. Meher was so excited that he could hardly keep his body straight. He accepted the seeds gingerly, as if he was holding the most precious treasures in the world. Thank you for your gift, Lord of Natural Order. When he raised his head, however, Lu Jiyu was nowhere to be found. On the other hand, leaves began raining down around him. He looked up into the sky and realized that the enormous Tree of Life was aging suddenly, as if all of its life had been drained in an instant. All its leaves turned yellow and poured down onto the ground. The leaves danced through the air, producing a spectacular, dreamlike sight, and at the same time also lamenting the misery of death. All the elves sensed the change and looked at the dying tree. Lu Jiyu placed a sequoia tree in his lab and put the soul of the Tree of Life into the sequoia. Every day, he observed and examined the tree to understand more about the characteristics of souls. At the moment, there was a fresh drop of blood in a test tube. It contained the deified cells which Lu Jiyu had created, and he had been observing it carefully for a while now. They were his own cells, deified using the mind power he had obtained after a few days of meditation. Ever since he had deified his brain and obtained the mind power space, the efficiency of his mediation had grown significantly. His mind power and consciousness had fused together to form his soul, which had a very stable structure. Now he could enter the zero-dimensional world for a long time without worrying about being assimilated. Originally, increasing his mind power by 1 would take over 10 days, and his mind power had only managed to reach 128 SFU after several years. Now, he could gain 1 SFU mind power increase in a day of meditation. As compared to the past, it was over 10 times faster. Indeed, it was a major improvement. Even so, Lu Jiyu had calculated that it would take about 6,400 SFU mind power to deify all of his cells. The cells in his brain only accounted for 2% of his whole body. With his current progress, it would take him at least 17 years to deify all his cells and enter the next stage. After some research, Lu Jiyu now knew some characteristics of deified cells. One of them was that no changes would occur to the ordinary parts of a deified cell. The only difference was the deification. To be more precise, on the cellular level, the cell would have the characteristics of mind power and also Lu Zhiyu's spiritual imprint. The second feature of a deified cell was that the cell was extremely invasive. Regardless of what organism the cell came into contact with, it would immediately start to corrode the cells of the organism, changing the organism's form closer to Lu Zhiyu's form. The third thing he observed was that deified cells could be easily shaped and controlled. He could control and adjust his own deified cells freely. In this way, Lu Zhiyu could change his genes and strengthen himself according to his own imagination. He could even give himself various abilities that would otherwise only exist in legends. When he first figured out these characteristics of deified cells, Lu Zhiyu was very excited. Such powerful plasticity and controllability. Once I understand the genetic template of some powerful creatures, I can actually turn into them. I can change myself into a dragon which can change its size and shape freely. Lu Zhiyu thought about something else immediately. No, not just that. As long as I can understand the laws of nature, and understand how electricity and fire are formed, I can burn them onto my genes. In this way, I can possess various extraordinary abilities. It will not just be abilities from my physical body obtained via genetic inheritance. Instead, I can really control lightning, fire, metals, magnetism, gravity, and temperature. Of course, normal cells would not be able to tolerate changes like this, but deified cells were not normal. He would be able to control his deified cells up to the smallest details, and adjust, strengthen, and modify them according to his will. Moreover, his strong restorative ability could also help him to endure such changes. As long as his mind power was strong enough, he could truly be like a real god. He could change the laws of nature, control the elements, create massive destructions with the flip of his hand, and crush stars in just one punch. He also knew that if he deified his entire body and became a totally deified creature, his body would no longer have any weaknesses. Even if most of his body was destroyed, as long as some of his cells managed to escape, he could revive. He could actually become an invincible, godlike being only heard in legends. This was why Lu Zhiyu wanted to deify his entire body as soon as possible. Looking at the deified cells that he had created, Lu Zhiyu felt like he had just opened a Pandora's box. Of course, he was still very far away from becoming a deified creature, and he would not be able to complete it anytime soon. Nevertheless, Lu Zhiyu could also start to try other things at the moment. Or begin collecting information so that he would know what to do after getting deified. Lu Zhiyu waved and summoned an ant person who had been guarding at the doors into his lab. He hesitated for a second, after which he extracted the blood containing his deified cells with a needle and injected it into the ant person. Then, he opened the nutrient pool made from a freezer at the side and made the ant person lie inside. He closed the tub off and began observing the changes to the ant person attentively. Immediately, Lu Zhiyu saw the body of the ant person collapse. Then, its lean body began to expand. Lu Zhiyu could feel that the ant person's cells were changing rapidly and drastically. Lu Zhiyu's deified cells were assimilating the ant person's entire body rapidly, affecting all its cells like radiation. The deified cells changed its cells and regrouped its genes. One drop of blood was all it took to completely change the ant person. Lu Zhiyu could feel his human genes and longevity genes assimilating the ant person, turning it into a being that more closely resembled himself. The ant person shrank in size, and muscles began growing around its joints. Its shell was slowly replaced by many muscles, and a layer of skin began developing over the newly formed muscles. This is amazing. How can a drop of blood achieve this? Lu Zhiyu muttered. The invasiveness of deified cells is terrifying. Lu Zhiyu could imagine that even if a real deified creature was dead, its corpse could still turn a barren piece of land into a hotbed for thousands of lives. What do you think of this one? A man in suit asked. He was standing beside Lu Zhiyu and his face was filled with a bright smile. Lu Zhiyu inspected the villa before him carefully and walked around its huge yard. It was a townhouse in Kensington, London, and it was over 300 square meters in size. The villa had 6 floors including the basement and was very secure because Kensington was filled with many rich people. The public transport around the house was also very convenient. In addition, there were plenty of facilities around the house. After inspecting, Lu Zhiyu found out that most parts of the house were painted white with great attention to details. It had the elegance of European designs. And the furnishings inside were also very modernized. Moreover, the yard was huge and one could sunbathe or play in it to relax. "I'll take it," he said with a nod. "How much?" The man's smile immediately became more friendly. "The house originally costs £9,300,000, but since Miss Sharp recommended you here, and the owner of this house is a friend of Mr. Sharp, you only need to pay $9 million. Lu Jiyu calculated and found out that it cost around 80 million yuan. He knew it was a very expensive villa, but he really liked it. Moreover, he was not so concerned with money anymore. He had just won $10 million in Vegas, and he could use that money for this home. "Okay, I'll buy it," Lu Jiyu nodded. "When can I move in?" "Anytime that is good for you, of course," the agent said, bowing. "It is fully furnished and ready for its new owner. If you need any services, you can contact me as well. I'll settle everything for you." Being rich really was great. Lu Jiyu could get anything he wanted at any time. After spending £9 million, he became the owner of the villa. He sat down on the couch in the living room and looked around. Sunlight came into the living room through a large window. The living room was combined with the second floor, so the room looked very high and spacious. At the center of the room, there was a staircase leading to the second floor. Over the fireplace was a taxidermied deer head. In addition, there were many abstract paintings and embedded bookshelves on the walls, giving the room a unique taste. Lu Jiyu had not even sat down for long when the doorbell rang. He looked in that direction and saw Zoe Sharp standing in front of her car. She was wearing a black dress and looked graceful and charming. Lu Jiyu walked over and welcomed her into his house. When Lu Jiyu was traveling throughout the world, he had his subbrain record down all the common languages in the language section. With the hints from his subbrain, Lu Jiyu had managed to learn those languages very quickly. "How did you know I chose this place? It seems like that agent is the spy you have placed here." Zoe said at once, "I'm here to give you the information you need. I asked a shipyard, and these are the models they provide. Take a look." Lu Jiyu thanked her and took the folder. He did not have many friends here, so without her, it would be very hard for him to get everything he needed. Even though Zoe was interested in Lu Jiyu, she was not the passionate type of woman. Furthermore, she had some background and was probably a troublemaker. Lu Jiyu did not want to get tangled up with someone like her. Therefore, he kept his distance with her all the time. He quickly showed her the rooms, and the two only had a brief conversation before Zoe left. "This one is too small." "Not this one. This one looks decent enough." Because the mind power and deified blood Lu Jiyu could use at the moment were too little, he had decided to go in another direction to find out the characteristics of deified creatures. First, he wanted to see if he could do something to change the soul of the tree of life into a deified creature, because such creatures were too dangerous, and the space inside the dimensional castle was too small. Lu Jiyu decided to do his experiments on the seas in Maria's world. However, he needed a yacht so that it would be easier for him to go out to the sea and carry out his experiments. Clearly, he could not keep using his mind power to sustain himself on the sea, carry out experiments, and at the same time observe the creatures closely. Apart from that, Lu Jiyu also used another identity to order a set of professional medical equipment from Paul's Medical Equipment. Previously, Lu Jiyu had run through quite a lot of such equipment, so he had chosen the cheapest supplies possible. However, this time, Lu Jiyu planned to use only the best equipment available. He also talked with some people on the internet on how to build hibernation chambers and nutrition chambers. These things would be very useful in experiments involving changing and combining different live specimens, and they were also essential for Lu Jiyu himself. He was not 100% certain whether he would succeed in building these chambers or not. At the moment, he had ordered some materials from Paul's Medical Equipment and several other companies, and would soon try to build them. The hardest things to make were actually the nutrient and restoration fluids. Of course, he already had plenty of those on hand. When he was changing his own body, he had considered about similar problems. After all, during both modifications to his body, he had used nutrient fluids. Hence, Lu Jiyu was quite confident that he would be able to build the seemingly high-tech nutrition and hibernation chambers. He had already confirmed his order, but the items still needed time to be delivered. He felt that the logistics overseas was not as developed and timely as his own country. While waiting for the medical supplies, he decided to look at which yacht he would buy first. It was not simple to purchase a yacht as there were many procedures. After Lu Jiyu made his order, the factory would still need to spend time making the yacht perfect. After that, he would need to obtain a certificate of competency to actually operate the yacht and a place in the harbor to park the yacht. More importantly, after browsing through the information he had just received from Zoe, he realized that most of the yachts were not actually ready for sale. From ordering to actually getting the yacht, Lu Jiyu had to wait for half a year to 1 year. He really did not have that much time to wait. Forget it, if I have time to go through so much trouble, I might as well choose one at the pier and steal it. Anyway, I'm not going to operate it in this world. Lu Jiyu finally decided to go to the seaside and choose one that he liked. However, because he did not know much about ships and also how to actually sail a yacht, he decided to do some research on the internet first. Lu Jiyu read about the descriptions of various yachts, as well as the precautions during sailing. Looking at yachts of different models and sizes, and many other details about sailing. Lu Jiyu realized that it was all quite complicated and was not something he could understand fully by reading a single book. In particular, some of the bigger yachts could not even be operated by just one person. As Lu Jiyu surfed the internet, his interest suddenly piqued when he saw something accidentally. At the instant he saw it, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow! This looks amazing. It'll be fantastic if I can get it. Lu Jiyu enlarged the image with his mouse. On his screen, there was a picture of a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier with the USA flag on it. Lu Jiyu felt that this was the king of the seas and all men would want to possess it. However, if he really stole this, the whole world would be stirred up. He lay his chin on his hand and thought carefully about whether he should do it. Even if he could not operate the carrier, it would still make a great base and laboratory on the sea. In the meantime, he could examine the carrier as he was very curious about such things, not to mention that it was nuclear-powered. Should I do it? He thought. The Port of London was located along the banks of the River Thames to the southeast of London. Lu Jiyu drove to the port in a brand new Range Rover Evoque, and he could see the London Bridge and the beautiful night scenery in the distance. This was an important arterial road of London. Ships were coming and going very frequently, and it was still very busy here despite the falling darkness. From far away, Lu Jiyu could already see the liveliness of the port. There were still many ships out on the sea. In addition, there were also many ships docking, loading, or unloading their cargoes. Ships of various sizes packed the dock, creating a busy scene. Lu Jiyu walked around until he found where the medium-sized and small-sized ships were docked. The port was twisting and turning. Lu Jiyu walked down a straight path and saw dozens of ships docked around. Among them, there were quite a few yachts. This one looks good. In the distance, Lu Jiyu saw a yacht with 3 floors. It looked luxurious and extraordinary. With its white streamlined body, it looked as elegant and graceful as a shuttle. Lu Jiyu did not go closer to the yacht and only looked at it, knowing that going any further would cause him to be caught by the security camera. He looked around a little bit more before turning to leave. Before he left, he took out a 1-pound coin from his pocket. Tossing it gently, the coin was pushed with his mind power onto the yacht that was a few hundred meters away. The coin rolled on the deck and eventually turned into a corner. The coin had Lu Jiyu's spiritual imprint on it. The channeling array for the dimensional door would be activated at dawn, bringing Lu Jiyu the yacht that he had chosen. Lu Jiyu walked back to his car and left the harbor. He thought about stealing the aircraft carrier. Moreover, he even checked online for the harbors where the Nimitz-class carriers were docked and almost bought the ticket to go there. However, after thinking about it, he still felt that this would be too crazy and there was also no point in stealing that kind of ship. He did not know how to operate it anyway, and it would very likely bring him unnecessary trouble he would not be able to deal with. After Lu Jiyu left, the night deepened. Suddenly, somewhere in the depths of the Port of London, air blurred and space folded. A yacht immediately vanished with it. The next morning, a group of people were standing on the harbor, arguing. Everyone was discussing and making wild guesses about the weird incident that had occurred the night before. A furious white, fat guy was standing there, cursing all the workers of the port. "Where's my white shark?" he roared. "I didn't pay you all that docking fees for you to lose it." "We apologize," Mr. Babwa the harbor worker said. "We looked up the security tape, but strangely, It seems that your yacht disappeared by itself during the night. The man was clearly raging. By itself? You're saying it grew wings and flew away? Do I look that stupid to you? I'll sue you, it must have been you all. You just wait, my lawyer will send all of you idiots into jail. On the other hand, at the moment, Lu Jiyu was operating the yacht leisurely in his beach shorts. He had found the instruction manual and operation manual in the yacht and read over it carefully. Then, he immediately managed to sail the yacht according to the manuals. Lu Jiyu had to admit that it was a cool experience. It was a very large yacht with a lot of utilities and 3 floors. The bottom floor had the master room, a guest room, and a restroom. The middle floor contained the bridge, the deck, a living room, a kitchen, a karaoke room, and a video game room. On the top floor there were the meeting room and a small bar. It seemed like the original owner was a businessman who liked to see his clients or have meetings on this yacht. Lu Jiyu found a bottle of Hennessy which had been collected by the previous owner. Its color is beautiful. The wine looks crystal clear. Oh, I think it's made in the year 1865. How did this guy get it? Anyway, he hid it so well and was reluctant to drink it himself. Let me try. Lu Jiyu looked at the wine and realized that there was even a signature on the bottle. Lu Jiyu had sampled a lot of expensive liquor lately, but he really liked the color of the alcohol in front of him at the moment. Moreover, this was something that one could not obtain by just money. He was curious how it tasted like. Lu Jiyu walked onto the deck with that bottle of Hennessy and sat down. He set up a fishing rod and fished while eating some food leisurely. After he got rid of his old identity, he felt the restraints he once had being lifted off. He could now do everything he wanted to without having to worry the way he used to. Under this new identity, he felt braver and freer. He observed the creatures that swam across in the ocean quietly. As compared to Earth, the marine life in Maria's world was really monotonous. Without any major predators, some fish could reproduce unchecked, and it felt like they were going to occupy the world soon. With this many fish around him, fishing was easy. Soon, Lu Jiyu had an entire bucket of fish. He went through the bucket, looking for ones that would be fit for him to fuse with the soul he had and create a deified creature. The medical supplies he had ordered, as well as the components needed to make the nutrition chamber, had arrived as well. Lu Jiyu planned to assemble the nutrition chamber while looking for the life template he wanted. In the following period of time, Lu Jiyu would be completing his deified creature creation plan. The ocean in Maria's world was very peaceful. Lu Jiyu spent the next several days on the sea in the yacht, looking for the creature he wanted. Whenever he looked out, he could only see the endless blue sky and ocean. He took the time to alter the layout of the yacht and change the bottom level into a laboratory. At the same time, he also managed to create the biological chamber that he needed. The biological chamber had combined the functions of both the nutrition chamber and the freezing chamber. It could provide the necessary nutrients to a growing life and at the same time freeze the biological activities in the organism. Thankfully, the generator on the yacht provided plenty of electricity. Lu Jiyu built 2 of those chambers in the yacht's laboratory. At the moment, they had already been completely installed in a cabin on the lowest floor. He also cleared out the unnecessary things in the cabin that used to be the entertainment room and installed a test bed and many medical equipment. The entire room now seemed to be filled with coldness and lifelessness. Lu Jiyu stood in the lab and watched the biological chamber. After his modification, the biological chamber now looked like a glass pillar. This way, he could observe whatever creature he had placed in the chamber easily. The top and bottom of the chamber were metallic with a lot of wires and a panel. He fished out a seahorse he had caught a few days ago and injected it with a sedative. Then, he opened the door and put it into the chamber. He wrapped the cords around the seahorse using his mind power and pressed a button. Nutrient fluid immediately began flowing into the chamber from the top and surrounded the seahorse. The seahorse closed its eyes and floated in the biological chamber. Beep, Lu Jiyu saw the panel lit up, showing the life stats of the seahorse, including its body surface temperament, heart rate, and various others. Lu Jiyu smiled, knowing that he had completed the biological chamber successfully. Lu Jiyu poured a test tube of blood plasma into the slot at the top of the biological chamber. He pressed a button and the blood was injected into the seahorse. A day later, the seahorse's consciousness and memories were wiped completely. Then, Lu Jiyu tried to place the soul of the tree of life into the seahorse. However, the soul was met with strong resistance, and the seahorse died almost immediately. As he extracted the soul of the tree of life, Lu Jiyu found that the soul had been weakened as well. The soul, which had been pure and without any form of consciousness before, had become tainted by the seahorse's mind. As Lu Jiyu observed it, he sensed some very chaotic and confusing waves of consciousness being emitted. Lu Jiyu tried the same thing with several different kinds of sea creatures and failed every time. The contamination of the once pure soul was becoming increasingly severe. Lu Jiyu knew that if he kept failing, the soul would fall apart. Sigh. It's such a waste, but I have no other choices. I don't know anything yet, and my research about souls is not sufficient either. I'll just take the soul as the price to pay for learning. Why does this keep happening? Why will there be resistance? I have wiped their consciousnesses and memories. Previously, Lu Jiyu had also tried plants and those did not work as well. At the moment, when he gathered all his results, he realized that the problem might not just be the consciousness of the organism resisting the soul. He paused the experiment because he knew that it would be useless to keep trying until he found a solution to this problem. Lu Jiyu paced up and down the laboratory anxiously and thought about the problem for quite a while. Maybe it's not just the resistance from its consciousness. In addition, the organism is also resisting other minds from controlling its body on the genetic level. It's just like when I first modified an organism. Should I try to create a deified creature from the embryo? Lu Jiyu immediately began his plan. This time, he chose a squid. Instead of putting it into the biological chamber, he placed it in an aquarium, ready to breed the first generation of deified creatures. He picked one of the eggs the squid had laid and placed the soul of the tree of life into the egg. Just like what he had guessed, the fusion was successfully, and Lu Jiyu was elated by this. It was like the soul of the tree of life was being reincarnated into a new life. Lu Jiyu activated the creature's consciousness and opened up the path into the zero-dimensional world, guiding it to extract the source form in the space. As expected, the creature which had a powerful soul skipped the first few steps which Lu Jiyu had spent years to complete. It started as a simple soul, but it quickly developed its own mind power. The strong structure of its soul allowed the creature to stay longer in the zero-dimensional world, so that it could extract more source form. Its mind power grew rapidly, often several SFU every day. Using an analogy, Lu Jiyu was like a fully filled bucket which was trying to expand its volume all the time. On the other hand, the creature was like an empty bucket which only needed to fill itself up. Lu Jiyu could feel that the originally pure soul was slowly transforming into mind power. When it turned into pure mind power, it had 150 SFU of mind power, which already surpassed Lu Jiyu when the transformation was complete. Lu Jiyu noticed that the white egg containing the soul was invaded by its mind power and its cells were deified. Lu Jiyu watched the creature hatch from the egg. A strange, gray creature resembling a young squid appeared in the biological chamber. As soon as it was born, the creature began rapidly draining the nutritions in the biological chamber and grew rapidly. In a minute, it grew into a black squid the size of a human head. By this time, it had used up all of its mind power and reached its limits. Unlike Lu Jiyu, however, its entire body was made up of deified cells. It might be much smaller and looked very unassuming, but its nature was very different from Lu Jiyu. It was a true deified creature. As soon as it finished growing, Lu Jiyu and the creature stared at each other across the glass of the chamber. The creature seemed to be very angry, and its mind was very chaotic. At once, it began smashing against the wall of the biological chamber. However, the wall was extremely strong. The creature might have been deified, but it did not know how to change its own genes. It only possessed the immortality and plasticity of deified creatures. Do you want to come out? Lu Jiyu asked, staring at the creature inside the chamber in amusement. Saken. Saken. At the instant when Lu Jiyu looked at the creature, he realized that its appearance started changing. It actually imitated Lu Jiyu and quickly developed vocal cords. Then, it started making meaningless, weird shrieks at Lu Jiyu. Its voice was very ear-piercing and dragged. Lu Jiyu felt the creature's mind and found that it did not have a dominant personality. In addition, its consciousness was in chaos. There seemed to be dozens of consciousness within the creature's mind, fighting for dominance. It did not even know how to control itself. The voice and the mimicking were also done unconsciously and did not mean anything. Lu Jiyu frowned. This was not what he had expected, but he indeed managed to create the first deified creature. Why is it like this? It should be that the soul has been contaminated because I have failed the fusion multiple times. I'll call you Saken then, Lu Jiyu said. Since this was the sound the creature first made, Lu Jiyu would name it after this. Even though it did not have a complete personality and intelligence, Saken was truly a superior lifeform. After the successful creation of a deified creature, Lu Jiyu would also start trying to change his own genes. He wanted his life template to become one which really had extraordinary powers. Lu Jiyu decided to call such a high-level life template a mythical creature template. He changed the name from deified creatures, but it was appropriate anyway. These beings were no different from the creatures in legends. Lu Jiyu did not know how to do it yet. After all, he had never seen such a superior lifeform before. He could only try and explore based on his own imagination. Saken, the first deified creature he had created, was a perfect sample for him to try. For Saken, he could create the life template of a superior lifeform. He could use the plasticity of deified creatures to create a truly extraordinary life. Lu Jiyu smiled as Saken. It looked small and frail, but its nature was so different from ordinary organisms. As long as it could obtain the life template of mythical creatures, its power would increase significantly. How should I do it? Lu Jiyu started thinking. Clearly I cannot use the ones I have designed in the past. They will only open up the normal powers of the body. Normal creatures might be considered as powerful after obtaining more strength, speed, godlike perspective, dynamic vision, or obtaining the powerful sword skills or memories from their ancestors. However, these were really useless for a deified creature. In other words, these powers would not make full use of the plasticity of deified cells. What is supernatural power? That was the question that had been bothering Lu Jiyu for a long time. To him, this kind of creatures shouldn't be limited to be able to control only its own body. They should be able to interfere with the world and lives around it using mind power as well. This was what a real supernatural creature should be able to do and how mind power should really be used. This required a lot of knowledge about rules of the world. Temperature would be an example. What was temperature? General speaking, temperature was a physical quantity that expressed how warm or cold an object was. But on microscopic level, it measured how violently particles vibrated or moved. According to the kinetic theory, temperature represented the average kinetic energy of the constituent particles. Temperature was a result of the thermal motion of a large amount of particles collectively. Lu Jiyu thought that a mythical creature would be able to detect the speed of the particles. For creatures on his level, it would be very difficult to control particles. There were simply too many of particles. How powerful would the mind power had to be in order to control so many particles at the same time? Lu Jiyu thought maybe there were other ways to control temperatures. There was no need to increase or decrease the speed of all of the particles. As long as the mind power was able to push or change the momentum and speed up the movements for the particles within a small area, the impact would be extended to the other areas and thus increase the temperatures without any limits. The stronger the mind power was, the temperature of the larger area could be impacted. And vice versa, stopping some particles could cause the other particles to slow down and the temperature to drop. The more powerful the mind, the larger the area could be impacted. A strong mind could lower or increase temperature indefinitely. Lu Jiyu was excited by this idea. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to developing his first template. He looked at Saken, who was still lurching around in the life chamber and shrieking, radiating chaotic messages with its mind. It of course did not know how to control anything yet, but Lu Jiyu did, and that was enough. Lu Jiyu needed to develop a genetic template that could carry the code for controlling temperature. He could then insert it into Saken's genetic codes and turn it into a mythical creature that could control the temperature. If it worked, it would become a natural thing for Saken, and Saken didn't have to know the theory behind it. It seems like I am the only one who could alter the genes. Without the ability to change genes, even if one could use the mind power to handle Adam, they still would not be able to make specific modifications to the genes, let alone creating life templates. For the other mythical creatures, their mind power couldn't change their own genes either. If they wanted to evolve, the only path would be to seek out other mythical creatures' genes and fuse the two genes, or to adjust their genes based on the genes from other mythical creatures. Lu Jiyu finally realized just how powerful the ability to transmit messages really was. It might appear very weak because it would only convey messages and modify messages. This was not something that had direct physical impact. However, to Lu Jiyu, it was an invaluable power. He took Saken to the dimensional castle for a few months and began developing the mythical creature template for Saken. Saken was based off of an octopus and could control temperature. He named the template 0° Sea Monster. He took deified cells from Saken and began experimenting. He found that when he tried to prod the cells with his mind power, the cells resisted him. As soon as he made contact, Lu Jiyu could feel the consciousness of Saken was trying to interfere him. Lu Jiyu did not want to fight against it, knowing that the only part of him that was deified was his brain, while the rest of him was still normal. He did not want to risk getting assimilated by Saken's mind. If he came into contact with Saken's cells, the cells may invade his own. He remembered that he had some of Saken's undeified cells, but he immediately pushed the thought away. Those normal cells couldn't handle a mythical creature's template and would be crashed instantly, seeing no other way. Lu Jiyu used the mind power to convey his friendly intentions to Saken, asking it to let down its guards. He built a large pool in the castle so Saken could have a place to swim and play. He also tried to show his friendliness by feeding Saken every day. Maybe Saken could feel his friendliness, or maybe the conflicting minds drove Saken to madness. Slowly, Saken's mind stopped resisting him. Once that happened, with his mind power, Lu Jiyu reached into Saken and found its genes. Like Lu Jiyu, after becoming a mythical creature, most of genes from Saken's ancestors were eliminated, and only the necessary genes were left behind. Lu Jiyu took the advantage of this time, and imprinted the 0° Sea Monster template into Saken's life template. Then he immediately withdrew. Lu Jiyu extracted 1 drop of blood from himself. He could see that the blood he placed on the template began to change drastically. He injected the blood into Saken's body and saw that its body changed drastically as well. Its head became narrower, and its tentacles grew longer. Its skin and organs were all changing as the cells realigned themselves and formed its special organs and hardened shell. It became the dark, beautiful sea monster Lu Jiyu wanted. It worked. The monster looked exactly like what Lu Jiyu had designed. Dark, hardened skin and a fluid body structure. It looked beautiful, and its body was even harder. Saken swam around in the pool, smashing into the wall of the pool, leaving large holes on the stone wall. However, these hits did not harm the body at all. The shell on Saken's body was almost as hard as titanium. Lu Jiyu was very satisfied with Saken's appearance, but he still hadn't seen the most important part. Suddenly, Saken jumped out of the pool and shrieked at him. Lu Jiyu felt a strong wave of mind power slamming into him. He knew that Saken had used its power. He summoned his own mind power to protect himself from being affected. The temperature in the room rose significantly as the water in the pool reached a temperature so high it caused a small explosion in the room. The temperature was high enough to heat the rocks. The temperature in the entire floor was raised a few hundred degrees. An ordinary human would not be able to survive. However, Lu Jiyu walked out from the steam. The power he gave to Saken, he himself of course would also use. Although Lu Jiyu didn't imprint the power into his deified cells, and it was troublesome for him to use such power, he had only needed to balance the temperature around himself, so it was not a problem. After all, Saken would not be able to harm Lu Jiyu. Saken waved its tentacles around, and the ground its tentacles touched froze over. In the blink of an eye, the boiling room was turned into Iceland. Lu Jiyu smiled, satisfied with Saken's power. Not bad, not bad. This is what a mythical creature should be. Right now, Saken was still young, and it was already very powerful. It would only grow more powerful as it matured mentally and grew physically. One day, it would be able to do things that were only heard of in legends, such as boiling the ocean or freezing an entire continent. Of course, that day was still tens, hundreds, or even thousands years away. Saken. Saken, boom. Rumble. Saken was ramming into the stone wall, continuously launching attacks while controlling its power, manically trying to escape from its underground water dungeon. As it used its power, the water in the dungeon evaporated again and again, but fresh water kept flowing into the cell. Lu Jiyu observed Saken in its prison from a fist-sized small window above. It had been a while since he sent Saken into the water dungeon using a dimensional door. Lu Jiyu had been trying to find out the limits of Saken's power. Right now, the highest temperature Saken could control was 783 degrees Celsius. The lowest was -70 degrees Celsius. Saken discovered where Lu Jiyu was and began launching its attacks toward Lu Jiyu furiously. However, Lu Jiyu was the one that gave Saken his power. All he needed to do was control the particles in his surrounding area with his own mind power. Saken controlled its body using its mind power and charged continuously around the water dungeon, as if it did not know what fatigue was. Lu Jiyu was slightly disappointed. Indeed, the life template was too simple, the power too simplistic. There are too many restraints. But it was mostly because Saken didn't have intelligence and did not know how to use its own power optimally. However, Saken was only harmless to Lu Jiyu. With its ability to control temperature and its powerful mind power, it would be able to destroy several seaside villages and kill thousands of people with little trouble. Its sturdy shell and powerful regenerative abilities also allowed it to ignore most attacks. If it were to barge into a city, it would spell disaster to the average person. After observing it for a while, Lu Jiyu had basically uncovered all the secrets regarding Saken. He released Saken into the southern sea and followed it in his ship. Even though Saken could fly, it could not leave the water for extended periods of time and spent most of its time submerged. It was rare for Saken to leave the water. After Lu Jiyu spent a few days observing its swim patterns, he completely shifted his attention away from it. Once it got away from Lu Jiyu and his tortures, Saken disappeared into the sea of Maria's world. Saken was the first mythical creature in Maria's world, a creature that could truly control its supernatural abilities. It did not have predators, nor did it have any opponents in the ocean. It became the unparalleled king of the ocean. Because of its chaotic consciousness, it was like a wild beast, merely charging along around the world. What Lu Jiyu did not expect was that Saken would begin to pollute other creatures living in the ocean. Unlike Lu Jiyu, Saken didn't care to control or restrain its deified cells. Even if the cells somehow got out, Saken didn't try to collect them. It often ran into rocks under the ocean or islands and injured itself. The cells that it released while it was injured flowed continually into the ocean. Many creatures that came in contact with the cells started to mutate due to the deified cells. Larger creatures started appearing in the sea. They were called sea monsters. While Saken was heralded as a god of the sea, while Saken was roaming the oceans, its spawn were called the children of the sea. There were large octopi, squid, and even jellyfish that could release freezing vapors explosively. There were also missile-like fish, their bodies massive beyond comparison. They could move tens of meters with a single stroke. Saken was much smaller than most of the sea monsters, but Saken could easily lower or increase temperature within hundreds of meters around itself. It could turn a person's body to ash, or freeze it into an ice sculpture. It didn't matter how big it was. To an average person, it was God, a god that they could not fight against. Even the children of the sea were impossible to defend against for an ordinary human. These children of the sea would also spawn a large amount of offspring. After a few decades, any large sea monsters could be considered to be Saken's children. Some of these sea monsters had inherited some of Saken's abilities through the small amount of Saken's blood within them. Some could freeze things, others could use fire. Some had strong skin while others were very large. While outside the ocean, people on the continent of Alan were growing more fascinated by the ocean, as they caught more and more fish from the ocean. The mysteries of the ocean attracted more and more fishermen and explorers from Alan. More nations appeared on Alan. After 1,000 years, both humans and orcs had developed their own nations and gave birth to various cultures and civilization. The two races had gradually spread their areas of influence throughout a large portion of Alan, and now set their sights on the vast ocean. The boundless ocean was rather romantic to man. There was fear in the unknown, but there were also fantasies. Other than the harvests brought about by the fishermen, people discovered that by sailing, they could easily reach northern nations from the south. From the practical point of view, trading using land routes would mean that one had to traverse countless mountains and pass through many different nations. The taxes and tolls along the way was enough dampen the excitement of the trade. But the ocean was different. It could save them a large amount of money and time. When the first explorer returned carrying precious spices, animal pelts, plants, herb and other items and made a fortune. More people flocked to the ocean and kick-started using sea routes for trade. Fleets of ships began heading into the ocean, carrying wealth and hope. For a time, the ocean became the world's hope. Nothing made more money than going on a journey to sea. If one was lucky enough to discovering a safe sea route previously unknown, they would be able to elevate the status of their family. Merchants, nobles, peasants, even slaves and government officials all began heading toward the sea. Harbors sprang up everywhere, and seaside villages expanded and grew into cities, cargo filling their piers. This growth in sea trade also led to a growth in the shipbuilding industry. People used their experiences from sailing and improved upon the simplest wooden boats, creating ships with masts. At first, the masts couldn't move and the ship required oars. Soon, ships with movable masts were created as well, allowing ships to steer forward despite the wind blowing from the other direction. Currently, there were ships that were 30 meters long, 6 to 8 meters wide, large enough to carry 60 tons of cargo across the ocean. People piloted these ships across the seas, but they still couldn't completely conquer the ocean. Whenever a fleet sailed into a dangerous area or got caught in a storm, there was still the risk of the entire fleet sinking, and as people ventured even further into the ocean, they encountered the deepest nightmares in their memories. A fleet sailed on the peaceful ocean. The strong, sturdy ships had 3 masts. Even if they got caught in a storm or a small tsunami, the ship should have been able to survive. This fleet belonged to the Lumman Kingdom's Rosa Daro family. The captain Shord stood on the deck, watching the peaceful sea. There was no sign of any storm today. Everything was going very well, and Shord was in a good mood. Days at sea could get very boring. There were no women, nor were there any leisure activities. His sailors were playing card games popular amongst the humans on Allen. The game was called Sailor's Cards. Since the person who invented the game was a sailor, most of the crew were playing cards and drinking on the deck. Some sailors on duty were scrubbing the deck and checking the masts. Soon, it would be lunchtime. The kitchen was busy playing cards. The people on the fleet were like a small community. A bored sailor who was standing on deck suddenly perked up at the sight of a dark shadow in the water. He rubbed his balding head and asked curiously, "What is that?" As the ship drew closer, the sailor immediately saw the giant dark shadow under the water and shouted in panic, "There seems to be a rock up ahead." The call startled everyone, and more sailors appeared on the deck, searching the open water for hidden rocks. The captain hurried to the front of the ship. "That is impossible. This is a very safe route. We have sailed this route many times. How can there be rocks all of a sudden?" Even so, they saw the dark shadow under the water slowly grow larger. A circular black area gradually appeared from under the water. Confusion filled the minds of everyone present. "What is that?" Boom! The water exploded as a large head rose up from the ocean into the sailor's view. A huge black octopus erupted from under the ocean, its long tentacles immediately entangling the ship. The large suction cups on its tentacles were terrifying to look at it. "My God, what is that? Goddess Maria above, what kind of monster is that? Help! Mummy!" The sailors gaped as they watched the huge tentacles grab their ship, tilting their ship toward the bottom of the ocean. Sailors stumbled across the deck, being flung this way and that by the octopus's force. A chorus of screams and cries rose from the ship. Shord lost his footing and was sent flying out the deck toward the monster. The octopus opened its pitch-black mouth, and Shord saw the flickering flames within it. Shord slipped into a daze, and could only mutter one word, "Monster." The fire sprang forth, instantly igniting the ship and incinerating Shord. The other ships in the fleet attempted to get away, but they were all easily capsized by the octopus. After this incident, more and more fleets began running into the children of the sea. Sometimes it was giant octopi, sometimes it was massive whales, other times it was large sharks with hard head capsules that could destroy a ship simply by ramming into it. Each of these creatures were enormous. And not something an average humans could deal with. The further the ship went into the ocean, the more likely it was to run into these creatures. These creatures were massive and rarely appeared near the land or shallow waters. But their presence became a great obstacle for sea trading and put a large dent in the merchants' and nobles' income. People began employing bloodline knights to deal with them. But even the bloodline knights were unable to kill them. The powers from their bloodline could cause great damage to the monsters, as could large crossbows, but it couldn't kill them. After all, these children of the sea were creatures that could use supernatural powers. These monsters were like gods. Some could spew fire, others could instantly freeze a large area of the ocean. Some had the ability to let out strange sounds that could put sailors to sleep. Each one of them possessed a powerful vitality and sturdy skin. Some monsters even formed groups, swimming in certain areas of the ocean, patrolling their deep-sea territories. None of the fleets and bloodline knights that set out to kill these creatures had ever returned. Even the most powerful warrior seemed powerless in front of these monsters. The ocean once again descended into darkness. People gave these creatures the name Children of the Sea. Other than the various natural disasters, seafarers were now faced with an unavoidable obstacle. The deep sea became something humans couldn't, nor dare, venture into. After creating Saken, Lu Jiyu began thinking about working on himself again. However, he wasn't planning on making a mythical creature template for himself. He could only try adding some special power to his own genes. In that respect, he was more like the creatures who were affected by Saken's blood. Without deifying his entire body, he wasn't a deified creature and was full of weakness. But he could not rush things. Forcefully trying to use a mythical creature template on himself would cause a large amount of his cells and genes to crumble. Lu Jiyu did not want to just exist as a brain. Deifying his entire body would only take 17 years. It had already been a year, and he could afford to wait. Plus, he could use this time to consider what kind of mythical creature template he wanted. The first thing he considered were weaknesses of a mythical creature and ways to kill one. So far, it looked like mythical creatures were highly modifiable and immortal. They could continue becoming more powerful indefinitely and their potential was limitless. But were they really that perfect, that invincible? As long as I cannot kill all of a mythical creature's deified cells in one attack, then it would not die. It would then have a chance to be reborn. Lu Jiyu shook his head. This was easier said than done. It was very likely that the mythical creature would have a clan of other creatures it had affected, intentional or not. There would definitely have been other life forms that were assimilated unintentionally by the mythical creature, or fused with its deified cells. These creatures were all spawns of the mythical creature. Even if the main body were to be killed, the mythical creatures would be able to be reborn from the body of their spawns. In order to kill completely the mythical creature, one would have to kill not only the mythical creature itself, but also all of its spawns in order to prevent it from being reborn. Otherwise, given enough time, they would be able to return once again. They sure lived up to their name as mythical creatures. He spent a long time thinking of a weakness and couldn't think of any. It sure was congruent with Lu Jiyu's expectations of a higher order being. So what is the most important thing to a mythical creature? What is the core of their existence? Lu Jiyu had decided to approach the question from another angle. The time he spent experimenting on Saken had increased his understanding about souls, mind power, and the existence of deified cells. The soul was the purest form of consciousness and thought. It could be fused with the source form to become mind power. Mind power, in some sense, was the product of the fusion of the soul and source form. Deified cells were then the product of fusing mind power in cells. The most important thing to a mythical creature should be its consciousness and thought. Lu Jiyu immediately wondered if there was a way to skip past the mind power in deified cells and directly attack a mythical creature's consciousness and thought. Thought in itself is a form of power. Would I be able to develop this kind of power for my mythical creature template and become a mythical creature that could control thought and consciousness? Thought and consciousness, in some sense, was a collection of information. It was the carrier of the soul and mind. Lu Jiyu immediately formed a connection with how he created the mind dimension after he deified the cells in his brain. That was the palace that stored his will and collection of information. Lu Jiyu felt that he could change his deified cells and strengthen his mind dimension through that. transforming it into a more powerful space of consciousness. This way, no matter how powerful a mythical creature was, he would be able to disregard its powerful mind power, deified cells, and genetic ability and drag its consciousness and thoughts into his own consciousness space. In his realm, Lu Jiyu would have various ways of erasing their consciousness. As long as their consciousness was completely erased, the mythical creature would not be able to resurrect itself no matter how powerful its mind power and deified cells were. It would, in essence, be dead, similar to how a human could become brain dead. Their bodies would not have died, but existentially speaking, it would have died. Of course, a method like this was very dangerous. Lu Jiyu had only considered one angle and still needed a few experiments to figure out what exactly he had to do. However, he knew that if he succeeded, even mythical creatures could be completely killed. This was also beneficial because it alerted him of his own weakness, in case someone else tried to do the same thing to him in the future. Lu Jiyu got to work immediately. I should make use of my mental talent, the ability to transmit thought. This would have a great effect on the creation and guidance of a mind dimension. In Lu Jiyu's eyes, a person's consciousness and thoughts were all information. The dream world he wanted to construct was a world made up completely of information. But this space would exist within him. It would be a mind world that was rooted within his deified cells. If Lu Jiyu wanted to construct a world like this, his deified cells must have the ability to control and alter information. He would then be able to control and guide the consciousness space through his cells. I'll call it the dream world, a space made up completely of consciousness and information. Lu Jiyu had made the decision. Assimilate. Copy the genes. Lu Jiyu could sense that after he set up the templates in the first cell, the rest of his deified brain cells were loading the power for controlling information. As the deified cells finished loading, Lu Jiyu felt a change in his mind space. His control over his power was completely different now. His cells could now handle a large amount of information at any given time, and he could change or alter his entire mind space whenever he felt like it. At this point, it no longer felt appropriate to call the space his mind space anymore. This was the dream space he had aimed to create. Lu Jiyu stood in his dream space. This space was pitch black and directionless. There was nothing around him, not even time existed in this realm. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately saw the space changing with the passing of the thought. He could see land starting to form under his feet. Everywhere he swept his gaze, buildings began to slowly appear within his dream space. Gradually, a small ancient village appeared before him. Lu Jiyu looked at the sky. A crimson moon entered his field of vision. There was finally light in this world, but this crimson moon made the small village look strange and eerie. Lu Jiyu felt that it would be difficult to continue creating things within this space. Currently, his mind power was already at its limit at which it could control information. If he wanted to expand the dream space and make it more vivid and lifelike, he would need more mind power. It is indeed possible to create a world made purely out of information. The dream space, I did it! Lu Jiyu was excited by the sight of his success. Even though this dream world he created was very tiny and made up of only information, completely different from Maria's world which he created in the past. A comparison could not be made between the two. However, this was the first time he had created something without getting outside help. This world was completely his own. He knew how he created it, he knew its logic, structure, as well as every detail about this world inside out. This was not a world that was to be controlled using the scroll of the world and his authority over it. This world meant something completely different to him. Lu Jiyu walked through the small village in the dream world. The town was completely empty and sat quietly under the night sky. This was an ancient village, with old wooden buildings along a single dirt-packed road. The dirt road was the only road in the entire village. The rest of the ground were all small yards that belonged to the houses. There was a dilapidated inn, a smithy, and a grocery store. Inside the smithy, there were all the tools that were commonly found in real smithies, like farming tools and knives. The grocery store was stocked full with groceries needed by a populated village. The inn's kitchen was fully stocked with food and drinks, its wine cellar filled with barrels of different kinds of alcohol, but there was no one in this world. This was Lu Jiyu's dream world, a world that he had just created. He walked around the dream world alone, observing the world. The ground felt solid under his feet, and the buildings looked like they could be found in a real town. The food and drinks resembled the real worlds as well. He had created everything based on information he could find in the real world. Even though they were not real, but speaking from the perspective of information, they are the same as real. In this world, one could never differentiate the boundaries between what's real and what's not. It's a little boring and too small, but since this could work, it means that my guesses and ideas were not wrong. I am on the right path. Lu Jiyu walked as his deliberated. There are many things I could improve on. As of now, the deified cells could only load information. I still have to develop it into an ability that could affect the outside world. I also have to have the ability to drag other intelligent beings into this dream world. Otherwise, a dream world like that would not have too much of an effect. Lu Jiyu immediately committed his thoughts into memory. His genes could not merely have the ability to control information, it also had to assimilate information, to assimilate and pull others into his own dream world without them noticing. It was hard to guard against an attack on the information level. Lu Jiyu left the dream world, his consciousness once again controlling his body. He stood up in the library of the dimensional castle and started to design the genes needed to assimilate information and loaded these genes onto himself. This way, Lu Jiyu's ability to control dreams was basically complete. It was the first supernatural power he had. However, this was merely the first step. There was still a long journey ahead of him. Adding gene segments one by one would eventually form a perfect life template. Lu Jiyu would like to find a way to create his own mythical creature life template. Lu Jiyu had spent a few months in the scroll of the world creating Saken. After that, he spent a few months observing and recording its movements. This took about a year to complete. After he released Saken, he spent another year developing the genes that could allow him to control information, from experimenting with cells that could control dreams to its refinement. In the blink of an eye, he had spent almost 2 years in Maria's world. He was reading when he suddenly closed his eyes. The world around him darkened, and he sensed 6 ant people within a 200-meter radius from him. Dream world, activate. Lu Jiyu saw a wave of information spread across the castle. His mind power swelled and dragged the consciousness of the 6 ant people into his dream world. A few white dots appeared in the small village under the crimson moon. The white dots wandered the streets, confused. The ant people's minds were very weak, and they could not assume a physical shape in the dream world. Lu Jiyu could sense that they were rather confused. The ant people did not have much intelligence and did not know what fear was. They were simply lost as to why they suddenly appeared here. Lu Jiyu shut off the dream world and released the ant people's consciousness back into their own bodies. Lu Jiyu stood. It looked like the supernatural powers he had developed, the control of his dream, was rather successful. However, that was only toward the ant people in the castle. He needed something more powerful to experiment on. The flow of time seemed to have decreased again. Ever since he created Saken, the difference in the flow of time between the real world and Maria's world had been impacted. The world seemed to be more complete now. Lu Jiyu could sense that the once 4,000 times acceleration has now decreased to just shy of 3,000 times. One day in the real world was only about 8 years in the world of Maria. Now, under the influence of the acceleration of time, Lu Jiyu did not expect the presence of mythical creatures like Saken to affect Maria's world so much. He hadn't paid much attention to Maria's world lately. When he checked on the world, he discovered that the sea was filled with sea monsters and large sea creatures. A large reason for their creation was because of Saken. Lu Jiyu was prepared to set out and capture Saken. He wanted to test his new ability and see if he could deal with a mythical creature using his dream world the way he had intended. Lu Jiyu arrived on the southern sea, looking for traces of Saken. He knew the whereabouts of the creature using the scroll of the world, but he did not want to capture it with a dimensional door. He wanted to catch it off guard and see if he could draw it into his dream world. His boat shimmered and disappeared. He used the dimensional door to teleport himself hundreds of miles and reappeared in another area of the ocean. Lu Jiyu immediately discovered Saken. It was currently playing under the ocean, boiling the area of ocean hundreds of meters around himself. A layer of dead fish floated on the water, and Saken began feasting happily. Water vapor hung over the ocean, covering the world in a layer of mist. The water of the ocean was bubbling. Lu Jiyu approached Saken slowly on his boat. Saken did not notice anything. Lu Jiyu found that Saken was 5 to 6 times bigger than the last time he saw the creature. Saken now looked about half as tall as a full-grown person. It was a lot of growth for 2 years' time. It looked like Saken had drawn a lot of source form from the 0-degree dimension to fuel its growth. This was another reason why Lu Jiyu wanted to catch Saken again. He had originally opened up the 0-degree dimension to Saken. Now, he needed to get Saken back. If he was going to open the dimension up again, he would definitely set a limit to how much source form one could draw from it. Saken seemed to have felt something. It felt Lu Jiyu's presence. He turned and saw Lu Jiyu approaching quickly on the white boat. Saken was furious and wanted to activate its ability, but it was too late by then. Dream World, activate. Lu Jiyu locked in on Saken. Saken could immediately feel its world changing. A large pulling force and information was continuously assimilating its consciousness, dragging it into Lu Jiyu's dream world. Saken resisted with all its might, but it was useless. It had already failed the moment Lu Jiyu locked in on its consciousness. If it had some sort of warning beforehand, Saken might have been able to escape from Lu Jiyu. However, it was caught off guard and couldn't do anything but enter Lu Jiyu's world. Saken entered the dream world, turning into a giant squid. It began manically attacking everything in this world. As the small town got destroyed, the dream world collapsed. Saken's mind collapsed alongside the dream world. The dream world began to regenerate and rebuild. The world was restored, and parts of Saken's mind seemed to have been assimilated into this world. The form of its soul seemed to have changed. Saken began attacking it once again. This cycle of destruction and death happened over and over again, until finally the creature's consciousness was completely assimilated by the dream world. In the end, Saken's form was also gradually interfered with Lu Jiyu's information, turning it into a middle-aged man. It no longer had its chaotic thoughts and its anger. Saken wandered the streets of the town aimlessly, confused and unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Saken saw the smithy by the road. A mysterious force drew him in. He picked up a hammer, turned on the bellows and began to work as any normal blacksmith would. It seemed to have become a puppet, a part of the dream world. It had become a blacksmith whilst being lost within the small village. Its consciousness had become a part of the information within the dream world. Lu Jiyu shot up into a sitting position in his boat. He was sweating and panting. What he just did was more dangerous than he had expected. Lu Jiyu had done battle with Saken in his dream world. He had almost failed, and Saken had almost successfully escaped the dream world. If Saken really had successfully escaped, the dream world would truly have shattered and Lu Jiyu's mind would have taken a great hit, but in the end, Saken was not able to continue to fight. Its consciousness assimilated into the dream world. Lu Jiyu also realized that his own soul had grown more powerful after he had assimilated Saken's consciousness. However, it would take several years to completely assimilate Saken's consciousness. The dream world would slowly wear away Saken's consciousness imprint. Even though it looked like a dangerous and laborious process, but once done, Lu Jiyu's mind power would instantly be boosted by at least 700 to 800 SFU, equivalent to 2 years of meditation. Meanwhile, all of the children of Seoul sensed the loss of Saken. They felt it through Saken's blood in their bodies. They lifted their heads, letting out a chorus of shrieks, as if they had lost something important. The Saken's blood in their bodies had lost its master. They have gained full freedom, truly becoming children of the sea. Without Saken, some sort of restraint was removed from them. Maybe one day one of them could gather enough of Saken's deified blood and become the new god of the sea. Lu Jiyu was elated. Triumphing over and completely killing Saken had showed him exactly how powerful his dream world was. Saken was relatively weak, basically a simplified version of a mythical creature that Lu Jiyu had created. It was a mythical creature born by shrinking its body size and reducing the number of deified cells needed. In terms of mind power, it was only about equal to Lu Jiyu's. However, fundamentally, it was still a mythical creature. Even another mythical creature of the same level would have a hard time trying to completely kill it. But Lu Jiyu had managed to do it despite not being a mythical creature himself. It looks like the consciousness and the soul are indeed the only weaknesses of a mythical creature. I'm lucky that I have noticed this early and have become aware of this weakness. Otherwise, I would not be able to survive in the future when someone uses this against me. He walked onto the deck and waved his hand. A meter-long black squid appeared under the ocean, the surface of its body coated with a metallic glow. This is a treasure. That was Sakin's body. Even though it had lost its consciousness, Sakin's body was still alive, the cells in its body were still alive. Sakin was technically alive. This was a full body of deified cells owned by a mythical creature. If Lu Jiyu allowed the body to dissolve into the ocean, it could affect thousands of creatures. Slowly, the mist over the sea dispersed. The water began to return to its normal temperature and the entire ocean calmed down. Through the thinning mist, Lu Jiyu saw a shadow. It was long and continuous and looked like a large landmass chunk 8, but Lu Jiyu didn't have anything to do with it, and it had formed naturally. There should be no life-sentient creatures here yet, only plants and a large amount of bugs. Even animals are a rare sight here. Lu Jiyu observed the island the moment he set foot on it. When he saw the giant saltwater lake in the middle, he felt that it was no different from the ocean. There was no end. Didn't realize I was so close to this place, Lu Jiyu said to himself. He approached the land with the boat. This was the first time he had approached this part of the world. This was a miraculous island called Swirl. It looked like an island, but it was big enough to be called a continent. Swirl was much smaller than Alan and Yala. It was only about a tenth the size of Alan. The island looked like a circle of land surrounding a large lake. The lake was connected directly into the ocean. It was a very interesting landscape, an uncanny workmanship by the nature. But Lu Jiyu didn't have anything to do with it, and it had formed naturally. There should be no life-sentient creatures here yet, only plants and a large amount of bugs. Even animals are a rare sight here. Lu Jiyu observed the island the moment he set foot on it. When he saw the giant saltwater lake in the middle, he felt that it was no different from the ocean. There was no end. Because of how useful the biological chambers were, Lu Jiyu returned to Earth to order more components. After 4 days, the materials finally arrived. He took them back to Maria's world and finished assembling them. Lu Jiyu's laboratory changed significantly again. The room was now filled with standing biological chambers. Various medical equipment, drawings of genetic templates, and a freezing chamber filled with many labeled genetic samples. It really looked like the kind of laboratory only an alien would have. Lu Jiyu put Sakin's deified body in one of the smaller biological chambers. He had forbidden the ant people from approaching the particular biological chamber. Even though it had lost its consciousness and only the instincts of its physical body remained, it was still very dangerous. On the other hand, in another larger chamber was a more beautiful creature. It was the result of his experiments for the past few days. Inside the biological chamber, there was a beautiful woman with long, sky-blue hair that fell down to her waist. From the waist down, she had a slender fishtail which was 2 meters long. She was as charming as a fairy, and her facial features were delicate and pure. Her eyelashes trembled as if she was about to open her eyes at any moment. She was a mermaid. Below her cheeks were 2 tattoo-like blue lines. They were the gills that would allow her to survive underwater. Indeed, as long as an organism doesn't resist the will of the deified creature, it would be assimilated. Sakin had dispersed its cells all over the ocean. As he wandered about, his deified cells had caused countless sea creatures to explode. Until finally the children of the sea were created. After some experiments, Lu Jiyu confirmed his hypothesis. Lu Jiyu used a human template and added fish genes onto it, after which he mixed in some of Sakin's blood. This was the first spawn of a mythical creature that he had created. In some sense, the mermaid in the biological chamber could be considered as a deity, a descendant of a godlike creature, although from Lu Jiyu's point of view, it was a bit low to be a deity as Sakin's descendant and not classy at all. Nevertheless, even though Sakin was not the coolest of mythical creatures, it was still a real godlike being to a normal person. In any case, the mermaid was truly an extraordinary life. It could be considered as the first extraordinary intelligent being. Lu Jiyu walked one round around the mermaid, inspecting it carefully. Then, he nodded in satisfaction with the perfect life template that he had created. I do have some artistic cells in me. With them around, this world will finally have some taste of magic. It's so ugly to only fight with swords in close-range combats. Suddenly, the mermaid submerged in the nutrient fluid in the biological chamber opened her eyes and stared right at Lu Jiyu. who was startled by her sudden movement. "What's happening? Didn't I inject a sedative?" "Oh, right. She has just received Sakin's blood and sedatives are clearly no longer effective." The mermaid who had just woken up still had a lot of tubes attached to her. She had opened her intelligent eyes and stared at the world around her curiously. She was like a newborn baby, observing the world outside as well as Lu Jiu. Wah, she started crying in the biological chamber like a baby. She pressed her hands against the glass wall and stared at Lu Jiu with her huge eyes. This caused Lu Jiu to feel somehow uncomfortable. Lu Jiu and the mermaid stared at each other and he actually did not know what to do. This was the first time he made eye contact with an intelligent lifeform in a biological chamber, and he felt very awkward. Lu Jiu activated his dream space and waved his hand gently. The mermaid slowly lowered her eyelids under his influence and fell back asleep. Then, he moved on to create around a dozen more mermaids. Lu Jiu only stopped after the process had used up about half of Sakin's deified cells. The mermaids were born and would grow up completely in the biological chambers. Lu Jiu only had to provide them with enough nutrient fluid for them to grow from infancy all the way to maturity. In particular, after he injected Sakin's blood into them, he used his dream space to guide them so that their instincts would not resist the invading cells. The deified cells were able to catalyze their growth, allowing these mermaids to grow from babies into adults in a few days. Soon, around a dozen sleeping mermaids with tubes attached to them floated in the cold biological chambers in the laboratory. The whole room seemed to be filled with evilness. In addition, Lu Jiu, who was wearing a white coat, looked like a doctor in stories who was doing some evil research. "I thought I'd be a good guy," he said, amused by his own thoughts. He walked in front of every mermaid, checking their body conditions and health statuses. He paid close attention to how well the deified cells were assimilating into these mermaids, making sure that there were no signs of any resistance or backfiring. Specimen number 2, deified cell assimilation rate at 42%. Her ability should be control of fire. Specimen number 5, deified cell assimilation rate at 37%. Her ability should be charming sound waves. The mermaids had inherited Sakin's abilities, but only some of them. It depended on what abilities they had obtained when they were being fused with Sakin's blood. Some could control fire, while others could control ice. Some had power over water, or the ability charm, which was an ability formed from the fusion of Sakin's mind power and the charming appearances and voices of the mermaids. Out of all these mermaids, specimen number 1 showed the highest rate of assimilation, which was over 70%, and was the most powerful. She had most of Sakin's abilities, especially those that could control temperature. Though she was not as powerful as Sakin in terms of the ranges of the abilities, Sakin could easily evaporate all the water within hundreds of meters, or freeze it into ice. After some training, the mermaid could at most affect the region up to 20 or 30 meters away from her. After checking the conditions of the mermaids, as well as the assimilation of deified cells, Lu Jiu released the mermaids into the large, saltwater lake which was connected to the ocean on the Swirl continent. This was the place he had chosen for these mermaids. From now on, the Swirl continent would belong to the mermaids. The first extraordinary intelligent race to be born on Maria's world. After Lu Jiu removed the seals he had placed on the mermaids' minds, they immediately woke up. They surfaced from the water and looked at the scene over the lake, taking their first view of Maria's world. White clouds dotted the clear, blue sky above them, and the lake stretched out infinitely high in the distance. Lush forests rose in rank, and seabirds flew across the sky occasionally. The mermaids gazed at the outside world like a group of newborn babies, curious about everything. The only one who looked confused was number 1. This world was different from what she saw just now. She still remembered the strange, cold box she was in, and the weird man staring at her outside. However, she almost immediately left her confusion behind. In comparison, this new world around her was so much more interesting than the previous one. The colorful Maria's world, fresh air, and vast waters were enough for her to forget what had happened. The mermaids played in the beautiful lake like sprites of water. They danced amongst the waves and explored the floor of the lake. Then, they swam along the side of the lake, heading towards the unknown distance. Zoe had invited Lu Jiu to an upper-class party in London. The party was held in a mansion just on the outskirts of the city. Lu Jiu had accepted her invitation because he had spent a few years in Maria's world, doing nothing but experimenting with different creatures. When he first came back to the real world, he couldn't quite remember how to interact with others, and even his facial expressions were unnatural. he felt that if he kept doing this to himself, he would forget how to act like a proper human being, so he wanted to take this opportunity to get away from his experiments a little and relax. He was also very curious about the British upper class. He had only seen such parties in movies. And he wanted to see what a real one was like. After changing into a nice suit, he drove out to the outskirts of the city. As he drove toward the mansion, he used the time to enjoy the view along the way and took a deep breaths of the fresh country air. At one time, London was one of the most heavily polluted cities in the world, but now, there was no sign of pollution in the country. The air was fresh and the surroundings were clean and beautiful. As he approached the mansion, he could see a large building standing alone at the foot of the mountain. There were no other buildings around the mansion and its grounds. When he arrived at the mansion, he saw that many people had arrived already. Getting out of his car, he took out his invitation. A few guards stood at the gate. They checked his invitation and allowed him inside. The grass in the garden was neatly trimmed and a variety of trees and flowers adorned the garden, as well as fountains and statues of angels. A few gardeners were still working in the garden, taking care of the plants. Even though the garden looked very new, the mansion itself looked like a castle and appeared very old. It was clear that the owner of this mansion was not only rich, but also came from a privileged background. He entered the mansion through a pair of glass doors and saw a large group of people already gathered inside. As soon as he walked in, the attention of the room turned to him. The good looks his genes had blessed him with made him the center of attention wherever he went, and this place was no exception. Everyone was looking at him, curious about who he was. A young woman wearing a black dress smiled at him as she walked over. She held out her hand and said, "I've never seen you here before." "I'm Lisa." "Anthony," Lu Jiyu said with a smile. "Nice to meet you." "No offense intended," Lisa said after they shook hands. "But are you a man, sir?" Lu Jiyu frowned a little, then nodded. By then, there was a small crowd had gathered around them. Everyone was looking at him, curious. Seeing his response, Lisa's eyes widened. "You are indeed very handsome," she said. "Dare I say, even women would be jealous." "Thank you," Lu Jiyu said awkwardly. Suddenly, someone grabbed Lu Jiyu's hand. He turned and saw Zoe standing behind him. "This is my friend, Lisa," Zoe said with a smile. "I have to talk to him about something." Lisa frowned, but she didn't say anything as she turned to leave. Zoe led Lu Jiyu to a corner on the left side of the room. The two found a red couch and sat down. Immediately, a server came over with some champagne and snacks, and Lu Jiyu and Zoe each took a flute. They clinked their glasses and Zoe asked, "You came alone? Didn't you bring a date?" "I don't know a lot of people here," Lu Jiyu said, shaking his head. "I just wanted to know what your parties are like." Zoe glanced at him as if she found his words hard to believe. "Oh my God, you're not gay, are you?" Zoe looked at him as if confirming something. Lu Jiyu waved his hands frantically and said, "No, no, no. Don't make such jokes, Zoe. They're not funny." "All right," Zoe said with a small smile and nodded. She grabbed his hand and said, "Then I will be your date tonight. Promise me you'll dance with me?" "I'm not a good dancer, though," Lu Jiyu said with a shrug. "I might step on your feet." Zoe smiled. "Don't worry," she said with a small wave. "Come on. I want to introduce you to someone." In the middle of the room was a thin man with a small beard. He was very slender, but he looked very energetic and proud and seemed to be a good friend of Zoe's. As Zoe walked over with Lu Jiyu, he first waved at her, then glanced curiously at him. After Zoe introduced Lu Jiyu to him, he smiled and said, "Greetings, Mr. Anthony. I'm Charles Andrew. Welcome to my party." "The honor is all mine," Lu Jiyu said, shaking hands with him. The party was more fun than Lu Jiyu expected. Charles had hired a professional band, and the band performed some very interesting and unique music. Amidst the elegant music, the moon rose and its light poured into the room through the large windows. The entire mansion was lit up for the party, and the attendees in suits and elegant gowns danced together under the mingling party light. The atmosphere made one feel like they had been transported to the Middle Ages. Lu Jiyu walked onto the dance floor with Zoe, who unexpectedly tugged him into a waltz. The two waltzed across the floor with such ease that the dancers around them stopped to glance at them. When the song ended, the two concluded their dance with a professional pose and applause erupted around them. Zoe looked at him with a wide smile, her cheeks flushed. "I thought you said you couldn't dance," she said. "You were being modest, weren't you?" Lu Jiyu grinned mysteriously. Of course, he wouldn't tell Zoe that although he had never danced the waltz before, he did have his subbrain do some research about dancing. That, combined with his absolute control over his own body and attention to detail, made it easy to learn how to dance and pretend that he had been learning it since he was young. After talking for a few more minutes after leaving the dance floor, Lu Jiyu said, "I'll be fine. You don't have to stay with me the entire time. I think I'll walk around a little. I'm pretty interested in this castle." Lu Jiyu knew the reason Zoe came to this party was to network and expand her connections. She was the daughter of a businessman and had several siblings. If she wanted her family business and more resources, she would have to fight for it. She needed more friends and more people who knew her face and name. This was why this party was so important to her. Lu Jiyu walked through the hallway of the castle alone, looking at all the paintings in the hall. The paintings showed the previous owners of this mansion, and there were brief descriptions about each one of them under their portraits, as well as some descriptions of the castle's history and some of the important events that had taken place there. This mansion had a long history, and Lu Jiyu was very interested by it. "That's my grandfather," a voice said as Lu Jiyu stared at a painting of an old man. He turned and saw Charles standing behind him. "He was a devoted Christian," Charles said. "Do you believe in God, Mr. Andrew?" Lu Jiyu asked. "Curious." Charles smiled mysteriously. "My beliefs are slightly different from my grandfather's. I would like to tell you more, if you're interested." "Of course," Lu Jiyu said earnestly with a nod. "I am very interested." "Do you believe in the blood race?" Charles asked in a hushed whisper. "Vampires?" Lu Jiyu said, surprised. There was a difference between these words, so Charles shook his head. "No, the blood race." Lu Jiyu narrowed his eyes. Charles's questions had made him very curious. He glanced at Charles. "There are many legends about the blood race," he said. "One can go as far back as thousands of years ago, to the Mesopotamian civilization. There are records of them in ancient Jewish texts and from the Roman Empire. Some say they are descendants of Cain, the first murderer according to the Bible, who murdered his brother due to jealousy. Others say they came from Judah or the Wallachian ruler Vlad Dracula." He paused for a moment. "Ever since the Middle Ages, the Catholic Church has issued several decrees regarding the blood race, acting as if the blood race was a great enemy. This seemed to validate their existence. It was as if these blood-sucking creatures had been hidden among humans for centuries." Lu Jiyu paused, then said, "Of course, no one knows whether that's real or not. These are all rumors and legends passed down through generations. No one has actually met them before. It's just a legend." Charles shook his head. "No, it's not just a legend. If you are willing, I can show you a whole different world." "Really?" Lu Jiyu asked, intrigued. "I am very interested." The two exchanged their business cards and Charles disappeared with a mysterious smile while Lu Jiyu frowned. He was certain that Charles was a normal man without any form of special abilities. However, he had probed at Charles's mind and found out some of the information that Charles was talking about. Charles was a loyal member of a cult called the Vatican clan. He joined this cult when he was still attending college and became an official member of it after he graduated. There were many famous people in the cult. There were several wealthy businessmen and politicians, as well as scientists and artists. There were even some actors and famous authors among the cult's members. This cult clearly wielded very significant influence. There also seemed to be some mysterious and powerful forces and people behind this cult. Charles's memory also contained some miraculous events. Did these supernatural forces and powers really exist on Earth? But then he remembered the scroll of the world, and he became even more interested. He wanted to learn more about this cult. As for why Charles invited him, Lu Jiyu was interested too. It seemed that the appearance of members was very important to this cult. All the members were very beautiful humans. The more beautiful one was, the more likely they were to be invited to join the cult. It was as if only attractive beings fit the requirement for the blood race. This was why Charles had approached Lu Jiyu. He looked at the card Charles had given him. Even though Charles didn't say anything when he left, Lu Jiyu knew that his name would be on the list next time the cult gathered for a meeting. Lu Jiyu decided that he would join the next meeting. He was set on discovering what was up with this cult after leaving the manor. He and Charles spent some time chatting together. Zoe looked at the two of them with an even stranger expression on her face, as if she'd determined Lu Jiyu's sexual orientation. "Anthony, did you keep rejecting me because you really do like men?" As Lu Jiyu was about to drive away from the mansion, Zoe suddenly squeezed into the passenger seat. "Of course not," Lu Jiyu said. "He just told me some interesting things." Zoe frowned. "He's not inviting you into some cult, is he?" Lu Jiyu didn't expect Zoe to know about the cult as well. "You know about it too?" he asked, surprised. Zoe shook her head. "Not much," she said. "But Charles and my brother went to the same university, so I know a little about things. I just want to tell you not to get in too deep." "Is it dangerous?" Lu Jiyu asked. "I don't know," Zoe said with a shrug. "But these cults are always so mysterious and private. You can't be recognized officially and you must hide yourself. Why hide if there's nothing wrong? You should at least be cautious." The two stayed in the car and chatted for a bit longer before Zoe bade him goodbye and slipped away. She got into her own car with a professional chauffeur bodyguard who escorted her away. Lu Jiyu thought about Zoe's words. He thought that even if it was dangerous, it wouldn't really be a threat to him. Of course, he would still be careful because he wasn't sure what was hiding under the surface of this world. Speaking of Zoe, she'd seemed interested in Lu Jiyu all this time, but she never initiated anything. She seemed like a hard-to-get woman and was a strong and independent woman in reality. He sat in his car for a bit longer, then drove away from the mansion. This party had been very interesting and it helped revitalize him. Humans were indeed social animals. All sorts of psychological problems would appear after being separated for too long. Once he got back to his house, he spent some time watching TV before returning to the dimensional castle. Another dozen of years had passed since he left, but the ant people had kept the castle tidy. Lu Jiyu didn't need to rest for energy now, but he still had the habit of sleeping. Resting his mind could help adjust his state. Ever since he developed supernatural creatures, he began planning his next move. He wanted to open up the path to the zero-dimensional space, so that the supernatural creatures could flourish in Maria's world. He wanted to use Maria's world as a testing ground for these organisms. He was only one man and had limited speed and energy. He would sometimes make mistakes or have loopholes in his thoughts. If he got more people to do the same thing as him, he could progress much faster and more efficiently. Other people might even point out the correct path for him. George Bernard Shaw had once said, "You have an apple and I have an apple. If we trade, we still only have one apple each. But if you have an idea and I have an idea and we trade, we will each have two ideas." This was how knowledge was. Lu Jiyu could receive knowledge discovered by others without having to steal them. This was a mutually beneficial thing. What should I call a group of people who make discovering supernatural forces their goal? They almost sound like wizards or something. Lu Jiyu decided that he would name this civilization system. Yes, he considered this a civilization system because once the usage of mind power and deified cells was spread, it could form a culture that wouldn't be inferior to the scientific and technological system. He wanted to call it the magician civilization, but that sounded too exclusionary and mysterious. In the end, he decided to use the name Wizard Civilization. The first step would be opening up a path to the zero-dimensional space throughout the entire Maria's world. But instead of letting it be freely open, he would adopt an indirect method. He prepared to construct a passage from the one-dimensional space and use it as a requirement to access the source form from the zero-dimensional space. When the strength of a person's mind met the requirement, he or she would be able to connect to the one-dimensional passage, through which one could absorb the source form in the zero-dimensional space to strengthen their mind power. Let's call it the magic network. 60% of the source form a person draws from the zero-dimensional space using the magic network would come to me. The person will only receive 40% of that. This can also be a means for me to harvest source form. Lu Zhiyu's source form in the hourglass had grown significantly. After 1,000 years of collecting source form, the measure had increased from 129 units to 1363 units. At the beginning, the first 200 years only yielded less than 100 units worth of source form. The growth rate had become faster and faster. Now, every year would yield about 8 or 9 units worth of source form. Admittedly, a normal organism contained very little source form. Lu Zhiyu had gathered several hundred scales of source form from the insect queens. The amount of source form a normal life contained was minuscule compared to an insect queen. Following his own thoughts, Lu Zhiyu used the scroll of the world to revise some of the rules in the one-dimensional space from there, covering the entire Maria's world with the one-dimensional passages. And because it was an overlapping of a lower dimensional world, unless one could detect the dimensions, neither humans nor supernatural creatures could sense the changes. Lu Zhiyu could feel the secret passages of the network appear one after another, expanding across Maria's world. He could also feel his source form slowly being drained by this process, like water flowing out. It was shocking. He knew that it would take a lot of source form to create a network that covered the entire world, but he did not expect this. Creating Maria's world had only used about 1,000 units of source form, but the consumption now was even more than that. Of course, he had used material energy from the outer universe when creating Maria's world. Lu Zhiyu's own source form was mostly used to change the rules and convert the material energy into a world. Now, he was using his own source form to create paths that would bear and extract the source form to build a supernatural network. However, this network was only for transporting energy. To take the source form from the providing zero-dimensional space, it required the organism to have a conscious mind. There was no other way to extract source form, thus, Lu Zhiyu was only setting up a framework so far. Afterwards, the other supernatural creatures must connect to the magic network to extract the source form and allow Lu Zhiyu to get some toll fees. As the network spread bit by bit, he found that the source form he had collected had been reduced to less than 1,000 units. More than 1,000 years of hard work had been reduced to nothing in an instant. Because the network didn't cover his castle, he decided that he would go check on the world itself. Before going down himself, he used the scroll of the world to check what had been happening and what had changed in Maria's world. On the Elfin continent, the overpopulation of elves placed a strain on the forest of life. The realm of the elves became divided due to this problem. 2 elders, originally members of the council, took a seat of the tree of life. Together with those who were willing to follow them, they left the forest of life. They began exploring Yala and looking for a new place to settle down and call home. On Alan, the humans and orcs were still locked in never-ending conflicts. There had been several wars. However, this fighting increased the exchange of culture, and both human and orc civilization was growing stronger. The vast continent was home to many different styles of life and cultures. Many different groups and countries formed in both human and orc civilizations as well. There were multiple large human kingdoms, like the Batko Empire in the desert, the Mara Kingdom in the forests, the Teuton dynasty to the east, the Lumen Kingdom that came to power through sea trade, and the most powerful Creed Empire in the heart of the land. There were also smaller kingdoms and duchies between these large kingdoms. These smaller nations made alliances with the larger kingdoms and formed a pyramid of power. Among these nations, the Creed Empire was not the most powerful but had the strongest military. It occupied the plain in the center of the continent where human civilization began. Thus, it was considered to be the purest bloodline, and its ruling dynasty was referred to as the Iron Dynasty. Since Akhenaten's Golden Dynasty, there were multiple wars that divided the empire he created. These empires were broken up and united over and over again. The Crete Empire was the fourth to unite all the small kingdoms. Before that, there was also the Silver Dynasty, called the Pyroris Empire, and the Copper Dynasty, called the Tylan Empire. The Crete Empire started about 100 years ago, when the Middle Plain was fractured into dozens of nations. Eliot I of the Crete Empire had defeated the Knossos Kingdom, the Fadu Kingdom, the Nia Kingdom, the Kazlot Federation, and various other nations to unite the plains. For over 30 years, the trading fleets on the sea were affected by the Children of the Sea. Because of this, no ship was willing to venture into the deep sea. At times, a single safe passage could cause internal conflicts in a small kingdom. Lu Zhiyu wanted to check out the sea when he was distracted by movements in the valley. He refocused the scroll of the world. Curious, many workers were working in a valley, digging for something. The entire mountain seemed to have been upended. Finally, one of the slaves dug too deeply and the ground beneath him collapsed. He fell in immediately. People looked down and saw a circular point. The slave happened to have fallen right on top and was killed. A man dressed as a noble walked over. A few guards pushed aside the bystanders. The man lay on the ground, looking down. He immediately recognized the designs on the rocks inside. This is it. I recognize this style of architecture. This is the Golden Dynasty's marking. And that sigil of the sun is from the legends. Apparently, it's the mark of God's blessing to them. We found it. After such a long time, we finally found it. The man was so excited that he was practically shaking. Hurry up, open it. Everyone start working on this, now. No one cared that one slave had died. As soon as the body of the slave who fell in was retrieved, it was tossed aside. All the workers were redirected to the hole in the ground and resumed digging. Soon they found a large domed building. However, they found that their progress was stalled by a large rock that blocked the entire entrance. A bloodline knight appeared. He stopped before the rock, holding a hammer almost as tall as he was. Using his power, he swung the hammer and shattered the rock. After the dust settled, the entrance was revealed to everyone. The knight opened the gate, revealing a world where no one had set foot in 1,000 years. A winding staircase leading down into the mountains appeared. Prepare yourselves, ordered the middle-aged nobleman that was in charge, Viscount Tenna. Everyone quickly prepared themselves for the descent. After an hour, the soldiers that were supposed to descend into the mountains stood in front of the gate, waiting for further orders. Where are the torches? You! Go first! The nobleman roared. His guards drew their swords and pointed them at the slave shaking in fear. Seeing no other choices, the slave grabbed a torch and began his descent. His footsteps echoed in the dark, empty hall. Seeing that there was no danger, the soldiers and the nobleman began following the slave. Suddenly, the slave who was leading the way stepped on air. He fell into a trap and was impaled by a spear. The soldier behind him was knocked off of the staircase by a large rock that rolled out of another hidden trap. A trap! This is the curse of the Golden King. One of the workers cried. We can't do this. We are offending the gods. The nobleman raised his sword and cut down one of the screaming slaves. There's no curse. He bellowed. Those are all false rumors. You belong to my family and I am your lord. You will all follow my orders. Surrounded by a dozen trained knights and 3 awakened bloodline knights, the slaves couldn't do anything to defy the Viscount's orders. They kept going, triggering more traps along the way. They pressed on at the expense of human lives. Once in a while, screams of slaves who stumbled into traps would echo in the dark, dank mountain. At the bottom of the stairway was a long hallway. Look! Someone called. There's something on the wall. Tenna took a torch and inspected the hallway they were in. Under the flickering light of the torch, he saw that the walls of the hallway were covered in murals, depicting different people and events. He studied them, his fingers grazing the walls lightly. I can't believe it. He turned to his men and announced loudly, this isn't just a grave from the Golden Dynasty. This is the grave of King Akhenaten, the first king of men. Everyone stared at the murals in shock. To them, Akhenaten belonged to the early history, to the legends and songs and epics. Seeing history unfolding right in front of them made these men very excited. Tenna led his men deeper down the hall. Look, these depict scenes of the Golden Dynasty. The Battle of Red River Plain, the foundation of his empire, him slaying the Orc King Kasta, and he saw a statue of a god. It had a mask with the sigil of the sun and he was giving a young boy a sword and a bag of seeds. Everyone gasped at this. Tenna gripped the torch in shock. So it's true? The Golden King really did meet a god. This is the sword of the king from the legends. According to legends, Akhenaten's family had the golden bloodline given by this god, Archangel Pharos. He stared at the god in the murals in a daze. A beat later, he finally turned around. Hurry, let's go. If the legends are true, the sword of the king must be somewhere in here. According to legend, the reason the Golden Dynasty fell was because Akhenaten took the sword of the king into his tomb. Whoever finds the sword will unite the Alan continent and be the true king of the world. The group pressed on through several chambers full of traps until they finally reached where Akhenaten was laid to rest. The moment that the gate was opened and the torch's light touched the room, everyone was blinded by a flash of golden light. It's gold. This is all gold. So much gold. Tenna laughed maniacally, his heart pounding in his chest. Since his grandfather's generation, his family had dedicated themselves to finding this tomb. After all these years, he had finally found the hidden treasures of the Golden Dynasty. Hurry, light all the candles. When the candles were lit and the entire chamber was illuminated, everyone gaped. Platinum, silver, and diamonds and crystals of all colors covered the entire room. The most eye-catching was the coffin on a raised platform in the center of the room. It was made completely out of gold with hundreds of colorful gems. The opulent designs and golden shine stole their breaths. The people waded through the gold coins. Their feet seemed to sink into the treasure, some as even seemed to slip right into their boots. Everyone stared at the treasure with gaping mouths, their thoughts completely taken by the treasure. Instead of looking at the treasure around him, Tenna was staring at the coffin. He ran right up to it. "Go, open it." "Are you sure, my lord?" one of the men asked. "This is the Golden King's coffin. He'd interacted with God before. Do we really want to open it? Wouldn't that be?" Tenna didn't care. He just wanted to verify if the legendary sword of the king really existed. "I said, open it," he roared. The knights glanced at each other, then walked up to the coffin and opened it. Inside was an old man wearing a golden mask. He held a long sword in his hands. Even after thousands of years, the body still looked alive. Fear creeped into everyone's hearts. Especially since they were in a dark underground tunnel, the strange atmosphere ate away at them. As soon as outside air touched the body, it slowly weathered and turned to smoke. This made everyone even more fearful, but Tenna did not notice that at all. "What are you scared of? He's dead. What can he do?" Tenna stared at the sword. "It really is here, the legendary sword given by the gods." He picked it up and slid the sword from the elegant golden sheath. White light flashed in everyone's vision. He struck his guard's sword with it. The guard's sword snapped in half, but the sword in his hand didn't even have a nick. Tenna laughed heartily. "It really is the sword of the king, a sword from the gods. Even after thousands of years, it is still sturdy, white, and sharp, as if it had just been forged. I can't believe it's in my hands now." Suddenly, another thing in the coffin drew his attention. He didn't know what it was, but if it was important enough to be buried with Akhenaten, then it must be something as powerful as the sword. It might be at the same level as the sword of the king. What kind of treasure can it be that was as powerful as the sword? The sword was a gift from the gods, so had Akhenaten been gifted with something else from the gods too? In addition to Tenna, this thought also hit every other person in the chamber. Viscount Tenna reached into the coffin and grabbed the gemstone peeking out. Everyone was attracted by it. This gemstone shone with a bright, golden light. Under the torch's light, it looked almost like a small piece of sunlight. What was even more stunning, however, was that there was some red substance rippling in the middle of the gemstone. "What is this?" Tenna wondered out loud. Suddenly, a beam of light projected from the gemstone onto the wall. Everyone in the room jumped, their eyes following the beam of light. A film appeared on the wall. It was a scene of a plain under the sunset with a rushing river. A young boy knelt before a man wearing a mask and glowing with white light. The masked man gave a sword and a pouch to the boy. Everyone in the room held their breath. They knew that they were watching a depiction of the moment the Golden King Akhenaten received a revelation from God 1,000 years ago. The scene was right before their eyes. Even though there were no words accompanying this projection, everyone knew what it meant. They could sense the gods' language. It was a mysterious and strange feeling. Seeing Akhenaten take the sword, everyone knew that he would then build the first human empire and become a great king. Even today, his bloodline was one of the most powerful in the world. However, the projection did not end there. Viscount Tenna saw the god pick up a stone and drop some blood onto it. The stone turned into the golden gemstone Tenna was holding in his hand. The god's lips moved. The film was silent, but a line resounded in everyone's minds. He who drinks the blood of God will become a descendant of God, and will wield the power of Almighty. This utterance crashed in everyone's minds like a crack of thunder. Everyone's breathing quickened. Only this sentence remained in their minds: he who drinks the blood of God will become a descendant of God. The bloodline knight behind Tenna was the first to make his move. He raised his sword and brought it down over Tenna's head. Tenna raised the sword of the king and blocked the attack. Sova! He spat angrily. How dare you betray me? Everyone, take this traitor down. In the name of the Tenna family. He activated his bloodline power and his hereditary swordsmanship skills, the storming blades, and began fighting with the bloodline knight, Sova. While fighting, Sova turned and called, "What are you waiting for? Kill him and everything is ours. The sword, the blood, all the treasure in the room. It's all ours. Why are you still working for him? Don't you want to have the power of God?" Sova's words resonated with the bloodline knights and the other knights in the room. These men came forward and joined the fight against the Viscount. The slaves began stuffing their pockets with the treasure and making a run to the exit. The fight between slaves and guards, between the Viscount and his knights, turned the underground tomb into a living hell. Cries and screams echoed in the empty chambers. The treasures and promise of power were more than enough to wake the deepest desire and greed within everyone in that chamber. Viscount Tenna fought 3 of the bloodline knights and was finally slain by his own men, with 2 swords piercing his chest. After his death, the remaining knights began fighting amongst themselves for the divine blood. Blood soaked into the ground, and bodies began piling up amidst the treasure. In the end, the final victor was Sova, the bloodline knight who'd first attacked Tenna. He had taken a dozen injuries and was covered in blood. However, with the resilient bloodline power he had awakened, he survived his injuries. He could keep his mind clear even in a situation like this. Sova grabbed the sword of the king and pried the gemstone out of Tenna's hand. His blood-covered hands bloodied the gemstone as well. His eyes filled with greed. His entire being seemed to drown in the gemstone's beauty. "You're mine, huh? You're mine. I'm the ultimate victor, the one chosen by gods." He stumbled out of the chamber with the sword as his support and began making his way outside, leaving a long trail of bloody footprints behind him. He soon disappeared in the underground tunnels, but just as he about to make it out of the underground tomb, he forced his head up and saw a rock flying towards him, as well as a dirty yet excited face. The rocks came until Sova's features were like ground meat and he'd stopped breathing. There were 2 slaves. One grabbed the sword of the king and the other took the gemstone from Sova's body. After that, they made a run for it along the forest path, trying to get out of the mountain range. Lu Jiyu appeared in the tomb. Looking at the bodies in the tomb and the gold on the ground, he found it ironic. He didn't understand why these ordinary people existed. After he found out that these people were looking for Akhenaten's tomb, he put his own blood into a gemstone and placed it in Akhenaten's tomb. He wanted to release his deified cells into the world through these people's hands. However, he did not expect for greed and desire to fill these people's hearts and shed blood due to this. Of course, this had served its purpose, which was to take his deified cells out to create its own spawn. He hadn't deified his entire body or created his own mythical template yet, but this would be good preparation for later. Without a unique mythical template, his cells could only create his spawn. He couldn't use them for his reincarnations. Only someone with a unique mythical template could influence the life form of other organisms by their own and alter them to become the same organism as itself. It was all right though. He could get ready beforehand and establish his spawn. Some 10 years later, when he completed the template, he could then use his deified cells to influence and assimilate them. Lu Jiyu had done plenty of experiments on Saken, and he had figured out how to create spawn for a mythical creature when he was creating the mermaids. He was confident that he knew what he was doing. As he was walking through the tomb, he wondered who would get his blood. His power wasn't just any normal power. Anyone that received it could achieve great things with his power. He walked up the platform in the chamber to Akhenaten's coffin. He looked at the empty coffin and felt a sudden rush of sadness. In the blink of an eye, it had been over 1,000 years already since Akhenaten had died. Even the first generation of elves that he had created were dying now. Lu Jiyu still remembered clearly how Akhenaten had begged him for immortality the night of his death. He sighed and sat down on the edge of the coffin, watching the mural on the walls and the flickering shadows under the candle holders. He suddenly felt very empty, as if he had just lost something very important. A few days later, another group of knights entered Bull Mountain Range. They were heavily armored, wearing cloaks and carrying swords. Each of them bore the sigil of the sun on their cloaks. An old man wearing a long dark red cardinal robe walked out of the group of people surrounding him and into the tomb. He immediately saw the bodies littered on the ground and the empty golden coffin. The underground tomb was in chaos. A few filthy slaves were tossed in front of the red-robed cardinal. A few knights carried forward a few gold coins along with some gold and silver wares, among which was the mask worn by the Golden King. The red-robed cardinal looked at the items and nodded. If the slaves weren't trying to sell these items, they wouldn't have discovered this place. The cardinal looked at the kneeling slaves. Did you find these here? The slaves were trembling. Before them was one of the 10 red-robed cardinal of the Church of Light. The number of people in such a high position can be counted with the 2 hands. His name was widely spread within the Allen continent. Even the emperor of the Creed Empire would have to treat a red-robed cardinal of the Church of Light with respect. Normally, the slaves would never have the opportunity to meet a person like the cardinal, who claimed to be people closest to God, not to mention get the opportunity to talk to them. But at this moment, there was only fear in their hearts. One of the knights put a sword to a slave's neck and said, "Speak." The slave could not handle the pressure and shouted, "I'll speak. We're Viscount Tenna's slaves. We entered the Bull Forest a few months ago. Over these few months, we have always been following the master's orders and excavating here. At first, we did not know the reason for what we were doing, but later we found out that the Viscount was searching for the tomb of the Golden Dynasty." The cardinal nodded. This was information he already knew. The Tenna family was the master of this area, but the Bull Forest was not under their control. They have already violated the laws of the empire, but that was not the red-robed cardinal cared about. "What did you see here? Tell me everything." Even the red-robed cardinal was at awe of the large amount of treasures before him. But he appeared collected. He was not a small noble by the countryside that have never witnessed such a scene. The slave continued with a shaky voice, "That day, we excavated a pit and discovered this place. There were many traps along the way, and many of us died. But the master continued commanding us to go forward. We opened the door and found this room. We found the coffin of the Golden King. Get to the point. What else did you discover?" A priest wearing a black robe standing behind the cardinal asked hurriedly. The cardinal turned his head and stared at his subordinate, causing him to retreat in embarrassment. "You need not hurry, take your time." The slave nodded. Viscount Tenna said we should open the coffin. But Lord Sova objected, saying God would curse us. After all, this is the tomb of the Golden King. But that didn't stop Lord Tenna. They then opened the coffin. At this point, the slave's eyes revealed an expression of extreme fear. Back then, the Golden King seemed to be alive. He did not seem dead. But after we opened the coffin, he disappeared like a ghost. Then they were all struck by a curse. They started killing each other. They killed each other manically. The slave was immensely frightened as he recalled the scene. The cardinal frowned. What did they find in the coffin? The worker thought about it and said, "First, they found a sword. They said it was a divine sword given to them by the god. It still had a cold glow, able to slice a knight's sword into half with a strike. It was still shiny as snow despite being in the tomb for over 1,000 years." His words shocked everyone present, including the knights of the church. Everyone had a longing and excited expression. "It is the sword of the king. God has given us the authority of the king and had chosen the emperor. It must be a true divine weapon since it was found here." The red-robed cardinal was very excited. A divine weapon that had been gifted to them by God could truly represent the orthodoxy of the Church of Light. They had to obtain it. That was the whole reason why they had come here in the first place. If he was successful, it was highly possible that he would take the position as the next leader of the church. At this moment, the red-robed cardinal suddenly remembered something. "You said they first found the sword. What else did they find?" The slave realized that he had chosen the wrong words, his gaze wavering. The red-robed cardinal's voice became stern. "Speak. Nervously, the slave shouted immediately, "They found ichor." The atmosphere instantly became quiet. The cardinal shivered as he asked, "What?" The slave quickly continued, "They later found a golden gemstone in the coffin. There was ichor sealed within." When they took the gemstone out, a picture was instantly projected onto the wall. It was a picture of a scene that happened 1,000 years ago, the scene of God giving the Golden King his divine mission. Back then, God did not only give the Golden King his divine sword and seeds, he also gave him ichor. God told the Golden King, he said. What did he say? The cardinal could not help but grab tightly on the shoulder of the slave. He did not care if the slave was filthy anymore. The slave shivered as he said, his voice becoming shriller because of his fear. God said, "He who drinks the blood of God will become a descendant of God, and will wield the power of my Almighty." The red-robed cardinal reacted immediately. He shouted manically, kill all of them, as well as all who knows about this. Leave no one alive, kill all of them. No, you cannot do this. We did everything you said. O Goddess Maria above, you'll face the punishment of God, spare me, don't kill me." The knights charged forward and killed all of the slaves. The heavy atmosphere made breathing difficult. Sometime later, the red-robed cardinal finally collected himself, sent a message back to the church. "This is top secret, no one here is to speak a word of this. Anyone who speaks a word of this will be hunted by the Church of Light for the rest of his life. Also, lead the knights of the church and find all the slaves that were here back then. We must find the sword and the ichor. The rest of you are not to leave this place. Seal this place. Do not allow anyone to enter or leave the Bull Mountain Range." Although the Church of Light tried its best to hide the information, news still began to spread. There were not just 1 or 2 slaves that escaped that day. The rest of the escaped slaves had leaked the news. The rumor that the tomb of the Golden King was discovered in the Bull Mountain Range quickly spread through the entire Crete Empire, as well as into many of the neighboring countries. But, an even more mysterious and terrifying piece of news was hidden within the rumor. The capital of the Crete Empire, Virginia, also known as the Lion City, had its palace situated around the center-north side of the city. Though it was not the wealthiest city on the continent, it was the cultural center of humanity. As it was the city with the richest cultural history, this could be seen from the architecture of the city, as well as the clothing of the inhabitants, population density, and trade activity. It was a lively, bustling city, with sophisticated laws and institutions. Most of the people lived above the poverty line. Even so, it had a hidden dark side, slums, and a large number of slave districts. The Palace of Virginia was a towering and magnificent structure of white marble. It was the culmination of the efforts of all of the Cretan craftsmen, over 3 generations, and was built upon the foundations of the original Crete Empire Palace. It took several decades to complete the palace. A youth carried a sword in hand and walked straight into the palace. He put down his sword at the door and headed toward the deeper parts of the palace. He walked past the opulent corridors and palace garden to a small yard. One could see a middle-aged man taking a rest and sipping on milk tea in the building beside him. "Your Majesty." A youth stepped forward and greeted the emperor. Emperor Elliot VII put down the book in his hand and glanced at the youth. "Earl Ivans, why have you come visit me today?" Earl Ivans peered at the book in the emperor's hand and raised his head. "Your Majesty, is that the Epic of Tottle?" Elliot VII nodded his head. The Epic of Tottle records information on many ancient civilizations. We have much to learn from it, especially on the topic of the rise and fall of the Gold, Silver, and Bronze dynasties. Ivans immediately replied, "Then, does your Majesty remember Akhenaten?" Elliot VII broke into laughter. Golden King Akhenaten, the first recorded ruler in history, the great hero who brought humanity into an era of civilization? No one would forget him. Elliot VII frowned. "Why did you mention the Golden King? Also, surely you must have some official matters to discuss with me today?" Earl Ivans immediately replied, "Your Majesty, today, the matter I am here to report has direct relations with him. Your Majesty, the tomb of Golden King Akhenaten was discovered in the Bull Mountain Range of Castro Province. Viscount Tena excavated the tomb of the Golden King and stole the sword of the king from the tomb. Your Majesty, the fabled sword of the king has reappeared. Currently, Cardinal Hodap of the Church of Light has already headed to Castro Province and sealed the Bull Mountain Range. Should we also take action? Elliot 7 frowned, unamused. It is only a sword. We cannot take all of the words of legend as absolute truth. If the Church of Light desires it, they can have it. However, for Viscount Tenna to dare commit such an act, he has thrown the face of all the nobles. He must be punished. Earl Ivan said immediately, Viscount Tenna is already dead. All of his bloodline knights and warriors killed each other inside the tomb, as if they were under a curse. Only a few slaves managed to make it out alive. One of them has the sword of the king, and we have been tracking him with all of our power. Currently, we have located him in a small town of Castro Province, and we are fighting the church over custody of the captive. But that is not the most important part. We have heard of an even more important news from the slave. Elliot 7 was intrigued, immediately asking, "What news?" Earl Ivans drew in a long breath. In the coffin of Ahinaton, they discovered ichor, the blood of God. According to the legends, when Ahinaton received the prophecy from the angel Pharos, the angel sealed a drop of ichor into a gem and gave it to the Golden King. It was by using this power bestowed by God that the Golden King managed to defeat the orcs and unite humanity. According to the slave, at the time, they could see a film that was recorded within the gem, depicting the Golden Kings receiving the prophecy from God. They saw the appearance of God, as well as his message. What did he say? He who drinks the blood of God will become a descendant of God, and will wield the power of the Almighty. Elliot 7 clenched his hands, as his pupils dilating. Bring me that slave at all costs. Ivans was thrilled. Hadn't he come to impress the emperor? If he could succeed in this task, he could gain the favor of the emperor and improve his status, so what about the Church of Light? Elliot 7 waved his hand. Ignore them. This is a matter of the Crete Empire, so the Church of Light cannot interfere. Ivans left immediately, leaping into action. Other than the Church of Light and the Emperor of Crete, every noble family and hidden power of the underworld also received this intel and began acting at once. The news of the ichor spread like wildfire, especially the words of the prophecy, "He who drinks the blood of God will become a descendant of God, and will wield the power of the Almighty." The public was enraptured. Everyone wanted to become the descendant of God, turning themselves completely into the messenger of God. They also wanted to wield the power of the Almighty. During that time, legends about the ichor and epics of the Golden King were exaggerated indefinitely. Even the children in the countryside were singing the words of the prophecy. The news had even spread to neighboring countries, their allies within the Crete Empire taking action. There were numerous attempts of robbery when the forces of the Crete Empire were transporting the sword of the king back to the capital. Lion City. Countless people acted in the shadows. Even the armies in the frontier began secretly moving their forces, with countless eyes directed at the little province in the Crete Empire. Within these stormy developments, news concerning the slave by the name of Mark caught everyone's attention. It was reported that he was the one who took the ichor from the tomb of the Golden King. The province of Castro was turned upside down in pursuit of him. Meanwhile, in a rural village in the mountains of Castro, a large group of sheep were grazing on the green grass. A girl, who appeared to be around 12 years old, was herding a large group of sheep. She was a slave of the Lord. She was dressed in a torn rag that hardly qualified as clothing. Many spots on the rag had been mended, but it was kept very clean. With slightly dark skin and a face full of freckles, she exuded the youthful aura of a maiden. As the sun began setting and the last rays of twilight fell on the mountainside, the sheep started to call. It was like a beautiful rustic painting. But, at that moment, a man drenched in blood crawled out from the foot of the hill. Kelly. Kelly. She looked up, as she was counting the sheep on her way home, only to discover the figure of her father Mark. She saw that Mark had a large sword wound, and appeared to be on the verge of death. Kelly cupped her mouth in shock. She threw down the whip in her hands and hugged her father. Mark, "Father, what happened?" Kelly was crying. She saw the blood on her hand, her voice sour. Why, are you covered in blood?" Mark had wanted to sell the gemstone with the ichor. All he asked for was 1,000 gold. With the money, he could escape his identity as a slave and take his daughter away from this life of servitude. He could buy a large piece of land and an identity as a free citizen, forever freeing himself from the shackles of a slave. From then on, he could perhaps become a merchant or a craftsman. That way, his children and grandchildren would never have to become a slave. However, he was betrayed. He was stabbed from the back while he escaped in a fluster through the window. After a simple bandage, he spent an entire day trying to reach his daughter at the village, as the partner that betrayed him knew where his daughter was. He had to reach this place faster than him. Kelly helped her father into her dilapidated house as she chased the sheep into their pen. There were not many things in the house, not even a bed. There was only a rug on the ground. Kelly got her father to sit on the rug. Mark leaned on the wall, unable to stop coughing. "No, Kelly, we have to leave immediately." Kelly immediately said, "Why?" "We're slaves, it'll be hard for us to survive even if we escaped from this place. We have no land, and nobody would take us in." Mark smiled. "It's all right. We have this." Mark took out a golden gemstone from his robes. There was a drop of golden red blood suspended in the gemstone. Mark instantly revealed a smitten look. Kelly asked out of curiosity, "A gemstone, how beautiful." "Father, where did you get that? You didn't steal the leader's item, did you?" Mark shook his head. "No, not just a gemstone. It's ichor. No one is worthy enough to own it. The nobles, even the emperor, would become the descendant of God and inherit his power if they drank the ichor inside." Cough. Cough. "Unfortunately, I do not know how to open it and could only think of ways to sell it. Kelly, we'd never have to be slaves again. We can have a rich, free life. I can marry you off to a respectable person, and not keep you here to shepherd sheep, then be violated by those filthy people. That's my biggest wish. Unfortunately, your mother's dead, killed by those nobles. I really want our family to live happily together and have a piece of land to our name." Suddenly, there were noises outside. Mark was worried, immediately propping himself up against the wall. He looked through the window and saw a group of soldiers on horses, heading toward the small hut. The person that betrayed him had changed into a set of presentable clothes and riding on a horse, giving the group directions to this place. Mark was very flustered, his expression that of shock. "They're here. They're here. Kelly, run quickly. Jump out from the window at the back and hide. Don't come out, no matter what." Kelly instantly hugged her father. "No, father, let us run together." Mark shook his head. "No, my injuries are too serious. I cannot run much farther." "Oh, yes. Take this. Run, and do not look back." Mark stuffed the gemstone with the ichor into Kelly's hand, then pushed her out of the window. Mark blocked the window no matter how much Kelly cried. Soon after, the noise outside the window stopped, while the sounds coming from out the door became louder and louder. Mark wiped his tears. At this moment, he saw the door to the hut being kicked open. A few soldiers burst into the room, quickly suppressing Mark and dragging him out the hut to the front of a knight. The armored noble youth lowered his head and looked at Mark, then tilted his head. Another man immediately came forward and searched Mark. Mark spat on him. "Ian, you traitor!" Ian kicked him onto the ground. "In front of money, be it you or me, friendship is worth nothing." Ian searched Mark but found nothing. His expression changed. "You clearly had it with you, where did you hide it? Wait, where is your daughter?" Mark laughed. "She's long gone. You'll never find the ichor. You despicable people. The ichor landing in your hands is simply polluting the ichor." The young nobleman leapt off his horse, slowly drawing his sword with his gloved hand. "A slave like you dare to kill a nobleman, betray his master and steal a holy treasure bestowed by the god. Mark, your name has even reached the ears of the emperor. You may be a slave, but I will give you the honor of dying at the hand of a nobleman." I curse. Mark had not completed his sentence when his throat was pierced by the sword. He slumped to the ground, dead. The nobleman wiped down his thin sword, searched the area. She couldn't have gone far. Capture her immediately. Soon after, a few knights riding horses followed the tracks and found Kelly in a wheat field under the mountain. Kelly screamed as she was being dragged back to her hut by the shoulder. She then saw her father's corpse thrown to the side, pinned on a wooden stake. "Father." Kelly had a dazed expression. "Father?" But Mark could no longer answer her. His lifeless eyes looking on the ground like a dead fish's. His head hung low, his entire body pinned on a wooden stake, as if a broken puppet. The nobleman walked up to her. "A sheep shepherd? You sure are a despicable slave. Where's the ichor? Hand it over. How can a person with dirty blood flowing in their body handle an item bestowed by God?" But Kelly could not hear anything now, her gaze fixed on her father's corpse. She suddenly felt that her world had turned gray, her consciousness seemed to have floated into the sky. Father's dead? Why did such a thing happen? Oh God? Is this real? Why must they do that? God, why do you tolerate the existence of such evil? Why do you not punish them? The nobleman was furious at Kelly's unresponsiveness. But he saw the gemstone from the corner of his eye. "It is indeed in your hands, hand it over." The young noble was greedy and lustful. He extended his hand, wanting to snatch the gemstone away from Kelly's hands. Suddenly, the gemstone Kelly was grabbing tightly onto started to release a golden glow. It released an intense light into the night sky. The ichor in the gemstone pulsed, then flowed into Kelly's body. Everyone was shocked when they saw Kelly floating into the air. She was undergoing an intense transformation. Deified cells were flooding into her body, but she did not appear to be resisting the changes. Her entire being was starting to fuse with the ichor. Her skin started to change, her appearance becoming more exquisite. Her figure became more slender. But the changes in her internal organs and brain were even more intense. Outside of Maria's world, Lu Jiu, who was flipping through books about the humans within Maria's world in the library of his dimensional castle, could also sense this scene. He instantly stood up. It was as though he could sense Kelly despite them being in separate worlds. Someone has already activated the ichor crystal and assimilated the deified cells. The condition for activation Lu Jiu designed was very simple. As long as the user had a strong wish and no resistance to the process, cell assimilation would be achieved. The assimilation by the deified cells went beyond introducing the cells into the body. The deified cells would reconstruct the living organism and consume a large amount of energy. But the deified cells Lu Jiu modified contains a large amount of energy within themselves, so it was sufficient to complete a full body transformation. Everyone stared at Kelly, who was floating in the air as she currently influenced by the mind power within the cells in the ichor. She transformed from an average-looking girl into a maiden with fine, ethereal features and waist-length raven hair. The young noble gaped, as if he was witnessing a miracle. He stared at the young girl floating in the air. How is this possible? God and miracles actually exist. Everyone retreated in shock. Ian, the comrade that had betrayed Mark, fell to the ground. Impossible, it was real? How could this be real? The young noble awoke from his shock and began screaming wildly, "Quick, kill her, kill her!" All of his knights hesitated in stepping forward. After seeing this scene, which was akin to witnessing the descent of God, all of them acquired a sense of reverence for the young girl. "Sir, we can't, she just received the attention of God." The young noble roared in fury, panicked. "You just killed her father. If we leave her, we all will perish, so hurry up and kill her." Egged on by the young noble, a few soldiers charged toward the young girl. They pulled out their long swords and sliced toward the young girl. At this moment, Kelly suddenly opened her eyes, peering at them with fathomless black pupils and an air of condescension, as if she stood above them with the coldness of the divine. In that moment she opened her eyes, all of the long swords coming at Kelly came to a halt. As her gaze moved, a few of the soldiers discovered that they had completely lost control over their bodies, as they now turned their long swords toward their own necks. "What's happening? I can't move. My hand, what's going on? I can't control my hand. Oh God, what's going on?" Slowly, those soldiers each slit their own throats, killing themselves under the moonlight, with helpless eyes that were drowned in despair. Everyone felt a chill go down their spines, their legs buckling under them. This sort of power was far beyond their imaginations, and could only be attributed to the realm of the divine or the devil. After witnessing this chilling scene, all of the people present were trembling. Immediately, someone could not stand the pressure any longer and tried to run. But, within a few steps, he fell to the ground, his eyes losing their luster. Run, everyone, run. This is not the power of God, but the power of the devil. It's a demon. The girl swept her gaze over the others. All of those in her line of sight froze, before slowly drawing their long swords and slitting their own throats. Dozens of soldiers and knights, including 7 bloodline knights, died at the same time. Their bloodline powers were worthless in the face of the power of the divine. Forgive me, I have sinned, but I did not kill your father. Spare me. The young noble collapsed to the ground, unable to believe the scene of carnage unfolding before his eyes, as dozens of people committed suicide simultaneously, their lives ebbing away beneath the new light of the rising moon and the dancing light of the torch in front of the wooden hut. How is this possible? This is the power of God? The dark-haired girl approached the noble, the moon shining behind her back, dragging out her long shadow. The young noble lifted his head in a daze, like a frightened child. Don't come any closer. You can't kill me, I am, the noble shrieked with a feminine squeal. Only to discover that his body was no longer under his control. He was being manipulated into lifting his hands to his throat, and then strangling himself, as if he had been caught by the claws of the devil. As the force continuously increased, he strangled himself to death. Kelly only came to her senses as she was watching the agonizing death of the young noble, whose face had turned blue and purple, like a demon. Instantly, she freed herself from the supernatural state she was in, only to discover, to her utter shock, the corpses littered on the ground around her. She then saw her father's body, nailed upon the wooden pole. She sprung to him, held him in a tight embrace, and wailed loudly. Father! The next morning, the devastation of the scene was discovered by the locals. Utterly traumatized, Kelly was still hugging the body of her father. The hillside that was covered by the carcasses of the soldiers and knights she had slaughtered. Such a scene was like the descent of the devil. No one dared to approach her. In the afternoon, a team of temple knights rushed over, led by Cardinal Hodap. In the Bull Mountain Range, the temple knights were facing off against the emperor's troops. Though the church had stated their authority over the Golden King's tomb, due to the presence of divine relics, the church was facing immense pressure and would not be able to hold out much longer. Since the Crete Empire had obtained the sword of the king first, the Church of Light had lost the initiative. But, to their great fortune, Hodap had discovered news about the location of the Ichor, only to find that the Ichor had already been consumed. The Church of Light had already predicted this scenario. No matter who it was, as long as they possessed the bloodline of God, the church would recognize them as a saint or a saintess. As such, the church would be able to act as the mouthpiece of God here in this world. Thus, Hodap had to be the first to find the saintess. The saintess must belong to the Church of Light. As Hodap dismounted by the hill, he saw the corpses of those who had committed suicide, including the entire squad of knights and bloodline knights. They had all died without the slightest signs of resistance. It chilled him to the bones. He couldn't feel the slightest warmth even though the sun shined upon him. Hodap turned his eyes to the beautiful maiden, who was clutching the body of a man up on the slope. Though she was drenched in blood and dressed in dirty rags, her exquisite appearance and goddess-like demeanor made the spectators feel as though they were witnessing the descent of an angel. Hodap knew that this must be the saintess, as no ordinary women could ever achieve that level of beauty. In fact, Hodap had never encountered any woman of such unearthly beauty. Though her body had yet to fully mature, she already possessed an allure that could topple nations. The entire squad dismounted and knelt to the ground. Hodap went to the forefront, bowing before Kelly. Cardinal Hodap of the Church of Light Crete Empire East Division greets your holiness. Saintess, we have come to receive you. Kelly lifted her head and looked at the crowd in a daze. She discovered that she could read their very thoughts, from each of their minds. It would only take a single thought on her part to deprive them of control over their bodies. They would not be able to resist her in the slightest. This was the power she had received from the Ichor, the power granted to her by God. The Church of Light? Is that the place closest to God? Kelly stood up. Though her small stature did not even reach Hodap's chest, in the face of this black-haired maiden with unearthly beauty and unfathomable powers standing amongst a pile of dead bodies, Hodap felt a tendril of fear. Kelly raised her head. Are you all afraid of me? Am I not the messenger of God? Why are you afraid of me? Hodap looked into Kelly's eyes. He felt that those bewitching black eyes seemed to see into the depths of his very soul, and he could not help but take a step backward. God, this is truly the power of the divine. Looking around, all of the haughty temple knights, who could each rival 10 men alone, were trembling before the young girl. It was as if those black eyes had the magical power to instill fear. Kelly murmured, "It turns out that all of these men have hearts that are tainted by such filth and foolishness." In the 136th year of Iron, the Church of Light changed its calendar to the years of Holy Light. This year, the Church officially declared itself to be the representative of God, and its position was solidified by the presence of the Saintus. The Pope and the Saintus were both seen as messengers of God. The Church's power expanded exponentially. By then, it had begun to control even more human kingdoms and even affected the kingdoms of the orcs as well. The Church's power began to overshadow the monarchy. The Saintus's supernatural power and status as a descendant of God were more than enough to convince the human rulers and noblemen of the Church's legitimacy. In the third year of Holy Light, Crete Empire's Elliot VII renounced the Church of Light. Saintus Kelly led an army into his capital and easily captured the emperor without any casualties or actual conflict. They removed him from power, announced him as a heretic, and executed him publicly. After that, they crowned his nephew as the new king, Elliot VIII. Fearing the powerful influence of the Church, other monarchs and noblemen allied themselves against the Church. In the fifth year of Holy Light, the Church Knights defeated the united army of Luman and Mara kingdoms in the city of Rus, forcing the two kingdoms to bow before the Church's power. The two kings were also forced to go to the Church to receive its blessing in coronation. The Church also had the rights to station troops in these kingdoms, monitor their activities, and collect taxes from their people. Kelly murmured, "It turns out that all of these men have hearts that are tainted by such filth and foolishness." In the 136th year of Iron, the Church of Light changed its calendar to the years of Holy Light. This year, the Church officially declared itself to be the representative of God, and its position was solidified by the presence of the Saintus. The Pope and the Saintus were both seen as messengers of God. The Church's power expanded exponentially. By then, it had begun to control even more human kingdoms and even affected the kingdoms of the orcs as well. The Church's power began to overshadow the monarchy. The Saintus's supernatural power and status as a descendant of God were more than enough to convince the human rulers and noblemen of the Church's legitimacy. In the third year of Holy Light, Crete Empire's Elliot VII renounced the Church of Light. Saintus Kelly led an army into his capital and easily captured the emperor without any casualties or actual conflict. They removed him from power, announced him as a heretic, and executed him publicly. After that, they crowned his nephew as the new king, Elliot VIII. Fearing the powerful influence of the Church, other monarchs and noblemen allied themselves against the Church. In the fifth year of Holy Light, the Church Knights defeated the united army of Luman and Mara kingdoms in the city of Rus, forcing the two kingdoms to bow before the Church's power. The two kings were also forced to go to the Church to receive its blessing in coronation. The Church also had the rights to station troops in these kingdoms, monitor their activities, and collect taxes from their people. After that, the numerous human kingdoms in and around the central province began to follow the Church's orders, and the Church reigned supreme. Abdications and the passing of the crown could only be carried out by attending the Church's ceremony. Events like coronations had to be performed in front of the Pope and the Saintus of the Church in order to be legitimate. The Church had the rights to remove any king or governmental official from power. It also had the power to preach anywhere in any kingdoms, and the kings could not reject them with any reason. That same year, the Church built the kingdom of the Church of Light, and the city of Rus was renamed as St. Sarl. The kingdom covered the entire Bull Mountain range and most parts of the Castro province of the Crete Empire. In addition, several cities of Luman and Mara kingdoms, as well as two smaller nations, also joined the new kingdom. This marked the height of the Church's power and reputation. More than half of the human kingdoms were under the Church's control. At the same time, the Church also denounced all other religions and formed organizations to capture any heretics. In this name, it captured many people who tried to resist the Church. It also created a special organization consisting of many judges of light who would monitor the activities of all the kingdoms and spy on their internal intel. The Church's power seemed to be at its peak, and no one could object to it. No one, not even kings, noblemen, and bloodline knights, could fight against the church's ruling. Dalmatina was located within Lumman Kingdom and covered mostly by forests and mountains. It was where Lumman Kingdom's most ancient mountains were located. Surrounding the mountain ranges was a huge, primal forest. Due to the tall trees, the landscape within the forests was dark and unpredictable, and it was filled with many swamps. The heavy fog common in this forest and the treacherous terrain made traveling there almost impossible. Many explorers had disappeared into this forest, leaving numerous horror stories behind. Therefore, the place was also known as the Black Forest. Lu Jiyu placed his newly constructed insect nest in the depths of the dark forest, on a lonely cliffside that was very difficult to access. He had reconstructed this insect nest, turning it into an organism with an independent mind. Then, he assumed control over this new organism through his dream space. This was the only intact insect nest left over after the deaths of the insect queens. He had wiped away the insect's spiritual imprints and assumed full control over it. From then on, this insect nest, which once represented the height of the insect's biotechnology, belonged to Lu Jiyu. The most important thing was that this nest would act as a life-generating machine. As long as he had control over it, he could design any form of life and place the template into the nest. The organism would just grow out of the nest. Previously, he had to go through all the trouble of breeding the embryos, finding a suitable mother, and helping the mother to deliver the organisms. Before he had the biological chambers, he even had to raise them up slowly. Now, as long as he could provide a complete template, the nest would return him with a fully mature organism. This was almost like entering an industrialized civilization from a primitive one. The insect nest was like a processing plant for living things. As long as it had sufficient energy and compounds, it could work continuously. After the reconstruction, the nest appeared as a black circular ball that was over 10 meters tall. It had a very strong outer shell that would allow it to stand even after receiving significant damage. After Lu Jiyu had turned the nest into an organism, he had originally wanted to call it Life One. After a while, he abandoned that name and renamed it Gaia, which meant the mother of earth and life. Gaia had basic intelligence, and Lu Jiyu even used the subbrain's template on it, turning it into something akin to a large organic computer. Any organism born from Gaia would always be under its control. Since the beginning of the years of Holy Light, Lu Jiyu had been meditating a lot and trying to create a mythical creature template at the same time. From then to now, 5 years had passed, and he was progressing smoothly, especially now that he had finally assimilated Sakan's soul into his dream space. This act boosted his mind power significantly. At the moment, Lu Jiyu had 4,203 SFU of mind power. He only needed another 5 years to deify his entire body. So far, however, he had not succeeded in creating the mythical creature templates. Most of his attempts had ended in failure, even though according to his subbrain's calculations the life templates were complete and stable. In addition, Lu Jiyu did not have any mythical creature specimens to experiment on. Clearly, he would not experiment on himself until he was completely certain that the procedure was safe and perfect. He would not risk his own life. Only after he tried the experiment on other organisms and was confident enough, he would do it to himself. Lu Jiyu tried to recreate the soul of the Tree of Life a few times but failed as well. He found that forming a soul was not as easy as he thought it would be. It seemed to be closely related to the power of faith only heard in stories. However, Lu Jiyu still could not feel the so-called power of faith. It was a fundamental power, one that was related to the basic laws governing the universe and formation of awarenesses of living beings. At the moment, he could not yet understand something so arcane. Therefore, Lu Jiyu had taken a step back and begun working on magical beasts. These so-called magical beasts were effectively spawns of mythical creatures. However, Lu Jiyu was planning to use Sakan's deified cells. After modifying them suitably, he would turn ordinary organisms into magical beasts. Because Sakan was dead, these beasts would not be bound by Sakan's life imprint. Furthermore, Sakan's original life template in its deified cells would also be changed, so these beasts would be nothing like the children of the sea. Lu Jiyu had decided to call them magical beasts, but he had yet to create any. Because the dimensional castle was not an appropriate place to create them, Lu Jiyu had decided to move his laboratory to the Black Forest. He would create magical beasts and carry out experiments on them in order to complete his mythical creature template. At the meantime, he would realize his wizard civilization creation plan. Gaia, create 1000 second-generation ant people. Then, load the artificial intelligence and the smithing template. Subbrain, transmit the smithing template. Received. Loading complete. Received. Lu Jiyu watched as the black steel ball started squirming and the valves creaked open, one by one, releasing the steam inside. Like a beehive, ant people were continuously produced from within, then stood in formation on the black peak of this unnamed mountain. The mountain was barren, completely treeless. As far as the eye could see, the mountain range was formed only by empty ridges. The shape of the ant people had changed. The second generation of ant people appeared to be even stronger than before. And they were much shorter. Their glossy carapaces made them seem like black armored warriors, exhibiting a complete deviation from the usual appearances of ants and insects. Their hands had also become deft and agile, with fingers capable of delicate manipulations, like human hands. They had also gained simple vocal cords, though this only gave them the ability to reply with stilted, pre-programmed responses. As such, any content outside of the character recognition template was beyond their abilities. But most importantly, their lifespans were extended. The ant people put good use to the large amount of tools that Lu Jiyu had brought. Under Gaia's control, 1000 ant people divided up the labor, then began working according to Lu Jiyu's designs, flattening the ground, excavating rocks, logging trees, and collecting materials. Lu Jiyu had placed Gaia in the Black Forest, on top of this unnamed peak, in order to create his own wizard tower. Using this location as a base, he wished to recruit apprentice wizards in Maria's world, and then begin disseminating the art of witchcraft. Since Lu Jiyu had already expended so many resources in developing a magic network, of course, he wished to utilize it as soon as possible. According to Lu Jiyu's plans, he would build a wizard tower, just like those in fantasy novels. In the future, hordes of wizarding apprentices would come to this mountain, and they would walk out with the knowledge of how the magic network worked, as well as having their mind power awakened. These wizard apprentices would then gradually expand the study of witchcraft and explore new ways to use mind power, thus paving Lu Jiyu's path towards evolution by collectively gathering knowledge and creating a great wizard civilization. This would be much faster than Lu Jiyu carrying out research alone. To be honest, Lu Jiyu had hit a wall at this point on his journey, and wasn't sure how to proceed. Lu Jiyu knew that it was far too difficult for him to understand the intricate workings of mind power on his own. What this required was a civilization and millions of people dedicated to pooling their wisdom to pave a path to knowledge. After placing Gaia within the Black Forest, Lu Jiyu returned to the dimensional castle. In order to construct the wizard tower, he compiled a list of all the people with strong mind powers with no limitations to age, barring those far too old. He also included the criteria of having strong learning abilities and vivid imaginations, unrestrained by rigid conventions. Only this kind of person fit Lu Jiyu's definition of a wizard. For this first batch of students, Lu Jiyu didn't limit his list to the human race alone, but also included elves and orcs. As for the mermaid race, the numbers were very low at the moment, and additionally, they were, by nature, spawn. However, Lu Jiyu had other plans for them. Lu Jiyu found his ship, anchored in a cove on an island. Several decades had already passed, so the ship had long since become rusted and unusable. Lu Jiyu had barely had the opportunity to use it, and yet it was already out of commission. No, even if it wasn't broken beyond repair, this still will not do. I must find another ship, this one is far too small. Lu Jiyu wanted to take a ship and sail the seas between the Yala and Alan continents, recruiting apprentices along the way, then journeying to the Black Forest by sea, before heading straight to the Wizard Tower. He wanted to buy a ship, or to commission one from a human shipyard. After all, the construction of the Wizard Tower and its accompanying structures would take a few months. Currently, they have only constructed barges for seafaring. In the deep seas of Maria's world, sailing in those boats is still relatively dangerous, especially with Saken's descendants roaming the oceans. Without me aboard, the ship is sure to sink under the attack of all those large sea monsters. And it would be impossible for me to go personally every time. Lu Jiyu found this very problematic, but getting a ship from the real world would be even more troublesome. A round trip wouldn't be a matter of decades, centuries would have passed by the time he returned, wouldn't ship? If I can create magical beasts, why can't I create a magical reinforced ship? I can create a ship which is a supernatural being by life alchemy. I can start off with a plant, with its cells deified, then give its life template the shape of a boat. It would be programmed with enhanced speed, and would even have the power of flight. Sometimes, breakthroughs in human intelligence were the products of these flashes of inspiration. Lu Jiyu believed that his idea was very practical, so he returned immediately to the dimensional castle to prepare for this project. As he did so, he pulled out the scroll of the world to search for possible wizard apprentices throughout all of Maria's world. Lu Jiyu combined the genes of the iron birch with the genes of the tree of life, creating the ideal seed for his ship. He then buried the seed within the black forest to form the embryo of his life alchemy ship. Every day, Lu Jiyu poured his mind power into forming the tree for the ship. Because the seed inherited the life force and the development speed of the tree of life, the ship tree reached full maturity in a few months. Due to Lu Jiyu's interference, the shape of the tree was extremely strange. It grew horizontally, with continually reinforcing cells, like cancer cells. Then the body of a gigantic ship grew from the trunk of the tree. With a width of almost 40 meters and a height of 20 meters, the ship had a huge cavernous space inside. The outer skin of the tree was white, with a host of wild branches jutting out. Lu Jiyu had never seen a tree with such a bizarre appearance before. Lu Jiyu brought a dozen ant people with axes to the tree and commanded, "Go, cut it down for me." The ant people began chopping at the trunk of the bizarre tree, removing all of the branches. Pang pong pong. Lu Jiyu saw the embryo of the large seafaring ship wrapped within white bark begin to emerge. It was a completely natural process, with no man-made points of connection. From the outside, the silhouette of the ship looked like a bullet. At this point, the tree had not died yet as the powerful life force of the plant continued to sustain its life, but the life alchemy ship's embryo was already completed. Lu Jiyu then began preparing for the second step of the process, the reinforcement of this life alchemy ship. Lu Jiyu had already finished preparing the deified cells he needed for the life alchemy ship. He used some animal genes alongside plant genes in the life template. This ship was a combination of plant and animal genes. Using his mind power, he rose into the air and jumped onto the top of the broadside of the ship, from where he could saw a hole in the middle that led directly to the cabin below. Lu Jiyu opened up a dimensional door and took this ship to the ocean. The ship splashed into the water and floated calmly. He retrieved the deified cells and poured them onto the deck. The small puddle of blood dropped onto the deck and seemed to have its own life. It started wriggling and went for the inside of the plant cells. Lu Jiyu could immediately feel the drastic changes in the ship. The blood triggered a series of drastic chain reactions in the plant cells. He could see the white outer shell of the ship grow quickly, covering any signs of the cut recently made to the ship. At the end of the ship, two propellers appeared. The deck wriggled as well, becoming more refined. Even more strangely, two eyes appeared on the front of the ship, as well as a mouth full of sharp teeth. It was as if a plant had become a carnivore and could hunt prey. It didn't have to rely solely on water and sunlight anymore. It could also hunt other organisms in the ocean. At the same time, the ship's weak instincts from the plant genes were rapidly developing to the level of intelligence of a normal animal. Lu Jiyu opened up his dream space and dragged the mind of the ship into the dream space. He wanted to assimilate the ship's mind. This ship was born from magic, but its mind was far off from Sakin's mind. Because of this, it only took a few moments for Lu Jiyu's dream space to completely assimilate the ship. Then he walked into the cabin of the ship. It was completely empty, with no walls to divide it into rooms. He reached the front of the ship. There, he poured another test tube of blood onto the ship, and immediately a large volume of blood with deified cells flowed out. To create this life alchemy ship, he'd really sacrificed a lot. Not much of the deified cells from Sakin remained. A few more experiments and it would all be gone. The blood pooled on the ground started to erode the wooden deck at once, forming a small brain-like lump on the ground. Lu Jiyu put the mind of the ship he had assimilated into the lump and it responded immediately as if it had been activated. Intelligent Subbrain 2, await orders. Then he immediately ordered, take control of the life alchemy ship. Set my authority as the highest. Completed. Subbrain I, transfer the first model of the SS Eternity alchemy ship. Subbrain 2, accept it. Construction started. Originally, Lu Jiyu wanted to use his own deified cells to build this ship. However, he soon discovered that was not possible. All deified cell templates would automatically synchronize, meaning that if he used his own cells, his life template would become a ship. He didn't want this to lead to his body breaking down and becoming a ship. He would become a laughingstock. However, using Sakin cells meant that he did not own the ship and couldn't control it. If the ship decided to override his orders, he couldn't do anything about it. He had to use his dream space to control the ship by assimilating its mind and transforming it into another subbrain to control the ship. This way, the ship became a subbrain that was independent from Lu Jiyu's body. Its life template was independent from him as well. It was like a computer that existed apart from him. Its growth wouldn't be limited by Lu Jiyu's mind power level and could grow as it would naturally do. Lu Jiyu had originally wanted to use Sakin's soul to control this second subbrain, turning the ship into a real mythical alchemical ship under his control. However, it would be hard to extract Sakin's soul, as he had already completely assimilated the soul. Extracting it would mean that his mind power strength would decrease a lot, and he did not want that to happen. SS Eternal began its first reconstruction mission under the command of Subbrain 2. The ship utilized its plant cells and began generating energy using the sunlight it gathered and the water from the ocean, which were then stored in the plant cells. The entire ship was changing again. Lu Jiyu could see that where Subbrain 2 was located before was now covered by wood, the subbrain itself sinking deep into the bowels of the ship. The hole under his feet was soon filled up. The empty cabin was sectioned off into 3 floors, with an additional floor over the deck. However, there were no sails on this ship. The windows on the wall turned into round pores. They were like an animal's shell but transparent. One could see through them. The bottom level was the control room. This level included the living space Lu Jiyu designed for himself and a storage unit. The second level contained the guest quarters, with almost 3 dozen small bedrooms and 10 larger bedrooms. There were also numerous bathrooms. The first level contained a large dining room, a library, and a small bar. There was also a meeting room, a living room, and some entertainment rooms. The topmost level was meant mostly for viewing the sea and relaxing. Lu Jiyu walked up the newly formed stairs, inspecting the alchemy ship's insides. Just as he had predicted, the ship's wood had inherited the iron birches traits. It was very strong, and several more times durable than iron. With a structure like this, even if the ship was caught in a storm, it would be very hard to sink. Right now, the inside of the ship was still empty, since it had just finished constructing itself. There were no furnishings in any of the rooms. Other than the rooms that had grown windows on the walls, the rest of the rooms, the hallways, and the staircases were all left with no lighting. This would be taken care of later. Lu Jiyu walked onto the deck and saw the propellers were spinning very quickly, pushing the ship to sail over the calm sea surface smoothly. The white tree bark covered the entire ship and looked like he had just given the ship a new coat of paint. The eyes on the bow were like 2 large floodlights, but they moved occasionally, letting everyone know that they were not just decorations. The mouth was open, catching any fish unfortunate enough to be near. Instead of a ship, this was more like a huge beast in the sea. Lu Jiyu had added 2 abilities to the life template. One was to control the water flow so it could make a quick getaway if something happened. He tested it. In ordinary situations, the speed was at 18 knots. In this era, no ship could catch up to it. If the water flow control was activated, the ship could reach 30 knots. It wasn't just a ship though. After standing a while on the deck, Lu Jiyu returned to the cabin. Then the cabin doors closed tightly and the ship started sinking, going under the sea surface to the bottom of the sea. This could also become a submarine. Lu Jiyu returned to the command room. He could see the front through the ship's eyes. The 2 eyes on the ship could serve as lights to be used to observe the front. Lu Jiyu piloted the SS Eternity along the ocean floor. This was Lu Jiyu's first time exploring the ocean floor. He saw sea creatures of all sizes, passing through the tides, as large schools of fish glided in every direction amongst the teeming sway of the seaweed, the coral reefs, and all sorts of strange sea monsters. Among all these creatures, Lu Jiyu also encountered some descendants of the children of the sea. Though they did not have deified cells or special abilities, they carried on the large body type characteristics of the children of the sea. These creatures seemed to be able to detect the threat of the SS Eternity. One of the monsters that looked like a large starfish approached the SS Eternity with its humongous suction cups. As Lu Jiu saw the huge maw approaching, the throat of the monster began changing immediately. Extremely strong vibrations spread from its mouth until the ocean seemed to be shaking. The starfish was torn beyond recognition by the sonic vibrations, turning into ground meat. This was the second ability of the SS Eternity, sonic vibration. This was a skill that Lu Jiu had only recently developed. Though he had been contemplating it for a long time, he had only devised a working model within the last few months. Lu Jiu was glued to the windows, looking outside at the magnificence of the fantastical sea floor as the SS Eternity cruised through the deep sea. Lu Jiu had loved Jules Verne's novel 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea as a child. Right now, Lu Jiu was enjoying that undersea adventure in real life. As the ship sailed swiftly through the depths of the sea, Lu Jiu gazed, enchanted by the scenery. Finally, Lu Jiu steered the SS Eternity back to land on the shores of the Black Forest. Yet, the shoreline of the Black Forest was lined by imposing cliffs. Lu Jiu's SS Eternity could dive into the sea, but it did not yet have the ability to fly, so it could only stop there for now. Lu Jiu had equipped the SS Eternity with Subbrain 2, which Lu Jiu had renamed as SS Eternity itself. He gave the SS Eternity the command to remain there and await further orders. Afterwards, Lu Jiu went through the dimensional door into the depths of the Black Forest. By now, the Wizard Tower was almost completed. Within these past few months, not only had the main body of Lu Jiu's Wizard Tower been completed, but the castle surrounding the Wizard Tower was also approaching completion. At the moment, the densely wooded chain of dark mountains, without a single spot of greenery, looked like the territory of a demon. Jutting out from the craggy rocks was a white castle. It spread across half the mountain with a neat path leading to the foot of the mountain. At the summit, a colossal black tower rose into the clouds. The Wizard Tower featured 12 levels, each of epic proportions. The castle on the hill was meant to act as the students' dormitory, while the tower was to be used for classes, experiments, and reading. Within the tower, Lu Jiu had already organized all sorts of study materials in Finks, the most common human language. Organized into neatly printed books. With over 1,000 years' worth of rare tomes from the ancient human and orc dynasties and the knowledge of the elves, the library was stocked with all of the knowledge necessary to broaden the worldviews of the wizard apprentices. Lu Jiu was certain that no one could rival his collection within the entire Alan continent. It was a full 2 floors with mountains of books that people could get lost in if they weren't careful. Lu Jiu's lounge and laboratory were located at the very top of the tower. Its construction and decoration had already been completed. The walls were decorated with art pieces from all over Maria's world, the floor was carpeted, and he had installed a lion head fireplace by the stained glass windows. However, when Lu Jiu opened the windows, he saw the sky covered by a large flock of ravens that were circling above the entire mountain range. The eerie croaks of the ravens seemed especially sinister in the fading glow of twilight. This was the product of several months of Lu Jiu's hard work, the first magical beast, the wind raven. There was a reason why he made them. Lu Jiu implanted an affinity for mankind, as well as loyalty within their genes. Like the dogs on Earth, they were also a life form that was close to humanity by nature, and a useful creature that would follow the commands of humans. The wind ravens were fairly intelligent and had the ability of the wind scythe. Lu Jiu had originally wanted to give them the power to control air currents, but since that was from the template of mythical creatures, it was weakened when placed upon a magical beast. As such, their ability ended up being the compression of air currents into highly pressurized blades of wind. However, the power of the ability was still impressive. A single hit was enough to split a large tree in half. If it was aimed at the average person, they would be completely unable to resist it. Lu Jiu trained the wind ravens using his dream space and taught them how to talk. In a sense, they were equal in intelligence with human beings. Currently, they resided in a nest on the precipice of Lu Jiu's tower. "Hello, Anthony." A wind raven larger than the rest greeted. As it landed on Lu Jiu's window, Lu Jiu nodded. "Hello, Blackjack." Blackjack nodded. "Thank you for providing a nest for us. It is wonderfully warm and comfortable. My children and I all like it very much." Lu Jiu shrugged his shoulders. "That is wonderful. Blackjack, I need the help of the wind ravens with a task. Blackjack thumped its chest as it hopped on the windowsill. It was remarkable how a black raven could convey such rich expressions through vivid motions, just like humans. It replied solemnly, "Definitely, what task do you speak of?" Lu Jiyu immediately replied, "I wish for you to deliver letters to a few special individuals." Within the last half year, Lu Jiyu had finalized the list of the first batch of wizard apprentices with around 200 individuals. But by Lu Jiyu's estimates, he would be lucky if 100 of them actually showed up in the end. Currently, no one knew of the existence of wizards and witchcraft within the entirety of Maria's world. There were people of all sorts of backgrounds on the list, but most of them were from relatively good backgrounds. Lu Jiyu required at least a basic level of education from them. They would have to be literate, at the very least, with extraordinary minds. Within these people, there were the children of lesser nobles, the heirs of merchants, and some sons of smiths. There were also a few adults and slaves that Lu Jiyu thought highly of. In addition to the human kingdom, there were also people from the kingdoms of the orcs and the elves of Yala continent. Lu Jiyu had prepared the acceptance letters for the apprentices with simple introductions to the origin and existences of wizards and the significance of the wizard tower. If they chose to accept, they could tell the wind ravens. The ravens would notify the SS Eternity, which would then go fetch the apprentices. Each person on the list had a chance to completely change their fate by embarking on a journey to search for the path of truth. Whether they would grasp this opportunity or not would depend on their individual choices. Those going to Alan for postal service in the human kingdoms, gather before me. Lu Jiyu stood in the castle, holding a stack of letters. Many wind ravens flew around the room and perched on the ground, the lights, windows, and tables. The entire place was as noisy as a market. The wind ravens were all talking like humans. Each one also had a small satchel as if they were mailmen. "That's me. Out of the way. Hey, I think I'm going to the humans." "Not me. I deliver to the orcs. I heard some are going to the elves. I want to know what the elves look like." Seeing that the situation was out of control, Blackjack raised his voice and called, "Everyone be quiet." The chattering quieted down. All the ravens stood straight without daring to say anything. Blackjack nodded. "Now you're only allowed to speak if called on. Those going to the humans, come to the table," he said with authority. A whole row of ravens stepped forward. Lu Jiyu grabbed the letters and gave them to the ravens. He had already picked the ravens and had used the dream space to send their targets and specific location to their minds. Now, Lu Jiyu only had to give the letters to them. "Leaves Bicto of Lumon Kingdom," Lu Jiyu called. A wind raven immediately jumped out. Me. Lu Jiyu patted its head and the raven happily puffed up its chest. Their genes made them feel kinship to humans and loyalty to their owners. Lu Jiyu put the letter into its satchel and then read the next name. One after another, all the letters for the human kingdoms were sent out. Lu Jiyu stood and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, wind ravens. Bring back our apprentices. We will complete the task," the wind ravens said in unison. Then they flew away, circling around the tower once before flying towards their destinations. The closest was the Lumon Kingdom while the furthest was the Teuton dynasty. Lu Jiyu then moved on to the letters that would be sent to the orcs. "Those for the Alan continent and orcs, come before me." He waved his hand and a circular dimensional door appeared in the room. The wind ravens all flew through the door. They arrived at the orc kingdom and spread out. Lu Jiyu sent out the 200 letters one by one, ensuring that the wind ravens could send them to the targets. Suddenly, Lu Jiyu heard the sound of the bells outside the castle. The sound was graceful and melodious. Lu Jiyu walked out and saw the huge bell on the tower ringing, indicating it was noon. "It's 12 o'clock. I should go check how SS Eternal's furnishing is going." The sub-brain eye in his mind immediately reminded him of the plan and tasks for today. In order to use his time efficiently and combine his work and thoughts, he designed a task. Whenever it was time, the sub-brain eye would remind him. The list was very long and already reached into the next year. Looking at it, Lu Jiyu realized that he actually had so many things to do. His efficiency had increased, but living this kind of planned life was like being a robot. After he inspected the ship, Lu Jiyu assigned a dozen ant people to be the crewmen. However, their brains were simpler, so they could only perform simple conversations. The ship didn't need the Ant-Men to take care of, though. They only had to take care of the wizard apprentices. He then checked the entire wizard tower. By now, most of the construction, both inside and out, was already finished. For the next few days, other than working on his experiments and waiting for the wind waves to return, he also bought some obedient slaves. After all, the Ant-Men weren't suffice. Many things still required humans, such as buying groceries and everyday items. He also needed humans to take care of the apprentices. In Lu Jiu's plan, he would not allow the slaves to leave the tower. He could even allow them to learn witchcraft, but they wouldn't be allowed to leave. They had to stay in one area of the wizard tower forever. Lu Jiu didn't have to worry about them escaping either. The slaves all had brands, and no escaped slaves from any country would have a happy ending. On the other hand, they wouldn't have to worry about daily essentials here, and the work wasn't heavy either. It was practically a job they couldn't be fired from. For a slave, nothing could be better than the life Lu Jiu gave them. In addition, the slaves he'd bought were all in families. Maybe one could escape, but the entire family couldn't. Furthermore, the entire Maria's world belonged to Lu Jiu. Where could these guys run to? He also created a new kind of camelids. Rather than supernatural creatures, they were just regular camelids. They looked like the alpacas. However, their fur was golden and they looked quite powerful, so he called them goldpacas. These goldpacas were very strong and could carry more things than most creatures. They were very fast as well. The goldpaca's hooves also allowed them to easily traverse more difficult terrains. He built a pen under the mountains and had a few slaves take care of these goldpacas. Lu Jiu patted the goldpacas' necks. These guys were very gentle and stared at Lu Jiu with their funny eyes. For some reason, they made him want to laugh. "Master, I'm going to buy supplies down the mountain. This is the list you said earlier. Please check it." The middle-aged man behind Lu Jiu kept his head bowed, not daring to look. This was the only slave that Lu Jiu bought that could read Finks. His name was Sargon and had the Teuton dynasty's lineage. Lu Jiu placed him in charge of the slaves and he was doing quite a good job. Everything was orderly. At first, the slaves were terrified by the ant people Lu Jiu had placed in the tower. They all thought Lu Jiu was a demon from the legends. After all, this was deep in the Black Forest. He had such an eerie castle, and commanded a bunch of beasts. They even thought that Lu Jiu ate humans and had bought them to eat. However, Sargon had comforted them and brought order to them. He'd even discussed with Lu Jiu, making him satisfied. "Sargon, good job. You can take a dozen of the goldpacas and some helpers. Depart now and return soon." Lu Jiu told Sargon, the Black Forest was very large and would take a long time to travel through. Even if one was familiar with the geography and paths, it would still take at least 10 days. The entire trip would need around 20 days. The goldpacas were the only possible forms of transportation. "Yes, master. I will hurry back." Early the next morning, Sargon bade his wife and daughter farewell and set out with 2 slaves and a few ant people. Each of them, including the ant people, were wrapped up tightly in gray cloaks. Lu Jiu returned to the castle, entered into the main hall, and pressed a switch by the fireplace, which opened a secret passageway within a side wall. After lighting a torch, Lu Jiu followed the steps downward. After descending quite some distance, he came into a large underground cavern, which seemed to be some sort of a relay point. There were 4 tunnels that were visible from this location, each leading off into the distance. Lu Jiu had used the source form to create this sturdy tunnel here after initially choosing the Black Forest as the location for the Wizard Tower. Lu Jiu chose a tunnel leading to the south. It was laid with track, like an ancient mining tunnel. Along the tracks, parked by its side, was a modified train-like minecart. Lu Jiu had began designing the tracks ever since the initial construction of the Wizard Tower began. It had taken half a year and only 1 route was completed. The other 3 routes were still awaiting construction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Sargon and the others out on the goldpacas. As soon as Lu Jiu got on the cart and closed the door, the cart started speeding into the darkness at a breakneck pace, bouncing down the bumpy tracks. The ride was quite terrifying and exhilarating, feeling almost like a roller coaster. As the cart sped along in the darkness. 2 hours later, Lu Jiu finally arrived at his destination. He got out of the cart, left the tracks, and pushed away a hidden rock. As the rock rolled away, rays of light from the outside flooded in. Not bad. That mining cart is quite interesting after all. Lu Jiyu stepped outside and saw a canyon with a river flowing through it. He followed a muddy riverbank out the canyon. He was met with the SS Eternity anchored by the seaside. Its white exterior and bullet-like silhouette gave it a sense of modern beauty. As he embarked on the SS Eternity, he discovered that there had already been many changes on board. All of the displays inside were already set up, and around 10 ant people crew members were already busy completing the finishing touches. The bookshelves in the library were filled, and the bar was stocked with an ice bucket and exquisite glassware. The tables in the dining room and furnishings in the kitchen were ready, and the storage cabin was filled with food and water. The SS Eternity could desalinate seawater for its drinkable water store, and the cellar was equipped with an autocooling function to preserve food for longer periods of time. There were 4 beds, 2 long tables, and a large closet in every room, similar to the style of a college dormitory. Overall, it looked pretty decent. Lu Jiyu nodded with approval. After confirming the conditions within the rooms, he went to the control room at the bottom of the ship in order to set their navigation route. The first stop for the SS Eternity was Lumon Kingdom. On the way, a few inland wizard apprentices would be picked up by the shores of some of the larger rivers, before the ship continued heading off toward the land of the orcs and crossing the oceans for the Yala continent of the elves. Bor was a doctor, who owned his own clinic in the city of Masta. Bor's father and grandfather were both doctors before him, so their family was quite well known in the city. Bor had inherited the clinic at the age of 19 due to an outbreak of the plague the previous year. Though Bor's father had managed to contain the outbreak of the epidemic, he still had caught the disease himself, and later succumbed to the affliction. As such, Bor still felt quite lost in life. Doctors were priceless commodities to human civilization at this point in time, so medical knowledge was usually closely guarded within family lines. Due to the value of such knowledge, it was kept under tight wraps. Hence, Bor only had some basic herbal knowledge to cure colds and fevers, as well as limited skills to treat minor wounds, such as bandaging and staunching blood flow with simple coagulants. Even so, he had garnered a reputation as being a famous doctor in the region, so even nobles would come to him for treatment. Ever since taking over the clinic, Bor had encountered too many diseases beyond his understanding, each with no traceable source. Other than that, what was even more terrifying was the continued existence of the plague. Although Bor had read numerous volumes of medical books, diligently recorded every case study, filled his home with resources and spent all waking hours agonizing over these questions, the cure still remained elusive. Bor rejected the notion that illness was God's punishment and their curse upon mankind. Instead, Bor believed that disease originated from within the human body. Hence, as long as the source of the disease could be identified, it could be resolved. Yet, in this era, where diagnoses were based on experience and inherited knowledge for classifications, there were often misdiagnoses, so Bor did not yet have a good solution. At this time, a black raven appeared in the sky, circling a few times around Masta, before slowly descending onto a flagpost on top of the roof of Bor's clinic. Bor was closing up the clinic, preparing to go home after a long day at work, when he saw a strange raven staring at him. It had disconcertingly clever eyes, conveying emotions just like human eyes. Bor shivered. Go away, and stay away from my clinic. Ravens were a symbol of death. In fact, they were called heralds of the reaper. As the owner of a clinic, Bor was uneasy about such superstitions. The raven completely ignored him and continued with its staring. Bor was quite disturbed, and ran away in a hurry. The raven murmured to itself, "Yes, it's him. I finally found him. This man must be Bor Kalermo." Bor returned home and made himself some potato soup. Then he started to read from his bookshelf while recording the symptoms of his patients of the day. Sometimes, the same disease would have different symptoms while different diseases would have similar symptoms. They would require different treatments. Bor thought that for his treatment, he could create a tonic in order to cure the coughing symptoms of lung disease. Bor recorded his thoughts while consulting his books under the light of an oil lamp. Slowly, night descended. Just then, a thump came upon his door. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Bor put on a jacket and walked toward the entrance while saying, "Who is it? It's late, is anything wrong?" At that time, a strange, raspy croak drifted through the door. "Open the door, I come bringing a letter." Boar was quite puzzled. A letter? Who would write a letter to him? Also, what sort of courier would deliver a letter at this hour? Boar pushed the door open. Cold wind rushed in through the entrance and Boar shivered. Looking around. There was no one there, eh? No one's here. I'm right over here. You have such big eyes, but you can't see me? Boar peered down, seeing now that the voice originated from the strange raven, the exact same one that he had seen on the roof of his clinic. Boar's mouth fell open, boom. Boar slammed the door shut. He broke into a cold sweat as he leaned against the door. Heck, by Maria's name. What did I just see? A talking raven. Boar prayed, but the raven outside did not leave him alone, continuing to knock on his door. Hey! Open the door, you rude fellow. I, Pequot, have been flying for half a month to deliver this letter to you. Open the door quickly, do you hear me? Boar Calermo, open the door, or I'm breaking the door down. Boar felt his knowledge about world crumbling. He trapped inside his house by a raven. The raven even claimed to be a mailman, that its name was Pequot and that it was here to deliver a letter, boom. A strong gust of wind blew past him. Boar felt the door to his house being sliced into two while the sharp dagger of wind flew right past his head. The door crumbled, bringing along with it the furniture and painting around it. The debris buried Boar. The house had been ravaged. Pequot jumped into the room and stood on Boar's head. It then lifted a small bag and opened it with its steel-like feathers. Hey Boar Calermo, your letter is here, please come and receive it. Where is he? Boar, who was buried in the debris, was at a loss. He trembled as he took out an exquisite letter from within the bag. There was a golden seal on the letter. On the seal were two circles intersecting with each other, as if two snakes intertwined. There was also his name was written on it. Boar gaped, "You're really a mailman?" "No, bastard, what did you do?" "You destroyed my door." This was the first time Boar had ever seen such a strange mailman. He had also never heard of someone that would send a raven to deliver letters. Furthermore, this bird could talk and release a mysterious power that could destroy his door. Boar nailed a few pieces of the door back to the frame in order to block out the cold wind. He could get someone to fix the door a few days later. Even though he still felt as though he was in a dream. Boar still opened the strange letter delivered by the raven and carefully finished reading its contents. Greetings, Mr. Boar Calermo. Congratulations, you've been accepted into the Wizard Tower as an apprentice. If you are willing, please inform your mailman. It will then guide you onto a vehicle. You'll then head to the Wizard Tower and receive a 5-year apprenticeship. The Wizard Tower is gain mastery over knowledge, understand the world, and you would be able to do anything. Boar finished reading the letter in a daze, generally understanding its contents. An organization called the Wizard Tower had given him an invitation and had requested for him to head to their organization to learn and become an apprentice wizard. The Wizard Tower was akin to a school and an organization for wizards. Wizards are a group of people who learn and control witchcraft. The letter told him that they were a group of people who understood the world, knew the world, and could control the laws and basic forms of energy of this world, but Boar did not fully understand this. He turned his head to the raven called Pequot. "Raven, what is a wizard?" Pequot jumped onto the table and extended its wings under the light. "My name is Pequot. I'm not a raven, I'm a wind raven. A magical beast that can control wind. I am a higher order life form, not a dumb creature like a raven." Boar's face twitched. "All right, Mr. Pequot, what in the world is a wizard?" Pequot nodded in satisfaction, and, since you asked so sincerely, I guess I'll give you an explanation. Pequot moved his wings. Two blades of wind intersected as they got released, slicing the table behind Boar into 4 quarters. Its power was precise and incredibly accurate. Boar jumped. "My table, that was something my grandfather left behind." "My God, what are you trying to do?" Pequot blew on its wings. "Didn't you ask me for an explanation?" This is the power of the wizards. Wizards understand the power hidden within the world, and they control supernatural powers. As long as you understand the power behind the wind, you would be able to control the wind. If you understand lightning, you'll be able to control lightning. If you understand the fundamental nature of water, you would be able to swim freely within the ocean. That is a wizard. Bohr gaped. You're saying that I could control power like that? Of course. If you go through the education of the tower, you would be able to grasp the true nature of this world and gain limitless knowledge. You would become a wizard. Pequot nodded. Then, if I understand the mysteries of the human body, would I be able to cure all the diseases in the world and everything about the body? Bohr asked eagerly. Pequot couldn't really comprehend Bohr's question as it was merely repeating what Lu Jiu had taught it. It instantly said, of course. There is nothing the wizard tower can't do. Bohr became very excited. Then how can I head to the tower? Pequot turned its head and did a little calculations. I have to send a signal to the ship. According to the plan, we leave a week from today at midnight. The ship will be waiting for us at the port. All we have to do is board the ship and head to the wizard tower with the other chosen apprentices. There are others? Bohr immediately asked. Of course there are. Do you think you are unique? Pequot said with a little disdain in its eyes. Bohr rubbed his nose, but he had made his decision to go have a look. He was only 20 now. He didn't want to live in this small town and be a mediocre doctor for the rest of his life. He loved medicine and wanted to know as much as he could about the human body. He wanted to understand the mysteries behind the human body. Thus, the invitation from the wizard tower was an amazing opportunity. He was very intrigued by Pequot's words and the world described within the letter. The craving of a human for knowledge and adventure is endless. There was even a strange life form like Pequot presented right in his eyes, giving him a glimpse of the secrets this world held. A magical beast? What is that? To be able to release supernatural powers, it was wondrous that a raven could possess intelligence and speak. Bohr looked curiously at Pequot. Pequot was displaying its wings and alluring posture under the light. In its daze, it turned its head to see Bohr's longing eyes. Oh my God, what are you doing? I have a girlfriend, you know. Amongst the wind ravens, I am the famous Casanova. Do not look at me with your dirty, lustful eyes. Pequot lowered his wings and tiptoed as he looked at Bohr defensively. Bohr smiled awkwardly. He would never admit that he was curious about Pequot's brain and how a small brain like his could gain intelligence. But he did not dare say it. Pequot was a raven with supernatural abilities, while he was merely an ordinary person, not even a knight. But in Bohr's eyes, even a bloodline knight who has awakened his abilities might not be a match for this raven. Bohr arrived at the dock on the Mesmer River at 2 a.m., carrying 2 large suitcases. He had sold everything of value in his house. His suitcase held all of his research results and equipment. In a sense, Bohr had nothing left to lose. Hey, Pequot, where's the ship you were talking about? I don't see anything. A cold wind tore through the docks. It seemed strong enough to blow people away. Even with a thick jacket, Bohr felt frozen to his very bones. As the wind crept in through his collar and the gaps in his clothing, Pequot quipped from Bohr's shoulder, relax, the ship will arrive right on time. It definitely will not be late. It's your fault for being so anxious and setting off so early. Right then, Pequot seemed to have detected something. It lifted its head. The ship has arrived. Bohr whipped his head toward the river, glancing around anxiously. It's here? Where is it? Why don't I see it? Pequot lowered its head and pecked at Bohr's collar. Where are you looking? Look down. Bohr shifted his gaze downward to discover a huge shadow within the surface of the river. Amid the reflection of the moon and stars, a black mass was slowly getting closer, like a giant sea monster rising out of the depths. My God, what is that? Bohr gaped, dumbfounded. His suitcases fell to the ground. Gradually, a huge seaboat floated to the surface and entered his field of vision. Its white, streamlined silhouette invoked a sense of indescribable beauty. O Goddess Maria above, this is a ship? I've never seen a ship that could appear from underwater. Also, why doesn't it sail? I don't even see any oars. Bohr felt as if a new fantastical world was opening up before him. Pequot immediately replied with a sense of pride. This is a wizard's boat. Of course, an ordinary person has never seen it. Stop dawdling, the wizard servants are here. Hurry onto the boat. Wizard servants? Bor looked over to see two black-cloaked figures approaching on a small boat to pick them up. Bor carefully placed his suitcases on the small boat, then turned to face the two cloaked figures. Thank you, sorry for the trouble. It was quite dark, and the hoods of the two figures were quite deep. Bor didn't look too closely at the appearance of the two. As the small boat made its way toward the larger boat in the middle of the river, Bor carefully inspected the boat he had never seen in his life. It was white on the outside, made of a material that he could not yet discern, though it seemed to be heavy and sturdy. Bor suddenly noticed that there were two large eyes on the bow of the ship. Staring at him, what? Bor was terrified. He had thought they were mere decorations and did not expect them to move. Did you all just see that? The eyes of the ship just moved. The eyes moved. The servant, who was rowing at the front of the boat, turned back and replied with an eerie voice, that ship was created through life alchemy, so of course its eyes can move. Bor felt a chill in his heart. Under the hood of the cloak was a face that seemed to be masked with armor. Its body seemed to be covered in a black shell. It was evident that the servant was not human. Bor suddenly felt as though he had got onto the wrong boat. Was it too late to turn back? Stupefied, he boarded the ship. He then entered the cabin under the command of the servant. The two servants pulled up the smaller boat and entered the cabin too. The SS Eternity sunk back into the depths. This was the last apprentice of the region, so the SS Eternity was returning to the ocean and heading to the land of the orcs. Bor followed the stairs down the cabin, behind the servants. The room inside was huge. The wizard servant gave him a basic introduction of the cabin while it led him downstairs. The first level includes the dining room, the conference room, the living room and the entertainment lounge. There are also some other apprentices within the other parts of the cabin. You can go interact with them later. The bar is right over here. The servant started doing its own work according to the introduction sequence it was programmed with. In Bor's opinion, the wizard servant in front of him had an intelligence almost equal to humans. Although in actuality, it was only operating according to a program. If he had asked a question outside the database of the program, the servant would have ignored him. Wow, this ship is amazing. Bor felt that this trip was rather amazing. The library is this way. Within it are books on general knowledge, history of the continent, the biographies of famous figures, etc. Bor's eyes lit up as he entered the library. He rushed straight inside. There were many shelves, all of which were completely piled with books. I can read all of these books to my heart's desire. Bor was ecstatic. On Allen, books were extremely precious. The average household definitely couldn't afford any books. Some books could even be treated like precious heirlooms. A family that possessed a large collection of books would definitely be a noble family. The servant nodded. You can read and borrow these books as you like. But you are not allowed to take them with you when you get off the ship. Other than that, there shall be no fights or deliberate conflicts on the ship. All rule breakers will be kicked off the ship. Bor immediately nodded his head. I'll definitely abide by the rules. Bor looked at the books in excitement. He couldn't wait to dive right in. Pequot gave him a look of disdain. Look at how pathetic you are. The library inside the tower is much bigger. The shelves extend far past what the eye can see. You would not be able to finish reading all the books there even if you spent a lifetime there. Really? I sure look forward to reaching that place. Bor walked in and immediately spotted a person sitting in a corner of the library. The person was reading by the weak light of a lamp. It was past midnight, and everyone should have been asleep by now, but this person was still reading. Hello, I am Bor, the newest wizard apprentice from the kingdom of Gracchus. The person reading lifted her head and looked at Bor. Hello, I am Catherine from the Mara kingdom. She was a beautiful young woman with blonde hair, and appeared to be a few years younger than Bor. He blushed. Pleasure to meet you. From now on, we're comrades. Catherine nodded, then went back to her book. Bor followed the servant to the rooms on the next level. There was already another apprentice there, but they were asleep. Bor was also extremely tired, so he went straight to bed after dropping his luggage. He took off his clothes and pulled up his blanket. The covers were warm and comfortable. Bor quickly fell asleep. Bor stood by the window and stared out into the ocean at the strange creatures he had never seen before. Under the illumination of the sun, the bottom of the sea shone with stunning colors. Standing next to him was Uruk, a hunter from the Orcs Bor clan. He had arrived after Bor and was also staring at the ocean with wide eyes. Even though Bor did not like the orcs, because humans and orcs had always been enemies, Bor's father had often visited the kingdom of the orcs before. Because of his father, Bor understood Sofok. This made him the only human in the room that could communicate with Uruk. The Bor clan was a clan that preferred peace. Because of this, the Bor clan was not a very powerful clan among the orcs. That caused the other orcs to isolate Uruk, and as Uruk was a very talkative person, he had latched onto Bor. During their conversations, Bor had discovered that Uruk was actually a very likable person. Since they were living in the same room, it was natural that they would strike up a friendship. What is the tower like, I wonder? It's so magical, Uruk said excitedly, leaning against the window. Also, this ship has no sails, but it can still go as fast as any other ship, and it can even go underwater. There are so many monsters in the ocean. No one has ever gone so deep in the ocean before. We did run into a monster 10 days ago, Bor said. It was even bigger than this ship. When it opened its mouth, it could swallow a house whole. It was as terrifying as a demon, and it had some demonic power that boiled all the water around it. All the fish within dozens of square meters died, but when it reached the ship, it was killed instantly. How? Uruk asked, curious and excited. I don't know, Bor said, shaking his head. At the time, I just heard a loud roar. Then, the next thing I knew, the monster was dead. The entire ocean turned red with blood. It was like hell. Uruk's mouth fell open. You said that this ship gave a loud roar? Bor nodded. Did you not know? This ship is alive. I heard the wizard servants outside say that this ship is made of life alchemy. What's more, no one operates this ship, it sails itself. At this moment, the door opened and a pale young man called Akkad, also Bor roommate, walked into the room. Come on, it's mealtime. I heard we've almost reached the last stop. Next we're heading to the wizard tower. The ship had been sailing for over a month now, and still no one knew exactly where they were heading. The only thing they knew was that they were heading towards somewhere mysterious, where few had ever been. Most people aboard were people who were unsatisfied with the status quo and intrigued by the tower's promise. There were bastards and children of servants, daughters of musicians, and even a traveling bard. They were also all very young, the oldest of them being only 25. Each of them hoped to reach the wizard tower as quickly as possible. Bor, Uruk, and Akkad headed towards the dining hall. En route, they were joined by several other apprentices. A month on the ship had been long enough for the apprentices to separate into cliques. Some groups consisted of the children of nobles and rich men. Other groups contained merchants' children. People from the lower classes, like Bor and Akkad, formed their own groups as well. Other than Bor and Uruk, the orcs and the humans did not interact, particularly as they did not share a language. In fact, there was even some hostility between the two races, and there had even been fights. Stopped only because of the ship's strict rules and the guards' intervention. As the three of them walked towards the deck, they saw many wind ravens. The wind ravens would also be returning with them. Bor heard Pequot before he saw the bird. Hey, Bor. The wind raven called. Hey, Bor said. I heard we're getting ready to stop at another destination. Are we stopping for the orcs? Pequot shook his head. Of course not, he said. Short-sighted humans, your continent isn't the only one in the world. We're headed to a different continent to find the elves of legend now. Pequot's words caused everyone to stop in their tracks. A young man turned and asked, what other continent? Pequot glanced at the young man and said, look, if it isn't Onion Head from Lummen. I refuse to speak to you. Damn bird, the young man whispered. He was called Leaves Bicto and was born of a noble household, so usually, he referred himself as a noble and did not mingle with the other students in the ship. However, he was actually just the son of a Lummen viscount's concubine and had no right to inherit. Pequot glanced at Leaves unkindly and Leaves immediately retreated a few steps. He remembered that these ravens had supernatural powers that even blood knights could not stand against. Bor raised his voice and asked, "Tell us, Pequot. What are they like?" Pequot sighed and said, "I guess I can tell you a little bit. We are going to Yala, the realm of the elves. It is the most beautiful place in the world. It is always spring there, and the entire continent is full of exotic foliage and beautiful animals." "Tell us more," Bor said. "Yala? There are actually other continents out there? I want to know more about the elves." Pequot immediately straightened his neck and began to show off what his tribe leader Blackjack had learned from Lu Jiu. His entire body became proud and even his tone changed. "They are a magical race of creatures," Pequot said. "They all live very long lives and are extremely beautiful. Their ears are pointy and have eyes as bright as jewels. They are lovers of peace and art, and they celebrate life in the forest they live in." Wow! Everyone became intrigued by the elves. How could there be such a perfect race? How is this all possible? One of the apprentices asked, "How can they live for so long? Are they favored by gods? I want to meet them so badly." After the meal, all of the apprentices gathered in the library, waiting for the ship to reach its destination. Everyone wanted to see the elves for themselves. As the ship approached the shore, a group of apprentices climbed up to the deck. It was a beautiful sunny afternoon and waves crashed onto the beach as two slender figures approached from the forest in the distance. "This is the Yala continent? How beautiful! They're coming, are those elves? Should we greet them?" No longer being the center of attention left Leaves feeling very annoyed. What's the big deal? So what if they're a bit pretty? No one bothered to acknowledge him, as they all turned their attention downward. Everyone was curious about the long-lived race of legends, the so-called favored species of gods. Even Bor's squad of 3 had edged to the front in an attempt to get a look. In the distance, the two figures boarded the wizard servant's boat, before grabbing the ropes and lightly leaping onto its deck. The pair landed with the grace like falling blossoms, and they wore long silk robes with mysterious instruments carried on their backs. Their clothes and patterns were completely different from what was seen on the human continent. Currently, on Alan, the trend was close-fitting top and bottom garments. Loose garments were usually worn only by the clergy. But the garments the two elves wore were far more elegant and magnificent than that. The wicker suitcases they carried also seemed extremely intricate. In the soft glow of the sun, the two elves revealed their faces hidden under their robes, beautiful and flawless faces. Their delicate features gleamed, almost blindingly, in the light. All of the people present were awestruck into silence, and collectively held their breaths. Even the haughty Leaves' eyes glazed over. The two elves, one male and one female, stood in front of them like angels descended from heaven. They had soft pointy ears and glossy silver hair, which flowed well past their shoulders. Their heavenly beauty and immaculate pale skin made all of the spectators shrink back self-consciously. The charming auras they possessed was something entirely foreign to the Alan continent. Like celestial fairies visiting from the forest, the two elves also examined the wizard apprentices on the deck. They had never encountered humans before. The female elf introduced herself. "Hello, I am Wendy, and this is my older brother Wafter." However, Wendy's introduction was in the Silr language of the elves, so no one was able to understand it. At this time, Leaves blustered forward with a blush and introduced himself. Of course, Wendy looked at him in confusion but was then completely startled when Leaves leaned forward after his introduction to give her the noble courtesy of a kiss on the hand. Wafter was immediately enraged and he pushed Leaves to the ground. All the people there broke out in laughter, as Leaves trembled in rage and embarrassment. At this time, the wizard's servant made an announcement. "If everyone is all right, then please do not loiter on the deck. The weather is pleasant today, so we will be sailing on the surface. Please be careful." As the ship set forth again, the apprentices, who had been shut inside the ship for quite some time, all went to the kitchen and grabbed some food, before heading back to the deck to rest in the sun. Quite a few apprentices tried to get closer to the female elf, Wendy. One of these apprentices was Bor, who was shamelessly using the excuse of wanting to learn the elven language of Salr in order to approach her. On the other hand, a few female apprentices had locked onto Wafter. After all, people always desired beauty. And most of the apprentices on board were quite young, so naturally, they were at that age. After that, the SS Eternity looped around the Yala continent once more, before setting off on the return trip to the Black Forest of the Yalan continent, thus ending the journey. Within the Black Forest, the castle beneath the Wizard Tower was bustling with many ant people and slaves, all of which were busily preparing for a great banquet. In the main hall, the table was covered with food and plates and the fireplace was lit. Although Lemon Kingdom was in the south, it was already late in the winter, so it was very cold. The SS Eternity had docked around an hour ago. Soon, the first batch of apprentices of the Wizard Tower would arrive and partake in the banquet that Lu Jiyu had prepared for them as members of the Wizard Tower and as one of the members of the first 5-year Wizarding Apprentice Plan. At dusk, as evening began setting in, everyone aboard the SS Eternity disembarked on the coast of the Black Forest. For the apprentices that had been picked up first, it had been a long journey of more than a month. After getting off of the ship, everyone was relieved to step on solid ground again. Are we here? Have we finally arrived? Is this the Wizard Tower? Why can't I see anything? After everyone disembarked the ship, they only saw a simple shoreline and a newly constructed dock. On the dock, Sargon was already waiting. Seeing that the ship had finally arrived, he approached immediately. All of the wizard apprentices, look this way and follow me. Following a stone-paved path and a wooden bridge over a river, Sargon led them to a stone door. Everyone followed him into a large cave, which was lit by torches that lined the wall. Each of them felt a sense of mystery within the dimly lit environment. This feeling was intensified by the strange carts that they now saw before them. It looked like a series of connected, horseless carriages. What is this? How does it run without horses? One of the group asked. Boar had a bit of knowledge on the matter, since he was a bit older. This looks like a mining tunnel and a mining cart. But I've never seen one like it. Where does it lead? The Wizard Tower isn't built underground, is it? All the apprentices followed Sargon onto the carts, each with undisguised curiosity. After all of the few dozen apprentices were in the strange-looking carts, Sargon went to the front of the train and pulled a lever. Soon the carts began to move and accelerate on the tracks, before reaching a breakneck speed. Immediately, the wizard apprentices in the carts screamed. The combination of the darkness and the acceleration made them feel like they were floating in a cloud. Sargon lit a lamp, which lit up all the carts and revealing the fact that quite a few apprentices had fallen to the ground in fear, which made everyone laugh heartily. Soon after, everyone got used to the speed, which then became exhilarating rather than terrifying. A few apprentices even stuck their heads out and made strange screams, leading to harsh reprimands from Sargon. The carts progressed relentlessly from the border of the Black Forest toward its core, as it steadily approached the Black Mountain of the Wizard Tower, where Lu Ziyu had been waiting for a long time. When the vehicle arrived at its destination, everyone felt like they had just experienced one of the most thrilling experiences in their lives. Those who had stuck their heads out of the windows found their hair completely blown out of shape by the wind. The apprentices stepped out of the carriages with their luggages. Sargon and a few other workers ushered the group of apprentices up the staircase and towards the castle up ahead. The mechanical wall that acted as the gates opened and everyone walked into the hall of the castle. The castle was brightly lit and elegantly furnished. Luxurious stained glass windows lined the walls and a large drop ceiling embedded with hundreds of crystals hung above everyone. The large taxidermied head of a ferocious animal was hanging over a great hearth and dozens of artistic oil paintings were on display on the wall. Wow! That's a painting by Frant. It's about the Golden King Ahinaton killing the 12th Orc King, the Wolf King Costa. That's a sculpture by Lako. And the works of Master Paland, too. Some of the apprentices who were born into wealthier families were more knowledgeable in the history of art. Immediately upon seeing the things around them, they let out a few shocked breaths. The hall was filled with many priceless artifacts. Even though some apprentices were nobles, they were not the most important or the wealthiest of nobles. Moreover, most apprentices were from families in the middle or lower social classes. No one had ever seen so many expensive and luxurious items on display in the same room. In the middle of the room were 3 long tables full of food. Silverware was already set out, waiting for the guests. Since the apprentices had not eaten anything since noon, their stomachs began to growl. The entire castle was filled with flickering flames and glittering shadows. All the apprentices who had entered the castle looked around them continuously, feeling somewhat dazed. Suddenly, Lu Jiyu walked out through a ring. He had passed the dimensional door and appeared in front of them. Is everyone here? Why are there only so few people? Realizing that only over 40 apprentices were present, Lu Jiyu frowned. This figure was way below his expectation. He had sent out more than 200 letters. But less than a quarter of the recipients chose to respond. It seemed like more people had decided to give up. All the apprentice wizards stared at Lu Jiyu, who was standing in front of them. He looked almost like an elf, and his black hair was tied into a ponytail at the back of his head. He was wearing a long white coat with silver linings. Under the coat, he had a simple white shirt and black pants. On his feet was a pair of white boots. Let me introduce myself, Lu Jiyu said. I am Anthony, the owner of the Wizard Tower and, from tomorrow on, your mentor. I am sure you have a lot of questions, but I am also certain that this place will provide you with sufficient information soon enough. Class starts tomorrow, and you will be living here in the castle, spending the next 5 years of your lives studying with me. He clapped his hands. Well, my dears. Since we're all here already, let's eat. I've prepared this feast specially for you. Please enjoy yourselves all you can. Then, you should have a good sleep. After today, your lives will never be the same again. Lu Jiyu was speaking in Finks, but he used his mind power to project his voice and the meaning of his words to all the apprentices. Even though the orcs and the elves did not understand Finks, they were able to understand the meaning behind Lu Jiyu's words. Therefore, they all looked flabbergasted. Lu Jiyu sat down by the table. Then, all the apprentices sat down along the long table in order. Although 3 tables had been prepared, one was enough to accommodate everyone. Seeing no need for the other 2 tables, Lu Jiyu waved his hand and the other 2 tables disappeared along with all the food on them. It was just like when he suddenly appeared in the room. This action prompted a series of oohs and ahs of shock from the apprentices. To them, power like this was something out of a legend. All the food was carefully prepared by the ant people. The apprentices had never even heard of the ingredients used and the cooking methods. After all, on Alan, salt was already considered as an expensive item, while spices could only be afforded by the richest families. Only wealthy people could eat meat for every single meal. The apprentices had never seen a meal like this. They wolfed down the food laid out for them, almost swallowing down their own tongues. Everyone felt that this meal was something only available in the kingdom of gods. It must have been, since only gods could afford to eat as lavishly as this. After the dinner, Lu Jiyu clapped his hands to gain their attention. Have you all finished? That's great. This will be your first class. For wizards, the most important rule is quid pro quo. You reap what you sow, so without paying anything, you'll get nothing. That dinner you just had is worth 1 gold coin, in the standard of the Lumman Kingdom currency, Malin. The apprentices all gasped. A single gold Malin was enough to support a normal family of 5 for an entire month. Nobody could accept the fact that they had just eaten a meal equivalent to that price. The boat fare is 10 Malins, Lu Jiyu continued. The tuition fee each year is 200. This includes the library materials, your accommodation, food, charges for using the laboratory, and standard experiment facilities. Apart from that, you'll have to pay for everything else. The apprentices all widened their mouths in astonishment. All these fees would add up to over 1,000 Malins. Even a noble family might not have that much money in total, let alone the apprentices present. But, Mr. Anthony, we can't afford that, Bor said, standing up. You do not have to pay me right now, Lu Jiyu said, squinting. You can pay me after you graduate. This is a scam. Leaves said, standing up. It's a usury. How could the things here be so expensive? Even after we graduate, we'll never be able to pay such a debt in our entire lives. You're Leaves Bicto, right? Lu Jiyu said, somewhat stunned. Leaves immediately straightened his body. That's right. I'm from the Bicto family, a noble family. Lu Jiyu nodded. Once you graduate, you will discover that the so-called noblesse, throne, power, and money are all completely unattractive to you, just like the soil on the ground. That's because these are things that you can get by simply moving your fingers. You can't pay the fees? That's fine, too. I will chase this kind of idiot out of the tower. In the future, he will never be allowed to mention the tower or call himself a wizard, because he will only humiliated the word wizard. I'll only using this method to tell you that if you don't pay a price, you'll never get anything. Quid pro quo. Such is the rule of the world, and as a wizard, it'll also be a rule that you shall abide to. Leaves flushed, but he could not refute the magical things he had seen along his journey, the strange wind raven which could speak and easily kill a group of bloodline knights, the life alchemy ship which could cross the vast ocean and kill the children of the sea, the mysterious wizard servants, the train which could travel underground, the extremely luxurious wizard tower, and Lu Zhiyu's supernatural abilities caused him to be both bewildered and speechless. To a person like Lu Zhiyu, the apprentices were like a group of frogs in the well. For the first time in their lives, they discovered that the world was so vast, the sea looked like this, there was another continent and an entire race outside Alan, and there were wizards which could control all kinds of magical powers. After dinner, everyone started chatting among themselves. Under the allocation of the few administrators appointed by Lu Zhiyu, the apprentices found their rooms, their new homes in the castle. Everyone had a single room so that they would not be disturbed during meditation. It would also be more convenient for them to learn and read. Nevertheless, everyone was too excited to fall asleep. The magical and magnificent journey these few days had filled them with enthusiasm. In particular, the dinner they had had just now and the words of Lu Zhiyu kept echoing in their minds. They tossed and turned in their beds, unable to sleep. The next morning, everyone woke up precisely when the tower bell started chiming. The first thing that they did was to change into the grey robes of a wizard apprentice. Then they hurried to the wizard tower on the precipice. White stone steps led to the summit, like a path to heaven. All of the apprentices looked up as they ran toward the tower, and by the time they reached the top, they were all out of breath. The full glory of the tower could only be felt when they stood at its apex. The tower had been built by 1,000 ant people workers, laboring day and night without rest for half a year. It would be impossible to calculate how much labor and time would have been necessary. Should the tower have been built by humans instead. Gradually, the apprentices passed the main hall on the first floor, entering into a room that faced the sun on the second floor. The room was a bit like a small theater, large and comfortable, with seats surrounding a lectern. Each apprentice then settled into their seat. Lu Zhiyu appeared before the lectern and scanned the room of apprentices in front him. He saw that all 46 students had arrived, and were being distributed their textbooks. Each apprentice soon had a stack of heavy textbooks, covering the subjects of language, mathematics, and geometry, as well as the philosophy of being wizards, the magic network, and mind power. Lu Zhiyu stood at the podium. In the future, I will give a lecture to you all once a month. Feel free to raise questions during them. For the rest of the time, you will conduct self-study with these books and carry out your own research. The library on the 5th and 6th floors are open to you, however, the one on the 7th floor is off limits to you unless you obtain permission first. He continued, the 9th floor is a botanical garden, housing both common plants and specially cultivated specimens. The 8th floor contains the beast menagerie, filled with all sorts of animals and magical beasts. I will take you there later for relevant classes. The 10th and 11th floors are laboratories. When you become official wizard apprentices, they will also be open to you. In fact, each person will get their own laboratory. The 2nd to 4th floors are all classrooms, multi-purpose rooms, and conference rooms. Use them freely as you wish. Beware, though, there is absolutely no fooling around allowed anywhere above the 7th floor. Alright, from the 5th floor on, each floor will be guarded by magical beasts. Please wear your apprentice badges at all times, or they will attack you. I will not save you if you get eaten. After all the students took in Lu Zhiyu's introduction, it was time to get to the core of the first lesson. Our first topic explores the definition of being a wizard. Specifically, how does one become a wizard? Lu Zhiyu asked rhetorically. Before continuing the lesson, wizards are seekers of the truths of the world. We do not perform tricks, nor do we seek to learn superpowers. We are the prophets of truth and the seekers of knowledge. Witchcraft is nothing more than the application of our understanding of the world, as well as a byproduct of the manipulation of the world's rules. The all-knowing is the all-powerful. If you understand the weather, then you can control the wind and thunder as you please. If you understand the structure of life, then you can create life. Thus, if you can understand the truths and laws of the world, then you are a god. Lu Jiyu continued, "What are gods? Gods are the all-knowing. What I will teach you is how to step onto the path to become a god. That is what it means to be a wizard." Immediately following these words, Akkad stood up and called out, "Tower Master Anthony, I must disagree. This is blasphemy toward gods." Wendy of the Elves also stood up. "The Lord of the Natural Order will not tolerate your teachings." Lu Jiyu started laughing. "Disagree? Who do you think you are? What do you think gods are? Do you see yourselves as being the followers of gods? Do you think gods need your prayers? To gods, you are nothing. The gods up above do not need veneration from mere ants on the ground. You think the gods would care about whether ants looked at them with respect or rage?" Lu Jiyu continued his lecture. "Your beliefs and prayers to gods are what a beggar's offering of 2 moldy pieces of bread from a trash heap is to a king. To gods, all of you are worth less than a copper coin, because you are nothing in his eyes. The entire Maria's world, you included, is like a mere pebble on the ground to gods. You all are nothing but a bunch of self-deceiving idiots, living in a bubble. A group of liars, touting the name of gods." Lu Jiyu didn't let up as he continued. "To me, you are all trash as well. Your only redeeming quality is your intelligence. Without your intelligence, you are no different from rotten meat on the side of the curb. What do you have? Beauty? A noble background? Endless wealth? No. To me, you have nothing. Your existence only has value based on your knowledge and wisdom." Lu Jiyu's opening speech shocked all of the apprentices to the core of their souls. After listening to the speech that was so filled with vitriol, like the words of the devil himself, the apprentices trembled in fear. Quite a few students wished to rebut Lu Jiyu, yet none of them could muster the strength to stand up to him. Become a god? Not a single man, orc, or elf had dared proclaim this sort of blasphemy. Yet Lu Jiyu had dared to do so. He needed these people to disregard everything and open up the path in front of him. Lu Jiyu was countless steps ahead of them. And with the exceptional advantage brought by the scroll of the world, which was like a cheat code, by the time they became gods, he would have walked even further along the path. Lu Jiyu's first class was about explaining the concept of wizardry to the apprentices, so that they knew what wizards did, how to become one, what mind power and the magic network were, what meditation was, and how to obtain mana by accessing the magic network through meditation. Lu Jiyu talked for an entire morning, then personally handed out a small pamphlet to each student. This is a basic introduction to meditation. Once you are done reading the 3 books Introduction of Being a Wizard, Basic Knowledge on the Magic Network and Mind Power, and Introduction to Geometry, you can try meditating. He instructed, also, all these books are written in Finks. For those who do not speak Finks, the wizard servants will be hosting language lessons tomorrow. You can also go to the library to borrow books on languages. Please learn the language within a month. Every day the servants will host all sorts of classes. They are all electives. You can choose whichever classes you wish to go to, but my classes are mandatory. There will be no absences or tardies. Violators will be heavily punished. If there are multiple violations, the individual will be expelled from the tower." Lu Jiyu concluded his instructions by saying, "If you have any questions, ask me next month." All of those who cannot master basic meditation and connect with the magic network to awaken their mind power within 3 months will be expelled from the tower. After Lu Jiyu finished speaking, he left immediately. All the apprentices present suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Many of the students that did not understand Finks were quite anxious. Individuals like Bohr, who could understand both Finks and Sofok, were quickly surrounded by people looking for their help and guidance. After their lesson, the apprentices were free to do what they wanted. Some went looking for the workers for their class schedule, some decided to spend some time exploring the tower, others took their textbooks back to their rooms and began studying. Bohr decided that he wanted to go to the library on the 5th floor. He was eager to see this world's largest library that Pequot was talking about. The tower's stairs were long and winding, and as he climbed up the stairs, he felt his legs burning. He thought he might actually die on those stairs. By the time he reached the 5th floor, he was panting heavily. However, he didn't have time to collect himself. As soon as he stepped onto the 5th floor, he felt a chill running down his back. Cold sweat dripped off of his forehead, and he felt like he might just collapse onto the ground. In front of him, in the hallway leading to the library, was a giant creature. The monster was lying on the ground, blocking off the hallway. It had the body of a lion and large wings on its back. It had large claws and sharp teeth. Its body was lean and strong, clearly designed so that it could charge with great speed. It was clear that this would be considered an apex predator. He would later find out that it was called a griffin. The griffin glanced at him and stood up. As it approached him, Boar remembered that the tower's owner, Anthony, had told them. Starting from the 5th floor, there will be magical beasts guarding the floors. You all better have your apprentice badges. Otherwise, the beasts will attack you. I won't come save you if they eat you. Boar hurriedly found his badge and held it up. I have a badge. I'm a new apprentice, I'm new. The griffin stood up. Boar was only up to its chin. Feeling the hot breath coming from its nose, Boar felt his legs go weak. But the griffin just circled Boar and then went back. It got onto the ground, closed its eyes, and continued napping. Boar felt like he was about to collapse. Walking with a hand on the wall to support himself, he passed down the long hallway. Finally, he reached a large door at the end of the hall. He pushed the door open and entered the library on the 5th floor. As soon as he saw what was inside the room, his jaw dropped open. Shelves up to 4 levels high reached from the door to the depths. He couldn't see the end. Books filled the entire space of the library. The entire room was filled with the sweet scent of paper and ink. Boar padded across the thick red carpet. Noon sunlight streamed into the library through the large glass windows on the sides of the room. Sunlight bounced off the gleaming wooden shelves, lighting up the entire room. Delicate curtains hung in front of the windows, tugged by the gentle breeze of wind. Boar felt like he was a small human who had accidentally stumbled into a world of giants. In a space full of shelves and knowledge, he felt tiny and insignificant. My God, is this what heaven looks like? Lu Jiyu left the wizard tower after the first lecture and returned to the Dimension Castle to continue his experiments. He didn't care if the wizard apprentices studied hard or not. The ant people and the workers he placed in the tower would be responsible for the apprentices' lives and needs. If they failed their classes after 3 months, they would be tossed into the Black Forest. Lu Jiyu didn't care if they could find their way out or not. He was their teacher, not their parent. He wasn't responsible for taking care of them. He had made several different species of magic beasts according to his ideas, like the wind ravens that could control wind and the ice blue snakes that could control water. Others included the magic wolves that could use air cannons, the earth bears that could control the earth and produce giant earth thorns, and the griffins that could use supersonic booms as their weapon. He also made some other magic beasts that had very peculiar appearances. Some of these magic beasts could control their skin color and turn invisible. Others could change to mimic another organism's appearance. The Sphinx, which could break the molecular bond of compounds by its power of disintegration, was his proudest creation. He had commanded the Sphinx to guard the 12th level of the tower, which was where his chamber was located. Lu Jiyu had created all of these beasts. He kept the magic beasts he liked and released the rest into the forest, allowing them to reproduce as they wished. He gradually figured out the limits of some of these deified creatures. Their cells all came from level 1 mythical creatures like Lu Jiyu and Saken. The powers were limited to the molecular level, and so their development could only involve the molecular level. Lu Jiyu also discovered something very interesting from these beasts and was inspired by it. Originally, he thought the second generation of magic beasts wouldn't be able to inherit the deified cells. He thought they would only inherit their predecessors' special genes and abilities. In reality, that wasn't so. The invasiveness of deified cells were more powerful than he'd imagined. In addition to cells, they invaded the mind too. Starting from the first generation, the second generation of magic beasts would be completely assimilated by the deified cells. In other words, the second generation were the true magic beasts. They were unified with the deified cells. The imprint of the deified cells were completely melded to the beasts' minds. They even swallowed their mind power to grow, therefore, spawns could be passed down because the influence of the deified cells on the lineages was irresistible and inevitable. This imprint would be passed on to the minds of the next generation through the genes. The bloodline might be thinned out, but it wouldn't go extinct. As long as atavism occurred and the deified cells were awakened, the beasts would be able to relearn the abilities. Scary. So terrifyingly powerful. These deified cells had only sprouted from an odd idea, but the more one thought about them, the more frightened and impressed one would feel. Did he really develop this? He was also very interested by the combination of mind and deified cells. He wanted to create a different method of leveling up for the wizards. Wizards practiced mind powers, which Lu Jiu divided into 3 stages. The first stage required a mind power of 7 SFU in minimum, with which a person can be officially referred as a wizard. When they reached this step, they could be let outside the tower. They would be able to use some tricks. With the help of certain materials, they could use their mind power to cast low-level spells or modify their bodies. At this level, regular lives were nothing to them. Even bloodline knights wouldn't be able to resist them. Those with mind power measures of under 7 SFU were wizard apprentices. Wizards with mind power measures of 7 to 129 SFU could be divided into 3 levels. Level 1 to Level 3 wizards would have big differences in the strength of their mind power and precision of manipulation. But their essence would be unchanged. Level 4 was the start of the second stage. These wizards had over 129 SFU of mind power. They could enhance their minds and create their own witchcraft space. Lu Jiu called this the mind dimension and spiritual dimension before. Here, they would be free from the limits of ordinary beings. They could change their body structure, wipe away the marks of other deified creatures, and inherit supernatural abilities. Lu Jiu was currently in level 6, level 7 would be the third stage. Wizards at this level would have deified their entire body. Lu Jiu called them mythical wizards. They were already supernatural beings and, in layman terms, had immortal bodies. They would have their own mythical creature template. However, these wizards didn't have Lu Jiu's mental talent of information transmission. They could only choose from the mythical creature templates Lu Jiu had created or modify a mutant to inherit. They didn't have the ability to create their own. Other than the wizard system route, Lu Jiu felt that he could create a leveling system for the spawns based on their blood inheritances. Instead of developing mind power, they would discover the power within their blood, which would then allow them to eventually take on the power of their mythical creature ancestors via atavism. For the days after that, other than occasionally giving lessons to the apprentices of the wizard tower, Lu Jiu dedicated all of his time to this research. Following this train of thought, Lu Jiu created a mythical creature template that incorporated many complex special abilities. This template was completely different from incomplete existences, like Saken, which only had simple abilities and many weaknesses to exploit. However, Lu Jiu did not have the strong souls and deified cells that were needed to create true mythical creatures again, so he could only disassemble this mythical creature template into groups depending on their abilities. Their consciousness was identical to deified cells, so they could become a specialized organ. Through this organ, it was possible to access the source form from the magic network, and then strengthen the body in order to conduct continuous atavistic evolution. Through every evolution, it would be possible for these monster races to acquire the special abilities of mythical ancestor templates with their blood inheritance. They would become stronger until eventually becoming mythical creatures themselves. Lu Jiu named this race the Dragon Raja. As for the combination of their consciousness and deified cells, he called the Dragonglass. Lu Jiu's creation of the Dragon Raja was just a test. If it was successful, Lu Jiu would be able to complete another one of his projects. It would exponentially increase Lu Jiu's own abilities. Every one of Lu Jiu's experiments could benefit himself. He never carried out experiments just for the sake of experimenting. 3 months later, Lu Jiu stood before the class again. He watched all of the apprentices, while both of his hands rested on the lectern. Honestly, I'm very disappointed. All of you passed the meditation exam. I thought I would be able to kick a few of you out, to weed out a few weaklings. Honestly, was 3 months too much time? Everyone beneath the stage started laughing. Living beings had strong cravings for power and evolution. The individuals Lu Jiyu had chosen all had excellent potential and superior intellects. Naturally, the higher the intellect of a being, the better their self-control and the harder they would work. Therefore, as long as they didn't slack off, passing the meditation exam within 3 months wasn't hard at all. However, most of the apprentices had only just awakened their mind power. Only 3 or 4 apprentices had reached 2 SFU of mind power, and only Bor alone had reached the 3 SFU. Bor had attracted Lu Jiyu's attention from the beginning. Lu Jiyu thought that Bor was very similar to him in regards to way of thinking and thirst for knowledge. The apprentices couldn't extract source directly from the zero-dimensional space and 60% were lost from the magic network. So with their current rate, other than people like Bor, most would need at least 100 years of continuous meditation to become a level 4 wizard. In order to do so, they also had to awaken meditation space, change the nature of their mind power and awaken their brain cells. Both were trials of death, which only offered extremely low chances of success. Even by transplanting the cells of mythical creatures, their lifespans would be very limited. Without becoming a true mythical creature, it was impossible to live beyond 1,000 years. Without supernatural intelligence and abilities, Lu Jiyu thought it'd be impossible for them to become mythical wizards, and those with poor potential? Becoming a level 1 or 2 wizard, who mastered a bit of low-level witchcraft, wouldn't be too bad. After all, there's nothing wrong with only being a wizard apprentice. With a bit of knowledge and some crude witchcraft, the least they could get was a wealthy lifestyle. Most of the people had weak senses of their consciousness, so they couldn't even feel the magic network. Lu Jiyu scanned all of the apprentices, feeling that it would be a miracle if there were even 1 or 2 geniuses within this batch that satisfied his requirements. It seemed that civilization did need the accumulation of a large number of experiences in order to advance. This group probably could only pave the path for future generations. The apprentices below were chatting excitedly. After awakening their mind power, they felt as if they were now different from ordinary people. Though their mind power wasn't strong enough to materialize yet, it was strong enough to affect their own bodies, and to observe the interiors of their bodies. Silence. Today I will teach the first technique in witchcraft. The body modification technique. Lu Jiyu announced. This technique is for modifying your body into the most perfect state. For example, each and every one of you may have a few, or many, health issues. Perhaps you aren't happy with a part of your body, or maybe you're too short or too fat, or you have no muscle or are inflexible. You can fix all of those things with self-modification and even prevent more illnesses. If you get sick or injured, you can heal yourself, and you will be able to live to the limits of a normal lifespan, well past 100 years. When Lu Jiyu concluded his speech, he realized that his entire audience was holding in their breaths in anticipation. To these young wizard apprentices, this technique seemed godly beyond their wildest dreams. Just like how Lu Jiyu had felt at the beginning, it seemed to open the door to a new world for them. Lu Jiyu saw that all of their faces were a bit flushed in disbelief. They could hardly believe that this sort of ability was only a basic, low-level technique of witchcraft. Lu Jiyu laughed. Though it is a basic technique, it has endless potential. I don't want you to follow my instructions to the dot, but rather to express your own will and creativity in order to further develop its uses and applications. Apply all of the knowledge that you've learned to create new spells. That is what a true wizard is. A Boer person from the orc race named Uruk stood up. Mr. Anthony, does this mean I could lose weight to become a warrior? Lu Jiyu nodded. Of course. You can easily modify yourself into a strong warrior. Catherine immediately asked, does this mean that I can make myself prettier? I think my legs are fat. Lu Jiyu laughed. I think you look fine, but if you want to, you can modify yourself however you wish. I wouldn't recommend a big modification at the start. First, you must completely understand the essentials that I'll tell you and grasp this spell. Otherwise, if you fail at modification, the consequences can be extremely severe. Every spell carries its own risks. Even for the simplest techniques, if there is not a complete mastery, you will have to bear the brunt of your failure. Bor followed up with a question. Mr. Anthony, you said we would be able to heal our own diseases. Does that mean I would be able to heal the diseases of others too? I have recently begun observing the physical processes of my own body, working to gain a better understanding my organs in order to find the causes of diseases, as well as their treatment methods. Lu Jiyu looked Bohr directly in the eye. Compared to the other questions, Bohr's question was much deeper, reaching to the core of the topic. Yes, Bohr, a brilliant question. That is the essence of the body modification technique, which is what you all will be developing. What I just stated was the basics of body modification. If you have enough knowledge and mind power, you will be able to modify your body as you wish. Disease occurs when problems arise in the body. As long as you can find the cause, it can be healed. When your mind power reaches 7 SFU, you will become a full-fledged wizard. Then, you can heal the diseases of others, and even modify their bodies, too. Leaves stood up, unwilling to be bested by anyone. He tried to attract Lu Jiyu's attention. Instructor, you said that we can become stronger than warriors. Does that mean we can also awaken our bloodline talent? Lu Jiyu nodded. Yes, you can easily become bloodline knights if you wish. Leaves continued, then, since we are altering our bodies, can we observe the abilities of other blood knights and then imitate them onto ourselves, or even modify and enhance those powers? Lu Jiyu chuckled. Of course. I see there are a couple of smart ones in this group. Body modification is only the very basics. I wish for you all to see it as a fundamental skill, and use it to create many varieties of modification techniques. Or even more advanced modification techniques. Leaves proudly saluted Lu Jiyu before returning to his seat. Lu Jiyu continued speaking. Other than that, if you create a new witchcraft technique, you can go to the Library Management Center to exchange it for points. Points can be exchanged on the 7th floor of the library for special witchcraft techniques, equipment, raw materials, laboratory time, magical beast blood, beast cubs, and more. All exchanged techniques and knowledge are exclusive to the Wizard Tower. You cannot pass those techniques down to outsiders. However, your own techniques and information systems can be shared with others. Lu Jiyu pulled out an anatomical model, depicting both genders, and hung it on the wall. He then began explaining the principles behind the body modification technique, as well as its methods of usage. Lu Jiyu placed the dinosaur egg on the shelf and researched the origins of the egg. It was from a small carnivorous dinosaur called Sinosauropteryx. Lu Jiyu took the dinosaur genes from the egg, then combined the dinosaur genes with bird and insect genes. This way, he created a template for Titan dragons. The bodies of the Titan dragons were created based on aerodynamics theories and a bird's body structure. Lu Jiyu used a sleeker model, giving the dragons a beautiful form. Paired with the shiny scales, they had the feeling of a fantastical epic. On top of this foundation, Lu Jiyu also fused the deified cells of a mythical creature called the ancient dragon god with an ovum to eventually produce the dragon egg. From the very moment the dragon egg's consciousness developed, he combined the deified cells and the consciousness of the Titan dragon. The complete Titan dragon template and the imprint containing memory inheritance were all flooded into the consciousness of this tiny fetus. Lu Jiyu could feel the mind immediately become active. Despite not being born yet, it already had all the memories and traits it would inherit from the Titan dragon. According to Lu Jiyu's design, they were an ancient race of dragons from the astral world and had their own language. Even the newborn dragons would be able to use spells of the dragon language, because a real ancient dragon god's template was way too powerful. Lu Jiyu decided that he would divide the Titan dragons into 5 subspecies, each of which would have a different color and a different power. Other than the slight difference in their appearances, there would also be clear differences in abilities. Lu Jiyu had also modified their throats so they could digest food and spit out fire. The different subspecies would have different personalities and mental capacities as well. Lu Jiyu also added in the greediness and affection of treasures of the dragons into the genetic level. The white dragons could control ice and water vapor. As these dragons evolved, they could even control air and the atmosphere. The red dragons could control fire, green dragons could control wind, black dragons could control water, and blue dragons that lived in the deserts and could control the earth and sand. All these dragons were real sapient creatures with high intelligence. Because of the differences in the dragons' living environments, Lu Jiyu wasn't planning on placing them in specific locations. Instead, he used the dimensional gate to send them out. Of course, he would place them far away from where people were located, such as the unnamed and uninhabited islands in the middle of the ocean, the vast, empty deserts on the continent of Alan, and the deep, dark forests on the continent of Yala. He spent a few more months observing these dragons and collecting stats relating to them. He verified that he had not made a mistake in creating deity this way and was satisfied. All the deities and magical beasts he had created before had supernatural power as well, but they didn't have room for growth. All of them were very powerful when they were born, and they would remain that way. Their strength was set in stone when they were born, and they could never increase it. Lu Jiyu combined the dragon's cells with the imprints of deified cells and then placed imprint the inheritance into the deified cell. This way, he made sure that these dragons could continuously grow stronger and form an evolution system for the deities. The shells of the dragon eggs were all very strong, almost as strong as metal. But when the dragons were ready to be born, the eggs would secrete a special fluid that would soften the eggshells, allowing the baby dragons to be born. After they were born, the dragon babies would consume the shells. The special components in those shells would help the newborn dragons grow their scales. After some more experiments, Lu Jiyu scattered the eggs throughout the world and only kept a red dragon for himself. Most of these dragons were very developed in the eggs already. Soon, these dragons would hatch and become the first generation of Titan dragons in Maria's world. The Lumman Kingdom's Rosadaro family was the first marine family 100 years ago and were among the first to gain riches from sea trade. Back then, they were a top family in Lumman Kingdom that had countless riches and fleets. Their control over the sea routes especially helped the eighth head of the Rosadaro family, George Elvis, become the king's master of coins. Back then, during their richest times, it was rumored that the Rosadaro family was rich enough to buy the entire kingdom if they wanted to. However, the family started going downhill ever since the time of George Elvis. 30 years previous, the brother of the head of the family, Shrode Elvis, was killed by the children of the sea during one of his expeditions, and the ships disappeared. Another fleet also went missing. This was a great hit to the family. They lost a dozen ships and goods, as well as sailors who'd been loyal for decades. The family lost their sea routes as more children of the sea began to appear. The family's entire trade coalition was built on sea trade, and it fell apart due to this. Their old enemies also resurfaced and kept attacking them. Because of this, they not only lost a vast amount of wealth, they also lost the master of coins position they'd gained over the years. In less than 30 years, the prosperous family had gone from able to buy the country to being too insignificant to speak of. The Earl of Elvis had become a mere baron. The lord of a huge territory became the overseers of a few small border villages. 2 of the fishing villages couldn't even afford to pay taxes. The large family dwindled down to not even 24 members, and its heirs had lost their pride as they fought over a position with meager income. They'd completely forgotten about their past glory. The last remaining members of the family were all gathered in a broken castle, discussing who the family seat should go to. The baron's wife stood on a podium and announced loudly, "The person that can conquer the ocean will become the patriarch." What does that mean? What constitutes conquering the ocean? Go into the sea and kill a sea monster. Bring its corpse back, the baroness read from the will. That is his last wish. Anyone who can accomplish it will be the next baron. The castle instantly fell into uproar. One of the heirs went forward. Was father mad? It's impossible. We have no ships, we only have small fishing boats. We have no sailors, we only have fishermen. We have no powerful bloodline night guards either. There is no way we can kill a monster. That is impossible. Does he think we're the Rosadaro family from before? They all discussed animatedly. The entire family seemed to believe the late Baron was mad. He'd always fantasized about their previous glory. The Elvis family had risen because of the sea and then fallen due to the sea monsters. The Baron wanted the family to recover its name, so he made this crazy will to find someone who could help the family get back on its feet again. But to the current family, it wasn't possible. It was only to kill one sea monster instead of the supernatural children of the sea, but it wasn't something a regular man could do. They would at least need a powerful fleet, powerful weapons, and strong bloodline knights to accomplish it. Suddenly, a young man wearing armor burst into the room. He hurried over to the Baroness and took off his helmet. It was the third son of the late Baron who'd gone to the army. He'd rushed back after learning of his father's death. I, Rooney Elvis, he announced loudly, am willing to complete father's quest. After Rooney Elvis accepted his father's dying will, he officially joined the inheritance battle to become the Baron. He brought a few servants and sailors, then boarded a small sailboat, launching out to sea in search of sea monsters, bring the crossbows, harpoons, longswords and other weapons. Check the sails, ropes, food and weapons. We must be prepared for everything. You'll be the navigator, Rooney was yelling orders on the deck. The skies were pitch black as if the gods were looking down at his clan with disdain. Everyone thought that Rooney was courting death like an idiot. No one thought that he would return alive. It started to drizzle. It had been sunny but suddenly changed right before Rooney's departure. All the crewmen cried, "This is a warning from gods. We cannot go to sea. If we go to sea at this time, we definitely will not return." Rooney just looked at the sky and then glanced at his navigator, Depp. "Depp, do you think we can go to sea today?" Depp looked up at the sky and thought about the weather of the previous few days. This rain should only be temporary. It will pass quickly. It's not the windy season and the condition at sea isn't bad, but this sign is rather foreboding. Rooney patted Depp's shoulder. "There is no sign. Everything is fine, trust me." Rooney stood on a platform on the deck as he looked down at all of the crewmen. "Lil Jack, Rode, Johan and Depp. You all were in the army together with me. We fought together in the battlefield. We climbed our way up from the bottom. Now, we have become members of the Royal Guard. I have even become a bloodline knight. We are exceptional talents among millions, so I believe that this time, like countless others, we will come out victorious." Rooney continued, animated, "From here, we will spread the insignia of the Rosa d'Aro throughout the Lumman Kingdom. My friends, you shall accompany me to stand above men as true nobles. I, Rooney Elvis, swear to God that I will not forget you all if I ever achieve success." Rooney's words inspired all of the people before him. Depp immediately yelled out, "That's right. We will definitely achieve victory. Rooney will become Baron Elvis." Rooney lifted an eyebrow. "No, I won't stop at becoming just a baron." The rain stopped then and the clouds parted to reveal the sun. The rays of dawn hit the deck, blinding everyone. Rooney stood aboard the deck as if he were being blessed by the heavens. Rooney embraced the sunshine and knelt to the ground, kissing the deck. "May your blessings descend on us. Now, raise the sails, we're going to sea." The sails were raised and the anchor was pulled up. Slowly, the sailboat started moving with the wind toward the direction of the rising sun. The boat sailed for nearly a week. Rooney and the others used nautical maps, searching for locations where sea monsters could appear, but they didn't encounter any. This sort of thing was like a cruel joke from the goddess of fortune. Those who carefully avoided the unsafe areas to avoid all the sea monsters and children of the sea would definitely encounter them, but now, on this journey, when Rooney had come to search for them so conspicuously, there wasn't a single one to be found. After floating on the sea for over a week, there were still no rewards for their efforts. Rooney's crew was running low on food and water. If they couldn't find a target, they could only go back empty-handed and become laughingstocks. On the 11th day, they wandered into an area on the map where a huge leech was said to be active. This sort of sea monster was relatively easy to deal with. Though it was large, its intelligence was low, and its attacking pattern was simple. As long as you were careful to drag it onto the boat, it was possible to tire it to death. That was the plan of Rooney's crew, but in order to accomplish that, they had to encounter the giant leech just as it surfaced, which required a bit of luck. That afternoon, Rooney and company were on the deck observing the surface of the seas, looking for traces of the giant leech and scattering bait into the seas. Yet, all that they attracted were normal sea creatures like fish and shrimp. Johan climbed onto the mast to look into the distance. Suddenly, he saw that the water below the boat had drastically changed colors. It seemed to have darkened instantly. Johan looked down and saw a huge shadow, several times larger than the sailboat, which then disappeared instantly. The pipe Johan was smoking fell into the sea, leaving faint ripples. Johan's complexion changed. As the experience settled upon him, a chill went through his body, freezing up his back. He yelled with a shrill scream, terrified, "Monster, monster!" Instantly, all the crewmen, who were scattered over the deck, looked at Johann. Suddenly, a huge impact battered the body of the ship. The force of the hit tilted the ship violently, causing all of the crew members to tumble on the deck from the impact. Boom, a huge tail appeared with the sound, which created a massive wave. The seawater was flipped into the air, as water droplets drenched all the crew members that were on deck. The giant tail made a heavy sweep over the deck, causing heavy damage to the area. All of those people present saw the giant tail, which looked like God's whip. Each scale was as big as a grindstone. "Sea monster, it's a sea monster." "Oh God, what is this?" "Monster, monster." The crew lost all composure, as they began blabbering strange chants that even they themselves couldn't understand. "Quick, grab your weapons and prepare for battle." Rooney recovered the fastest. He was the first one to crawl back up again and yelled at his crew to get back into proper stances. Fear filled all their souls. When faced with a real sea monster, they finally understood what they were dealing with now. This was a monster, a natural disaster. Humans were hopeless and weak before it. Rooney wrestled with everyone until his crew snapped out of it and stood up to carry out their battle plan. "Rode, Lil Jack, you two man the crossbows. Depp, you're in charge of the harpoon. Aim at its eyes and mouth, toward its vitals. Johann, you steer the boat to avoid its attacks." The crew immediately moved into action. The crossbow they had brought was similar to a ballista. Rooney climbed upon the mast, looking down for the monster's location. Rooney was agitated, his face flushed red and his breathing hastened. "Where is it? Come on out, darling. Where are you?" Before he could finish his words, a shadow appeared in the water in front of the ship. A large head covered in silver scales appeared in front of them. Its head was as wide as the ship. The monster had a mouth full of sharp fangs and large, ferocious eyes that stared at the ship, ready to devour it. Its pupils stared straight at the people on the ship. The monster's head alone was taller than the ship. It looked down on the ship as if it were a toy. This was a sea eel that had inherited Sakin's blood. One blow from it was more than enough to send them to their graves. My God? This is a sea monster? Johann was completely frozen, as if he was seeing a creature of the legends appear before him. Rooney's expression changed. He was not inexperienced. The Rosadaro family had the most knowledge about sea monsters and children of the sea. He recognized the creature immediately. "No, it is not a sea monster. This is a child of the sea. It is true. This is a child of the sea." Rooney's face was contorted. He did not realize that his voice had become raspy and distorted. He had become a little insane due to despair. Rooney had never expected to run into a real child of the sea on this trip. Looking at the ferocious beast of the legends, the fabled child of the sea, and its giant pupils, no one had the courage to fight back. Rooney felt a surge of anger well up in his chest. He did not want to die here. He was determined that even the child of the sea would not be able to kill him that easily. Roar! The giant sea eel opened its mouth and let out a loud roar, spraying droplets of spit and seawater onto the bodies of everyone on the ship as well as the deck. Lil Jack's legs buckled and fell onto the ground. He could not stand up, his eyes losing their focus. The giant eel wrapped its tail around the ship, wanting to pull it down into the sea. At this moment, Rode let out a loud bellow. He adjusted the aim of the crossbow and shot toward the giant eel. The arrow pierced through the air. At such a close distance, the arrow crashed onto the scale of the giant eel with huge force. Clanks! Following the tremendous impact, the eel tilted its head. One of the scales on its side was sent flying along with some flesh. Such a strong strike would be able to pierce through even a heavily armored soldier on the battlefield. But it was only able to knock off one piece of the giant eel's scale. Everyone was shocked. Even Rode, who had launched the attack, was shocked. Unfortunately, the attack had completely angered the creature. It swung its head around and crashed down toward the ship. Faced with such a situation, Rode shot an indecipherable gaze toward the dazed Rooney, who had turned to look at him. My God! Rooney watched as Rode got devoured by the giant eel in a gulp. The tremendous force of the giant eel even sent a few sailors overboard. Rooney, who was standing on the mast, also suffered a direct attack. The impact caused him to spit out blood. The entire deck was flipped over, revealing the cabin beneath. The eel seemed intent upon dragging the ship down with it. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Rooney could only feel despair, without any hopes of winning. He did not see any possibility of him living. Despair gave rise to fury. Rooney got up with difficulty. As he recalled Rhodes' death, he immediately grabbed the spear and shield he had prepared earlier and charged toward the child of the sea. It was as if he was a lone warrior fighting an army. Come, I, Rooney Elvis, shall me be the first person to slay God. Rooney charged to the front of the giant eel and activated his bloodline power of monstrous strength. He saw his body expand, as if he was being pumped with blood. His muscles became stronger and his blood felt like it was boiling. Rooney planned his attack. He wanted to jump onto the creature's head from and stab its eye. The eel was trying its best to drown the ship, seawater slowly infiltrating the ship. It did not seem to notice Rooney. Rooney was elated, as if he had an opportunity. He quickened his steps, jump-stepping on a gill under the eel's head and jumping upward. Die, monster! But the eel seemed to have predicted this move. It immediately turned its head, its eyes mocking Rooney. The electric currents within its mouth. Rooney looked at the giant mouth. It looked like a black hole that could devour anything. Rooney shouted in despair, "No!" The currents struck Rooney. Rooney felt as though he had descended into darkness. He turned into a rather fragrant piece of roasted meat and fell into the creature's mouth. Lil Jack, Depp, and Johan, who were grabbing on a driftwood at sea, looked helplessly at Rooney being devoured. As if the monster was swallowing a piece of candy, child of the sea. The giant eel let out a satisfied roar. The sun was shining on the sea, the waves reflecting its light. The beautiful weather and scene felt like hell to them. Suddenly, light appeared in the sky. The light dragged with it a tail of flames, its speed incredible. It was Johan who first noticed this. What is that? The comet flew across the sky, rapidly approaching the area. The eel seemed to have realized something was amiss. It immediately turned around, but it was too late. The immense power and powerful blast of air crashed onto the body of the giant eel. In that instant, half of the giant eel's head had disappeared. The heat wave had evaporated the ocean and its flesh. The world seemed to have been covered by a layer of fog. Sometime later, they saw a giant corpse floating on the water. Its head had been pierced through. The giant eel couldn't have been more dead. The child of the sea is dead? Johan and Lil Jack felt that whatever happened today was a miracle that no one in Maria's world had ever witnessed. Depp immediately shouted, "Rooney's still inside its stomach. We should hurry over and get Rooney out." Even though the deck and the first level of the ship had suffered massive damage and the mast was also broken, the main body of the ship was still intact. It had not sunk into the sea. The sailors used ropes and tied the eel to the back of the ship. Lil Jack steeled himself and climbed into the mouth of the eel. He managed to drag Rooney out. Rhodes had been chewed into several pieces, his form no longer human. They placed Rooney on the deck. Johan inspected him and sighed, shaking his head. The visions of the three turned dark. But at this moment, Lil Jack saw Rooney's skin on his hands regenerating. His body then started to transform. At first, his hair started to drop incessantly, then bright blue hair started to regrow on his head. His body also became more lean and muscular. Cough, cough. Cough. Suddenly, Rooney's eyes snapped open and he jumped up. The others stared at him, shocked and confused. They couldn't understand how he was still alive, nor could they understand the intense transformation of his body. Thinking back to the scene of the death of the child of the sea, everyone thought as though Rooney had been possessed by gods. It was as if there was a layer of golden light enveloping Rooney. Rooney was very confused. Why am I not dead? Where's the monster? Johan pointed at the gigantic corpse floating on the sea. After recounting what had just happened, everyone thought that it was unbelievable, as if God had protected them. They couldn't believe that they had made it out alive. Rooney pressed his hand on the deck, only to discover that it was starting to freeze. The ice was spreading on the soaked deck, having already stretched over several meters. What's happening? Rooney and his crew were scared out of their wits. Rooney fell back 2 steps, then touched the mast, only to see it start freezing. Rooney seemed to have an epiphany, which prompted him to try something. He realized that he could control this mystical power, just like the legendary children of the sea. He had gained a supernatural ability. Lil Jack immediately said, "This must be a power given by gods. It's the god of the sea, a power granted by the god of the sea. This is the true power of God." All of them looked at Rooney with excitement. Depp said with a shaking voice, "Maybe you are the real child of the sea. All of this was the guidance of God. Rooney, you are truly a man chosen by God." Rooney was excited beyond belief as he looked at the other 3. Depp, Johan, and Lil Jack, as well as Rode, who we will always remember. "You all have taken the risk and journeyed out to sea with me, and you have also saved my life. I swear that I, Rooney Elvis, will share all of my glory with you." The 3 of them fell to the ground, kneeling as they also pledged to Rooney, "These humble servants pledge our loyalties, without regard for our lives or deaths, to our liege and master, Rooney Elvis. We will fight for your honor, unto our deaths." At this exact moment, a huge black egg floated out to the surface of the sea. It was about the size of a bucket. Johan pointed to it and said, "It's that thing. It just fell out of the sky and killed the child of the sea." Depp also spoke with reverence, "This fell from the sky. This must be a star from the sky, a genuine treasure." They immediately moved to scoop up the object in order to observe it more closely. But they were unable to discern its identity. Rooney could sense that it was something extraordinary, so he carefully stowed it away. After fixing the mast and the sails, they steered the ship that could break at any time on their journey back. At the time, Lu Jiyu sat within the dimensional castle, looked at those people, dumbfounded. Damn, what the heck? These guys should be the main characters. Did they activate some sort of hero template? Lu Jiyu had just randomly dropped a dragon egg through the portal. Before hatching, the dragon egg's hardness was incredible. As such, the egg would be fine, even if it was to be thrown from a great height. But Lu Jiyu hadn't anticipated that, at this very moment, there would be a few humans battling a descendant of Sakan. Or, that this black dragon's egg that he had tossed would coincidentally kill that descendant of Sakan, while there was a person still alive within its stomach. Neither did he surmise that that person would have a chance to touch the deified cell organ within the descendant of Sakan. To sum up the exact scene, the deified cells within the electric organ of this giant eel had lost their master after the death of the descendant of Sakan. In normal cases, the deified cells would have died shortly after the death of the main body, due to the loss of their source of energy. Yet, in this case, there was a person present who had coincidentally touched the deified cell organ. Since the natures of the deified cells were quite ravenous, they must have immediately merged with his body, thus saving the person who was on the verge of death, and granting him a supernatural ability. Although this descendant of Sakan had a very diluted bloodline, with pitifully few deified cells, it was still a real supernatural monster. After this guy survived, he also picked up the black dragon egg that Lu Jiyu threw. One had to wonder what sort of devil's luck such a person must have. It was completely unreal. This series of events made Lu Jiyu drop his jaw in complete shock. Normally, the success rate of becoming a spawn of a mythical creature was minuscule at best. Lu Jiyu had tried countless times, with both amazing experimental conditions and the dream space, in order to dull the resistance of the other creature. Only then could he create the spawns of mythical creatures and magical beasts. Even so, the failures of these attempts were numerous. And yet, here was this guy, who had become a spawn of a mythical creature by sheer luck, without any manipulations on the success rate. He had succeeded just like that, as the dragon eggs spread across the seas, islands, and continents of Maria's world. Like comets, the Titan dragon race began to appear in Maria's world. Lu Jiyu could feel the flow of time, which had been slowing down gradually, begin decelerating to only a bit more than 1,000 times the pace of the time outside. The entire Maria's world began formally incorporating supernatural abilities into its structure. The laws of the world were gradually becoming more nuanced and complete, like a true supernatural world. With this deceleration of time, a day on Earth became equal to around 3 years in Maria's world. Lu Jiyu had completed his experiment with brilliant results. Now, other than wizards, Maria's world also had another supernatural system that was closely tied to himself. with the successful creation of the Titan dragons, Lu Jiyu immediately began planning the creation of his supernatural system of the spawn of deities. This was essential for furthering Lu Jiyu's future plans. Rooney and his crew returned to the Elvis territory on the battered ship, with the giant eel in tow. They shocked the entire Elvis clan. But what shocked the Elvis clan even more was that Rooney now had the bloodline of God and had become a true deity. Currently, the only deity on the entire Allen continent was the Saintess of the Church of Light, which controlled over half of the human countries. She was the representative of God to mankind, the symbol that proved gods exist. The status of the Church of Light could even be said to extend beyond religion. The god of the sea was not recognized on the Allen continent, having only a few followers among the fishermen and sailors. It had no church of its own and was reviled by the Church of Light as being an evil god. But Rooney was still a real deity, a person that wielded the power of God. The Elvis family saw that through Rooney, a hope that the Rosa Dior family would rise to power again. They even saw the possibility of surpassing the achievements of the 8th clan leader, George Elvis. Rooney Elvis naturally became the 13th clan leader of the Elvis clan, before taking over its territories. At the same time, the news of Rooney Elvis's killing the Child of Sea spread throughout the entire Lemon Kingdom. All the wandering poets started singing odes about Rooney Elvis's adventure, solidifying his status as a legendary hero who killed a deity with a mortal body. This sort of achievement was beyond belief, especially in the Lemon Kingdom, which had many sailors, as well as a highly developed maritime trade industry. Everyone was talking about Rooney Elvis in the bars, on the seas, everywhere. As the first deity slaying human and the conquestor of the seas, the entire human world, as well as even many orc nations, all learned of his name. His adventures were even recorded within the historical annals, and just like the goddess of light's kin, Rooney Elvis became known as Godkin Rooney, and received an initiation ceremony from the Church of Light. Rooney also gave the body of the Child of Sea to the King of Lummen, who mounted the skeleton within the plaza of his palace. Hundreds of people gathered to watch when the giant eel was transported to the capital of Lummen. All of them saw the giant sea monster, feeling terrified. Though it was already dead, its massive body still inspired awe and fear. Furthermore, this was one among the Child of the Sea from the legends, each of which possessed the power of God. While feeling fear towards the Child of the Sea, their admiration for Rooney, who had killed the monster, grew exponentially. Riding on this trend, the reputation of the Lummen Kingdom also skyrocketed. Due to his contributions, the King of Lummen gave Rooney the title of Viscount. In the 7th year of the Sand Calendar, Rooney Elvis used his newly found power, which allowed him to control some of the monsters in the sea, to build a powerful merchant fleet. He then allied with many merchants and nobles and quickly accumulated a huge amount of wealth through sea trade. A year later, the Elvis family brought a dukedom and a large piece of contested land through the tribute of large amount of wealth to the Lummen Kingdom's monarch. Then Rooney Elvis personally led forth an army and conquered this territory and became a true duke. Another year later, the king of Lummen Kingdom passed away to an illness. Immediately after he passed, the oldest prince and the third prince began fighting for the throne. Rooney led the military in support of the third prince and fought all the way to the capital of Lummen Kingdom. The city wall of Lummen Kingdom's capital was very old and sturdy. During this time, there were few ways to attack a city. Trebuchets and wall-scaling ladders were set up and they attacked for a number of months, resulting in countless casualties, but the wall remained standing. Furthermore, the inside of the city had plentiful food and sources of water, enough to hold a siege for a few years. If the present situation persisted, the eldest prince might be forced into sacrificing a great deal to make an alliance with the Church of Light, the Mara Kingdom, and many other small countries. At that time, the one to die would be the third prince and Rooney. Before the other armies could arrive, however, Rooney appeared, flying over the capital on a black dragon. The dragon was still young and relatively small, but it was large enough to carry Rooney. And, even though the dragon hadn't awakened its powers yet, it was still able to breathe fire. With the dragon, Rooney easily broke through the wall. This was the first time that any dragon had ever appeared in the world, and it left an indelible mark in human history with its powerful posture and supernatural abilities. When humans talked about this creature in the future, they were enveloped by darkness and fear. Each of the black dragon's breaths could burn an entire squadron of people, leaving them screaming in agony. The dragon charged into the soldiers and easily tore open a path, and with the addition of Rooney's supernatural abilities and reinforced body, they were like heroic figures of legend. completely unstoppable. They opened the city gate, charged in, and killed the eldest prince. However, at the feast that night, the third prince attempted to poison Rooney, as he was afraid of Rooney's power, but Rooney saw through his plan and in his anger, Rooney killed the third prince at the feast. The entire city descended into chaos. Leading the military, Rooney took the opportunity and occupied Lummon's capital city. In the same year, Rooney Elvis quelled the rebellions in Lummon Kingdom and made a deal with the church, promising them more benefits as well as the conditions the church previously agreed with Lummon Kingdom in exchange for becoming the new king of the kingdom. Rooney then renamed the Lummon Kingdom to the Kingdom of Rosadaro, and he became officially known as Rooney I. From herein, Rooney had an extra title, Dragon Rider. The story of how the Elvis family had risen from being a small noble family to the ruling monarch family spread like wildfire, soon becoming legend. Rooney established the Kingdom of Rosadaro and left his fair share of legends, as well. His fight with the sea monster, the origin of his dragon, and all the stories about him were enough to write a serialized novel. In his life, Rooney became like a hero of legends, recorded in the annals of history. Lu Jiu was very excited, because he had finally deified all of his cells. All of the cells in his body were within his control and had become one with his mind power, consciousness, and will. Lu Jiu could feel that he could change his appearance at will. However, because his gene template at the moment was that of humans combined with elves, he still maintained his past form. However, he had been developing mythical creature templates for years and he already had a framework set out a few years back. All he needed to do since was to fix a few more things, to make it perfect. He had also become a level 7 wizard, which meant that, as long as he could use the source form, he could maintain his body's youth. In this way, he had achieved his original goal of immortality. The influence of a mythical wizard after deifying all of their cells could go no further than the molecular level, it was just finer and more detailed. Thus, the supernatural abilities Lu Jiu had were nothing more than the abilities he developed earlier. At most, it was an accumulation. However, given the strength of Lu Jiu's presently deified cells, the information they could store was still finite. So, even if he used all of the mythical templates, he could not use all of the powers they contained. He could only selectively design his mythical creature template. Actually, even if Lu Jiu did not have the template, he could still use its power. However, each detail would have to adjust it and buffered. It would not be instantaneous. Furthermore, his control would not be intricate enough compared to someone who used the template. In a fight, he would definitely be at a disadvantage, and the slightest difference was the difference between life and death. Lu Jiu spent a great deal of time thinking about this and modified his initial mythical creature template again and again. In the end, they still did not satisfy him. In Lu Jiu's eyes, these normal supernatural abilities were full of flaws because he had designed them himself. He knew all of the weaknesses and counters. No matter how powerful such a power was or how much area it covered, it was always very easy for someone to target it. After trying a lot of different combinations of abilities, he finally figured out the best, which formed a perfect cycle of self-compensation. This way, it would not be easy to be targeted or have a clear weakness. Lu Jiu had believed that this was the template most suited to him. That was until 3 years ago when an ingenious idea bumped to his head: why the life form has to be based on flesh and blood? Why does it have to be like that of a normal living being? No, a mythical creature didn't have to follow the rules of a normal living things. Lu Jiu wanted to expand on the thought he had in dream space earlier to create a creature without form or weakness to control dream space. This creature would live in dream space in the mind, and it could interfere in reality through controlling information. According to Lu Jiu's thoughts, in the future, he could materialize everything in the dream space into reality and interfere the reality on the information level. Lu Jiu named this mythical creature template Dream Controller. Lu Jiu had even planned the next few steps. If his control could reach the atomic level, or even smaller to the ion and electron level, he could then truly materialize information into reality. He would be like a true god of creation, and the dream space would become a true world. At that time, he would be known as the master of dream space. Lu Jiu picked up a test tube. Within the test tube, a few tiny objects were dancing in the air, shimmering with a light that was undetectable to human eyes. These were the deified dream controller cells that Lu Jiu had designed. As soon as Lu Jiu opened the test tube, the bright spots were immediately incorporated into Lu Jiu's body. Lu Jiyu felt his body expand as his entire being became light and floaty. If his body was observed on a molecular level, then it could be seen that the deified dream controller cells in Lu Jiyu's body were rapidly inducing the evolution of all of Lu Jiyu's cells. Standing within the dimensional castle, Lu Jiyu noticed that his hands were disappearing. Bit by bit, as if fading into foam and transforming into speckles of floating stars. Lu Jiyu's entire body changed into sparks of light, which then disappeared within the dimensional castle. Lu Jiyu felt as if he had turned into a gust of wind and had merged with the world itself. He left the laboratory and circled the entire castle. It really felt as if he was at one with nothingness. Lu Jiyu had completely separated into dispersed dream controller cells, also known as dream elements. As he soared freely, Lu Jiyu opened the dimensional door, which would allow him to explore further within Maria's world. Currently, it was night in Maria's world, with the clouds obscuring half of the moon. Lu Jiyu transformed into a gust of faintly glowing wind and weaved through the clouds, soaring high above all else. This was Lu Jiyu's first time seeing the world from the skies, soaring above thousands of bright little houses in tiny cities. It was an exhilarating sense of beauty. Lu Jiyu broke past the first stratus of clouds, then started frolicking in the white mistiness under the illumination of the moon. It was a refreshing freedom that could make one forget all of their worldly woes. He proceeded to visit the forests, whistling along with the night wind, as he listened to the chirps and cries of the insects and beasts of the woods. He then dove down close to the mountains. From afar, it looked like a clump of fireflies that were dancing through the forest. Like a scene out of a dream, Lu Jiyu passed through a lake in the woods and suddenly emanated a light that covered the entire surface of the lake. He watched as it made the lake, roughly 1 kilometer in length, evaporate immediately. This was the only special ability that Lu Jiyu had encoded within the Dream Controller template. Other than Dream Control, he called it disintegration. This ability allowed him to destroy structures of molecules. The entire lake was completely torn apart, as the steam hissed upwards. It was beautiful, but also terrible. Next, Lu Jiyu headed to a village by the foot of the mountain. Lu Jiyu rushed inside, then covered the entire village with the dream element. Each element circulated the aura of life within it, seeking out every man, woman, and child, right down to the youngest and oldest beings there. Each person was invaded by the consciousness of Lu Jiyu's dream elements, as he took control over their consciousness in dream spaces. He linked them up into a huge joint dream space. Within the dream space, it was still a small village. Yet, it was daytime in this village, and Lu Jiyu was sitting on a great tree on a hill, which was located right outside of the village. It was a bright sunny day, and the village was bustling with activity. All of the villagers had brilliant smiles on their faces. Within the dream space, everyone's dreams had come true. Old Man Nurk's son, who had died in a war, was now back home, baking bread with him. The carpenters of the Rand family finally got pregnant with a son. Chansey, the little beggar on the streets, finally found a family that was willing to adopt him. Damon had become a rich and successful merchant. And Ned, and on it went. Everything was perfect. No one had any worries in this wonderful life, where all their dreams came true. It was an utopia with no conflicts, no wars, and no stress. All of the villagers had smiles of pure joy. Kelly, are you happy here? Lu Jiyu was looking at the girl, who had wandered through the town to the hill, all the while wearing a face of confusion. Sunlight filtered to the hill and the leaves swayed in the wind. She was the saintess of the Church of Light, named Kelly. When Lu Jiyu completed the mythical template, Kelly, as one of Lu Jiyu's deities, had also been affected, and she was also dragged into the dream space that Lu Jiyu had created. Where is this? Who are you? Kelly had never encountered anything like this. She should have been in the Temple of Light within St. Sarl City. Why was she suddenly in this beautiful, quiet village of peace, this heaven-like place? Even the winds here had a gentle warmth to them. Within the dream, Kelly couldn't see Lu Jiyu's appearance clearly. Lu Jiyu appeared like a collection of starlight, floating down from the tree to stand before Kelly, wearing the sun-patterned mask of Pharos. Kelly's mouth fell open in disbelief, as she stared at Lu Jiyu. Lu Jiyu stood on the hill, gazing down onto the village. Kelly muttered, "Is this a dream? Am I dreaming again? But this dream feels so real." Lu Jiyu shook his head. "This is not your dream. This is my dream." I dragged you all into my dream so that everyone could experience this happiness. This should be something that satisfies everyone. He continued, people can only be happy within dreams. In reality, humanity is embroiled in greed and conflict. They will always be constrained by these intangible falsities, without knowing what they truly want. Happiness is only the temporary stop of this greed. Kelly stared at Lu Jiyu blankly. She had fantasized about the appearance of God countless times in the past and thought about the God who had granted her his own bloodline and about him welcoming her to his kingdom after she died. Lord Ferrus, you have finally come to see me, Kelly said with tears running down her face. Kelly hurriedly wiped her tears as she faced Lu Jiyu again. Lord, I have always been praying to you. Have you heard my voice? Thank you for granting my mission and my powers. Kelly was extremely excited to be in front of Lu Jiyu, so much so that she kept stringing her words together. In fact, she felt that, in her excitement, she had lost the ability to make coherent sentences. Lu Jiyu chuckled after listening to her recount her helplessness, as well as her admiration for him. You are searching for your sense of purpose and the reason for your existence. I didn't give you any mission. You chose to succeed my bloodline, my black hair and eyes, all by yourself. You do not have to bear such a heavy burden on your shoulders. It is meaningless to us. He continued, we do not need your belief. It does not matter if you revere us or debase us. It is meaningless. Gods do not need your belief, but we also will not deny the meaning of your existence. Kelly panicked. Yet we need you. We need you to save our souls, and to allow us to repent for our filthiness and our ugly sins. We need your guiding light and glory to clean the sins of this world. Lu Jiyu shook his head. I like the effort you put in for your mission. Though humans are weak, you can always blossom with the light of wisdom and the beauty of the heart. The coexistence of ugliness and beauty is one of the true faces of humanity. Lu Jiyu looked into Kelly's eyes. Though you have the ability to read the minds of others, you cannot understand your own heart. You look at them with hatred, so everything you see through your eyes is biased. Lu Jiyu pointed to the location of his own heart. You should be looking at your own heart, not only the hearts of others. Kelly flushed with a sense of shame. As the rays of dawn broke out, the people within the dream space began waking up, and the large group dream space began to dissolve. Though Lu Jiyu could forcefully lock their consciousness inside, doing so would be meaningless. As a fog descended, the entire dream space started collapsing. Kelly looked at the tree that she was standing by in a panic, then at Lu Jiyu, who was quickly fading from her sight. Lord Ferrus, I will follow your words, as I wish to create a holy kingdom to worship you, a heaven on earth, so that the souls of the people can be purified. I hope you can respond to our prayers. Kelly ran up the hill, trying to chase him, but discovered that the hill was endless, as the tree simply became further and further away, while Lord Ferrus turned into a ray of light and disappeared from below it. The church's influence on culture was at its peak. Over the past 10 years, the church had made many new plans and constructed many buildings in the beautiful and rich St. Sarl on the foundations of the old city Rus. Now, St. Sarl City was one of the wealthiest cities in the human world. Churches were everywhere in the city, and every single resident was a pure believer. In the city, the streets were filled with clergy members in robes of black and white. On the back of each of their robes was the sigil of the sun, and they also had an accessory with the same sigil in front of their chests. Statues of Lady Maria and her archangels and angels filled the streets. There were always believers gathered together, praying under these statues. When the city was initially being constructed, one of the most famous human architects, Farragrant, was commissioned to do the city planning. Farragrant made sure that the city's layout was as efficient and aesthetically pleasing as possible. It had wide streets, many parks and small churches, and a complete drainage system. The buildings all had very iconic statues on them. In addition, outside the St. Sarl Clock Tower and the St. Maria's Square was the most distinguished building in the city, the Temple of Light. The Temple of Light was the central institution of the Church of Light. It was where the two messengers of the gods, the Pope and the Saintess, resided. It was guarded heavily by the best of the Knights of Light. Moreover, it was where the church ruled over half of the human kingdoms, and one of the focal points of power within the human world. Deep inside the temple was the white chamber of the saintess, which looked like where only gods could live. Inside the room, there was a huge white bed. Delicate silk curtains hung from the windows, and a white bearskin rug was on the ground. Apart from these, the room was quite empty. The most eye-catching object in the room was a mural on the wall. Legend had it that the mural was taken from the palace of the Golden Dynasty by people of the Silver Dynasty. The Golden King Akhenaten had asked someone to carve it according to his own memory. The mural was called Revelation, and it depicted the archangel Pharos giving King Akhenaten the divine revelation. The saintess was very fond of the mural, and thus it had been hanging in her room for a long time. Lord! 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 Wearing her silk nightgown, Saintess Kelly sat up, out of her velvet duvet. Her voice startled the 4 female knights standing guard outside. All 4 of them hurried inside at once and knelt down beside her bed. "Is something wrong, my lady?" All 4 knights were very respectful towards her. Kelly was the saintess, a descendant of God who had divine blood in her veins. She was the one that had led the church to glory and gave the church its power. After growing up indoctrinated by the church, these knights all idolized her, not to mention that they had been following the saintess for so many years. Even if Kelly asked them to slit their own throats, they would not hesitate. Covering her face with her hands, Kelly glanced at them and jumped out of bed. She walked around her bedchamber, searching for something with her feet bare. "Are you there, Lord Pharos?" she called, wandering around her bedroom. "Lord!" The knights glanced at each other in shock and fear. Kelly was the closest thing to divinity among the living, and no one dared to doubt her words. If she said so, it must be true. Did God really just visit her chamber? The knights lowered their heads and did not dare to move a bit. The entire bedchamber seemed to have turned into a holy church. Even the air seemed to be somewhat divine because of the God's visit. Kelly called for a while, but did not receive any response. Then, she sat down on her bed, disappointed. "Was that a dream?" she whispered, looking at the mural. "No," she said, shaking her head. "It couldn't have been. I never dream. Furthermore, dreams can't be that realistic." She stood up and saw something falling to the ground. It fell right in front of one of the knights, and she was just about to pick it up to give to Kelly. "Don't!" Kelly called loudly, as if someone had just touched something which only belonged to her. "Don't touch it." The knight hurried back away anxiously. Kelly knelt down and picked the object up carefully. She realized that it was a white mask with a red sun sigil on it. It was not made from gold or iron, but it felt like a metal. In her hands, it glowed faintly, and it was clearly extraordinary. This was a mask Lu Jiu made using dream elements. In order to make it, he had used a large amount of dream elements. The mask contained some of his powers, and only someone with his deified cells could activate and use it. At the same time, it was also embedded with the channeling array for the dimensional door, so anyone who used it could contact him through it. Kelly put the mask onto her face. She could immediately feel the ichor inside her flowing, and her power grew significantly. Not only that, she felt that she had gained several more powers as well. The first power was dream chains. Through this mask, she could observe anyone's consciousness and lock their minds with the dream chains. She could even destroy their consciousnesses if she so wished. Even wizards and magical beasts could not block this attack easily with their mind powers. The other power was disintegration. With the mask on, the slender Kelly extended her hand and pointed at the side of the room. After a flash of white and a loud boom, the wall and the air exploded at once, and a large hole over 10 meters wide appeared in that place. She walked out through the hole and found herself in the yard outside. The knights who were kneeling stared at the scene and the mask Kelly was wearing with wide eyes. "Wah, what's that power?" Kelly was powerful enough before, but this mask had granted her more power and made her terrifyingly strong. The mask They suddenly turned their heads and looked at the mural on the wall. Realizing that God in the picture was wearing an identical mask, everyone was astonished. "It's a mask of God, it's a divine artifact." More guards were coming this way due to the noise. Many guards and clergy members hurried over to the saintess's chamber. When they saw Saintess Kelly standing in the yard with a white mask which had the sigil of the Sunit, was still early in the morning. The Pope had just woken up and hurried to Kelly's bedroom as well. The Saintess was the most important figure in the church, and even though there was a lot of infighting within the church for power, no one had ever dared to touch the Saintess. Firstly, she was a deity, so she was sitting firm in her position. Secondly, she was powerful enough that no one could touch her. In addition, it was because of her power that the church had gained control over half of the human kingdoms. The two parties depended on each other for survival. The church would never allow any harm to come her way. The current pope, Hodap, had become the pope because he was the one that found the Saintess, which was another reason why he cared so much about her and came immediately after hearing about the commotion in her chamber. When he arrived, he saw Kelly standing in the yard. Noticing that she was unharmed, he heaved a sigh of relief. "What's going on?" Everyone looked to the 10-meter wide hole in the wall, and the large patch of soil in the yard which had been overturned. All the people present were intimidated by such a power, and they turned to look at Kelly. The last mask that Kelly possessed surprised them even more. Hodap, who knew very well the history of the church, as well as its myths, quickly recognized the mask. His face changed immediately. Hodap stuttered, This wouldn't be?" Saintess Kelly unveiled the mask. "This is the mask of his Lord Pharos." Kelly raised the divine artifact into the air. The white mask sparkled, sending a dazzling rainbow halo into the light, causing all the people at the scene to look away with a sense of blinding dizziness. All of the people at the scene fell to the ground. Everyone, including the Pope, started kissing the ground. Kelly spoke solemnly. "God pities humankind. After my ardent prayers, God not only granted me his artifact, but he also gave me the method of passing on divine incantations. Only faithful believers can master divine incantations to enter his kingdom after death." The Pope was beyond himself. As he stood up, he couldn't even hold his staff properly, as his entire being seemed to shudder. "Can I also use these divine incantations of God?" He wondered aloud. Though Kelly did not like Pope Hodap, whose mind was permanently filled with filthy thoughts, his dedication to God was unquestionable. "Of course, as you are God's representative on earth, Pope of the Church of Light. But this would require a grand ritual and many sacrifices. Though our sacrifices are nothing in the eyes of God, God has still expressed his pity and magnanimity towards us. Hence, it is out of the question for us to dedicate any less than our very best to him." Only the faintly shimmering mask remained within Pope Hodap's eyes. As he approached the mask, it was as if he could feel the eyes and presence of God. The Pope shouted loudly, "Of course! Praise the generosity of God! May your kingdom prosper on earth, as it does in heaven. This is your nation. We will announce your existence to the world. The eyes of God have never left us, and he will continue to watch over humanity. Divine incantations can only be controlled by the most dedicated believers. Disloyal believers will be roasted to death within the sacred flames, their souls doomed to eternal suffering in hell. Your Eminence, please choose a list of your most dedicated believers to undergo this saint baptism ritual. Other than you, the first group of God's saints will number 12 people." Saintess Kelly put the mask back on and left. All of the clergy were beyond themselves. The usual displays of power from the Saintess were already overwhelming. Now that she had exhibited even greater divine abilities, and said that these divine incantations could now be shared with other disciples, everyone wanted to become one of the 12 saints, to become the true messengers of God, with existences that wielded the power of divine incantations, who were much closer to the divinity of God. These figures could even be guided to God's heavenly kingdom after death. The Saintess never interfered with the politics of the Church of Light. So Pope Hodap held the sole right over the list of candidates. Everyone started to devise their own plans immediately. News about the saint baptism ritual immediately spread everywhere. It went beyond St. Sarl city itself, out into the entire kingdom of the Church of Light, and to all the cardinals, who were spread throughout many different countries. All of the people who received the news then began speeding back to St. Sarl city, in order to vie for the candidacy positions. Everyone knew that these 12 people would hold the true power of the Church in the future, acting within the highest echelon of the Church of Light. Without the title as the messenger of God, how else could one prove their piety and closeness to God? All of the highest-ranked clergy of the Church, no matter how far they were scattered or how important the matters they were dealing with were, dropped their things to head to St. Sarl, traveling both day and night. Although many people within the church wanted to contain the news, the attempt to do so was completely futile. Though the date for the saint baptism ritual wasn't set yet, the candidacy competition was already in full swing. Returning a single day late meant complete elimination from candidacy. Finally, Pope Hodap set the official day of the saint baptism ritual to a day 3 months hence. It was the first day of the new year, which was also the day that the goddess of light, Maria, was said to have created the world. At that time, the entire church would be in the throes of the festivities, and St. Sarl City entered its busiest day of the year. Pope Hodap also invited the rulers of various large human kingdoms to the celebration in St. Sarl City. He did this to create closer diplomatic relations with these countries, as well as to display the might and influence of the Church of Light. This would also demonstrate that the theocracy of the Church of Light was legitimately recognized by God. As the news of the saint baptism ritual spread abroad, the rumor that Saintess Kelly had received a divine artifact also reached the ears of those in many human nations. All of humanity was shocked that Saintess Kelly had obtained the divine artifact of Pharos mask. This mask had a great influence, as it had been spread through legends by the Church of Light. All of the statues of Pharos wore the mask. It was a divine artifact that always accompanied God, and now that it was possessed by the Church of Light, who knew how strong its power could be? Originally, Saintess Kelly already was a figure that struck fear into the hearts of the rulers of the human kingdoms. How powerful, then, was the saintess now? How terrifying would the Church of Light be after the saint baptism ritual, if it became even more powerful? Would the human kingdoms even have room to survive? All of the original rules of law and methods of survival may be shattered by the saint baptism ritual. With all of these issues on everyone's minds, the saint baptism ritual this year did not only concern the Church of Light, but would also directly affect the power balance of all human kingdoms. In an instance, as consciousness of the saint baptism ritual spread, all of the human kingdoms began taking action in the shadows. Rooney, who was in the capital of the kingdom of Rosa d'Or, had just become the king. He had confirmed that he was receiving a baptism at St. Sarl City next year, or he would also undergo his crowning ritual to confirm that he was a believer of the Church of Light and a messenger of God. Yet before his baptism, he received another invitation from the Church of Light. The cardinal, who was posted to the kingdom of Rosa d'Or, personally came to invite Rooney to the New Year's celebration and the saint baptism ritual at St. Sarl City, along with all the other rulers of the human kingdoms and their ambassadors, including the emperor of the Crete Empire, the emperor of the Batco Empire, and the monarch of the Teuton dynasty. The original crowning ceremony was rescheduled for that day as well. The cardinal believed that this was a great favor granted to Rooney by the Church of Light, to allow his crowning ceremony to take place on the same day as the ritual, which had such an intimate relation with God. It was the utmost honor, yet Rooney also felt a faint sense of unease. The bloodline within him was the blood of the god of the sea. Would it really be okay to attend the saint baptism ritual of the Church of Light? However, he couldn't possibly refuse. The current Rooney could not resist the power of the Church of Light. Furthermore, this was his own crowning ceremony, which would solidify his position within the kingdom of Rosa d'Or, a power move that would soothe the anxious nobility within his kingdom. Lu Jiyu transformed into a stream of lights, then flew through the mountains and rivers of the Crete Empire as a dream controller. He darted through the skies, hidden among the clouds by the sunlight, before returning to the former Lumen kingdom, which was now known as the Black Forest of the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro. While he flew far above the clouds, Lu Jiyu spotted the Black Forest. He entered the wizard tower through a window to his office. The dream controller template began to condense before converting back into Lu Jiyu's first life template. Although he possessed the mythical life template of the dream controller, Lu Jiyu kept his ordinary life template instead of deleting it. Although the dream controller template was far more powerful and not nearly as vulnerable, the living like an ordinary being suited Lu Jiyu's way of life and philosophy much more. Lu Jiyu emerged from the nothingness that was formed by the gathering of starlight, as if the specks of those dreamy lights had condensed to form a human being. After he landed, he turned around and lowered himself down to lounge on his chair with ease. The light faded gradually, condensing into Lu Jiyu's features. The dream controller mythical template isn't bad at all. It has already met its initial goals. There are no defects while using it, and the convenient data storage is also up to par. But I didn't expect to have Kelly drawn into my dreams. Oh well, at least this way I can progress with my other plans simultaneously. I can start implementing the first phase of the divine system. Lu Jiyu had given the mask to Kelly, along with the divine magical system he had developed at the same time. This was another system of special abilities that Lu Jiyu had created while producing the Titan dragons. It was still very rough, so it would definitely take some time to cultivate it. Lu Jiyu wanted to use the method of creating deities to turn his own special deified cells, the dream element, into divine seeds. But unlike deities, the divine seeds consumed a meager amount of deified cells. Thus, they would only grant a tiny amount of supernatural abilities. This meant that they needed to evolve over time in order to become stronger. The divine seeds would assimilate with the consciousness of their possessor. They would then be able to completely upgrade their life template. In this way, even if the user only had a minuscule amount of divine seeds, they would still be able to strengthen themselves over time with certain techniques. By strengthening their consciousness with the divine seeds, they could potentially access the source form, allowing them to become mythical beings. Whether or not they became mythical beings, their consciousness would essentially be under Lu Jiyu's control, since their consciousness would have assimilated with Lu Jiyu's divine seeds, which are derived from his cells. After they died, their consciousness would be automatically absorbed into Lu Jiyu's dream world. This process would strengthen Lu Jiyu's dream world, just like how Saken did. This was Lu Jiyu's goal. By creating his own kin, he was strengthening himself. As these spawns strengthened themselves through cultivation, they would then gradually fuse with Lu Jiyu's divine seeds. This way, the assimilation process would be skipped over, as they would become perfectly acclimated to his dream world, essentially becoming dream world information entities. Moreover, the more devout these priests were, the higher their compatibilities with the divine seeds would be. They would also be faster at extracting source form from the magical network, which would allow their special abilities to awaken faster as well. As they grew in strength, their consciousness would also be transformed. Upon their deaths, the consciousness of these divine seed users would be far beyond the realms of ordinary people. Lu Jiyu's divine system was basically a cultivation tool. The more people cultivated with it, the more he could benefit. In this way, Lu Jiyu would also be able to create his own dream world, according to his designs. It would be a world with an endless source of souls who believed in him. It feels like a divine kingdom. Lu Jiyu felt that his dream world already resembled some aspects of heaven, but the difference was still tremendous. Lu Jiyu knew that he would need some time, since it required the souls of an unbelievable number of believers to create the dream world he imagined. Lu Jiyu pushed open the door, then walked down the corridor, passing several laboratories and his messy study. When he came to the Great Hall, he saw a sphinx inside with androgynous features. When the sphinx reached its prime, it would automatically produce its heir through asexual reproduction. Their supernatural ability was destruction, which Lu Jiyu based his own special ability, disintegration, on in the future. Hello, sir. Hello, Pyros, good work. The sphinx, Pyros, shook his head. This is my responsibility and duty, according to the contract that I signed with you. To us sphinxes, our contracts and missions are our greatest duties in life. Lu Jiyu nodded. The wind raven was the first race that he had tried to modify with set species characteristics. The most successful case had to be the sphinx. They adhered to their contracts and missions, regarding them as their everything, even valuing them above their own lives. As such, Lu Jiyu was also completely horrified by the thought that he had created them this way. He questioned whether it was one's wills or bodies and cells that controlled one's emotions and desires. He knew that hormones inside the human body controlled one's feelings and desires. For instance, the secretion of phenylethylamine could make people fall in love, while dopamine controlled the feelings of excitement and joy. Norepinephrine created the heart-throbbing effect within people in love. Endorphin could make lovers feel lasting happiness. Also of note, the hormone from the posterior pituitary gland was the key hormone in regulating faithfulness within a relationship. Thus, if you rejected a person, but your body and its cells secreted phenylethylamine to your brain, you would still fall for that person because of your reproductive instincts. Likewise, you may not like a song or a particular genre of music, but dopamine could give you a sense of elation, making you fall in love with the song instantly. In this way, many of your feelings weren't really from your will but summoned when your body liked something, which could create an illusion that you actually like that same thing. Are you really who you think you are? Do you really think that all of your thoughts are derived from your own will, instead of the physical and cellular instincts controlling you like a marionette? Do you really like what you think that you like about your own will? Or, are you simply giving in to what your body is telling you that it likes? You can only control yourself after you have tamed your own body. Only then will you be able to accurately understand your own desires and thoughts, thus gaining mastery over your own consciousness. Otherwise, you will always be a slave to your body. After he became a mythical life form, Lu Jiu felt as if he had broken free from some invisible shackles. He had achieved the freedom of the will, enabling him to start understanding why he had been so anxious to become a mythical life form. His will had craved liberation, as he had told Kelly before. Those were his real thoughts, after he broke free from the shackles. In reality, human beings are full of desires and conflicts. They are always shackled to false ideals, never knowing what they truly desire. However, even after breaking the chains of his body and emotions, it didn't necessarily mean that he had no feelings and desires. His character as an intelligent being had already been formed, and it was imprinted on the soul, unable to be erased. Yet, from then on, all of his thoughts and desires truly stemmed from himself. Conversely, natural mythical creatures were extremely indifferent to their emotions and desires. Thus, their consciousness would be closer to Lu Jiu's understanding of the gods from the myths and legends. As Lu Jiu walked down the steps, the bell of the wizard tower chimed. All of the students of the tower had long since gathered inside the classroom. Today was the last lesson that Lu Jiu would give to them. After 5 years, all of the original 40 wizard apprentices had gone through earth-shattering transformations. Each one exuded a glow of wisdom and self-confidence, with a charm that was only granted to possessors of knowledge and power. No beggar nor ignorant fool would ever have that sort of presence. As Lu Jiu walked inside, he saw that all the apprentices had stood up to greet him, each with a deep bow. Lu Jiu scanned them. All of them had matured over the last 5 years, but the biggest changes were in their appearances. Even many of the average-looking students had also become breathtakingly beautiful. All of the apprentices looked as if they had stepped out of paintings. All of the apprentices' mind power had exceeded 7 SFU and had the ability to actualize mind power physically as official wizards. Less than 10 apprentices had become level 2 wizards, with an average mind power of around 29 SFU. Only Boar's mind power had reached 63 SFU, becoming a level 3 wizard. The aptitudes of these people were relatively high, as they were the elites that Lu Jiu had picked out from among all the continents. Yet so far, only Boar had true potential. The level 2 wizards had basically no room for improvement, unless they made a special encounter or had dramatic intellectual revolutions. As for the level 1 wizards, it was likely that they would never reach level 3, which was Boar's current level, in their lifetimes. Lu Jiu finished their final lesson. Lu Jiu rarely taught them witchcraft techniques because at their level, they could only use low-level witchcraft techniques. To Lu Jiu, they were basically like child's play. Lu Jiu had never developed any low-level witchcraft techniques, and he didn't put too much emphasis on them. He mostly taught the guiding principles and the core fundamental techniques of witchcraft so they had the tools to explore on their own time. Currently, Lu Jiu divided witchcraft into 4 stages. The first was apprentice witchcraft, which was applied to oneself in order to modify one's own body and to awaken the powers in their blood. The second, basic witchcraft, involved techniques of level 1 to 3. They were realized through using certain chemistry reactions. They included the modifying of mind power and bloodline powers, and the crafting of simple alchemy tools. Intermediate witchcraft touched on supernatural special abilities, the transplanting of mythical creature bloodlines, the creation of magic artifacts and life alchemy, etc. Advanced witchcraft delved into the process of becoming mythical creatures. It was necessary as wizards started touching the rules and laws of the universe and manipulated them. All of the apprentices were currently existences that exceeded bloodline knights. Ordinary bloodline knights were not their opponents. Within the last 5 years, they had created many basic techniques too. Some of those techniques utilized supplemental materials, such as the fireball technique, the explosive flame and poison gas, as well as space of absolute death. The space of absolute death was a technique created by leaves. Lu Jiu had once said in class that ordinary life forms could not survive without air, so leaves had thought of a way to instantly create a large space of death through combustion and the creation of an instant vacuum. Akkad, who had talent with alchemy, had created a high-energy fuel, which was then incorporated into the technique. This technique was extremely frightening and made Lu Jiyu recall the thermobaric weapons and fuel-air explosives in the Earthworld that could spontaneously annihilate millions of people. For the average man, death was unavoidable. Yet for a wizard, it wasn't too special. The technique was basically a deadly weapon against ordinary people. Akkad wasn't able to easily produce this combustible fuel anyway. Due to the overwhelmingly terrifying nature of the technique, Bohr recommended sealing the technique so that it would not be shared easily. Some techniques dealt with the use of mind power, like Hand of the Wizard, Charm, Illusionary Control, Mental Probe, Lie Detection, etc. These witchcraft techniques related to mind power were largely developed by Catherine and the elves, Wendy and Wafter, who were very gifted in this area of study. Other techniques involved the manipulation and synthesis of life, including healing, disease curing, bloodline talent awakening, Kalermo body transformation, limb regeneration, and wisdom reinforcement. These techniques were mostly proposed by Bohr individually, or brought about through joint collaborations with other apprentices, such as his friend Uruk, the Bohr person. The Kalermo body transformation and the wisdom reinforcement techniques especially confirmed Bohr's overwhelming talent in this area to Lu Jiyu. The latter could even rival Lu Jiyu's own subbrain intelligence technique. It adjusted the structure of the brain to strengthen one's memory and wisdom. The Kalermo body transformation technique was based on Bohr's suggestion in the very first class. It mimicked the bloodline powers of other blood knights and modified them. Though the technique was incomplete, it had spawned many modified versions of specific bloodline skills. Many students present had learned this technique. Each of them knew, at the very least, several practical bloodline skills. Even without witchcraft, the power of their bodies and the bloodline skills could make them the strongest warriors on the battlefield. The last category was the underdeveloped, new field of alchemy. Its main researchers were Akkad and Bohr, both of whom were very passionate about it. Bohr invented many medical tonics, including healing tonics, body modification tonics, and his newest work, the meditation supplement tonic. On the other hand, Akkad was born into an artisan's household. As such, he had created many strange mechanical alchemy objects, and had a strong interest in math and geometry classes. He had attended every single class on those subjects and was the best in his class for those areas. Akkad specialized in the purification of metals by using flames controlled through mind power. After satisfying other conditions, he would create alchemy products, such as gunpowder and high combustion fuel. He made a large cannon, and later tried to miniaturize it into a hand cannon. He had even begun researching the predecessor of what Lu Jiyu knew as a handgun, though he hadn't had any results with it yet. Some of his other inventions included intricate crossbows, gloves that released lightning bolts, mind power-operated mechanical puppets and glowing crystals, among others. Some were quite practical, while others were completely useless. Lu Jiyu thought very highly of Akkad, and even thought that Akkad may be the father of alchemy for the wizarding civilization of the future. Lu Jiyu studied everyone present. After he concluded this lesson, he did not leave immediately, as he usually did. Below the stage, everyone held their breath, as they all knew that the 5-year term had ended. When they had arrived, they had been clueless youths. By now, every single one of them had matured into wizards. They believed that wherever they went now, they would rank among the highest tier. With the knowledge in their minds and their witchcraft, they would create storms if they returned to the human world. Before today had arrived, all of them had waited for this day with anticipation and bated breath. For 5 years, they had been isolated from the world, away from home, as if trapped in a cage. Yet now that they were about to leave, it became difficult. The Wizard Tower was a palace for knowledge, the Holy Land for wizards. And, most importantly, it was the home of their cherished Mr. Anthony. This is my last lesson to you all. The 5-year deadline is up. All of the wizard apprentices can leave in 3 days. The SS Eternity will take you back to your hometowns. In these 5 years, I believe that each of you has learned many things. I hope that, after you leave here, you will not forget your thirst for knowledge, especially as you continue to explore the unknown. Lu Jiyu's eyes swept over everyone. All of their eyes were a little red-rimmed. Over the last few days, the apprentices had bid each other farewell. Many of their hometowns were separated by thousands of miles, some even spanned across continents. Thus, it would be quite difficult to meet each other again. Every 10 years, the Wizard Tower will recruit up to 100 students. You can use your badge to recommend a wizard apprentice to enter the Wizard Tower. Each person is limited to one time. Of course, please prepare their tuition, including the portion that you each owe me for your own studies. After Lu Jiyu finished speaking, the crowd burst into laughter. It was a completely different vibe from when they had first arrived. No one cared about such a meager amount of money anymore. Your apprentice badges have a dimensional door that I have set up. By injecting your mind power, you can connect to the library management portal. The points you have earned are still valid. You can continue exchanging them for knowledge, as well as for materials within the library of the Wizard Tower. This represents your status and rights as an apprentice of the tower. He continued, I hope that everything that you have experienced at the Wizard Tower in the past 5 years can become the best memories of your life. I hope that each of you will keep my words in your heart. Even if you are not here, you are still great wizards. Everyone then stood up, giving a warm round of applause. Lu Jiyu read out each person's name as he handed out a set of gifts to each of them, a set of wizard robes, along with a few books that targeted their interests. This was their graduation ceremony. When all of the level 1 apprentices had left, Lu Jiyu looked at the 11 remaining people in the classroom. Do you know why I left you all until the end? Leaves raised his hand to answer. No idea. Lu Jiyu replied with a chuckle. It is because 5 years of study alone is not enough to make you into full-fledged wizards. You are the best and most promising of the apprentices. Although your 5-year student career has now ended, I hope that you can return again in 5 years. At that time, I will accept you 11 people as my disciples, chosen to inherit my craft. Everyone in the room held their breaths. To them, being a disciple was completely different from being an apprentice. The mysterious witchcraft and power of Lu Jiyu, as well as the endless secrets that were hidden within the Wizard Tower, had left an earth-shattering impact upon them over the last 5 years as apprentices. The more one understood, the more unfathomable it all felt. No matter how they tried imagining it, they couldn't fathom Lu Jiyu's existence. In private, many people still discussed the race of Lu Jiyu. The elves thought that Lu Jiyu was very similar to them, but the humans were sure that Lu Jiyu was human. On the other hand, the orcs were sure that Lu Jiyu was some race beyond their knowledge, thus, they did not know his origins nor understand his capabilities. But his strength and profound knowledge were enchanting nonetheless, so all of them were extremely excited upon hearing that he was taking on disciples. Lu Jiyu continued. You will go back with the other apprentices this time. After 5 years have passed, the ship will pick you up again. You will then return as instructors of the Wizard Tower, charged with educating the next generation of wizards. After becoming an instructor, you will have complete freedom regarding your chosen coursework and take on your own disciples as you wish. Also, you will be able to leave the Wizard Tower whenever you like. You won't be restricted. Lu Jiyu then asked, do you know where the Wizard Tower is? Lu Jiyu's question had been discussed among the apprentices for a long time. They thought that they basically knew the answer. In the beginning, some had speculated it was on another continent entirely, or perhaps a large island at sea. We are still in Alan, right, Mr. Anthony? Boar answered immediately. We came to this conclusion after taking into account the environment we live in, as well as the time it takes for the staff to restock the tower. Akkad added, I think we are either in the Mara Kingdom or the Lumen Kingdom. I have studied astronomy, so I shouldn't be too far off. Lu Jiyu looked at Leaves, who immediately spoke up. We are in the Black Forest of the Kingdom of Lumen. I have repeatedly approached the servants inside the tower. They never communicated with us or disclosed this information, and only Sargon has access to the outside world. But I determined our location based on some of their conversations, as well as from the specific food and items that they purchase. Lu Jiyu clapped. Yes, well done. The tower is indeed located within the Black Forest. However, the country is no longer known as the Lumen Kingdom, but the Kingdom of Rosadoro. The original Lumen Kingdom fell this year. The Black Forest used to be inaccessible because of its strange terrain and harsh environment. But now, the Black Forest is full of magical beasts and various witchcraft traps. It is dangerous, and I have set up various enchantments in the surrounding forests around the tower. The wind ravens also surveying the skies. Thus, even for wizards, it is impossible to break in here. He continued to explain. But, I have established a passage underground, so that you all can enter and exit at will. It is the same passage that you all took when you had just arrived at the tower. After you become instructors of the tower, you will receive the relevant authority, allowing you free passage to and from the tower. All of the labs and library permissions will then be open to you as well, including the menagerie and the botanical gardens. The students' mouths fell open. They knew how much these privileges were worth. The access to this knowledge and materials was not something that money could buy. In fact, these were conveniences that they could only enjoy at the Wizard Tower. These resources were essential for continuing down the path of becoming a wizard in the future. Okay, let's hold your graduation ceremony now. Wendy. The elf, Wendy, immediately stood up. As she did so, even the large, loose robes of the wizards could not hide her elegant and graceful figure. She walked up to Lu Jiyu, who looked at her. Congratulations, you have graduated as the first class of the tower. Wendy was elated, beaming as she took her gifts from Lu Jiyu. He pinned a badge to her chest. This is a tower badge, which has the same function as the student badge. It can be used to communicate with other badge owners, and it has the ability to summon the ship. Use this badge to enter and exit the 11th floor and below within the tower, as well as the main gate of the tower. None of the guardian beasts or the red dragon at the gate will hurt you. It is also a sign of your identity. From today on, you are my disciple. Wendy bowed to Lu Jiyu. He nodded, then continued the ceremony, handing out badges until he had reached the very last student, Bor. Lu Jiyu didn't give him any special treatment but just patted his shoulder. Okay, since you have been away for 5 years, surely you miss your friends and loved ones. So, I will say no more. I hope that all of you will be able to return here in 5 more years. After they completed the ceremony, the first batch of apprentices of the Wizard Apprentice Education Program had finally completed their coursework. In the succeeding generations, the knowledge of the wizards would become increasingly developed within the Wizard Tower's system, gradually building up. The operation of the tower no longer required much effort on Lu Jiyu's part. Lu Jiyu watched the departure of the SS Eternity as the graduates of the Wizard Tower waved their farewells at him before gradually disappearing into the horizon. He had no doubt that this group of students would bring a storm of revolutions to the continent, just as Ahinaton had before them. Sargon, please take care of the tower. Lu Jiyu was draped in a magnificent silver-white long robe. The sleeves billowed when he turned around. Yes, master, do not worry. I definitely will not allow anything to go amiss in the tower. The rules that you have set and your wishes will be faithfully adhered to. Sargon saluted Lu Jiyu earnestly. Lu Jiyu looked at him. Good. You all have done very well over the last 6 years. I have forbidden you all from ever leaving the tower. However, from the next generation onward, your descendants will have no such restrictions. If your children are talented, I will allow them to become apprentices of the tower. If they are not blessed with talent, I will send them out and provide them with a life of wealth. Sargon stared at Lu Jiyu in disbelief. He knew the significance of Lu Jiyu's words and the power of witchcraft. Over the last few years, the slaves had also gained a keen understanding that it was a truly supernatural ability and existence that surpassed everything. With those abilities, it was easy to awaken the powers within the blood, to manipulate the body and perform godly actions. If the descendants of the slaves could become wizard apprentices, they could leap straight into a class beyond the existences of the nobles. Sargon fell to his knees, as his voice became choked in tears. My utmost gratitude, master. We will never forget your magnanimity. My daughter does not have the talent to become a wizard, so I wish to send her out to marry into a good family. It seems that my son may have the potential to become an apprentice, so I wish you would allow him to study within the tower. I understand the rules, so I will find the tuition for him. Lu Jiyu nodded. No problem. I'll allow it. Lu Jiyu's body rippled and the corner of his sleeve disappeared. Sargon was already unfazed by Lu Jiyu's mystical powers. To the slaves, the wizard apprentices already felt like a completely different species from ordinary human beings. As for Lu Jiyu, the slaves viewed him as being on the same tier as gods and demons. Lu Jiyu had stayed some decades in Maria's world. He had finally completed the goal he had set for himself of becoming a level 7 mythical wizard. Lu Jiyu planned on taking a break after taking care of some miscellaneous tasks. He wanted to do nothing and relax for a bit. After all, for the past 20 years, he had been working tirelessly, and even sleeping in the laboratory, as he was developing his research. Lu Jiyu felt that the stress within him had reached a breaking point. Lu Jiyu yearned to go back to the earth, the world of humankind. He wanted to return to experience the feeling of living in that kind of community again. Though he was used to the life of solitude, it was still uncomfortable for him. Soon, it will be New Year's in Maria's world. Calculating by the new calendar set by the Church of Light, it should be in about a month. Lu Jiyu remembered that the first day of the new year was when the Church of Light was going to hold the saint baptism ritual at Saint Sarl City. The creation of the saints and the appearance of the divine system was very important to Lu Jiyu, as it was a way to balance out the wizards. Without competition, there would be no progress and no elimination of the weak. In such a scenario, the quality of things tended to be the absolute worst. As such, both the wizard and divine systems were essential to Lu Jiyu. Though the divine system was crude, it still had great potential when compared to the wizard system. Lu Jiyu looked forward to seeing which system would flourish within the competition. In the days preceding the new year, there were countless carts and crowds heading to St. Sarl City of the Kingdom of the Church of Light. Many believers of the Church of Light had started the pilgrimage, kneeling after every step. It would take countless months to reach St. Sarl City, their holy city. On the wide roads, not only were there large car brigades, but there were also large numbers of believers on both sides, wearing simple robes and serious demeanors, their eyes shining with pious fervor. These believers were everywhere on the roads heading to St. Sarl City. All of these people were there to attend the saint baptism ritual, to witness the miracle of God. Even if they could only catch a glance of it from very far away or breathe the same air as God. It was their purpose in life and an utmost honor. At the same time, the leaders of many nations and their nobles were also heading to St. Sarl City with the invitation from Pope Hodap from the Church of Light. All of the eyes of humanity were aimed at the holy city of the Church of Light, St. Sarl City. The huge number of people crowding around St. Sarl created chaos. Other than the most skilled knights of light provided by the church, there were also 3 other large armies stationed around St. Sarl City, each ready to be deployed at any time in order to prevent any incidents during the ceremony. On the road, a cavalry team suddenly appeared. Hundreds of knights guarded a carriage that was heading to St. Sarl City. Behind the cavalry, there was a fleet of carts carrying a large number of resources. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary figure, as they were allowed into the kingdom with hundreds of guards. Only the leaders of countries could receive such treatment, so all of the people hurried to clear the roads, not willing to offend the mysterious leader by running into their brigade, another king. Which one is this? The insignia on the carriage is unfamiliar, one of the merchants remarked, as he watched the brigade proceed slowly from the side. One of the other merchants from the kingdom of Rosadaro immediately replied. That is the golden rose, the royal insignia of the kingdom of Rosadaro. The one in the carriage would be Runi I, who recently ascended to the throne. He is the legendary kin of God, the master of dragons, a true legend and an absolute hero. After he spoke, all of the people present gasped. Even 3-year-old children knew about the legend of Runi Elvis. His epic tales were lauded within the human kingdoms. Known as the man who killed a deity with a mortal body, he rose from being a lesser noble and took the throne from the powerful Laman dynasty, creating his own kingdom. This sort of legend, where an ordinary man rose to become a hero for the ages, wasn't the plot of some novel, but actual real life, yet almost no one had seen Runi I in person before. After hearing about his arrival, all the people looked at the luxurious carriage with extreme curiosity. The brigade of carts holding gifts also attracted the attention of the crowd, especially the gold pakas. Their shining golden fur, quirky heads, and unique expressions attracted the crowd as if they had spotlights. What's that? It seems strange. Its fur is really pretty. The merchant from the kingdom of Rosadaro spoke up again. Never seen much of the world, have you? That beast is called the gold paka. and it is in camelid that is special to the kingdom of Rosa d'Or. Some people caught them from the Black Forest a few years back and tamed them. They have spread within our country. Goldpackas are very excellent camelids. They have a good speed. They can even run on mountainous grounds. They are strong and easy to raise, with very gentle natures. It's only a pity that they're a bit timid and a bit dumb. So far, many merchant teams have been buying them. I tried to buy some, but the competition was very fierce, so I didn't get any. Black Forest? Isn't that the legendary land of the demons, the kingdom of devils? It's said to be filled with monsters and demons. People can actually return from there alive? They're that awesome? Then I must buy a few when I visit next time. Rooney looked at the multitudes of fanatical believers of the Church of Light crowding the streets. He deeply felt the influence and control of the church in various countries. Before, these things would only be gossip, totally unrelated to him. However, he had frequently relied on the power of the Church of Light when he was building his empire. Now, things were different. He was now the king of the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro. As a monarch, he certainly did not want to have such an overbearing presence controlling him to their whims. Even the succession of the throne and the coronation ritual were controlled by the Church of Light, but the influence of the church was extremely dominating. Under such a circumstance, countries could not resist it, only being able to acquiesce to all things. In light of these circumstances, the influence of the Church of Light upon the people was naturally tremendous. Even kings seemed to become complete puppets, bowing down to the church's authority, the Church of Light. Rooney sat in the carriage, silently murmuring the name, his eyes closed. This same baptism ritual was said to allow the church to grasp the power of God through a technique called divine incantations. If this was true, the power of the Church of Light would expand again. If this continued, would there still be a place for the king and nobles a few years later? Rooney was extremely concerned. Now that he had another role which brought along more responsibilities, he had different things to take into consideration. While he was on his way to St. Charles City, Rooney developed a strong aversion to, and dislike of, the church. The selection for saints in St. Charles had just concluded. There were winners and losers within this hidden struggle. This also served as a reshuffling of the highest leadership of the church. Many failed candidates chose to step down, while others were banished in exile. As the ceremony and the new year approached, the entire city was decorated with lights for the festivities. Within the Great Hall of the Temple of Light, as well as in the surrounding plazas, countless believers knelt in prayer. These prayer rituals had begun over half a month ago. The prayers weren't only conducted by the clergy, but also were led by devout believers from the city itself. Glancing down from the top of the temple, one could see that the stream of believers was endless. Yet, even with so many people, there was absolute silence, as if the entire city was enchanted. Music resounded within the temple, as the holy hymns continued endlessly, their melodies being carried out for miles around the temple. It seemed like a true paradise on earth. The people seemed to be able to feel the light of God blessing them as they knelt in prayer. Even at night, the temple and surrounding streets remained brightly lit. The believers were extremely reluctant to leave. The serenity at the scene increased during the depths of the night. All of the new visitors to the city could sense a quiet thrum of power. After Rooney arrived at the city of St. Charles, he left his cavalry outside. He then entered the city with a few guards. A black-robed priest attended to him and showed him his living quarters. Rooney immediately expressed his desire to meet the legendary Pope Hodap and Her Holiness, the Saintess. But the priest told him to await the summons from the Pope, which should occur the next day. Although the black-robed priest was quite polite in expressing this, and there were no problems with his quarters, Rooney still felt humiliated. As a king, and the ruler of his own country, he had journeyed thousands of miles to become canonized and crowned by the Church of Light, in order to become a true king. Furthermore, after arriving here, he was not able to have an immediate audience with the Pope. The person who attended to him was a mere black-robed priest. To Rooney, who had just ascended the throne, this was a huge blow to his pride. To the Church of Light, his status as a king appeared to be completely insignificant and not highly regarded. After wallowing in arrogance in his new identity in his kingdom, he now found a complete reversal of sentiments here. A sense of complete shame overwhelmed Rooney immediately. Rooney wanted to turn around and leave, but the chaotic situation in his country held him back. Many of the nobles still disliked him greatly. Rooney needed the power of the Church of Light to help him establish and further stabilize his rule. Rooney was very clear of this. His actions were guided by logic. However, he still felt quite dissatisfied. Maybe I should try to meet up with those people who contacted me before. Pope Hodap sat in the spacious main hall of the temple, meeting with a pale-faced middle-aged man. He was the nephew of Elliot VIII, the current emperor of the Crete Empire, Elliot VIII. Back when he had succeeded to the throne, Elliot VIII was still a demure-looking young man. Now, he had become middle-aged, and aging fast. Compared with his uncle, Elliot VII, Elliot VIII was cowardly, lacking in both wit and courage. In fact, it could be said that he was completely useless. In the beginning, even after Elliot VII was ousted by the church, then hung in public, Elliot VIII was not slated to become the emperor. However, Pope Hodap, who had met him at that time, chose him. Amid the protests and rebellions of the nobles of the Crete Empire, the church had provided him with iron and blood in order to pave his way to the throne, subsequently opening the way for the rise of the Church of Light. Without the support of the church, it would have been impossible for Elliot VIII to stay on his throne. Once weakened, countless people would have tried to drag him down. Elliot VIII understood his own inabilities and weaknesses. He knew that his fate was tied to the Church of Light, so he had always clung to its support. I've heard that the health of His Majesty has been failing lately. That is not good news. You are still a young man, unlike me, with my old bones. You have to pay more attention to your health. Holding his staff, Pope Hodap finished the regular daily formalities before guiding Elliot VIII into a nearby conference hall. Elliot VIII and Hodap were quite familiar and casual with one another. It's nothing serious. It's been cold lately, and it has been snowing in the north. My old ailments are just acting up again. Elliot VIII peered around, speaking carefully to Hodap. Has the Pope heard the recent news? Hodap looked at Elliot VIII. What news? Elliot whispered, the news about the gathering of nobles. Hodap laughed, Your Majesty, you don't have to be so careful. You are currently in the Church of Light St. Sarl City, in the Temple of Light. This is the stronghold of the Church of Light. No enemy can infiltrate here, and besides, our brilliant church should never fear petty criminals who lurk in dark corners. Of course, I have heard of the gathering of nobles. I had sent people to investigate them when they were just established. Although their members remain unknown, they're still not worthy of much attention. I will let them know that the power of God is unstoppable. Of course, with Goddess Maria above, no one can escape the judgment of God. Those who oppose God will be punished. Elliot VIII was also a devout believer of the Church of Light. He not only had relations with the Church of Light, he was standing in front of the head of the Church of Light. He immediately showed his standpoint to Pope Hodap. At this time, an elegant young priest walked in and whispered a few words to Pope Hodap, before handing a piece of paper into his hands. The Pope turned immediately to face Elliot VIII. Oh, what a coincidence, I just received news that is quite relevant to the topic we were discussing. I believe Your Excellence would also be very interested. Elliot VIII showed a trace of bewilderment. Am I allowed to know of this matter? Hodap nodded. Of course. Continuing on the precious topic, these are details of the gathering of nobles. The initiator of this gathering is someone from a certain strong noble clan from the Crete Empire. Many of the members are your officials. I just heard that this group is plotting a heinous plan. The target is you, Your Excellency. Hodap placed the paper on the table. They have placed an assassin by your side and will most likely take action by tomorrow night. Elliot VIII picked up the paper with a face full of skepticism. As soon as he saw the text, his expression changed dramatically. The name on the slip of paper was his lover of many years. He had brought her with him to the Church of Light this time. What? Them? How dare they to do this? The lover, who he had a relationship of many years and trusted deeply, was actually an assassin sent by someone else, the key element in the plan to kill him. This enraged Elliot VIII. His privacy as the emperor, and especially the matters of his bedroom, were probably closely monitored by these people. Thinking about the evil forces surveilling him from the shadows, Elliot was both embarrassed and extremely fearful. They had probably begun planning these matters many years ago. Hodap gave a frigid laugh. Of course they dare. They want to actualize their plan in St. Sarl City and assassinate you, the great Elliot VIII, then blame the death on the Church of Light. After causing chaos within the entire Creed Empire, they would usurp your throne, the position that should belong to your son in the future. Elliot VIII looked at Pope Hodap. Your Eminence, you definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to occur, right? Hodap nodded immediately. Of course, this sort of filthy schemes would not be tolerated by any man of God, especially when the target is a gentle, heroic emperor who is so loved by his people. I will deploy a guard from the army of the Knights of Light for your safety. Please cooperate with us. This time, we will not only catch all of the gutter rats, but also the mastermind behind them. Hodap looked back at Elliot VIII again. Of course, even heroes are susceptible to the temptation of beauty. How you handle this matter is in the hands of your excellency. Elliot VIII had a rather soft personality in general, but since his life was being threatened, he hardened his heart and his expression grew distant. It's fine, as your eminence has stated, we must catch all the gutter rats at once, along with this covert gathering of nobles. Elliot VIII never thought that this group would actually target his life to usurp control over the Creed Empire. His life was on the line. Elliot VIII had originally just thought of the gathering of nobles as a threat, but now, they were enemies that would hunt each other down till death. They were not only targeting his life, but his throne as well. That was something he definitely could not give them. Hodap and Elliot VIII continued to talk about other topics. Though they did not mention the subject of the gathering of nobles anymore, they had already reached a consensus. Elliot VIII needed the support of the Church of Light, while Hodap hoped to deepen his relationship with Elliot VIII. This meeting concluded within 1 short hour. Pope Hodap met a few other Grand Dukes and a king, as well as an ambassador from the Teuton dynasty afterwards, finally completing all he had to do for the day. The gathering of nobles might be a grave event endangering lives and the position of the emperor to the Creed Empire, but to Hodap, it was not something that required much of his attention. Right now, for the Church of Light, the Saint Baptism ritual on New Year's was of utmost importance. Other than that, there wasn't anything worth doing for his great Church of Light. San Calendar Year 10 would soon turn into San Calendar Year 11, meaning that Hodap had already been pope for 8 years. Over the last 10 years, Hodap, who was not young anymore, had aged beyond his years. His eyes had become murky. He could no longer ride a horse for days, as he had been able to with his former vigor. From his position, things like money and power no longer swayed him the slightest. The closer he was to death, the stronger his faith toward God became, as he was certain that he would ascend to the kingdom of God after his death and become his disciple. The ritual this time was an opportunity for Hodap. Death was unavoidable, and therefore there was nothing to fear. But being able to live a little longer as a saint and spread the message of God was one of Hodap's deeply held desires. Hodap had dreamt of heaven countless times. He was extremely jealous of the saintess, who had become a deity and was constantly watched over by God. That combination of envy and jealousy exploded when the saintess was summoned again by God and received the mask of Pharos. He thirsted for the attention of God, and he, too, wanted to receive divine revelations and incantations. If he could meet God, Hodap was willing to pay any price. After finishing his duties as pope, Hodap immediately changed into a plain gray robe and headed to the main hall of the Temple of Light. The ritual enchanting had already begun. Within the temple, there were many kneeling members of the clergy. There were rows of white-robed priests on the steps below. Even further away, the mountains of believers were shocking. But the only people who could pray at the very front were the saintess and her maiden acolytes. These acolytes were picked from a young age, chosen among the daughters of believers to follow beside God, and to dedicate their lives to God. After the arrival of the saintess, all of the handmaidens were reassigned under her name. The saintess managed them. She was also in charge of the ritual and ceremony within the Temple of Light. As she was the blood kin of God, Hodap approached the statue of God, his hands crossed in prayer, and knelt before the figure. As it got closer to the Saint Baptism ritual, more and more people entered St. Sarl City. With this many people, the logistics of maintaining law and order, as well as assignment of living quarters, became more massive and bottlenecked. Since a week ago, no one else had been allowed to enter the city unless they had a special status or permission. A large number of believers were now stopped outside the city, didn't want to go back. They began praying toward the direction of St. Sarl City. There were many tents set up along the way. All of these people, who were gathered outside the city, were trying to get closer to God, hoping to feel His glory. The architect Farragrant did a great job with the urban planning and design of the city. He had considered various problems. His city could accommodate this many visitors without crumbling. Within the city, there were people everywhere. Bards were singing about the legend of the gods, as wandering musicians played happy melodies. All of the shops within the massive St. Sarl city began hosting free activities and programs as well. It was a festival that would be remembered for centuries. In the square, under the statue, in the street alleys, the merry crowds gathered everywhere to drink and have fun. The church had temporarily lifted its prohibition of alcohol, so that everyone could feel the grace of the god and fully celebrate the festivities. As the strings kept strumming and the beautiful melodies filled the air, the ancient legends were recited again and again. The cheers within the city could be heard from many miles away. On the last day before the new year, the Pope cancelled all of his duties. In a grand ceremony, he entered the temple, where they would hold the ritual with the 12 other saints. The saintess would preside over the ceremony, welcoming the arrival of God. Flowers were scattered over the ground, as bells tolled in the background. In the temple, all of the clergy stood at attention, as the Pope and the 12 selected saints arrived. In the back, many rulers stood with crowds of nobles. No matter what these people thought in their hearts, they were all presenting themselves publicly as believers of the Church of Light. All of them walked through the steps and cloisters of the temple, past the angels carved on the white stone pillars. The temple was dozens of meters high. Its high dome depicted a painting of the kingdom of God. Those who enter will be overcome with a sense of devotion. As they walked into the huge temple, it felt as if they were dwarves, entering the kingdom of giants. Suddenly they felt oddly small. When they entered the main hall and approached the tall and solemn statue of God, they couldn't help but be awed. As everyone took their positions, the Pope walked up and saw the saintess standing under the statue, wearing a mask. This was the first time that most of the people present had seen the saintess after she had received God's revelation. Their attention was drawn to the mask she wore, which was a legendary divine artifact known as the Mask of Pharos. Many people at the scene could not help but whisper in reverence. The mask glowed and seemed to cover the saintess with a soft halo of light. As the saintess looked over, many of the clergy felt their knees go soft, and could not help but fall to the ground. Ever since Kelly had received the mask from Lu Jiu, her deified cells were synchronizing with Lu Jiu's cells. Her cells had become refined by this mask, allowing her to gain complete control over the mask. The power that she wielded now was definitely far beyond what she was able to accomplish when she received the Mask of Pharos 3 months ago. When the saintess saw Rooney, she suddenly looked back despite having swept her gaze past him. Her gaze fell onto Rooney as she whispered. Rooney immediately lowered his head. The legendary saintess was a true kin of the god. Moreover, she was wearing a divine artifact granted by God. He was just a man, who had obtained a thin inheritance from the sea god out of sheer luck. He knew that, even if there were 100 of him, it was absolutely impossible for him to be a match for her. What's more, this was still the stronghold of the Church of Light. If he dared make any funny moves, or disrespect the saintess in any way, the Church of Light would not have the slightest hesitation to strike him down immediately, even if he was a king. Feeling the look coming from the saintess, Rooney's heart thumped in panic, as he feared that the saintess may have seen something. Kelly was also confused, since she couldn't read his mind. But, right now, the most important thing was the baptism ritual. There must be no mistakes to the ritual. Kelly had some doubts, but she immediately retracted her gaze. As the saintess took her place at the front beside the Pope, the 12 selected saints followed behind them. Stopping at the foot of the statue, there were many clerics and members of the nobility, who were trailing far behind them. They fell to the ground, then crossed their hands in prayer. With their eyes closed, they then began to pray to the god. Even if some of them weren't actually devout, at this moment, no one dared to think any sacrilegious thoughts in their heads. Within the shrine, the choir and clergy ensembles on both sides of the temple began to play, as flowers began falling all around them. The melodies, coming from strings of various instruments, wove together like the opening of a grand symphony concert. Solemn, soothing music brought all of their thoughts to the heavens. Pure virgins sang hymns with the church orchestra, praising God. The sacred melodies held a gentle beauty. It felt as if these melodies could lift themselves straight into the heavenly kingdom. The pure, simple voice of the girls singing seemed to wash over the hearts of the audience and cleanse their souls. Everyone bowed their heads. The expressions of the saintess, the Pope, and the 12 saints at the very front were solemn and sincere. As Kelly had demanded, all 12 of the selected candidates were to be devout believers. Otherwise, they may be rejected when they try to inherit the divine incantations. Those whose will did not align with God would immediately crumble and get devoured by the divine incantations. Only those who could fully accept the will of the God as true believers could become saints. Half of the candidates were cardinals. After the Reformation of the Church, those who were called cardinals were dressed in red and wielded immense authority. Most of them were responsible for all of the duties within an area of the Church. As it got closer to the saint baptism ritual, more and more people entered St. Charles City. With this many people, the logistics of maintaining law and order, as well as assignment of living quarters, became more massive and bottlenecked. Since a week ago, no one else had been allowed to enter the city unless they had a special status or permission. A large number of believers were now stopped outside the city, didn't want to go back. They began praying toward the direction of St. Charles City. There were many tents set up along the way. All of these people, who were gathered outside the city, were trying to get closer to God, hoping to feel His glory. The architect Farragrant did a great job with the urban planning and design of the city. He had considered various problems. His city could accommodate this many visitors without crumbling. Within the city, there were people everywhere. Bards were singing about the legend of the gods, as wandering musicians played happy melodies. All of the shops within the massive St. Charles City began hosting free activities and programs as well. It was a festival that would be remembered for centuries. In the square, under the statue, in the street alleys, the merry crowds gathered everywhere to drink and have fun. The church had temporarily lifted its prohibition of alcohol, so that everyone could feel the grace of the God and fully celebrate the festivities. As the strings kept strumming and the beautiful melodies filled the air, the ancient legends were recited again and again. The cheers within the city could be heard from many miles away. On the last day before the new year, the Pope cancelled all of his duties. In a grand ceremony, he entered the temple, where they would hold the ritual with the 12 other saints. The saintess would preside over the ceremony, welcoming the arrival of God. Flowers were scattered over the ground, as bells tolled in the background. In the temple, all of the clergy stood at attention, as the Pope and the 12 selected saints arrived. In the back, many rulers stood with crowds of nobles. No matter what these people thought in their hearts, they were all presenting themselves publicly as believers of the Church of Light. All of them walked through the steps and cloisters of the temple, past the angels carved on the white stone pillars. The temple was dozens of meters high. Its high dome depicted a painting of the kingdom of God. Those who enter will be overcome with a sense of devotion. As they walked into the huge temple, it felt as if they were dwarves, entering the kingdom of giants. Suddenly they felt oddly small. When they entered the main hall and approached the tall and solemn statue of God, they couldn't help but be awed. As everyone took their positions, the Pope walked up and saw the saintess standing under the statue, wearing a mask. This was the first time that most of the people present had seen the saintess after she had received God's revelation. Their attention was drawn to the mask she wore, which was a legendary divine artifact known as the Mask of Pharos. Many people at the scene could not help but whisper in reverence. The mask glowed and seemed to cover the saintess with a soft halo of light. As the saintess looked over, many of the clergy felt their knees go soft, and could not help but fall to the ground. Ever since Kelly had received the mask from Lu Jiu, her deified cells were synchronizing with Lu Jiu's cells. Her cells had become refined by this mask, allowing her to gain complete control over the mask. The power that she wielded now was definitely far beyond what she was able to accomplish when she received the Mask of Pharos 3 months ago. When the saintess saw Rooney, she suddenly looked back despite having swept her gaze past him. Her gaze fell onto Rooney as she whispered. Rooney immediately lowered his head. The legendary saintess was a true kin of the god. Moreover, she was wearing a divine artifact granted by God. He was just a man, who had obtained a thin inheritance from the sea god out of sheer luck. He knew that, even if there were 100 of him, it was absolutely impossible for him to be a match for her. What's more, this was still the stronghold of the Church of Light. If he dared make any funny moves, or disrespect the saintess in any way, the Church of Light would not have the slightest hesitation to strike him down immediately, even if he was a king. Feeling the look coming from the saintess, Rooney's heart thumped in panic, as he feared that the saintess may have seen something. Kelly was also confused, since she couldn't read his mind. But, right now, the most important thing was the baptism ritual. There must be no mistakes to the ritual. Kelly had some doubts, but she immediately retracted her gaze, as the saintess took her place at the front beside the Pope. The 12 selected saints followed behind them, stopping at the foot of the statue. There were many clerics and members of the nobility, who were trailing far behind them. They fell to the ground, then crossed their hands in prayer. With their eyes closed, they then began to pray to the god. Even if some of them weren't actually devout, at this moment, no one dared to think any sacrilegious thoughts in their heads. Within the shrine, the choir and clergy ensembles on both sides of the temple began to play, as flowers began falling all around them. The melodies, coming from strings of various instruments, wove together like the opening of a grand symphony concert. Solemn, soothing music brought all of their thoughts to the heavens. Pure virgins sang hymns with the church orchestra, praising God. The sacred melodies held a gentle beauty. It felt as if these melodies could lift themselves straight into the heavenly kingdom. The pure, simple voice of the girls singing seemed to wash over the hearts of the audience and cleanse their souls. Everyone bowed their heads. The expressions of the saintess, the Pope, and the 12 saints at the very front were solemn and sincere. As Kelly had demanded, all 12 of the selected candidates were to be devout believers. Otherwise, they may be rejected when they try to inherit the divine incantations. Those whose will did not align with God would immediately crumble and get devoured by the divine incantations. Only those who could fully accept the will of the God as true believers could become saints. Half of the candidates were cardinals. After the Reformation of the Church, those who were called cardinals were dressed in red and wielded immense authority. Most of them were responsible for all of the duties within an area of the Church. In addition, there was also in attendance the leader of the Knights of Light, the Chief Justice of the Judges of Light, and 4 archbishops. They were responsible for assisting the Pope in managing the affairs of the entire Church. These 12 people were members of the College of Cardinals. The selection of the Pope was also conducted via their votes. Thus, they represented the highest echelon of the entire Church of Light. The music was endless. As night fell, the temple lit up immediately. The lights stretched far into the distance. The orchestra and choirs had also changed a few shifts, as they dedicated all sorts of different music to the god. At this time, the crowd that was gathered outside the temple was several times bigger than it had been any of the previous days. People from all over the city gathered around the Temple of Light to pray. As time passed, when the bell rang at midnight, the first day of the new year of the 11th year of the San calendar officially began. The bell tolled, as a glimmer of light appeared from the horizon. The dark clouds above scattered away, as light shone onto the ground, as if the holy light was enveloping everyone present. The warm light dispelled the chill of the night. When the first ray had begun to glimmer, some people noticed it instantly. They immediately looked up at the sky, seeing a red sun that was dispelling the darkness of the moon, gradually illuminating the entire world. How is this possible? It should be night right now, so how could the sun be out? As the light spread gradually, the entire world was lit up. All the people stood in shock and stared in disbelief at the sun in the middle of the sky. The warm rays of the sun felt soothing, without any sense of artificial fakeness. This was real. All of the people reacted immediately, looking toward the main hall of the Temple of Light, to see that the ray of light was shining directly above the temple. Someone shouted, "This is holy light. It means that God has descended." All of the people there felt shocked. Of course, it must be God, as only God could achieve this feat and freely interfere with the operation of the world. Only the descent of God could disperse the night and bring light to the world. Really, have you truly descended? God, please grant me your blessings. May your kingdom on the ground flourish, like it does in the skies. Praise be Goddess Maria, I offer you my most sincere prayers. All of the believers at the scene were beyond themselves, crying as they clutched the sigil of the sun tightly to their chests, and throwing themselves at the ground in their most dedicated positions of prayer, prostrated before the rays of the sun. At this moment, all of them could feel the warmth of God. Was the sun in the sky not the greatest proof of the miracle of God? All of them looked directly into the light of the sun, an indescribable emotion welling up in their chests, as endless tears streamed down their cheeks. No one could remain calm, not after witnessing such a scene. In other places, throughout all of the human kingdoms, the Orc kingdoms, and Sylv of the Elf kingdom on the Yala continent, all witnessed the same phenomenon. Even the mermaids of the Swirl continent peeped their heads out in order to glance at the sun shining in the sky. The Temple of Light was completely bathed in a halo of white light, as if the rays went straight through the roof and into the halls, lighting up the originally dimly lit temple, just as if it were daytime. The crowds, who had closed their eyes, now felt a change and slowly opened them, one by one. The performing orchestras and choirs had also grinded to a complete halt, all stared at the statues of the deities. Other than the statue of the goddess of light, Lady Maria, which was at the very front, all of the angels started glowing with a blinding milky white light, illuminating the entire space. Even the dust in the air was visible, as it floated within the glimmering light. The entire temple was filled with a dreamy atmosphere, as a light fragrance floated through the air accompanied by an indiscernible melody. This music was not heard by the ears, but rather directly by the hearts of the people. They had never heard anything like it, and it felt as if their innermost souls were swaying along with the beat. During this entire scene, no one made a single sound. All of the people were frozen, like statues, without making a single move, as they stared at the statue of the deities, as if they were standing before the presence of the gods. The statue of the archangel Pharos started pulsing, as it shined behind the statue of the goddess of light. When Pope Hodap witnessed this scene, his entire body began trembling, and he was driven to tears from overexcitement. He felt paralysis from his chest to his throat. As his muscles froze up and his entire body became sore. Though he was thrilled, he could not say a single word, and tears could only gush endlessly from his eyes. Behind him, the other 12 saint candidates were experiencing the same sensations. Some straightened their backs, looking at God with reddened eyes. Some curled up into pitiful balls. Still others clenched their sigils tightly, kissing the ground. The glow from the statue pulsed out from the statue, until it was almost blinding. At last, a huge white figure of light, tens of meters tall, seemed to come out of the statue. It looked down on the kneeling believers. All the people there felt serene, as the original senses of excitement, joy, and shock dissipated completely. Only peace and quiet were left, along with a calm sense of well-being, as if they were infants in the embraces of their mothers. The white figure of light was completely blinding. No one could see the true appearance of God. They could only feel a sense of quiet serenity, devoid of happiness and sadness. God gently extended his hand forward. His palm alone was enough to block everyone's vision. Then, 13 pure white feathers floated down, which were then absorbed into the bodies of the Pope and the 12 saints in the hazy holy light. They immediately felt as if their consciousness were dragged to another dimension. As if they'd been summoned to the world of God, resulting in deep feelings most likened to a combination of piety and devotion. The divine seeds meshed with their minds, replacing their original consciousnesses. In their brains, right between their brows, a new unique organ sprouted. This was their unique divinity organ, which released divine incantations and affected their entire bodies. They then immediately received the instructions for using these divine incantations. Through rituals and meditation, they would be granted divine power to nurture their divine seed, so that they then could receive even more powerful incantations. So far, it only held 2 basic techniques. The first one was healing, which was a variation of body modification and strengthened body regulations. The second one was Judgment Ray, a weakened version of disintegration. Not only that, if they strengthened their divine incantations, in later stages, they could try splitting their divine seeds, so that other devoted believers could undergo another round of baptism, allowing them to then pass the ability on to new generations. Thus, the users of divine incantations would keep multiplying. Through this increase of users, the Church of Light would also become more powerful. Within the first generation of saints, the youngest was the captain of the Knights of Light, who was nearing 40. The oldest was Pope Hodap, who was over 70, nearing the end of his life. As they absorbed the divine seed, their bodies experienced huge changes. They quickly became much younger. All of their wrinkles and calluses disappeared, and their white hair turned raven black. Pope Hodap turned into a man nearing 40 years old, while the captain of the Knights of Light became a youth of just 20 years old. This shocking power had returned youth to the old, stunning the clergy and the nobles at the scene, and bringing about a wave of envy, which now boiled within their blood. Why? Why isn't it me on that stage? After granting the divine incantations, God immediately retracted his palm and the rays of light. God sent a last look to Saintess Kelly, then spoke a few words that only the two of them could hear. The other people only saw God's line of sight turn to Saintess Kelly. Other than that, there was a ray of blinding light, which completely obscured their visions. I have granted your wish. After saying these words, the figure of light disappeared, like a crowd of dispersing fireflies. The temple gradually returned to its previous state, as the light of the torches returned and the interior of the temple regained a semblance of normality. Outside the temple, the sun disappeared, as if it was following the departure of God. One by one, darkness, the moon, and the stars appeared in the night sky, as if nothing had ever happened. But what had happened today would be engraved within the hearts of all humanity. From the ancient times, God had blessed humanity by bringing it into civilization. Today, God had once again descended upon the world. After God had left, the saintess still remained in the divine palace, kneeling with the Pope and the 12 blessed saints. They all continued praying to God. They did not stop praying there until after dawn. Within a single day, they had undergone many earth-shattering transformations. Newly rejuvenated, the saints and the Pope Hodap now seemed to be emitting divine radiance. Although they did not speak or test their new powers, everyone knew that the saints were no longer ordinary humans. They had now become completely new existences. Pope Hodap stood at the center of the crowd, making an announcement. I declare the first day of January as the baptism day of the Church of Light. It will be the most important festival of the Church of Light. On this day, everyone must pray to and praise God, thanking them for bringing us into the new year with hope and glory. As baptism ritual ended, news of the events of the day began spreading. Many people gossiped about the appearance of God and the midnight sun which the whole world had seen. The entire continent was talking about it, making the influence of the Church of Light even more formidable. Moreover, the influence of the divine incantations and the saints extended even further. As time passed, their influences would expand, gradually affecting all of Maria's world. The healing ability of the saints could bring patients back from the brink of death, which caused the whole world to go wild. However, even though this ability had miraculous effects on physical wounds, it was somewhat useless against certain diseases. Nevertheless, since it was effective enough on most common diseases, most people found this more than adequate. The Church proclaimed that the divine incantations could cure all diseases and bring the dead back to life. For those who could not be treated, they were said to have reached the end of their destined lifespan, similar to those who died of old age. The other divine incantation was called the Judgment of Light. It was the legendary divine spell used for slaying devils. All heretics and sinners who possessed evil within their hearts would be burned by the Judgment of Light, until not even the last particle of their ashes remained. Even their souls would burn for eternity within the holy flames. The saints demonstrated their divine incantations. Then, the baptized bishops rushed back to their parishes in order to exhibit their miracles. The believers of the Church also increased dramatically, and former skeptics were converted into devout fanatics. This sort of orchestrated charity for the sick and the poor was very effective in convincing the lower classes into believing in the existence of the gods. They were taught that, as long as they believed in God, they would eventually escape from their suffering and ascend into the kingdom of gods. The Church of Light was on track to conquer the entire human world. After Eliot VIII suppressed the rebels and the gathering of nobles within the Crete Empire, the leadership of the entire empire went through a huge period of change, from top to bottom, which even affected some of the smaller surrounding nations. During this period, a large number of nobles were captured and killed, including many high-ranking nobles, such as the earls and the marquises. The gathering of nobles suffered heavy losses, but due to the quick reaction of the secret leaders of the gathering, they avoided total annihilation. In particular, they were able to maintain their secrecy and prevent their list of members from being exposed. In this way, the rest of the organization quickly hid themselves and were not captured. The other faiths that had been hiding and protected by the gathering of nobles could no longer survive in the central province or any of the nearby human kingdoms. Under the intense persecution of the Church, many of their high-ranking clergy were arrested and tried by the judges of light. Obviously found guilty, they were then tied to execution platforms and burnt alive. Those few who managed to survive fled to the Teuton dynasty in the east and the Batco Empire of the desert. The Church of Light was constantly trying to extend their reach into those two countries, but they were always strongly rebuffed. On the other hand, within the Orc nations, the Orcs believed in the various Orc gods. They had gradually formed their kingdoms from tribes, so their civilizations were unique and quite different from the humans. Therefore, although the church already had a group of firm believers, they had been unable to expand outwards. In light of this situation, the Pope Hodap and Saintus Kelly created a new outreach strategy. Every 6 years, on the first day of the first month, there would be a Saint Baptism Day. On this day, the most devout believers from within the church would be invited to St. Sarl City to inherit the divine incantations. The saints would spread the divine seeds and nurture priests, who would become the new generation of shepherds of God, tasked with continuing to pass down God's glory from generation to generation. It was imperative that God's light was able to shine from every corner of Maria's world. Lu Jiyu hovered over St. Sarl for a while, watching the bustling city. He was in awe of the creativity of these human beings, as well as their civilization. No one could have imagined that the uneducated humans that had once survived in wilderness would one day build such a great city. They had developed from a weak marginalized race into a civilized culture that had spread throughout the entire continent of Alan. Lu Jiyu believed that divine incantations and wizardry would gradually also spread throughout the entire continent, just like how Akhenaten had brought civilization to mankind. These people would bring Maria's world into a true era that was dominated by supernatural abilities. Lu Jiyu had no idea what kind of era it would become, but he was looking forward to seeing it all unfold. In the end, will the truths of the wizards conquer the world through the spread of alchemy, witchcraft, and knowledge, or will the divine system win out, creating an era that is dedicated to the gods in the sky? Which of the two would become the pioneer of the next era? After observing the prosperity of St. Sarl City for a while, Lu Jiyu left again. As he passed through the dimensional gate, he traveled across millions of miles, returning back to his dimensional castle. Sargon was taking care of the wizard tower, after all, and there were also many second-generation ant people there to maintain order. Hence, there was not much to worry about in the short term. Since the creation of the magic network, the wizards, and the dragons, the laws of Maria's world had been refined. The flow of time within the dimension had slowed down again, becoming 1,000 times faster than Earth. Thus, the many years that Lu Jiyu had spent here were only equal to 3 or 4 days in the outside world. The first generation of ant people in the dimensional castle were still alive, so they were tasked with maintaining the castle. Lu Jiyu took Gaia from under the wizard tower. He intended to give it a second upgrade, which he had labeled as the Gaia Life Engineering Transformation Plan 2.0. However, Lu Jiyu was truly tired. He wanted to go outside to look around and take a break. Deciding to do so, he determined to implement this plan afterwards. After giving the ant people a few more orders, and bringing or sealing off the essential items, Lu Jiyu hurried through the dimensional gate, returning to Earth. Bor wore a long scholar robe, along with his self-invented gold-rimmed glasses, a special alchemy artifact, as he rode a carriage in a merchant team that he had employed. He was following the merchants back to Gracchus. After almost 2 months, he was finally back to his own kingdom. Bor had fallen in love with his fellow apprentice of the tower, Catherine. Though Catherine was a few years younger than him, from the moment Bor met her on SS Eternity, he had fallen for her. Therefore, when SS Eternity reached Mara Kingdom, Bor snuck off the ship. Immediately, with the backdrop of the setting sun, he knelt on one knee and confessed his love romantically, even using witchcraft fireworks. However, it was completely useless. The outcome proved that, unless affection was 100% confirmed on both sides, there was only one sort of conclusion for such love confessions. Bor, who had gathered all of his courage for the event, was promptly placed in the dreaded friend zone by Catherine, who said that she merely respected him as a good man and an elder brother. Then, she stated that he could visit her any time in Mara Kingdom. It was a tragic tale. Poor Bor was completely depressed and stranded in Mara Kingdom. SS Eternity had long departed, so Bor had to spend many months journeying over rough roads to return to his own hometown. Bor got off the carriage with 4 suitcases when he arrived at the city of Masta by the Mesmer River. The suitcases contained the books that Bor had copied and his own notes, as well as some spellcasting materials and his medical tonics. These things were very rare in the normal human world. They had required his wits to create and manufacture. In fact, some of the specialized equipment was completely impossible to make in the human world. Hence, before their departure, each of the apprentices had carried many large suitcases and exchanged a lot of notes and materials. They had also used their accumulated points to exchange some experiment equipment. However, some of the more advanced equipment required an astronomical amount of points to obtain. Even Bohr, who often came up with new techniques and discoveries, did not manage to obtain enough points through the library to exchange any of those equipment, so he could only look at them. He would only be able to freely use the equipment if he returned to the Wizard Tower as a mentor. Bohr alighted as the carriage approached the city gate, amid the bustling merchants that were heading towards the market by the south of the city. After Bohr bid them farewell, he went towards his old residence, a house by the Mesmer River. The beautiful Mesmer River wound its way around the city, with channels that nurtured all of Masta. When Bohr was assaulted by the pure, clear sight of the river again, he could not help but be captured by its charm. After 5 years away, the city of Masta had changed greatly. The people on the roads were unfamiliar, and even the familiar people Bohr occasionally encountered seemed to have aged many years. Though 5 years was not too long, it was enough to change teens into adults who had already married and had kids. Bohr? Are you Bohr? Occasionally, Bohr would recognize some acquaintances on the road. And every single one of them would exclaim in surprise. Other than the changes to his appearance, Bohr's temperament was also completely different from the rest of the city, which attracted everyone's attention. Even the children walking past were staring at him, while many of the young women were pointing at him furtively. Whenever they saw that Bohr had observed their glances, they would immediately walk away, blushing. After 5 years of residence within the Wizard Tower, Bohr was already completely used to being around those handsome and beautiful. Even the ethereal beauty of the elves in Mr. Anthony was quite common. When wizards wished to identify one another, it was much easier to read the waves of each other's mind power, since each person's mind power fluctuations were unique. This was far more precise than relying on one's outer appearance. As such, Bohr had never paid much attention to his own appearance. However, when he returned to the human world, it was different. After attracting the attention of the public, Bohr felt out of place. At this instant, Bohr realized that over the last few years, a gulf had been created between him and ordinary people. Now, he was a completely different existence. His old house was already in a state of extreme disrepair and all the rooms were covered in dust. After cleaning up, Bohr rested for a few days. Then, he opened a clinic in Masta again. Bohr wanted to fulfill the dream of his father and grandfather, which was to make history as a doctor who spread the true art of medicine and become a name that would be remembered throughout the ages. Compared to the old him, Bohr's understanding and mastery over the human body had improved drastically. In the Wizard Tower, the dozens of students had created varieties after varieties of the body modification technique and developed many uses for the variants. The medical knowledge that was taught in the tower also gave them a deep understanding of the structure of the human body, including its components and the causes of diseases. Even if Bohr did not use his mind power and witchcraft, he could easily find a way to cure common illnesses. Therefore, almost all of Bohr's patients were completely cured after his treatment. Even the patients diagnosed with fatal diseases were returned from the brink of death under Bohr's watch. After a few such cases, especially after Bohr cured a high noble of Gracchus, his reputation quickly soared. Every day, the stream of patients at the clinic was near endless. Some even traveled thousands of miles to the city of Masta just to see Bohr. The sheer number was overwhelming and Bohr was too busy to do anything else. Hence, he had to build a larger clinic in Masta and find a few medic apprentices to pass on his medical knowledge. Nevertheless, Bohr knew that he could still only help a certain number of people. Only a minority could be fully healed. Even though Bohr had lowered the fees to the absolute minimum, the ingredients, equipment, tonics and labor were all very expensive. Moreover, the medicine used to cure rare diseases was not cheap. Thus, Bohr could not save all of his patients. Bohr decided to write a medical encyclopedia, with specialized knowledge on the human body and the causes of diseases. It would also include the causes and preventions of common illnesses, as well as their treatment methods. Then, he would share this book with doctors in the world. This was an act that was centuries before its time. Its impact on the field of medicine and the community of doctors was immeasurable. Medicine, at this time, was not a science, but rather a type of theology. Most of the doctors were even partially frauds. The scholarly pursuit of medicine was mixed with large amounts of guesswork regarding the gods, and was completely unsystematized. For example, there was not even a medical anthology that could allow people to understand and cure various diseases. Even if there were, these books were usually closely guarded by doctors as lineage secrets which would never be passed around. As such, the development of medicine was extremely slow and difficult. Bohr had felt this frustration from his personal experience in the past. These were the reasons why Bohr had decided to write his own introductory anthology. The contents would not be too difficult, and there would be no mention of witchcraft. Yet, this type of systematic approach to understanding and treating illnesses was sure to create a huge impact in the world. Bohr decided to name the book after his own family name, calling it the Palermo Medical Coding. Just like Palermo, the other wizard apprentices had settled down in their homelands. Some of those with the passion for power and wealth quickly developed, changing the societies around them. For those who kept lower profiles, such as Bohr, even though they did not actively do much, they still deeply impacted the world through their actions subconsciously. This was because the knowledge and power they held were completely beyond the level of the current world. Every one of them was like a butterfly in the Amazon forest. With just a tiny flap of their wings, they would eventually create a huge storm in the world.
The last ability within the badge regarded a dimensional door that was left by instructor Anthony. When a huge amount of mind power was input into the badge, it would activate the dimensional door channeling array, connecting to the library of the tower. However, the badge would also be destroyed. Hence, this was strictly a one-time use formation. The wizards of the tower would never use it, unless they were faced with extreme situations of life and death. Bohr was conducting his own daily experiments when the bell beside him rang. The sound was coming from a simplified phone that he had made. The wizard tower had it, and Bohr felt that it was quite convenient, so he made one for himself. The servants couldn't go upstairs without his permission. However, it was already late at night, and Bohr absolutely hated for people to disturb him at this time in the evening. He grabbed the phone impatiently. "Who is it? Didn't I say not to bother me at night?" The maid downstairs was terrified into whispering meekly. "Mr. Palermo, there are 2 people outside. They claim to be your classmates." Bohr was shocked. "What? Did they say their names?" The maid replied immediately. "One said that his name is Levs." Bohr hung up immediately and grabbed a coat before running downstairs. He rushed past the living room, his maid in tow, then shuffled through the garden to the front gate. There, he saw 2 men standing at his doorway. One of them was tall and handsome, with a mighty presence. He was completely different from Bohr, who was more the slender and elegant type. The other one was obviously a noble, as he was clothed in a gorgeously brilliant white cloak. He looked as if he were just over 30, his hair and mustache meticulously groomed. The 2 men had arrived in a horse-drawn carriage. They had even been accompanied by a few more carriages, as well as some guards, who were now waiting outside. Bohr immediately greeted them. "Hey, Levs. How come you guys just dropped by with no warning? I haven't prepared anything for you." Levs laughed. Different from when they'd had first entered the tower, they had developed a deep friendship over the 5 years. Compared to their differing social statuses, it was their shared identity as wizards that was by far the most important bond between the pair. "Bohr, we haven't seen each other for almost a year. Your reputation this year has soared. I have seen your encyclopedia, the Palermo Medical Coding. It is considered to be groundbreaking for the field of medical history. It's a masterpiece that can indeed revolutionize the human world. I still can't compare to you in regards to knowledge of the human body and the life witchcraft." The last ability regarded was left by instructor Anthony. When a huge amount of mind power into badge, it would activate the dimensional door channeling array connecting to the library of the tower. However, the also be destroyed. Hence was strictly a one-time use. The wizards of the tower would use it unless they were faced with extreme situations of death. Bohr was conducting his only experiments when the beside him rang. The sound was coming from a symphone that he had made. The wizard tower felt that it was quite convenient. The servants couldn't go upstairs as permission. However, it was already late at night, and Bohr hated for people to disturb him at this time in the evening. He grabbed the phone impatiently. "Who is it? Didn't I say not to bother me at night?" The maid downstairs terrified, whispering meekly. "There are 2 people outside to be your classmates." Bor was shocked. Did they say their names? The maid immediately said his name is Levs. Bor hung up immediately and grabbed a coat before he passed the living room and his maid in, then shuffled through the garden to the front gate. He saw two men at his doorway, one of them was handsome with a mighty presence. He was completely different from Bor, who was more the elegant type. The other obviously a noble, as he was clothed brilliant white cloak. He looked if he were just over 30, his hair and meticulously groomed and had arrived in a horse-drawn carriage. They had even been accompanied by a few more carriage guards who were now waiting out. Bor immediately greeted them. "Hey, Levs." "Drop by no warning. I prepared anything for you." Levs left. They had developed a deep friendship over the 5 years. Compared to her their serious was by far the most important bond between the pair. "We haven't seen each other for a year. Your reputation this year has soared. I have seen your killer groundbreaking of medical history. It's a masterpiece that can indeed revolutionize the human world. Compared to the human body and the life witchcraft. The last ability within the badge regarded a dimensional door that was left by instructor Anthony. When a huge amount of mind power was input into the badge, it would activate the dimensional door channeling array, connecting to the library of the tower. However, the badge would also be destroyed. Hence, this was strictly a one-time use formation. The wizards of the tower would never use it, unless they were faced with extreme situations of life and death. Bor was conducting his own daily experiments when the bell beside him rang. The sound was coming from a simplified phone that he had made. The wizard tower had it, and Bor felt that it was quite convenient, so he made one for himself. The servants couldn't go upstairs without his permission. However, it was already late at night, and Bor absolutely hated for people to disturb him at this time in the evening. He grabbed the phone impatiently. "Who is it? Didn't I say not to bother me at night?" The maid downstairs was terrified into whispering meekly, "Mr. Palermo, there are 2 people outside. They claim to be your classmates." Bor was shocked. "What? Did they say their names?" The maid replied immediately. "One said that his name is Levs." Bor hung up immediately and grabbed a coat before running downstairs. He rushed past the living room, his maid in tow, then shuffled through the garden to the front gate. There, he saw 2 men standing at his doorway. One of them was tall and handsome, with a mighty presence. He was completely different from Bor, who was more the slender and elegant type. The other one was obviously a noble, as he was clothed in a gorgeously brilliant white cloak. He looked as if he were just over 30, his hair and mustache meticulously groomed. The 2 men had arrived in a horse-drawn carriage. They had even been accompanied by a few more carriages, as well as some guards, who were now waiting outside. Bor immediately greeted them. "Hey, Levs, how come you guys just dropped by, with no warning? I haven't prepared anything for you." Levs laughed. Different from when they'd had first entered the tower, they had developed a deep friendship over the 5 years. Compared to their differing social statuses, it was their shared identity as wizards that was by far the most important bond between the pair. "Bor, we haven't seen each other for almost a year. Your reputation this year has soared. I have seen your encyclopedia, the Palermo Medical Coding. It is considered to be groundbreaking for the field of medical history. It's a masterpiece that can indeed revolutionize the human world. I still can't compare to you in regards to knowledge of the human body and the life witchcraft." Levs and Bor hugged briefly and separated. Reuniting after a year, they were delighted. Bor then replied to Levs, "You are more interested in developing witchcraft techniques. After all, every terrifying technique that has ever dealt the most damage has been developed by you. Although I don't like the type of witchcraft that you create, even I must admit that your genius is beyond question." After Bor caught up with Levs, he immediately looked at the middle-aged man. "This is?" Levs immediately introduced his companion to Bor. "This Viscount Hudson of the Crete Empire. We are here to discuss a few matters with you." Bor looked at Levs skeptically. "Why do I feel that this can't involve anything good for me?" Levs quipped back. Hey Boar, you're hurting my feelings, old friend. Rest assured, this will definitely be a good thing for you. This is also an important opportunity for the wizards. Viscount Hudson immediately bowed to Boar. Mr. Killermo, please believe us. We have goodwill towards you and all wizards. We come bearing friendship, and we hope to have a frank talk with you. Boar nodded. I welcome you, Sir Hudson. Since you're a friend of Lev's, I will believe you. Please come in. We can talk inside. After the three men entered, Boar told the maid to bring some tea and snacks. He then closed the door and forbade anyone to enter. Sitting down, he looked expectantly at Levs and Hudson. Speak. Why are you two looking for me? Hudson looked to Boar. Mr. Boar, do you know of the gathering of nobles? Boar paused in thought before nodding. I know of it, but am not familiar with the details. When I first returned, I often heard about the church arresting members of the so-called Gathering of Darkness. It seems that the real name of this organization is the Gathering of Nobles. At the time, many of their members were killed. I didn't hear much about them afterwards. Were they eradicated by the Church of Light? Hudson shook his head. No, it still exists. Although the Church of Light used all of its power and was aided by the forces of the Emperor of Crete, they still could only deal heavy damage to the gathering. As such, they did not catch our core members. The members list was burned, and most of our members went directly into hiding. Even so, our resistance to the Church of Light will never disappear. Boar assessed Hudson with a careful look. We? Hudson nodded. Yes, we. I am here to invite all of the wizards in the human kingdoms to join our cause. Hudson would not forget the power that Levs demonstrated before him. That was not the power of divine incantations. And yet one man was able to easily face off with a trained squad. The witchcraft they released could activate from 10 to 20 meters away, with explosive flames that could kill tens of people. It could release whirlwinds of poison gas that could attack entire armies, with the precision of handheld puppets. They could release metallic storms with metallic shards, and other even stranger techniques. That was the existence they called witchcraft. They also had abilities beyond the bloodline knights, with incredible speed and power. They could easily tear past the defensive line of the army with just their raw strength. They seemed to be able to sense the approach of weapons, whether arrows or swords, and effortlessly avoid them. This, combined with their unique witchcraft, made them unstoppable. If they were given sufficient time to prepare, they could also release even more terrifying large-scale techniques, such as the space absolute death, which Levs had shown them. With that technique, an entire village could be completely decimated. Through special methods, they could control or charm people. Hudson saw Levs control himself in order to fly in the skies for a short while, allowing him to strike down enemies from above, while taking no damage. This wasn't even the scariest part. According to Levs, what they had was knowledge of the laws of the world. If given enough time, they could create an entire army of bloodling knights, craft tools that could even be used by ordinary people that would allow them to achieve extraordinary feats and increase a country's fundamental strength, not just the power of individuals. This was what Hudson desired, as well as what moved him. Behind him, the Church of Light was swiftly closing in, turning kings and nobles like him into mere puppets. If they did not take action, they might be slandered as being the next heretics. If it was only the nobles, there was no hope of resistance, as the Church of Light continued expanding. It was completely depressing when their people and their subordinates were all followers of the Church of Light. This despair continuously gnawed at them. We need the power of the wizards. Even if their power looks like the power of the devil, it is magic. If it can resist the regime of the church, it is worth it. Hudson had already made up his mind. and looked expectantly at Boar. According to Levs, Boar was even stronger than him and was a much more talented wizard. As long as he got closer to Boar and dragged the other wizards into the gathering of nobles, they could restart their resistance plans with the aid of the wizards. Mr. Boar Palermo, as long as you join the gathering of nobles, you will definitely receive one of the 9 highest positions. You will receive the backing of the gathering of nobles in order to spread the word of the power and existence of wizards throughout the world. Whether it is money, authority, or any other form of support, we will provide whatever you need. You would never be able to guess the extent of our influence. Whether it is materials for experiments or other things you need for witchcraft research, we will scour the continent, searching for it at your word. Boar looked at Hudson and laughed as he removed his glasses. So you want to start a war against the Church of Light? In Boar's eyes, though Hudson was a viscount, he posed no threat and had no authority to negotiate with him. Boar looked at Levs in anger. Are you insane? To declare war against the Church of Light, against gods? Who do you think you are? Mr. Anthony? Boar drew in a deep breath. Levs, we are only low-level wizards. We have not reached a tier where we stand above all existence. The Church has tremendous influence, with the power of the 12 saints and the legendary saintess and her divine artifact. What basis do you have for your arrogance? We both witnessed the descent of God on New Year's. Have you not realized the terror of God? That is a being that has complete control over the laws and truths of this world. This world, the sun, the moon, and stars are only toys in his hand. What are we? Ants under his feet? Dust? Recalling the day of the descent of God, it was also when the entire Maria's world changed. The wizard apprentices had witnessed the phenomena aboard the Life Alchemy ship. To this day, Boar still felt deeply shocked. Even Lev's heart trembled. What sort of existence could wield that sort of power? Hudson was infuriated by Boar's dismissive attitude. As he opened his mouth to rebuke Boar, Levs lifted a hand. Mr. Hudson, please relax. I will convince him. You can leave now. I will find you tomorrow. Hudson calmed down and saluted Boar. Mr. Boar, please consider this offer carefully. The gathering of nobles is extending this offer with the utmost sincerity. After sending Hudson out, Levs closed the door. Boar then jumped back into the conversation again. Levs, you can't convince me. We are not a match for the Church of Light. We're using eggs to break a rock. Did you not consider the consequences? With the power and knowledge we hold, the entire continent will be embroiled in the conflict. Do you know how many people will be sacrificed in the turmoil? Levs stood up. Of course I know that we are no match for the Church. But we are wizards. We seek the unknown and uphold the truth. As wizards, there is nothing for us to fear. Levs looked at Boar. Do you remember what the teacher said during our very first class? Boar froze and recalled the memory. Of course, I would never forget it. I remember every words and expressions. They are engraved within my memory. That lesson opened our path to the pursuit of truth. The two started reciting together. Wizards are seekers of the truths of the world. We are the prophets of truth and the seekers of knowledge. Witchcraft is nothing more than the application of our understandings of the world, as well as a byproduct of the manipulation of the world's rules. The all-knowing is the all-powerful. If you understand the weather, then you can control the wind and thunder as you please. If you understand the structure of life, then you can create life. Thus, if you can understand the truths and laws of the world, then you can become a god. When they finished the last word, there was a moment of silence. Levs immediately began pushing his agenda again. Whether it is gods or the Church of Light, they cannot stop our pursuit for the unknown or our search for the truth. Wizards will come to control the world. for we are the true controllers of the world. Levs looked at Bor and spoke with great passion. Come, Bor, together we can dethrone the arrogant Church of Light and bring down the gods that are looking down us from the skies. We rule this world. By this point, Lev's passion had reached a boiling point. His face was completely flushed. Even if we cannot do it now, one day we can do it. Whether it takes 50 years, a century, or even 5 centuries, one day we will succeed. Bor, my brother, do you not wish to see a world ruled by wizards, a nation that belongs to us?